those videos and say, oh, that's the reality, because they are seeing reality around them. So how is it that they're ready to believe this kind of vitriol and nonsense?
So
Yes.
you,
Gee, sorry.
firstly, there are two larger questions. That how does it happen? Is the local intelligence sleeping or what? This thing, okay. And the second question is that how do they believe? Let's be it be slightly more contentious when I speak on it, and you can take a call to edit it or not edit it.
No, sir, nothing.
No, you can always,
No,
because it's
you have the
actually-
right to speak your mind here on this
The
platform.
fact is that the religion per se is a revisionist religion, right? So it will continue to consume. It'll bide its time when it's suppressed. It'll come through other means, because this is how it's been taught as well. But eventually it has to continue to expand, and that is how it has been able to persevere even against the Christian religion per se. Look at
the
what's happening
Crusades,
in-
despite the Crusades
Despite
over
everything.
centuries.
Yeah, it's a subtle manner by using variety of principles of victimhood or superiority or a thing about what is borrowed from socialism of certain degree of equality, right? And that continues to shift in the mind of people. So you may be the top leadership, the mayor of New York, but your mind will continue to perpetuate what you have started believing over a period of time, right? You may be the mayor of London, but eventually you will not talk about grooming of 13, 14, 15 years of this thing, because firstly it's a male dominated. It seems the women are slave, and they will continue to do all this. So that was not the case in Jammu and Kashmir, especially in Kashmir, because Kashmir technically, historically has been a matriarchal, all hillsides or mountains, women actually control the families. But when the shift has happened over a couple of centuries, this has been ingrained in the mind of people even in Kashmir. So I'll keep this religion part aside, but this is the challenge. So therefore, it is not about only watching online content. There is a huge amount of discussion which happens on two facets, right? We are being targeted by the Indian state. So more educated I am, much more faster it is for me to start believing in it, right? This is unfortunate. I can talk to an old farmer sitting on a farm who's working who's tilling the land. He will still be modern. But the guy who doesn't have much to do, but he's intelligent, is intellectual, his mind can be shaped very quickly by talking about the larger global war on terror, like what is happening, what is American expansionism, imperialism. These languages look very nice and resonate from a person who is reading, right? And then he will very quickly relate it to an Indian state, and I'll like to fight against the state, right? So these are issues which have been exploited by the local top leadership as well. After all, the stone pelting concept did not start 10 years back or 20 years back. It started in Kashmir way beyond in 1930s. Actually, when the stone pelting was used as a system to control the narrative there. And you know exactly whom I am talking. He's the person who started all that. So we forget that history part, and we just very quickly come to these doctors who are falling prey. These are not the doctors. The guys who struck in 9/11 were engineers who were trained in America. They're pilots, they're evolved people. Guy who's led Al-Qaeda, who raised Al-Qaeda, is a person who's the richest man. So when the seed of radicalization comes to your mind, it can come to anybody. But it's much more easier to talk to a person who's not educated and tell him that you're going wrong, and he will accept it. But a person who's educated in GNU, in a great university where free thought is allowed, that rhetoric, when a person keeps on talking, I saw the clip of this latest JNU, SU, this thing that one of the women was talking, the way she was talking, that rhetoric, when you repeat time and again, how can you change after 1 year to start saying I was wrong, even when you know you were wrong, right? So that gets embedded, and there are people who will come from variety of remote corners. They'll sit together. It is like ragging over a period of time when you know you're getting ragged, you know it is wrong. But the moment you go to the second year or third year, you start believing, it's my turn to rag.
See,
So it gets embedded.
Yeah.
So there is one part. The second part I'll quickly answer is about the intelligence. Time and again, intelligence failures happen because Indian state is not about Jammu and Kashmir. We are reactive. Bomb फटता है तो आग लगती है, right? We are not. It's not in our DNA to look into the future what is going to manifest, right?
कि बॉम्ब फटने से पहले उसको
पहले
रोक
क्या
दें,
करो?
हाँ.
So that is a challenge because most of us are actually paid government of India. This thing, मुझे ऊपर से आएगा. So you will find few people like Sandeep Chaudhary and all, who's the Srinagar SSP. There are quite a good lot of police officers who are there, Jilani and stuff like that and all. They're all young people who will take proactive, preemptive actions to catch hold of a person. You catch hold of these guys, take him to for detention, and suddenly you find a bureaucrat or a judicial guy who will say, "No, it's not enough. And after a couple of weeks, he's let off, or first he'll not be allowed to be this thing." So there is an ecosystem over 35 years at the lower and middle rung, which continues to defeat not only in Jammu and Kashmir but all over our country in terms of being fair.
In this case, what happened is, I think because that poster was left, they were alert. They said, ये आए कहाँ से? Who's putting out these posters? और अब क्यों लगा रहे हैं? 4-5 साल से तो लग नहीं रहे थे. And then they stumbled upon Adil. And the J&K police here, I would like to, their credit is also due. That they stumbled upon, they made this arrest, they come down to Hyderabad, to Faridabad. Then they go to Saharanpur, they arrest that person. All these arrests are made. Now, and then you realize that this guy एक भाग गया, अपने साथ कुछ ले गया और desperation में उसने जाके ये काम कर दिया because या तो पकड़ा जाऊंगा या तो मर जाऊंगा. Remember the J&K police had also put out saying that you can run but you cannot hide. तो इशारा कर दिया था that we know where you are, तेरे को धर लेंगे भाई. तब this guy has done it. What I'm trying to say is that should they have kept the whole thing under wraps till they caught the person?
This whole thing came out on a debate yesterday also, and a lot of people were, we can all, when the event happens, we can always go back and keep on telling.
Hindsight
is a great thing. But let's give the credit where it is due. Firstly, they caught, right? The operation started from 14th till 10th. It was under wrap. After all, nobody was knowing about it till 8th. Eventually, when such a large-scale discovery is made, you got two options to do it. It will go out into media. 3,000 kgs worth of ID making material.
Yeah.
Can you hide it from the public? You're going to a place, there are videos being made, everything is coming out, stories coming out, multiple stakeholders are involved.
But they have accumulated it over a period of time. नजर उस गांव के अंदर, उस घर के अंदर 3 टन का यूरिया पड़ा हुआ था और अमोनियम नाइट्रेट पड़ा हुआ था. किसी ने कुछ बोला नहीं कि साहब इतना सारा यूरिया यहाँ पड़ा क्यों है? ये तो डॉक्टर हैं, इनको क्या करना है इसका यूरिया का? Nobody raised this alarm. They stumbled on it. I'm just saying.
So, but then the choice was to just how much keep you pressure down. When the media is asking, ये क्या हो रहा है, you're picking up a chap, you are taking him to this thing, you are taking a doctor into a custody. You look at the brouhaha which is going to happen. Kashmiri hai, isliye people are targeting. He's a doctor, why are you taking him? But then somewhere the police has to come out and say, make a statement that this is what has happened. So I will not take Jammu and Kashmir police or Haryana police or whosoever came about and announced they did what they did was right. The second is also, when you're exposing this network, you imagine when you're talking about it, then even when I hear, then I start looking around, people become aware of it. That is where the rush and chase happens. That is when the door starts slamming on Dr. Umar that you can't come to my house, you stay on the run. These are all designed. Would they have known that he's gone with a couple of kgs or barrel worth of ammonium nitrate with him? We don't know. Now it is only Dr. Umar who can come and tell about. So there are, if it had happened through announcement, right, then possibly you would have been very happy about the success. Let's not go back into time and start castigating organization how it did. What they did at that point of time was a decision they took. It was not about taking credence and stuff like this. I think they had to inform with the media, the judiciary, the people who are handling putting the chap onto judicial custody for interrogation, all have to be informed. It will come out into the media, so they've informed.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Now,
Then second, I'll just
Jay,
quickly,
Haji, please.
I'm sorry.
I just want to cover two more aspects before we run out of time. That's why. Haji.
You know, the thing is, नहीं तो काट देना बाद में.
नहीं काटे थोड़ी दाल में
Why
से
I'm saying is that
put out
second thing
everything.
which there's a lot of discussion which is happening that he blew himself, right? Or did it happen?
गलती से पड़ गया.
Why was he there for 3 hours?
हाँ.
So there can be multiple theories on it. I just wanted to put two theories. He was waiting for 3 hours to get instruction that you blow up, right? So when you are going as a suicide bomber, you will possibly go single. You will not carry another chap. Now there were 2 chaps or 3 chaps. People are talking about it. Second is, he was possibly hiding in that location. What my theory is, he was possibly hiding in that location for darkness to move, because he knew he is under spot. He is being checked. The move at the time when the most traffic is there, the police will not be able to catch you, and that is time you move out to get out. So that is time the traffic is also highest, and the police cannot stop each and every vehicle to check the way they have to check, right? So I think he was going. Something wrong happened, right? Was it a prepared ID? But what surely I know, that having announced, put this man onto the rush, or whatever happened, they have ensured the number of casualties was reduced. If this was organized, well planned, put into a place as a vehicle-borne ID, where larger number of people were, everybody who got, the impacts were taken by a number of vehicles, So therefore, the casualty rates were possibly less. You imagine this vehicle was parked in a place on a crossing or some place.
Or he just drives it into a market, or that entire Gauri Shankar Mandir ke aage pura passage, so many people walking around there.
So one doesn't know where he was going, what purpose, but I surely feel
that he was using the dark to get out.
To get away, and I don't think he had the courage to die.
Now, the other thing is, should this not worry everybody that largely the valley is silent? Nobody said anything. Neither has the Ulema Council said anything, nor have the group of imams. None of them has come out and condemned and said, how can somebody like this do it from a mosque? The medical association has kept quiet. Nobody is saying anything. The political voices have all condemned and said, sorry, galti ho gaya. But nobody's come out and, the usual noise that they all make is not there.
So, why are you looking at Jammu and Kashmir?
No, I'm saying across the country. I'm saying across the country.
Why do you think that not... In fact, there have been political voices which I find totally ashamed of, that they have been trying to link with Bihar or this thing. I wanted to put out a tweet on that, and just from a platform I can just say, Bihar will not vote for national considerations. In fact, in our entire country, when the voting starts, for Lok Sabha there is a different trend, for assembly elections there is totally different trend. Any number of terror attack is not going to influence the caste or class divided system in which we follow at the level of assembly and at the local council elections. Nothing.
Correct.
So if Lok Sabha elections are happening, maybe one could have drawn this thing. So a number of people say, that Karnataka mein election tha, idhar election tha, to ek instant ho gaya. They want to all relate all this. But he was running. How can you orchestrate a running guy who wants to blow himself up or gets blown, right? How do you trigger all these things? This whole investigation of 14, 20 days. So I think putting too much into election is something very, very sad. But what is totally worrying me is that medical guys, none of these top association leaders, right, be it part of judiciary, bar council, anybody, this whole chatter on the Twitter is coming only from a common citizen, a concerned citizen, who's not able to comprehend how to manage this environment.
Yeah, no, and the rest of them they're not saying anything. They're not saying anything about anything, and it's sad, but it's a statement. We have limited time, so I just want to bring out another aspect. We've got to understand that there are more accomplices. They actually wanted to create sleeper cells. तैयारी करके रखो, जब समय आएगा तब बताया जाएगा. That kind of a thing that they were accumulating all of this so that it can be disseminated at the right time. They were busy radicalizing more people. There are 2 more female doctors who are involved. They are under the radar. They've been picked up in Jammu and Kashmir. But they studied at the Dhaka Medical College. We've just got information ISI set up a cell. They have officially announced that they set up a cell. There are 8,000 students from Jammu and Kashmir who are studying in Dhaka right now. And the ISI is going to try and make a move on this lot. Now, is that not a clear threat for us? Now, how does Bharat respond to something like this? To counter
when I was
a narrative or an official
brigade commander and a GOC, this issue when we used to raise that on the back of an envelope, when Gilani writes, or these top religious or so-called separatists write, to get a visa, passport was made. Me and you can go run around for a passport, it will take time. But the passports were made, right? Visas were given into these 3-4 countries where they go. They go to Iran, they go to Dhaka, to Bangladesh, they go to Pakistan, and now Pakistan thing got stopped, right? By the time I became a GOC and thing got raked up, and the centralized institution for passport also came in slightly late. But there's a whole zing bang, thousands of guys who have gone and studied. You think
Turkey also is involved.
Turkey. Anybody who goes to study there, he's not going to be food for fodder. He is or she is, right? And if you're going for getting a subsidized education, you may not become a doctor, but you will surely be attempted to be radicalized. And when radicalization is happening within the country through variety of systems, when you have somebody in person to be radicalized, why should you not be? So why do you feel surprised that ISI and the extremist element which are anti our country are not going to use an opportunity every time? If you go out not only to this place, you go to any part of the country, world, there will be somebody who will come out and start talking about wahan pe kya ho raha hai, kaise ho raha hai, the religion is being targeted, we are being targeted, you have to fight for it and things. Why should they not do it? People do it.
What do we do?
So you have to keep a watch, you have to not send, you have to disallow, you have to ensure you go and study in Dhaka. You tell me that why is it so cheap there to study, right? If Dhaka and Pakistan medical fraternities were so good, why those people are coming here for treatment to India, right? So why should we not have layers of test to ensure that such people who go and study there, they are tested? You look at this example of how silly it can be in our country, and we are totally blind to it. I was not aware. There is a Mata Vaishno Devi medical college which has just been opened in next to Katra or something, Out of 50 students who were enrolled, 80-85% students are from one particular community, right? So everybody, if anybody thinks, and this thing I brought...
That's because, Hindus are not a minority in Jammu and Kashmir, especially in Kashmir, they're not a minority because they don't have the minority status because despite their numbers being low. RT does not apply. Hindu institutions cannot have, admissions only for Hindus. But that privilege is given to madrasas, that privilege is given to churches, and schools, missionary schools and also Jain schools, etc. But for especially Hindu schools, it's not done.
So when you know and everybody knows, so what is the present government for 11 years has done about it? Question to be asked. So, I remember General Rawat visiting me when I was a GOC Kilo Force. And when I proved the statistics to him that point of time, because, there is a whole rhetoric, unemployment, lack of opportunities is the one which is driving people to pick up weapons. So I started my briefing by saying, sir, so everybody in Jharkhand, Bihar, UP should be picking up guns and weapons and, because...
They should all become terrorists, yeah.
They should all become terrorists, and possibly if they pick up weapons, I think the government of India is going to then invest more time in them to ensure that they are duly empowered. Unfortunately, they're not picking up, right? It is all about, and I had that statistics, the people who got education, employment are far more radical than the people who don't.
Right. On that note, we will hit the pause button here. Although we don't know when that unpause button will be hit. That's a conversation for next time, viewers. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Namaste. Jai Bharat.
Jai Bharat.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
बिहार का ऐतिहासिक विजय हुआ हो और अगर हम सूरत से आगे जा रहे हो और बिहार के लोगों को मिले भी ना जाए तो लगता है यात्रा अधूरी रह गई। और इसलिए गुजरात में रहने वाले और खास करके सूरत में रहने वाले मेरे बिहारी भाइयों का हक बनता है और इसलिए मेरी स्वाभाविक जिम्मेवारी भी बनती है कि आप लोगों के बीच आकर के इस विजयोत्सव की कुछ पल का मैं भी हिस्सा बनूं। अचानक कार्यक्रम बन गया। मैं सुबह जा रहा था डेडियापाड़ा, तो यहाँ के हमारे साथियों ने मुझे कहा कि बिहार के लोगों की इच्छा है अगर आप 5-10 मिनट बाहर आ जाए तो लोग आ जाएंगे। और मैं देख रहा हूं दूर दूर तक काफी मात्रा में लोग बाहर भी दिखते हैं। साथियों, आप भी जानते हैं
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
Good morning, hello and welcome on this Sunday Power Packed show. I'm Pallavi Ghosh. A quick check of all the top stories. The crackdown on a white-collar terror network continues. 2 separate FIRs have been filed against the Al-Falah University. Over 200 Kashmiri doctors in Uttar Pradesh are on the agency's radar. The election defeat triggers a rift in the Lalu Prasad Yadav's family. Daughter Rohini Acharya disowns the family and the party. He blames wrong advisors of Tejaswi Yadav for this rout. Prime Minister takes an aim at the Congress party and the India Bloc. He says that they don't want Parliament to function. He also invokes Indira and Rajiv Gandhi to hit out at Rahul Gandhi. RSS leader's son Naveen Arora has been shot dead by bike-borne assailants in Firozpur in Punjab. BJP hits out at AAP over failing law and order in the state. And a big political churn is expected in Karnataka. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah met Rahul Gandhi in the national capital. His camp suggests that the Congress High Command has approved a long-awaited cabinet reshuffle. But there's no end to a showdown over the SIR process. TVK Chief Vijay raises alarm, says lakhs at the risk of losing their voting right. Statewide protests are being planned by his party. Russian President Vladimir Putin and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu hold a telephone conversation. Talks have focused on the Middle East tensions. India captain Shubham Gill has been admitted to the hospital after a serious neck injury in the test against South Africa. He's likely to miss the second match. But first, Prashant Kishore, the Jan Suraj Party chief, he has completely collapsed as far as the Bihar electoral results are concerned. 0 seats, voter percentage, not very impressive. In fact, he did not even get the 18 lakh votes in all. He lost a deposit in 236 of the 238 seats that he contested on. The party has come second only in 1 seat. It secured the 3rd place in the 126 constituencies according to an election data with only 3.44% of the vote. The party even trailed Nota in 68 constituencies. Now, following the crushing defeat, Prashant Kishore, who was supposed to hold his press conference today, his first public meeting ever since the rout, that press conference has been cancelled in Patna. Aman is now joining us from the newsroom. Aman, Prashant Kishore, the BJP says his opponents say was too much of a hype. It was not reflected on the ground. Today possibly could have been the day where he would have spoken out, spelt out his future plan, but clearly he is not yet ready to meet the people.
Well, yes, Pallavi, and we all know after interviewing Prashant Kishore, you interviewed him as well, that lot was promised. You know, there was a lot of hype, he said he would be the kingmaker, he would determine who comes to power, you know, he will get a big vote share, he will win many seats, but nothing of this seems to have happened on the ground. The data that we have analyzed, and as we read out just now, his party got just 3.44% of the votes, that is less than 18 lakh votes in this election. Out of 238 seats that his party contested, his candidates have lost deposits in 236 seats. Almost 98-99% of the seats he has lost deposits. In just one seat, his party could come second. Yes, his party has come third in many seats, but when Pallavi, two big alliances fight, it is no big deal to come third, because even while coming third, most of his candidates have lost their deposits in those seats. In fact, Nota has scored more votes in nearly 68 constituencies than Prashant Kishore did. So I think this data speaks a lot that how when you contest outside true traditional alliances in Bihar, you know, you are not expected to do well. We saw this with Chirag Paswan even in the last elections, who got a decent vote share but could not register any major wins or any major dent to any other party. Also, I think, Pallavi, that because Prashant Kishore did not contest these elections, you know, I think that is also a big thing, because, you know, that also in a way deflated the entire campaign of the Jan Swaraj party. So far, the Jan Swaraj party has come out with two public statements. There was one statement by Prashant Kishore where he said that this rupees 10,000 promise, you know, which was promised by the NDA, seems to have gravitated women voters totally towards the NDA. And yesterday, one of his party men also said that, you know, people who were scared of the Jungle Raj under the RJD regime actually chose the NDA and not the Jan Swaraj party. But Prashant Kishore's silence continues. He's not been seen in the public also since the results came, and his press conference, as you just was saying, for 11 a.m. has also been cancelled. And
the big question, of course, remains is that will he stay on or will he go away? Because also, Amar, for 3.5 years, he was on the ground, to be fair to him. But now is going to be the real test, because after all this effort that he put in on the ground, his political future is something which everyone would have wanted to know.
Well, absolutely, Pallavi. He was there on the ground for almost 3 years. You know, he walked the entire state almost, went to people and said that you need to vote beyond caste, you need to vote for the future of your children, you know, you need to vote for employment, that migration stops from Bihar, all good issues. But apparently it still seems that Bihar did not believe his, I would say, his narrative so much. They did not believe that he could actually win so much that he could influence the election in a big way. More seen as a vote katua party, as we all saw during the campaign also when we were on the ground. And most importantly, Pallavi, he gave public declarations, including to many journalists, that JDU will completely collapse. In fact, he said if JDU gets more than 25 seats in this election, I will retire from politics. JDU has now got 85 seats. So I think the Prashant Kishore will he walk the talk now and quit politics, because his big claim has fallen flat. But some in his party, you know, I was speaking to someone in his party in the morning today who said that, you know, we still got 18 lakh votes. The Congress got 44 lakh votes. So, you know, for a first time party to even get 18 lakh votes is a good start. We are here to stay. We will work more on our organization and more on the ground. But it remains to be seen, because Prashant Kishore promised much. But in this election, he seems to have been a big flop.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, he spoke about a different kind of a Bihar. He raised issues like crowded trains. He spoke about the fact that how long will Bihar be caught in the prism of the caste narrative. There were crowds there. There were young people. He's not been able to tap the young voters as well. 14 lakh first-time voters. I don't know how many of them actually, you know, got attracted and actually voted for Prashant Kishore. But looking from far, we are today talking about PK, as he's called, right, Aman? So will he occupy that space eventually which, say, a Congress party had in Bihar?
Well, Pallavi, see, as you were correctly saying, the PK was mostly depending on the young voters. He thought that, you know, the young crowd, you know, the unemployed people in Bihar, you know, who were struggling for jobs, had a connect with Prashant Kishore's party. That is what I saw on the ground also. I'm sure you also saw it when you went. But the fact is, at the end of the day, the young voter also had the RJD as an option. You know, it was also Tejaswi Yadav promising almost the same things that Prashant Kishore was promising. Maybe there's been a split in the young vote. Maybe the young woman voter did not go for RJD or Tejaswi Tejasvi, maybe it went for the NDA because of Nitish Kumar and the security and the safety situation in the state. So I think Prashant Kishore's campaign somewhere fell within the cracks, and it could not find its core vote base in this election. Yes, 18 lakh votes is not a very bad performance. It's a decent performance for a debutant in Bihar, but as I said, he promised so much, the hype was so much that people expected the moon from him, and they thought he will win 10, 15 seats maybe, but nothing of this sort has happened. That shows in Bihar, Pallavi, also that when you're a part of an alliance, either the opposition alliance or the NDA alliance, your chances of performance are much better. Even the HAM has won 5 seats, Mr. Owaisi has won 5 seats, but the parties outside the alliances, two traditional alliances, generally do not tend to do well because people don't see them as a viable alternative in the entire politics, caste politics also of Bihar.
All right. Thank you very much, Aman, for that perspective. Prashant Kishore cancelling his press conference and what lies ahead for Jan Suraj Party. But Bihar is still very much in the news because there's another family which is now facing a rift, and this is the Lalu Prasad Yadav family. Just a day after the NDA's sweeping performance and mandate, there's a twist as far as the Lalu Prasad family is concerned. Now his daughter, Rohini Acharya, has publicly announced that she's quitting politics, she's cutting all ties with her family, and this is blaming the advisors of Tejasvi Yadav. In fact, she put it out on the social media platform X. She also spoke to the media. She said that I'm quitting politics, I'm disowning my family. This is what Sanjay Yadav and Ramiz asked me to do, and I'm taking all the blame. Very sarcastic, but she's also accused them of hitting her, abusing her every time she raised an issue. Of course, the BJP has hit back, saying that Tejasvi's politics is being held hostage. They raised questions over the role of Sanjay Yadav while stating that both Lalu and Rabri Devi will soon be wiped out from the political scene of Bihar. Let's listen in.
मेरा कोई परिवार नहीं है। अब ये जाकर के आप संजय, रमीज, तेजस्वी यादव से पूछिए, मेरा कोई परिवार नहीं है। वही लोग निकाला है हमको परिवार से, क्योंकि रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेना नहीं है उनको। पूरा दुनिया बोल रहा है जो चाणक्य बनेगा तो चाणक्य से आप सवाल पूछिएगा। जब कार्यकर्ता चाणक्य से सवाल कर रहा है, पूरा देश दुनिया सवाल कर रहा है कि पार्टी का ये ऐसा हाल क्यों हुआ। अब जब संजय, रमीज, इन लोग का नाम लीजिए तो आपको घर से निकाल दिया जाएगा, आपको बदनाम किया जाएगा, आपको गाली दिलवाया जाएगा, आपके ऊपर चप्पल उठा करके मारा जाएगा।
इस तरह से परिवार में लगातार और एक दो व्यक्ति के कारण लालू जी का परिवार बिखरता जा रहा है, टूटता जा रहा है, किसी को भी अच्छा नहीं लगेगा। और मैं भी चाहता हूं कि जो परिवार बिखर रहा है, टूट रहा है, और किसी व्यक्ति के चलते अगर बिखर रहा है, टूट रहा है, तो ये उचित नहीं है। परिवार अगर अपना बेटा बेटी है, कोई भी है, तो निश्चित रूप से परिवार मिलकर रहना चाहिए, बिखरना नहीं चाहिए।
हम लोग का बहुत विस्तृत परिवार है, परिवार में कभी कोई विवाद नहीं होता। लेकिन आप लोग 100 बात, जैसे हमारी इतनी बात हो रही है, अब आपकी इच्छा होगी उतना ही न दिखाइएगा। आप ख्याल कर लीजिए, आपकी जितनी इच्छा हो दिखाइएगा, और आपकी इच्छा यदि निगेटिव है तो निगेटिव खोज लीजिएगा। जो भी राजद परिवार से जुटे हैं, सभी लोग एक साथ एकजुट।
राजद एक पारिवारिक पार्टी और परिवार का अंदरूनी कलह उभर कर आया, लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण विषय यह है कि जिस बेटी रोहिणी ने अपने पिता की प्राण रक्षा की हो और उस बेटी के मुंह से कराह निकल रहा हो, जिस भाई के कलाई में राखी बांधी आज उस परिवार को भी अलविदा कह रही है, पार्टी को भी अलविदा कह रही है, रोहिणी आचार्य। सवाल के घेरे में लालू जी आप हैं, आप उस घर के मुख्य न्यायाधीश हैं, तो मुख्य न्यायाधीश की भूमिका अगर अदा आप नहीं करेंगे तो इसका मतलब रोहिणी के द्वारा किए गए कृत्य वह भी आपके अपराध की श्रेणी में आ जाएगा।
ये उनके परिवार का मामला है, छोटी है, मेरे चुनाव में बहुत परिश्रम किया था। हो सकता है किसी प्रकार का निराशा हो, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि राष्ट्रीय जनता दल और परिवार बिखरता जा रहा है और संकेत अच्छे नहीं।
उन्होंने संजय यादव पे आरोप लगाया है।
मुझे उनके पार्टी और उनके परिवार के बारे में कोई ऐसी टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है। लेकिन संकट राष्ट्रीय जनता दल पर बड़ा मंडरा रहा है और ये पार्टी पूरी तौर से अब बिखर चुकी
है। महागठबंधन में नेतृत्व का अभाव है। महागठबंधन में कोई काम करने वाले नहीं, सिर्फ भाषण देने वाले लोग हैं। नीतीश कुमार जी जो बोलते हैं करते हैं, तो जनता विश्वास उस पर करती है जो करके दिखाने का काम करती है। तो नीतीश कुमार जी ने करके दिखाने का काम किया, जो बोले वो करके दिखाने का काम किया।
देर से आया हुआ निकला हुआ अंदर का गुबार है, लेकिन जिस हिसाब से बिहार की जनता ने 2010 में ही इस परिवार को और इनके नीतियों को खारिज कर दिया था, वो तो कहिए कि बीच में 15 में आ गए, 20 में किसी कारणवश, ये लगभग बिहार की जनता ने इस परिवार को हमेशा के लिए अलविदा कह दिया है। क्योंकि इन लोगों को न कोई विज़न है, न कोई इन लोगों का सोच है, न कुछ नियत है। ये जनहित के मुद्दों से बगैर जात पात उन्माद वाली भाषा वाली प्रयोग करते थे, जिसको इनको मुंह की खानी पड़ी।
एक तो उनका पारिवारिक मामला है, कलह सामने है, दिख रहा है। ये राहुल गांधी जी को तो मुख्य धारा से हट जाना चाहिए और अपने बीच का कोई दूसरे को चांस देना चाहिए। कांग्रेस पार्टी खत्म हो चुके हैं और राहुल गांधी जी जब तक रहेंगे कांग्रेस उभरेगी नहीं, और उसका परिणाम आपने देखा बिहार में और पहले भी अन्य राज्यों में जो चुनाव हुए हैं उसका परिणाम देखा है। इसलिए कांग्रेस को मंथन करना चाहिए और राहुल गांधी जी के जगह पर कोई नए आदमी को लाना चाहिए।
Lalu Prasad Yadav's daughter Rohini Acharya once again put the Yadav family in a spot of bother. She has initially put out a post on social media saying that Sanjay Yadav and Ramiz asked her to disown her family and take responsibility for the losses in the election. And in fact, when she was speaking to media at the Patna airport, when she was leaving the state, she said, ask this question that why I had to do this from Sanjay Yadav and Ramiz. So she has made some serious charges and allegations against both of them, and now this internal fight of the Lalu Prasad Yadav family is very much open in the public, and Rohini Acharya has really set the cat amongst the pigeon, which has given more ammunition to the BJP to really take on to the Lalu Prasad Yadav family.
To a shocker from Maharashtra, a class 6 student of a school in Vasai who was allegedly made to do 100 sit-ups as punishment for reaching school late last Saturday passed away on Friday night. Parents of the girl, Anshika Gaur, who was undergoing treatment after being made to do these sit-ups, blamed the teacher and the school for her death. The school education department has initiated an inquiry into the incident by the local education officer. Let's listen in to the mother first.
मेरे लड़के साथ में क्या आने आया, वो मेरे लड़की गई शनिवार के स्कूल जाने की आई, बोली मम्मी मेरे कमर दुख रहा है, ये दुख रहा है। तो मैं सोची गिरी होगी, बोली मम्मी गिरी नहीं, स्कूल में मेरा उठा बैठा हुआ है, मेरे तब से कमर आए, मेरा गर्दन दुख रहा है। मैं गई स्कूल में, सुबह गई स्कूल में लेने, सर बोले हमारे पास ऐसा बच्चे लोग को कंपनी लेके नहीं आना है। नाला सुपरा बीचे लक्ष्मी, वहाँ लेके गई, चेकअप हुआ तो भी तो एसीओ में रखा। एसीओ में रखने के बाद 1-2 घंटा मेरी लड़की चली, सांस चढ़ा, खून चढ़ा, जब बाटल चढ़ा, खून का चढ़ा, उसके बाद आधा घंटा बाद मेरी लड़की खत्म हो गई।
Okay, my colleague Vivek is now joining from Mumbai. Vivek, any action initiated yet against the teacher?
पल्लवी देखिए, इस पूरे मामले में अभी जो विक्टिम फैमिली है उन्होंने पुलिस से कंप्लेंट की है और पुलिस इस पूरे मामले में उन्होंने इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू कर दी है। लेकिन काफी शॉकिंग मामला है ये। पूरा इंसिडेंट 8 नवंबर का है, जब एक 13 साल की बच्ची जिसका नाम काजल गौर बताया जा रहा है, वो स्कूल में सिर्फ कुछ मिनट देरी से पहुंची थी, जिसके बाद जो टीचर्स थे स्कूल के उन्होंने बच्ची के साथ गलत पनिशमेंट दिया, 100 बार उठक बैठक कराई, जिसके बाद से जो बच्ची की कंडीशन है वो बहुत ज्यादा खराब हो चुकी थी। उसने घर पर आकर अपनी फैमिलीज को बताया कि उसके बॉडी पार्ट बहुत ज्यादा पेन कर रहे हैं और शाम होते होते तक बच्ची की इतनी ज्यादा हालत खराब हो गई कि उसे हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट कराना पड़ा। और जब जो वसई की हॉस्पिटल से उन्होंने बोला कि जो इसकी हालत है वो डिटोरेट होती जा रही है और काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल हो रहा है इसको बचाना, फिर बच्ची को जो है मुंबई के जेजे हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट कराया गया। वहाँ पर उस बच्ची को आईसीयू में भी रखा गया, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली देर रात तक उसको डॉक्टर्स बचा नहीं पाए, उसकी डेथ हो गई। जिसके बाद जो फैमिली ने बच्ची की बॉडी को लेकर काफी ज्यादा विरोध प्रदर्शन भी किया और साफ मांग की कि स्कूल प्रशासन और स्कूल टीचर के खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। अब जो है इस पूरे मामले में पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट कर दे कि कौन कौन सी टीचर्स इस पूरे इंसिडेंट में इन्वॉल्व हैं, उनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है, उनका स्टेटमेंट लिया जा रहा है और स्टेटमेंट लेने के बाद पुलिस इस पूरे मामले में कोई बड़ा लीगल एक्शन जल्द देगी। Pallavi?
Okay. Thank you very much, Vivek. I agree with you. It's absolutely shocking, and it has also thrown up this debate once again about corporal punishments, whether they should be allowed or not. We are going to go into a break now, but news continues over here on CNN News 18. Our top story is on Bihar. We've been speaking about the big points which have been raised by the Prime Minister, from attacking the Congress party to also celebrating the massive mandate for the NDA in the counting yesterday. But now he made also another attack, and this time round all eyes as far as Bengal is going. In fact, he went on to say that the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal, making it very clear that the next big challenge for the BJP is going to be on Bengal. The focus is going to be on defeating the Bengal Chief Minister and the Trinamool Congress. He spoke about the fact that Bihar's mandate has now set the tone for a BJP victory in West Bengal. Prime Minister said that the BJP is going to end the Jungle Raj in Bengal, claimed that the path of victory has opened just as the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal. Trinamool Congress hit back sharply, insisting that Bengal and Bihar are two completely different situations and equations. They also predicted that Mamata Banerjee is going to return as the Chief Minister for the fourth time with maximum number of votes. TMC accused the Prime Minister of belittling Bengal's women and stopping funds meant for the state, saying Bengal's women will reply at the ballot. Let's listen in to all the reactions.
गंगा जी यहाँ बिहार से बहते हुए ही बंगाल तक पहुंचती है। बिहार ने बंगाल में भाजपा की विजय का रास्ता भी बना दिया।
पॉलिसी बाजार 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
This is yet another CNN News 18 mega exclusive, and it's got to do with that bomb blast which took place at the Red Fort. There's a major development in this Delhi suicide bomber Umar Nabi's radicalization case. Now, a girl from Imphal in Manipur was recently questioned, and she admitted that she was in Umar's contact list during his radicalization period. Investigators confirmed that Umar was working on a pan-India outreach attempting to radicalize individuals across many states, targeting the students, particularly junior colleagues and vulnerable. Intelligence sources revealed that Umar suffered from a psychiatric disorder which contributed to his erratic behavior. Agencies believe that renaming to Mariam indicates a soft conversion blueprint. All these details got to us by Manoj Gupta. Day by day, more and more details are coming out about the suicide bomber Umar at the Red Fort blast site. What has really come out very openly is the fact that this seems to be a kind of white-collar terror module in which youth educated are being targeted. Anand Narasimha is joining me now. And Anand, these are very, very shocking revelations. Clearly, his sinister plan was extending to all across the country.
Yes, morning Pallavi, and good afternoon, morning to our viewers also. Now, thing is that if we were to look at how the agencies are seeing this, they're saying that because he had a psychiatric disorder, he was far too radicalized, and he was the most radicalized out of all of them. The other thing is that he was working according to a particular plan. If we were to look at the confession or the statement from the girl from Imphal is concerned, and which we've been able to access via Manoj Kumar Gupta, she says that they listened to him because he was a senior faculty member. So obviously he was using his position. He was using his position to try and influence. The other thing is, now the investigating agencies are reaching out to all those people who he was in touch with in his via his groups. And it looks like on his WhatsApp groups and his social media groups, there were a lot of people multiple number of entities spread across India who he was trying to groom. Look, this is a classic grooming pattern. You first try and indoctrinate, influence, then give them a new identity or give them a Muslim identity. Like with this girl, he's given her an identity by the name of Mariam. Then you try and recruit them, radicalize them, indoctrinate them, and ask them to try and prove their loyalty. And the neo-converts would turn out to be far more radical because they are in a state where they want to be more loyal than the king. Now, that is exactly what the pattern has been globally ever since this entire political Islam was weaponized and terror acts were committed. And this is something which which researchers and analysts and people who have studied the methods have chronicled over the last many decades. But most importantly, how committed was this lot of jihadi doctors is something which is evident, that all of them individually were starting out their own recruitment hubs. Dr. Adil was trying to base himself in Saharanpur. Shaheen was basing herself in Lucknow. Umar was doing this from the Al-Falah University. So each of these people, after being radicalized by Maulvi Irfan, were going out to further create a radical chain of white-collar jihadis. So this is something which is a very worrying trend. Some people have not succumbed to it. They've heard it and then they've just discarded it. If there are others who are hiding in plain sight, who are highly radicalized and who will wait and bide their time, we'll have to wait and watch. Because see, look at the thing. The trend from all of this is that Umar Nabi, because he had a psychiatric disorder, did he try and push things fast, push the buttons too fast? Or if you have people who are highly intelligent, very, very sharp, very, very capable professionals who can then go and further radicalize, and when it is coming from people who have a particular stature, a particular ability, and they have shown and they are achievers, to become an MBBS and to complete your MD is no mean achievement. And then when they start saying things, the educated Gen Z or the younger impressionable Gen Z are more likely to perhaps even believe whatever they say. So these are all trends which are going to concern a lot of the authority and the intelligence here as to what is happening around us. So and all these developments of radicalizing intelligent, educated youngsters across our country is happening around a time when Bangladesh is being influenced by Pakistani clerics to make blasphemy a law and make blasphemy legal. So these are all, we have to see things in perspective, that where is this emanating from, the fountainhead of this entire bent of radical Islam.
All right. Thank you very, very much, Anand, for getting this into perspective. Another Manoj Gupta exclusive, the sinister plans of Omar and his ilk. But we are staying with this top story because we are getting some more clinching CCTV footage, which just goes on to show how alarming it was. The clinching CCTV footage, it is of that I-20 car which was used in the Red Fort blast. This we have accessed. This footage shows that the I-20 was in fact parked inside the Al-Falah University, and this is since October the 30th. And on October 29, the I-20 entered the university through the main gate. It was the next day, that is on October 30th at 2:41 p.m. that a car could be seen. You can see those pictures up on your screens, was seen leaving the premises clearly for its mission, and that mission was at the Red Fort. My colleague Anvit, who has been tracking every detail, is with us. Anvit, what can we say? This is a clinching footage to show that how Omar was connected with the Al-Falah University clearly, and how the car is the one which has now become the epicenter of all the investigations and revelations.
Yes, certainly, Pallavi. And since the beginning, when this case, the investigation started, and it was a multi-agency investigation, and all the agencies had managed to zero down on this Al-Falah University, which is in the center of this investigation, because all the doctors who have been arrested in this case, the module that has been busted, they had some point on the other in time, they were connected with Al-Falah, and they were in connection with each other also. Now, with this new CCTV footage, when we can clearly see that the car that was detonated in front of Red Fort was spotted inside Al-Falah University, and it is also suspected that Umar, before he had been driving it all around Delhi, and then he parked it in front of Lal Killa and then detonated it. Before that, this car had been taken to the Al-Falah University, and if we can tell the timeline, it was on 29th October that the I-20 car could be seen entering the university, and then roughly around 6 p.m. In the evening, the car was parked in the common area, and around 8 p.m. Umar had also parked it in the hostel area of the university. And then it was also surprisingly seen that two men around on the next day, a compounder and a mechanic was called to attend the car. What was their role? This is being looked into. Who were these people? Also, it confirmed the CCTV footage, a string of CCTV footage that agencies have found, and now they are probing it. It has also confirmed that around 2 p.m. The next day, 2:41 p.m., Umar had brought this car out of the university, and roughly around CCTV footage have confirmed that some days later, around November 9, it was also spotted that around 11 a.m. in the morning, he entered the Mumbai Express highway. Driving all around, he was also spotted on some tolls where he had paid cash. He was keeping in mind that he does not make any transactions that are online, so he cannot be tracked. And finally, around on the next day, on November 10, 6 a.m., he brought the car out of Mumbai Expressway and entered Delhi from Badarpur. And then it was that fateful evening when he came to Red Fort and then detonated it in front of the signal in front of Red Fort.
All right, just look at the kind of planning which was involved in all the Red Force blasts. Thank you very much, Anvit, for getting all those details. That's all we have time for now, but news continues over here on CNN News 18.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
बिहार का ऐतिहासिक विजय हुआ हो, और अगर हम सूरत से आगे जा रहे हो और बिहार के लोगों को मिले भी ना जाए तो लगता है यात्रा अधूरी रह गई। और इसलिए गुजरात में रहने वाले और खास करके सूरत में रहने वाले मेरे बिहारी भाइयों का हक बनता है, और इसलिए मेरी स्वाभाविक जिम्मेवारी भी बनती है कि आप लोगों के बीच आकर के इस विजयोत्सव की कुछ पल का मैं भी हिस्सा बनूं। अचानक कार्यक्रम बन गया। मैं सुबह जा रहा था डेडियापाड़ा, तो यहाँ के हमारे साथियों ने मुझे कहा कि बिहार के लोगों की इच्छा है, अगर आप 5-10 मिनट
तेज आवाज आई, इतना तेज धमाका हुआ,
बहुत जोर आवाज आई, बिल्डिंग खिड़की हिल गई।
हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
Hello and welcome to this special broadcast on CNN News 18. Today we're going to dig deep into this entire plot, how it unfolded and how it was orchestrated, where young minds were radicalized to carry out such kind of action. It all started from Naugam area of Srinagar, where a local imam actually led this entire quote-unquote mission, and he wanted to ensure that young minds are radicalized, and the posters were found in Naugam area, and the beat policing was the first instance when they noticed those threatening posters and investigated the entire matter. We're going to dig deep into this segment with my colleagues and show you what really transpired in the entire investigation and how are the dots connected.
This poster on the outskirts of Srinagar set alarm bells ringing. It was unusual for such a poster to surface after years. At first, intelligence inputs were scattered, but soon CCTV footage, intercepted calls, and digital breadcrumbs began to point to something far more serious. A sleeper cell quietly operating in Kashmir and beyond. For days, investigators tracked movements and intercepted conversations, that hinted at a network taking shape across South and Central Kashmir. The arrests that followed in the coming days would ultimately foil a major terror plot in the making. Under the cover of night, a special team of the Jammu and Kashmir police moved swiftly through Srinagar's narrow lanes. Acting on precise intelligence and CCTV evidence, they surrounded a mosque where Maulvi Irfan Ahmed was believed to be quietly operating. A well-oiled machine that radicalized minds and turned educated professionals into white-collar terrorists.
This is where the story began. This is the mosque where he was teaching, and he was one of the first arrests made in this case, and later on police discovered he was radicalizing and also trying to preach here, and this is the neighborhood where posters were also pasted on. And this is that mosque where he was employed as a local imam or a clerk, and locals are telling us that they had no idea about any such activity, but police had later on arrested him for allegedly radicalizing them. And this is the first instance. This is the neighborhood where it all began. You will notice around here on the outskirts, that's where the posters were seen pasted, and police then cracked down and started cracking down on such elements to ensure that this does not repeat. But they did not know, quote unquote, they have hit a gold mine, which led to several arrests in coming days and large investigation which went out of Jammu and Kashmir.
3 overground workers with a history of stone pelting were tasked by Maulvi Irfan to paste the threat posters. CCTV footage led the police to Arif Nisar Dar, Yasir ul Ashraf and Maqsood Ahmed Dar from the Naugam area of Srinagar. Their interrogation eventually traced the trail back to the Maulvi. He was grilled for hours and he sang like a canary. He led the investigators to a larger conspiracy involving doctors and professionals operating from outside Kashmir. This module was in constant touch with Pakistan-based handlers through an encrypted messaging app. The investigation soon exposed a wider nexus aimed at destabilizing the fragile calm of the valley and beyond. Dr. Adil was the first white-collar terrorist from Kashmir to be arrested. His questioning provided leads about other doctors linked to the module. Acting on his disclosure, a police team searched GMC Anantnag, his former workplace, and recovered an AK rifle hidden inside his locker.
Right now I'm inside the house of Dr. Adil, who was the first doctor to be arrested in this entire case, and in whose former locker in Government Medical College Anantnag, an AK style rifle was recovered. This is the house of Dr. Adil, and because there are links closely linked to Adil and Umar, because Adil was working at GMC Anantnag, so was Umar before moving out of Kashmir Valley. So they have possibly, all of them have some connections, leads, and that's why we are seeing that a wider investigation is being done in these places, and this is the house where he lives. But further details are coming in. More doctors have been picked up for questioning. There will be in coming days possibly more number of people who will be picked up for questioning. This is not necessarily that they are linked to the case, but they have been questioned just to check if they have been in touch with them, how were they going about it, if they had any idea about the plan. So that's why a lot of questioning is being done. And the latest, a doctor from Pulwama has also been called in for questioning by the police. Azad, आप डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल के भाई हैं, कहाँ पढ़ाई हुई उनकी पहले, यहाँ पे डॉक्टरी कहाँ से करी हुई?
जी सर, जीएमसी जम्मू से वो एमबीबीएस पेमेंट सीट पर आए थे। जी सर, वो उधर जीएमसी बात्रा में।
तो आखिरी बार उनसे कब बात हुई थी आपकी, जो घर वालों की बात कब हुई?
हर दिन हो रही थी, पिछले 13 दिनों से नहीं हो रही हैं।
वजह क्या थी कि 13 दिन से बात नहीं हुई? कुछ पता?
जी सर, पुलिस ने बोला ये उसने हमें गिरफ्तार किया है, उसको गिरफ्तार
13 दिन से उनकी गिरफ्तारी थी, पुलिस की कस्टडी में थे।
वरना हर दिन फ़ोन कॉल हो रहे थे, वीडियो कॉल, सब कुछ हमें मिला। हाँ सर।
तो कभी आपको अंदेशा था कि मतलब ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है कभी ज़िंदगी में आपकी?
सर जी, पहली बार ऐसा एपिसोड देखने को रहा हूँ जब से हमारे पास कोई केसेस नहीं है, कोई केस नहीं है हमारा इससे वाबस्ता।
तो ये बताइए कि मुजम्मिल आने वाले थे, आपने कहा कि कब आने वाले थे?
जी सर, 5 तारीख को आने वाले थे। हमारी बहन की शादी थी 9-10 को। जी सर।
तो वो आते थे यहाँ पे?
साल में 2 बार, मुश्किल से 3 बार। पिछली बार वो आया था, हमारे पापा की छठी सर्जरी थी उसी दिन।
यहीं पे रहते हैं कुछ दूरी पे? डॉक्टर उमर से कोई मुलाकात थी उनकी?
हमारे साथ कोई राबिता नहीं है, ना हम किसी को जानते हैं, ना हम आदिल को जानते हैं, ना हम उमर को जानते हैं।
उमर क्या करते थे? वो डॉक्टर थे बाहर?
हाँ, डॉक्टर थे, वो प्रोफेसर था, वहाँ पढ़ाता था
जी,
बस पढ़ाता।
तो जो कुछ आपको पता चला, कुछ कभी कुछ ऐसा
ऐसी कोई बात है ही नहीं, वो इतना अच्छा था, सबों से घुल मिलता था, बच्चों के साथ प्यार से ज़्यादा बच्चों के साथ वो अटैच था, बहुत प्यार करता था बच्चों के साथ।
तो कब वो यहाँ से दिल्ली गए काम करने के लिए, यूनिवर्सिटी में जहाँ पढ़ाते थे?
वो पिछले 3 साल, शायद 2 साल हो गए उसे वहाँ, शायद 2 साल, ज़्यादा पता नहीं। आज तो पहले ही दिमाग बंद पड़ा है, कुछ समझ में भी नहीं आता है, याद भी नहीं है क्या बोले।
तो फिर कल पुलिस आई क्या शाम?
हाँ, शाम को, रात को 10 बजे आई थी, 10:30
पौने 4 बजे। फिर इनकी माँ और इनके जो 2 भाई हैं,
हाँ, वो पहले ही उनको ले गए थे 10 बजे। माँ को आज सवेरे ले गए वो लोग।
ये सर्च भी हुआ यहाँ पे?
हाँ, हो गई तलाशी, आप देख सकते हो।
आपको कभी आइडिया था, आप कह रहे थे कि पढ़ाई के बारे में हमेशा भाई बात करते?
हाँ, जब भी मेरे साथ बड़ा भाई बात कर रहा था, चाहे मैं बांग्लादेश में होती थी या यहाँ पे होती थी, पहली बात ये नहीं थी कि सेहत ठीक है या कुछ ठीक है, वो बोल रहा था कंप्लीट कितना हुआ है, मतलब कितना कंप्लीट हुआ है, ये करना है, वो करना है, इतने मार्क्स होनी चाहिए, वो करना है, बस इतना मतलब बोल रहे थे वो, बाकी और कोई नहीं था, मतलब जो वो बोल रहा था, मतलब कोई और।
आपको लगता है वो निर्दोष है, उनका इसमें कोई भी?
मुझे लगता है वो निर्दोष है, उसको ये फोर्सफुली कराया गया है या उसको पर ये इल्ज़ाम लगाया गया हो, ये बात मैं बोल सकती हूँ।
तो कानून पे ये भरोसा है कि
हाँ,
उनसे छूटेंगे?
हाँ,
कानून पे आपको पूरा भरोसा है कि वो इससे?
हाँ, वो छूटेंगे इंशाल्लाह।
तो आपको कभी ऐसा लगा कि कोई आइडियोलॉजी थी या वो ऐसे बारे में बात?
अगर ऐसा कोई मतलब होता कोई आइडियोलॉजी उसका, तो हम उसको समझाते कि नहीं ये गलत है। हमें मतलब जब हमें यहाँ पे छापा पड़ा तब भी हमें नहीं पता था कि ये भाई के लिए था यहाँ पे।
Simultaneously, the police detained a man from Ganderbal, Zamir Ahangar, who was closely associated with the cleric in Shopian. During the interrogation, Zamir revealed his links to another doctor, one that was operating from outside Kashmir. Acting on this lead, a police team moved to Faridabad to arrest Dr. Muzammil Ghani. But one name now known across India remained out of reach, Dr. Umar Nabi. He went underground as soon as the search for him began. Despite extensive efforts, the police found no immediate leads. The investigation soon pointed towards Pulwama, to a car purchased by Amir Rashid.
Pulwama, a name synonymous with violence pre-2019, rose to headlines once again. And once it was clear to the investigating agencies that Pulwama had a connection with the story, raids were carried out and doctors from Pulwama were interrogated. Within a radius of 6 kilometers, all of them lived and silently were carrying out a sinister plan. Their associates were also held overnight and questioned about their roles. This led to police joining dots and investigating further deep into the case.
The group, though small, operated with precision. It raised funds through an influential network of professionals, doctors, engineers and academics, convincing them that their contributions were meant for social or charitable causes. Once potential recruits were identified, the group initiated contact, slowly radicalizing them before drawing them into its ranks. They used them to raise funds, arrange logistics and later procure arms, ammunition and material for preparing IEDs. With the Kashmir module now busted, police believe they had struck at the core of a coordinated network backed by foreign handlers. But that was just the beginning. A white-collar terror network had emerged, one with well-educated professionals once employed at respected institutions, now accused of aiding a terror network. Investigators believe they wanted to recruit more educated youth to evolve beyond their traditional boundaries.
Terrorist and separatist networks have succeeded in winning over the well-to-do, educated, professional class people. Has to be seen in its full and proper context. My personal understanding and interpretation of the situation is this, that this is in so many ways a vindication of the fact that the enemy or the adversary has been better at the game of indoctrination, propaganda, and peddling of false narrative.
The network operated across multiple states, utilizing doctors and teachers for fund collection, logistical planning, recruitment, and safe storage of weapons and explosive materials, including nearly 3,000 kilograms of bomb-making material discovered during the raids. Security agencies see the white-collar terrorism as an evolving threat because such individuals have wider access to resources, technical expertise, and social influence. That makes terror networks harder to detect and dismantle. Their involvement represents a shift from traditional terrorism profiles to a more sophisticated and covert model, complicating counter-terror efforts. White-collar terrorism and traditional terrorism differ in critical ways. White-collar terrorism typically involves doctors, engineers, academics, and other professionals. These individuals use their credentials and social status to mask their activities, often engaging in fundraising, logistics, and radicalization behind a veneer of legitimacy. Their operations are protected by social cover, encrypted communications, and complex professional networks. The influence of white-collar terrorism spreads through urban, educated circles and can reach across multiple states. In contrast, traditional terrorism is carried out mainly by foot soldiers and armed terrorists. Their modus operandi centers on direct armed attacks and sabotage, making them far more visible and easier to identify. Traditional terror networks tend to be rooted in local, rural, and working class environments, with their presence easily detected by conventional security measures.
When common people, ordinary men and women, are afforded the opportunity of going about their business, about earning their livelihood, as I have been saying in different fora, and they would not be willing to become cannon fodder. It is, in that sense, it becomes not exactly an issue of unemployment or deprivation in that sense of the term. It is essentially a question of successful indoctrination by the enemy.
White-collar terrorism in India is now a major evolution in terrorist tactics, which now requires advanced investigative and intelligence methods to counter its influence and ensure stability.
The indoctrination of young minds is a cause of worry for the investigators. The pieces are being clubbed together. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, we have more for you.
From Kashmir, the focus now shifts to Al-Falah University out here in Faridabad. The common link between these white-collar terrorists is this university. Over the next few minutes, we'll try and decode as to what was the exact role of this university, how did this university come to being, and how the command and control center was built inside this university so that these terrorists could attack India and not only kill our citizens, but also hurt India economically.
The roots of the Al-Falah Charitable Trust can be traced back to 1997. However, in 2014, it turned into a full-fledged university, and in 2016, medical courses were started. The university on its website claims to be accredited by the NAAC with an A certification, a claim that the autonomous body has outrightly rejected. In fact, a show cause notice has been issued by the NAAC to the university that has never applied for accreditation.
देखिए, इस पूरी दुर्घटना को हम एक दुर्घटना के रूप में देखते हैं और यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर जो भी यूनिवर्सिटी की छवि धूमिल हुई है उससे हम लोग भी दुखद हैं। जो लोगों ने उन्होंने किया है उससे बहुत दुख है। यूनिवर्सिटी पूरी सदमे में है। हम एजेंसीज को पूर्णतः सहयोग करेंगे और कर रहे हैं।
क्या कहीं ना कहीं एक चूक यूनिवर्सिटी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की तरफ से नहीं हो गई कि इनके जो मंसूबे थे वो जान नहीं पाई
यूनिवर्सिटी की वाइस चांसलर साहिबा इस बारे में विचार कर रही हैं। उन्होंने अपनी अपनी टीमों का गठित कर दिया है। जो मुझे जानकारी मिली है इस बारे में जो भी चीज़ होगी उसमें वो करेंगे और इसके ठीक करने के लिए जो भी स्टेप्स होंगे वो बिल्कुल लिए जाएंगे।
HR 26CE 7674. The car that was used in that sinister plot. Now we'll be tracking down the route, and the car first was seen here at the Al-Falah University. It was seen near the Al-Falah University campus, which not only was the spot where the car was spotted first, but also remains to be the biggest piece of this whole puzzle. After taking the route from the Al-Falah University, the first thing that we saw almost after a kilometer or two is in fact this police station. In fact, it says that it's the police commissionerate of in fact the Dhauj district of Faridabad, and you can see right behind me are the police trucks, and we just crossed in fact a small barricading as well which was there to actually check these cars out, but whether or not that was there that day when this sinister car had actually crossed and this particular checking was going on is something that could only be cleared after investigations. This is in fact the Asian hospital where the car was actually spotted at 7 a.m. in the morning, and from here in fact it went towards in fact the Badapur border in the national capital, where it finally achieved to enter the national capital territory of Delhi. The very spot, the Badapur Faridabad toll, from where the sinister vehicle, the vehicle HR 267674 actually entered in fact the premises of the national capital, and in fact from here on he had his ride started towards the Red Fort. The car actually also in fact was caught in the CCTV footage near in fact a petrol pump, and that is also one of the key focal points where the car was actually seen. Post that the car continued towards in fact Sarai Kale Khan. The car was spotted next here near the DND flyway which we are on at this particular point of time. The car was spotted here, and then the next stop or the next spotting of the car happened at 2 p.m. on in fact the CP or the Connaught Place, following which it was later spotted the parking around 3 of in fact the Red Fort. The car reached around 3:19 at this parking right here next to the Red Fort. This is in fact the parking where this car was parked for almost 3 hours, and post that at around 3:20 to 22 this car actually left from this particular spot and reached to its final destination, which is near the Digambar temple, the particular red light where that blast actually took place.
Al-Falah has now made headlines where it first cropped up on the morning of the Delhi blast. 350 kilograms of explosive material was seized from a rented accommodation of Dr. Muzammil, a senior resident of the university.
पिछले कुछ दिनों से फरीदाबाद पुलिस, हरियाणा पुलिस और J&K पुलिस का एक जॉइंट ऑपरेशन जारी था, और ये अभी भी जारी है। मैं बताना चाहूँगा ऑपरेशन अभी भी जारी है, जिसके अंतर्गत एक एंटी टेरर मॉड्यूल पे काम करते हुए हमारी दोनों की जॉइंट टीम ने यहाँ पे जो है काम किया, जिसके अंदर एक एक्यूज़ को पहले यहाँ से पकड़ा गया था जिसका नाम है डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल, और इस पे आगे कार्रवाई करते हुए जो है कल जो है रेड्स की गई, और जिसमें रेड्स के दौरान यहाँ पे लगभग 360 kg के आसपास इन्फ्लेमेबल मटेरियल है जो कि संभावित अमोनियम नाइट्रेट है। इसके अलावा कई और ऐसा सामान जो टेरर एक्टिविटीज़ में जिनका संभावित इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है, जैसे टाइमर्स, लगभग 20 टाइमर्स विद बैटरीज 4, और इसके अलावा कुछ अन्य सामान है जो है यहाँ बरामद किया गया है।
350 kilograms of explosive material is not a small seizure, and yet the Faridabad police had only gnawed at the tip of the iceberg. Hours later, more than 2,500 kilograms of explosive material was recovered from a residence of an imam who was working in a mosque inside the university campus.
2,500 kgs of ammonium nitrate has been recovered, and this is one of the locations where the police has just gone away from. This is the exact house from where the police has gone ahead and recovered more than 2,500 kgs of ammonium nitrate. We are entering inside the house. If I could just show you in the visuals over here inside the residence as well. These are the rooms that have been searched in detail by the police. All these rooms have been searched in detail by the police. If you could look at the manner in which the searches have been done, definitely there is a large nexus that has been unearthed by the police over here. In fact, this entire room has now been vacated as well. Definitely there is the manner in which these recoveries have been made. Definitely raises a lot of questions on the intelligence inputs that could have been given to the Faridabad police, because 2,500 kgs of ammonium nitrate being recovered from a house like this. You can see in these visuals that this is the exact location from where the entire ammonium nitrate has now been recovered. These people were actually trying to carry out several blasts across different parts of the national capital, but before they could do that, due to the good luck of the police, they have been able to go ahead and then seize all the material that had come in over here.
Faridabad police was sitting with a massive seizure. When there was much to celebrate about a tragedy that had been averted, one loose link brought the national capital to a standstill hours later. A doctor of doom, car full of explosives, and panic after his aides were arrested. A powerful blast ripped through the heart of Old Delhi near the iconic Red Fort at 6:52 p.m. It was Delhi's 10:11 moment.
आज करीब 6:52 पे एक यहाँ पे रेड लाइट पे एक स्लो मूविंग व्हीकल जो रेड लाइट की तरफ आके रुका था, उसमें एक ये एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है। उस वक्त गाड़ी के अंदर जो पैसेंजर्स उसके अंदर ही थे, और इस एक्सप्लोजन से जो है आसपास की गाड़ियों में भी क्षति हुई। जैसे ही इसकी खबर मिली, हम सारी एजेंसीज जो है, दिल्ली पुलिस, FSL, NIA, NSG, उनकी टीम्स यहाँ पे आ चुकी हैं।
The three white-collar terrorists had one thing in common: the Al-Falah University. Dr. Muzammil worked in the university for over 2 years. He was employed as a senior resident. The alleged financier of the module, Dr. Shaheen Shahid, worked at Al-Falah University for a year and a half. Her arrest led to the recovery of an assault rifle from her car. Dr. Umar Nabi, the suicide bomber who took down 13 innocents with him on November 10th, his stint at the controversial university was the longest. He was there for 7 years. He is believed to have used the university lab for testing the explosive material. In the investigation, it is suspected that Room 3 of Building 17 was being used as a command center, and the lab of the university was used to carry out experiments with ammonium nitrate to carry out a controlled explosion.
As the investigation into the Delhi bomb blast case continues, the name of Al-Falah University is cropping up again and again. Now, not only the NIA but also financial institutions like the Enforcement Directorate will look into the background and the funding of this entire university. Once this investigation comes to an end, it remains to be seen if Al-Falah University will be able to come out clean, or the results of this investigation will tell us that in the face of this university was something much more sinister being planned.
The top story is on Bihar. We've been speaking about the big points which have been raised by the Prime Minister, from attacking the Congress party to also celebrating the massive mandate for the NDA in the counting yesterday. But now he made also another attack, and this time round all eyes as far as Bengal is going. In fact, he went on to say that the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal, making it very clear that the next big challenge for the BJP is going to be on Bengal. The focus is going to be on defeating the Bengal Chief Minister and the Trinamool Congress. He spoke about the fact that Bihar's mandate has now set the tone for a BJP victory in West Bengal. Prime Minister said that the BJP is going to end the Jungle Raj in Bengal, claimed that the path of victory has opened just as the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal. Trinamool Congress hit back sharply, insisting that Bengal and Bihar are two completely different situations and equations. They also predicted that Mamata Banerjee is going to return as the Chief Minister for the fourth time with maximum number of votes. TMC accused the Prime Minister of belittling Bengal's women and stopping funds meant for the state, saying Bengal's women will reply at the ballot. Let's listen in to all the reactions.
गंगाटी
यहां बिहार से बहते हुए ही बंगाल तक पहुंचती है। बिहार ने बंगाल में भाजपा की विजय का रास्ता भी बना दिया है। मैं बंगाल के भाइयों बहनों को भी आश्वस्त करता हूं, अब भाजपा आपके साथ मिलकर पश्चिम बंगाल से भी जंगल राज को उखाड़ फेंकेगी।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो बोल रहे हैं, ये बिहार रिजल्ट लेकर बंगाल के बारे में, वो पूरा उनका एक पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड स्टेटमेंट, वो भी जानता है। ऐसा है, बिहार का जो रिजल्ट है उसके साथ बंगाल का ऊपर उसका कोई इम्पैक्ट ही नहीं होगा, क्योंकि बिहार में जो फैक्टर्स वोट में है और बंगाल का जो फैक्टर्स है कॉम्प्लीटली डिफरेंट। इसीलिए आप पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड ऐसा स्पीच देना बंद कीजिए। आने वाला चुनाव में ममता बनर्जी फिर चीफ मिनिस्टर फॉर
बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा के संग त्योहार की उमंग।
Good afternoon, I'm Pallavi Ghosh. A quick check of all our top stories. As a probe into a Delhi 10-11 blast widens, CNN News 18 accesses clinching CCTV footage which shows that the I-20, which was used in the Red Fort attack, was parked inside the Al-Falah University till 30th October. In a big breakthrough in Delhi, suicide bomber Umar Nabi's radicalization nexus. The girl from Imphal, Manipur, confirms a contact with Umar. Pan-India outreach has been uncovered. RSS leader's son Naveen Arora shot dead by bike-borne assailants in Firozpur in Punjab. The BJP slams the AAP over the failing law and order situation in the state. Congress MP P. Chidambaram blames Bihar voters for election outcome, says that the state did not vote for a strong opposition and that the responsibility lies with the people. An election loss triggers a rift in the Lalu Prasad Yadav family. Daughter Rohini Acharya disowns the party and the family, blames the wrong advisors of her brother Tejaswi for the rout. India's captain Shubman Gill, admitted to hospital after a serious neck injury in the test against South Africa, won't even bat in the second innings. Our top story, more and more revelations coming exclusively on CNN News 18, and this is regarding the ongoing probe into a Delhi blast case. Now, CNN News 18 has accessed a clincher CCTV footage of the killer I-20 car. On your screens, you can see the images of the I-20 driven by the bomber Umar Nabi at various locations, starting from October 29th, when it entered the Al-Falah University. It was parked inside the common parking area of the university. The car was then seen leaving the university on 30th of October. On the intervening night of November 9th and 10th, the car was spotted 3 times on the Khalilpur toll at the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. Then on 10th of November, the car was caught at multiple locations in the national capital, including the Kartavya Path near Safdarjung Hospital, Tuklak Road and Lodhi Colony. In fact, CNN News 18 has also learned from its top intel sources that during the interrogation at the Al-Falah University, a girl from Imphal in Manipur has revealed that Umar tried to radicalize her, even offered her a new Muslim identity. And then this is the huge nexus of terror radicalization module that we have been talking about. Umar was allegedly on a pan-India outrage. He wanted to spread his footprints across the country, targeting those who are vulnerable, especially the youth. Okay, my colleague Anand Tiwari, who has been getting us all those details, is now joining me live from the newsroom. Anand, सबसे पहले that I-10, जो I-20 जो है गाड़ी, which is the epicenter of जो भी investigation चल रहा है, बस हमारे दर्शकों को समझा देंगे, बता देंगे कि गाड़ी को कैसे ट्रैक डाउन किया गया और ये यूनिवर्सिटी में ही पार्क किया गया था।
देखिए, बिल्कुल 10 तारीख को लाल किला ब्लास्ट से पहले ये जो I-20 गाड़ी थी उमर मोहम्मद की, जो इसका आखिरी ऑनर था, इसकी गाड़ी जो है वो 29 तारीख को यूनिवर्सिटी में दाखिल होती है और 29 तारीख को 6:36 पर उमर ने ये गाड़ी जो है कॉमन एरिया में पार्क की। इससे पहले लेकिन जो डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल था उसको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया था, जो जॉइंट ऑपरेशन था जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और फरीदाबाद का, लेकिन ये गाड़ी वहीं पर खड़ी थी। ये गाड़ी के वहाँ खड़े होने के कई तरह के सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं कि क्या इस गाड़ी पर किसी की नज़र नहीं गई। और ये गाड़ी उसके बाद हमने देखा है कि किस तरह से 30 तारीख को फरीदाबाद होते हुए जो कल न्यूज़ 18 CNN ने जो एक CCTV एक्सेस किया था उसमें ये एक मोबाइल शॉप पर जो है उमर इस गाड़ी के साथ पहुंचता है। वहां पर वो अपने फ़ोन को रिचार्ज करता है, चार्ज करता है और उसके पास एक आईफोन भी होता है। और उसके बाद बाकायदा ये जो मेवात के पास का एक टोल है उसको होते हुए गाड़ी बदरपुर बॉर्डर पहुंचती है 8:13 पर। उसके बाद ये जो ओखला इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया का पेट्रोल पंप है वहां से आगे निकलती है। इसके अलावा निज़ामुद्दीन जो टोम है, जो पुलिस स्टेशन निज़ामुद्दीन का है, उसके सामने से गाड़ी होते हुए इंडिया गेट आती है। इंडिया गेट से गाड़ी रेल भवन जाती है, रेल भवन से गाड़ी कनाट प्लेस जाती है, कनाट प्लेस के बाद ये गाड़ी धोला कुआं होते हुए वजीरपुर इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया में एक टी शॉप पे जाती है। उस टी शॉप से भी दिल्ली पुलिस NIA की टीम ने पूछताछ की थी। वहां पर उमर मोहम्मद गाड़ी से 10 मिनट के लिए उतरता है। उस दौरान वो कोई चाय वगैरह नहीं पीता, लेकिन 10 मिनट वहां पर बैठा रहता है और उसके बाद वो वापस अपनी गाड़ी में बैठता है और उसके बाद वो आसफ अली रोड पहुंचता है, जहां का CCTV भी एक्सेस किया था न्यूज़ 18 ने, जिसमें कि वो एक मस्जिद है जो फैज इलाई, वहां पर 10 मिनट के लिए नमाज अदा करता है। और उसके बाद बाकायदा वो दरियागंज होते हुए जो रेड फोर्ट है वहां की पार्किंग में 3:19 पर दाखिल होता है। लेकिन सबसे चौंकाने वाली बात यह है कि जो 43 CCTV फुटेज हैं उनकी ग्रैब जो है वो न्यूज़ 18 CNN न्यूज़ 18 ने एक्सेस की है, जिसमें ये गाड़ी पूरी दिल्ली में जो है वो बेखौफ घूमती हुई नजर आ रही है। जो यूनिवर्सिटी है वहां पर भी गाड़ी देखी गई है। इसके अलावा ये गाड़ी जो है संसद भवन एरिया के पास से, बीजेपी हेडक्वार्टर के पास से, मयूर विहार के पास से, ये सारे संवेदनशील जो इलाके हैं इनके पास से होते हुए गाड़ी जो है ये रेड फोर्ट पर 3:19 पर पहुंचती है और वहां पर 3 घंटे 3 मिनट तक जो उमर है, चूंकि सोमवार को जो रेड फोर्ट होता है वो बंद होता है आम लोगों के लिए, लेकिन इसकी पार्किंग में ये 3 घंटे तक ये गाड़ी खड़ी होती है। जो इंटेलिजेंस के सोर्स बता रहे हैं और अब तक जो फॉरेंसिक जांच में जो एविडेंस मिले हैं उसमें ये पता चला है कि करीबन 2 किलो से ज़्यादा अमोनियम नाइट्रेट का इस्तेमाल हुआ है इस विस्फोटक के इस्तेमाल में। और उसमें जो डेटोनेटर मटेरियल है, यानी कि जो माइनिंग में जो इस्तेमाल होता है उसका, और जो पेट्रोलियम ऑयल है उसका इसमें इस्तेमाल किया गया है। लेकिन एजेंसियों को अभी ये बात काफ़ी ज़्यादा चौंका रही है कि बिना टाइमर या बिना रिमोट कंट्रोल के आखिर ब्लास्ट कैसे हुआ, क्योंकि जो एक्सप्लोजिव एक्सपर्ट है उनका ये कहना है कि बिना रिमोट कंट्रोल, बिना कोई डिवाइस के इस जो पेट्रोलियम ऑयल है या जो डेटोनेटर मटेरियल है या जो अमोनियम नाइट्रेट है उसमें ब्लास्ट संभव नहीं है। चूंकि वो ब्लास्ट स्पॉट पे बहुत सारे और भी जो गाड़ियों के जो पुर्जे थे वो वहां पर मौके से मिले हैं, तो अभी जांच में ये क्लियर नहीं हो पा रहा है कि आखिर ये ब्लास्ट कैसे किया गया। लेकिन इतना जरूर है कि उमर एक ट्रेंड आतंकी था, उसे बम बनाने की पूरी ट्रेनिंग दी गई थी। और इस बात का खुलासा सेंट्रल एजेंसियों के सामने जो डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल है वो जम्मू कश्मीर में कर रहा है। दिल्ली पुलिस स्पेशल सेल के भी जो 2 अधिकारी हैं वो लगातार मुजम्मिल से पूछताछ कर रहे हैं और मुजम्मिल के इंट्रोगेशन में इस बात का खुलासा हुआ है कि जो उमर था उसे पूरी तरह से बम बनाना आता था। और ये 43 CCTV कैमरे इस बात की गवाही दे रहे हैं कि कैसे एक I-20 गाड़ी, जब फरीदाबाद पुलिस के कमिश्नर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके दावा करते हैं कि एक आरोपी जो है इस मामले में फरार चल रहा है। और अगर आप गौर करेंगे कि जब जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ठीक 6:02 और 3 मिनट का तकरीबन ये समय था, उस पर ट्वीट करती है कि तुम जहां भी भागोगे हम तुम्हें पकड़ लेंगे। तो एक थ्योरी ये भी आ रही है कि क्या उमर मोहम्मद ट्विटर देख रहा था या उमर मोहम्मद को कोई गाइड कर रहा था। चूंकि अब तक जांच एजेंसियों को यह पता चला है कि जब उमर मोहम्मद ने दिल्ली में एंट्री करी बदरपुर बॉर्डर से, और जब तक उसकी गाड़ी लाल किले की पार्किंग में पार्क हुई, उसके पास कोई भी मोबाइल फोन नहीं था और उसने किसी भी शख्स से बात नहीं करी है। लेकिन जो न्यूज़ 18 CNN न्यूज़ 18 ने जो CCTV एक्सेस किया था कल, उसमें वो 2 फोन के साथ 30 तारीख को फरीदाबाद की एक शॉप पे दिख रहा है। तो आखिर वो दोनों फोन कहां पे हैं, जिसमें एक एंड्रॉयड फोन है, दूसरा आईफोन है? क्या वो फोन को डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया गया है? क्या वो फोन को कहीं छुपा दिया गया है? क्योंकि एजेंसीज के सोर्स बता रहे हैं कि 31 तारीख को उमर मोहम्मद की एक फोन की जो लोकेशन है वो अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी में देखी गई थी। लेकिन अभी इस बात से खुलासा नहीं हुआ है कि वो दोनों मोबाइल फोन जो हैं क्या वो सुरक्षा एजेंसियों ने, NIA ने हासिल कर लिए हैं या उन्हें कहीं छुपा दिया था। और ब्लास्ट से पहले उन दोनों फोन से उमर मोहम्मद किन लोगों को कॉल कर रहा था, क्या उसके पास कोई ऐसी डिवाइस थी जिससे कि उसने इस ब्लास्ट को अंजाम दिया है, यह बहुत बड़ा सवाल है। इस पे से पर्दा उठेगा तो ये पूरी थ्योरी जो है ब्लास्ट की, ये एक नया मोड़ ले सकती है कि आखिर ये ब्लास्ट को अंजाम कैसे दिया गया।
एंड आप जो कह रहे हो वो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग सिग्निफिकेंट है, बट बहुत ही खतरनाक भी माना जा सकता है इन मेनी सेंस, बिकॉज यहाँ पे एक रिमोट कंट्रोल की बात की जाए, जाहिर तौर पर इसमें बहुत सारे लोग शामिल थे। क्या आपको लगता है, क्योंकि आप बहुत सालों से कवर करते आए हो, ये एक नया मॉड्यूल है कि एक रिमोट कंट्रोल, यूथ को टारगेट किया जाना, पढ़े लिखे लोगों को टारगेट किया जाना, उनको रेडिकलाइज करने की कोशिश की गई है?
देखिए, अगर आप दिल्ली में जो सरोजिनी नगर में ब्लास्ट हुआ था, अगर आप उसको गौर करेंगे और अगर आप उसकी हिस्ट्री देखेंगी तो उसमें भी अमोनियम नाइट्रेट का इस्तेमाल हुआ था, जो एजेंसीज के सूत्र बता रहे हैं, और करीबन 2-3 किलो से ज़्यादा अमोनियम नाइट्रेट का इस्तेमाल हुआ था। पैटर्न वही है, लेकिन इस बार कोई ऐसी डिवाइस इस्तेमाल की गई है जो मौके से अब तक नहीं मिली है। लेकिन जो एक्सप्लोजिव एक्सपर्ट है उनका कहना है कि जब कोई अमोनियम नाइट्रेट होता है, जैसे कि जो फर्टिलाइजर जो मेवात से खरीदा गया था उसको भी अमोनियम नाइट्रेट ही बोलते हैं, लेकिन उससे विस्फोटक बनाने के लिए, उसे एक्सप्लोजिव बनाने के लिए उसके अंदर फ्यूल ऑयल, या तो वो डीजल हो या पेट्रोल हो या कोई कंपनियों में जो इस्तेमाल होता है फ्यूल ऑयल, जो बड़ी इंडस्ट्रीज होती हैं उसमें डालने वाला ऑयल जो है उसे मिक्स करना पड़ेगा। उसके अलावा उसमें 9 mm या 3 mm की जो बैटरी होती हैं उसकी जरूरत पड़ती है, पतले तारों की जरूरत पड़ती है, डेटोनेटर की जरूरत पड़ती है और टाइमर की जरूरत पड़ती है। इसके बिना ब्लास्ट होना बिल्कुल पॉसिबल नहीं है, लेकिन ऐसी कोई चीज मौके से नहीं मिली है। केवल फ्यूल ऑयल के जो कुछ एग्जिबिट्स हैं वो मौके से मिले हैं। डेटोनेटर मटेरियल जो है उसके कुछ सबूत जो हैं वो फोरेंसिक जांच में पाए गए हैं, लेकिन कोई टाइमर डिवाइस, कोई घड़ी, कोई वॉच ये मौके से नहीं मिली। ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा चौंकाने वाला सवाल है कि क्या कोई ऐसा छोटा सा उपकरण उमर मोहम्मद के पास था जिससे कि उसने इसको असेंबल किया। और गाड़ी की डिक्की में अगर आप देखेंगे तो डिक्की खुली हुई दिख रही है सीसीटीवी फुटेज में, और उसमें जो सीएनजी की किट होती है उस पर एक रस्सी बंधी हुई नजर आ रही है, पीछे भी कुछ बैग नुमा चीज नजर आ रही है। तो क्या जो एक्सप्लोजिव था वो इस बैग में था, डिक्की में था, और क्या उसको पतले तार के थ्रू जो ड्राइविंग सीट होती है जहां पर उमर गाड़ी चला रहा था, क्या वहां पर उसने अपने हाथ में या अपने पॉकेट में कोई एक छोटा सा उपकरण रखा था जिससे कि जब उसे लगा कि वो पैनिक में आ गया है, जैसे कि जो एजेंसीज के सूत्र बता रहे हैं कि ये 2 थ्योरी हो सकती है, या तो फिदाइन हमला या पैनिक में किया गया हमला है, क्योंकि अगर उसे ब्लास्ट करना था तो वो कुछ और बड़ी भीड़ भाड़ वाली जगह पे ब्लास्ट कर सकता था, और ये मंडे का दिन नहीं चुनता क्योंकि मंडे को रेड फोर्ट बंद होता है। वहां पर अमूमन संडे या और दिनों के मुकाबले जो क्राउड है वो बहुत कम होता है। ये बहुत बड़ी राहत की बात रही है एजेंसी भारत के लिए कि ये ब्लास्ट जो है मंगलवार या संडे को नहीं हुए तो बहुत ज्यादा तबाही होती। बिल्कुल मंडे को जो है वो क्राउड कम होता है। जो हरियाणा, सोनीपत, दिल्ली एनसीआर के जो कारोबारी हैं वो चांदनी चौक शॉपिंग करने आते हैं और वहां पर उस स्पॉट पर सेल्फी लेते हैं। कुछ छोटी मोटी वहां पे शॉप होती तो कुछ, और
शादी का सीजन भी था ना आनंद, शादी का सीजन भी है तो और लोग हो सकते हैं। गनीमत है कि ज्यादा कुछ नहीं हुआ, मतलब कैजुअलिटी और ज्यादा हो सकता था। आप प्लीज बने रहिए बिकॉज देयर सम मोर न्यूज कमिंग इन एंड आनंद इज गोइंग टू पुट दैट इनटू पर्सपेक्टिव एंड दिस इज रिगार्डिंग द ऑनगोइंग प्रोब। नाउ एन STF team, that's what we are learning, an STF team has reached Al-Falah University which is under a scanner in connection with the Delhi Red Fort blast probe. There were doctors who were working there, they were found to be allegedly involved in terror activities and that is what the STF is probing. You know आनंद, हम थोड़ी देर पहले यही बात कर रहे थे, वाइट कॉलर वर्कर्स, डॉक्टर्स, पढ़े लिखे लोग, वो डॉक्टर्स जो हमारी जान बचाते हैं वो इन्वॉल्व थे इस टेरर एक्टिविटीज में। STF की टीम जो वहां पहुंची है, आपने सूत्र क्या बताते हैं अब तक कि क्या थोड़ा सा डिटेल्स उनको मिल पाया है? क्या अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी का किसी और यूनिवर्सिटी या कुछ और लोगों के साथ कोई कनेक्शन था?
देखिए, कल एक बड़ा डेवलपमेंट हुआ है। जो दिल्ली पुलिस की क्राइम ब्रांच है उसने 2 और FIR, एक कॉन्स्पिरेसी की FIR जो दिल्ली पुलिस की स्पेशल सेल ने दर्ज की है, एक लोकल पुलिस ने जो ये ब्लास्ट हुआ था उसको लेके FIR दर्ज की थी, जो केस NIA को ट्रांसफर हो गया। लेकिन कल दिल्ली पुलिस की क्राइम ब्रांच ने 2 फ्रेश FIR जो है वो UGC की कंप्लेंट पर इस यूनिवर्सिटी के अगेंस्ट दर्ज की हैं, जो वित्तीय अनियमितताओं को लेकर यानी कि फोर्जरी की हैं। बहुत सारे ऐसे स्टूडेंट थे जिन्होंने शिकायत दी थी UGC को, और अब वो सामने आए कि जिनसे कि डोनेशन लिया गया या उन्हें मिसगाइड किया गया कोई सर्टिफिकेट देने के नाम पर, तो उसको लेके दिल्ली पुलिस ने नोटिस सर्व किए हैं यहाँ के जो मैनेजमेंट के अथॉरिटीज़ हैं उनको। और इस यूनिवर्सिटी का जो ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड है वो काफ़ी खराब रहा है। इसके एक बड़े पद पर कार्यरत एक शख्स जो है वो तिहाड़ जेल गए थे और उन्हें सजा हुई थी वो एक फॉर्जरी के केस में। तो इस यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ाने वाले चाहे वो मैनेजमेंट के लोग हों या जो कर्ता धर्ता हों, उनका पुराना कंडक्ट ये दिखाता है कि इस यूनिवर्सिटी में सब कुछ ठीक नहीं चल रहा था। एजेंसीज ने जब इस यूनिवर्सिटी में सर्च ऑपरेशन किया तो उन्हें एक 17 नंबर की बिल्डिंग में कमरा नंबर 13 मिला, जो स्टूडेंट ने गवाही दी है, जो बहुत सारे विटनेस हैं दिल्ली पुलिस के और एजेंसीज के, कि ये 13 नंबर का कमरा जो है ये अमूमन बंद होता था, इस पर आने जाने की मनाही थी। जो बाकी स्टूडेंट होते थे या ट्रेनी डॉक्टर होते थे, इसमें केवल कुछ गिने चुने लोगों की एक्सेस होती थी और शाम को ये कमरा खुलता था। अगर हम बात करते हैं एक ट्रेनी डॉक्टर मुस्तकिम, जो नूहू का रहने वाला है, जो चाइना से MBBS की पढ़ाई करके आया है, ये उमर मोहम्मद जो जैश का आतंकी मारा गया उसका बेहद करीबी बताया जाता है और सेंट्रल एजेंसियां इससे लगातार पूछताछ कर रही हैं, अभी भी इससे पूछताछ हो रही है। ये बहुत सारे ऐसे राज जो है वो उमर मोहम्मद के बारे में बता रहा है। मैं आपको और डेवलपमेंट वाली चीज बताता हूं, इसमें एक सीलमपुर का लड़का था जो इस यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ाई करता है। हम उसके घर गए थे सीलमपुर में, उसके फादर से हमने बात की। उमर मोहम्मद ने जो लाल कलर की गाड़ी थी जिससे कि ये सारा विस्फोटक खरीदा गया नूहू से, मेवात से, NIT चौक से, उस गाड़ी को खरीदने के लिए उमर मोहम्मद ने अपने इस स्टूडेंट के आधार कार्ड लिया, उसे झूठ बोलकर उस पर अपना फोटो लगाया और एक नकली आधार कार्ड बनाया और इस नकली आधार कार्ड से ये लाल कलर की जो गाड़ी थी इसको खरीदा गया। इससे एक्सप्लोजिव मटेरियल जो है वो कैरी किया गया, उसे फरीदाबाद के 2 अलग अलग ठिकानों पर इकट्ठा करके रखा गया और उसके बाद इस गाड़ी को उमर ने अपने एक जानने वाले के घर के पार्किंग में पार्क कर दिया, जो फरीदाबाद पुलिस ने अभी हाल में रिकवर करी थी। तो ये 2 स्टूडेंट काफी महत्वपूर्ण थे, इन्होंने उमर के जो प्रीवियस कंडक्ट है उसके बारे में भी कई जानकारियां जो एजेंसीज को दी हैं।
Thank you very much, Anand. इतने दिलचस्प बातें आपने कही, details he's given us of the ongoing probe, which certainly seems to be gathering steam. Thank you very much, Anand, for being with us on this. We are going to shift focus now to another shocking incident which took place, and this is the killing of Naveen Arora. Now, he's the son of a senior RSS Swayam Sevak, Baldev Raj Arora. He was shot dead by bike-borne assailants, and this happened in Firozpur in Punjab. The incident occurred as he was walking home from his shop in the main Bazaar area. This was near Baba Noor Shahwali Dargah. 2 unidentified attackers till now have opened fire on him from a point-blank range. The investigation, of course, is going on. The father, who's ailing, is under shock. BJP has hit out at the Punjab government's incapability to maintain law and order in the state. Let's listen into all the voices on the ground.
ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਸਾਡਾ ਭਰਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਜੀ, ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਭਰਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ, ਬਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਰਤੂਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਵੱਧ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਸਜ਼ਾ ਮਿਲੂਗੀ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦਾ ਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਬਸ ਆਈ ਜਸਟ ਨੀਡ ਵੀ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਚੀਜ਼ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗੀ ਜਾਵੇ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਦੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਅੱਗੇ ਹੋਈਏ।
बेटा नवीन अरोड़ा मेरा बेटा है, दुकान ते असीं बैठे हैं, विजय तुली जी बैठे ने, राकेश प्रोफैसर डॉक्टर साहब बैठे सी, गल्लां बातां करदे पे ने, वधिया पुरानियां धार्मिक गल्लां समाजिक गल्लां करदे पे ने और 5 मिनट दे विच ही उत्थों लड़के दौड़े आए ने यूको बैंक दे कोलों। कहंदे अंकल जी तुहाडे बेटे नूं गोली मार गए ने कोई, और गोली भी ऐसी मार के गए ने, मतलब नालों नाल ही कहंदे डैथ हो गई उसकी। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਘੁਮਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਤੇ ਪਾਰਕ ਰੋਜ਼ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਖੜਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉੱਥੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਦੌੜ ਲਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਬੱਚੇ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਰੋ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦੇ, ਉਸ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਰੋ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦੇ।
The law and order situation of Punjab has completely collapsed. Yet another murder has taken place, this time of Naveen Arora, son of a senior RSS Swayamsevak. And there is no fear of the law. It is also because the super CM of Punjab, Mr. Kejriwal, is busy misusing the Punjab police for his own protection, for the protection of failed Aam Aadmi Party leaders from Delhi, and for taking revenge against those people who criticize him. And today, the nominal CM, Bhagwant Mann, and the super CM, Mr. Kejriwal, both of them should be held accountable for the state of affairs in Punjab.
ਉੱਥੇ ਕੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਕਰਨੀ? ਸੰਘ ਦੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਪੂਰਾ ਜੀਵਨ ਸੰਘ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਪਦੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਜੀ ਦਾ, ਇਹ ਪੂਰੀ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀ ਸੰਘ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਅਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਦੀ ਗੁੰਜਾਇਸ਼ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਖੜੇ।
ਇੱਥੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਸਨ ਆ ਕੇ ਖੜਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ DVR ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰੋ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ
ਇੰਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਤੱਕ ਕੈਮਰੇ ਚੈੱਕ ਹੋਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਸੀ।
ਕਿਤੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਿਕਲ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਜੇ ਚੈੱਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਗੇ।
Okay, this is a shocking incident, and with the law and order, the failing law and order is something which the BJP has relentlessly raised against the Aam Aadmi Party and of course against the Punjab government. Now in this case, look at the kind of pictures which we are putting out for you. Basically, Naveen Arora was coming out of his shop, he was heading home, and then there were two men till now unidentified who were on a bike who were obviously following him, and then they fired on him from a point blank range. And this was in a crowded area. This was near a dargah, which is very close to where he used to work, which is where the shop was, and he was going back home. So while the investigation is still going on, there are details which we are waiting for it to happen, but clearly this has become a big issue. The BJP has made it a big issue by saying that this just goes on to show how in Punjab consistently there has been a failure of law and order one after another. And there have been a spate of assassinations which are taking place in Punjab. Sidhu Moosewala being one of the biggest ones of them. And many other such multiple. So the politics over this is not going to end anytime soon, even as we are awaiting the identity of the two attackers. We are going to now shift our focus to another big story which is coming in, and this is another mega exclusive thanks to Manoj Gupta. In a fierce attack following the 27th Amendment, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa's CM says that Pakistan army is killing innocent Pashtuns in the tribal districts. Pakistani military is conducting drone strikes on its own people. In fact, speaking in Timargara, the Sohail Afridi said that in the name of security operations, the Pak military is carrying on genocide of innocent Pakhtuns. This is the big story that we are tracking. In fact, let's listen to that comment coming in from Sohail, and then I'm going to go across to my colleague.
कोलेक्टरल डैमेज जिस पर ये माफी भी नहीं मांगते और उल्टा कहते हैं कि इतने दहशतगर्द मारे गए और इतने कोई दहशतगर्द नहीं होता, सिर्फ और सिर्फ जो है 21 लोगों को इन्होंने तिरा में माता गोलों से शहीद किया, उसमें एक भी दहशतगर्द नहीं था। इन्होंने कल शादी पर ड्रोन अटैक किया तिरा में, उसमें एक भी दहशतगर्द नहीं था। ये कोलेक्टरल डैमेज नहीं है, ये क्राइम है। आप लोग बदमाशी कर रहे हो, आप लोग मेरे मासूम लोगों का खून चूस रहे हो। ये कोलेक्टरल डैमेज नहीं होता, तुम इंटेंशनली मेरे लोगों का खून चूस रहे हो। लेकिन इंशाल्लाह ताला मैं अपनी कौम से वादा करता हूं कि मैं थोड़ा रहा या ज्यादा रहा, लेकिन जब तक मेरे बदन में खून का आखिरी कतरा है, मैं आपके लिए लड़ूंगा इंशाल्लाह ताला। मेरा अजीज साथियों, आखिरी बात, आखिर में मेरे जरूरतमंद पश्तूनों, 78 साल से जो माइंडसेट कबाइलियों को पाकिस्तानी ही नहीं समझ रहा था, इमरान खान ने मेरा नाम देकर उस माइंडसेट को चैलेंज किया है। वो माइंडसेट जो हमें पाकिस्तानी नहीं समझ रहा था, मेरे पख्तूनों ने अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मुझे वज़ीर आला बना दिया है इमरान खान की मदद से, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। मेरा अजीज साथियों, उस माइंडसेट को मैं भी चैलेंज कर रहा हूं, मेरा लीडर भी चैलेंज कर रहा है। आप लोगों ने मुझसे वादा करना है, अगर मैं आपके दरमियान रहा तो इंशाल्लाह ताला आप लोगों का सर कभी झुकने नहीं दूंगा। लेकिन अगर मैं आपके दरमियान नहीं रहा तो आप वादा करें, आप ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह में ईमान रखने वाले हैं, आप इनके सामने नहीं झुकेंगे, खड़े रहोगे ईमान के साथ, यकीन के साथ, इमरान खान के साथ।
Akanksha is now joining me with all these details and putting it into perspective. Akanksha, these are very, very grave charges against the Pakistani regime itself. I mean, you don't target your own people, surely.
Absolutely, and these are inputs brought to us by Securities Editor Manoj Gupta. Remember, the Pashtuns are being heavily targeted, especially since we have Field Marshal Asim Munir consolidating that unbridled power through the 27th Amendment. So we heard what Sohail Afridi, the Chief Minister of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, had to say. Yes, they are extremely violated at the moment because remember, especially PTI Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf has been raising the issue of the Pashtuns. Remember, Imran Khan, Sohail Afridi, they all belong to the Pashtun clan. And so what we heard, Sohail Afridi, was also to do with an incident where we've seen how the Pakistan Army, in fact, targeted a wedding. And he's gone on to say that these people, which is the Pakistan Army, are doing atrocious things against my people. They are playing with the blood of the innocents. Me and my leader Imran Khan are challenging and fighting that man's mindset. Those who are not going to agree to accept us as Pakistani Pashtuns. And in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pallavi, we are seeing particularly that the Pakistan military is conducting drone strikes on their citizens, as has been highlighted by Sohail Afridi. He's also gone on to indicate that there's not a single terrorist in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, yet the Pakistan Army are killing people. They have killed 21 persons in Tira Valley, as has been alleged by the Chief Minister Sohail Afridi. These are major allegations against the Pakistan Army, which they are going on to call out as killing innocent Pashtuns in the tribal districts. And remember, this is an all-out attack by the PTI against Field Marshal Asim Munir, especially after the 27th Amendment.
All right, Akanksha, many, many thanks for putting that into perspective. With this, we head into a break, but news continues over here on CNN News 18.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
बिहार का ऐतिहासिक विजय हुआ हो और अगर हम सूरत से आगे जा रहे हो और बिहार के लोगों को मिले भी ना जाए तो लगता है यात्रा अधूरी रह गई। और इसलिए गुजरात में रहने वाले और खास करके सूरत में रहने वाले मेरे बिहारी भाइयों का हक बनता है और इसलिए मेरी स्वाभाविक जिम्मेवारी भी बनती है कि आप लोगों के बीच आकर के इस विजयोत्सव की कुछ पल का मैं भी हिस्सा बनूं। अचानक कार्यक्रम बन गया। मैं सुबह जा रहा था डेडियापाड़ा, तो यहाँ के हमारे साथियों ने मुझे कहा कि बिहार के लोगों की इच्छा है, अगर आप 5-10 मिनट बाहर आ जाए तो लोग आ जाएंगे।
पॉलिसी बाजार 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
Thanks for staying with us. Yet another baby in Bollywood. Rajkumar Rao and Patralekha have welcomed a baby girl, and it couldn't have been more special as it arrived on their 4th wedding anniversary.
Bollywood woke up to a heartwarming news on Saturday as Rajkumar Rao and Patralekha welcomed a baby girl, marking a truly unforgettable milestone in their lives. The couple announced the news via their Instagram accounts, and what made it even more special is the fact that their daughter arrived on their 4th wedding anniversary. In their joint statement, they said they are over the moon and described their little girl as the greatest blessing God had given them on their 4th wedding anniversary, expressing gratitude and overwhelming joy. As soon as the news broke, several Bollywood celebs rushed to shower their love and blessings upon the couple. While Sunil Grover wrote, "Badhai ho, Rajkumari aayi hai," Kriti Sanon, Vani Kapoor and Sonam Kapoor sent their love to the new parents. Varun Dhawan wrote, "Welcome to the club, guys," while Rajkumar's Fanne Khan co-star Anil Kapoor also congratulated them. the journey to this moment has been an emotional and meaningful one for both Rajkumar and Patralekha. Earlier this year, the couple had confirmed Patralekha's pregnancy through a soft pastel-themed announcement that read "Baby on the way." The couple had then embarked upon a peaceful baby moon to New Zealand. Patralekha had later described the trip as soothing and memorable, saying that motherhood had already begun reshaping her perspective. She had also opened up about the emotional highs and physical changes of pregnancy, calling it both challenging and deeply rewarding, while Rajkumar had confidently chimed in that he would make a great dad. Speaking of their love story, Rajkumar had first noticed Patralekha in an advertisement, and their connection strengthened during the filming of Hansal Mehta's 2014 film City Lights.
Our top story is on Bihar. We've been speaking about the big points which have been raised by the Prime Minister, from attacking the Congress party to also celebrating the massive mandate for the NDA in the counting yesterday. But now he made also another attack, and this time round all eyes as far as Bengal is going. In fact, he went on to say that the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal, making it very clear that the next big challenge for the BJP is going to be on Bengal. The focus is going to be on defeating the Bengal Chief Minister and the Trinamool Congress. He spoke about the fact that Bihar's mandate has now set the tone for a BJP victory in West Bengal. Prime Minister said that the BJP is going to end the Jungle Raj in Bengal, claimed that the path of victory has opened just as the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal. Trinamool Congress hit back sharply, insisting that Bengal and Bihar are two completely different situations and equations. They also predicted that Mamata Banerjee is going to return as the Chief Minister for the fourth time with maximum number of votes. TMC accused the Prime Minister of belittling Bengal's women and stopping funds meant for the state, saying Bengal's women will reply at the ballot. Let's listen in to all the reactions.
गंगा जी यहाँ बिहार से बहते हुए ही बंगाल तक पहुंचती है। बिहार ने बंगाल में भाजपा की विजय का रास्ता भी बना दिया है।
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to Take 3. There's a lot to talk about with respect to the Bihar results, but here in this edition of Take 3, we're going to speak about the other big development that merits a lot of attention, thought and consideration, viewers. It's the 10-11 blasts in Delhi and also the Al-Falah module that's been busted, but most importantly, the white-collar terrorism, white-collar radicals who are hiding in plain sight. And the numbers as they unravel are quite shocking. It's the profession of doctors, but it extends beyond that because there are other professionals too. Zaka Jacob, Rahul Shivshankar with us. My first question to you, Zaka, does this come as a shock, worry, concern that there are educated individuals, highly qualified individuals who for years have been nurturing this radical bent and thought, and on the one hand have taken the Hippocratic oath to save lives, and on the other are ready to take innocent lives?
You know, I think it is a bit of a shocker, no doubt about it, especially in the context of India. I'll just, put it quickly for our viewers. In the context of India, in the context of Kashmir, this whole idea of, somebody who's well educated, a doctor at that, turning to this completely twisted, brainwashed ideology, other than, the SAR Gilani case, of course, he got acquitted in the parliament case. I'm yet to come across, every time there was this Burhan Wani narrative or any other Kashmiri terrorist, the narrative was always that, they are marginalized and they're alienated and they're feeling, a sense of marginalization, they are poor, come from, socially and economically backward sections and so on. And therefore, this is a, if not a justification, but at least an explanation for what they're doing. But with these doctors, I mean, 5 out of the 8, I believe, are all highly qualified. Not just highly qualified. The Dr. Umar, this suicide bomber who blew up, more than 10 people outside Red Fort, was apparently one of the state toppers in Jammu and Kashmir for the medical exam. And so was the case with this Dr. Shaheen, the lady doctor from Uttar Pradesh. Again, apparently a topper in her medical exam.
Muzammil was a pediatrics MD.
Exactly. I mean, why would you, you've taken not just a professional oath, but this is an ethical thing that doctors are supposed to do, that, you're supposed to save lives. And then suddenly these guys have become like the merchants of death. They've become the doctors of death. It's something is amiss. So one part is the education system and the fact that, we're not able to identify these people. Also, terrorism doesn't happen in a vacuum. These people have family members, they have friends, they have social circles where they are hanging out. They have a life, which revolves around people. In this case, a university. How come nobody had a wind of this? How come nobody was suspicious about their behavior? 2,900 kilograms of explosives is not a small amount.
Yeah.
To be able to, garner that over a period of time, someone's antennas should have gone up. And I think that's also a matter of concern.
Now, there is more information. This Shaheen was not only being recruited very actively by the Jaish, she had a code name by the name of Madam Surgeon. And she was tasked with 3 levels of identifying women. 1, women who are, convert them, bring them to the faith. 2, women who are liberal, send them abroad to nations and to areas where they could be radicalized. And 3, women who are orthodox, to radicalize them and to recruit them. Her brother is actually linked to the Jaish itself, and he is connected. This Adil Radar's brother Muzaffar, he is actually stationed in Afghanistan right now. That's also a doctor. He's also a doctor. I'm just saying, and then there is another doctor who's now been recruited, who's been now arrested. It's just mind-boggling the number of professionals, educated individuals who are so radicalized that over years they've been harboring this. Your thoughts?
I take grave exception to this choice of words, white collar crime. This is not white collar crime. The classical definition of white collared crime is financial crimes committed by professionals.
White collared radicals.
There's nothing called a white collar radical. Those are non-violent crimes. Anyone who commits a white collar crime, first of all, let's just get that out of the way. He's not killing people. Yes, maybe corruption kills in the long-winded sense of the term and all of that, yes. But why are you so surprised? I find it strange that all of you are sitting here looking so bemused and absolutely shocked out of your wits. The daddy of doctors who led a jihad was Ayman al-Zawahiri, doctor.
Yeah.
And what did he launch? In conjunction with an engineer of great qualification, in fact, not some twit. Osama bin Laden.
MIT.
You see, the point is, terror has a religion and it is called political Islam. I've just written a few words here. And this is fueled by a hardline fundamentalism that doesn't sit well with the concept of the modern nation state with nationhood. I've been reading a book. I'm actually rereading a book. And this book I had read when I was about 24, 25. It was the Times of India, as an assistant editor there, writing editorials. And this whole conversation around, if you remember, 9/11 had taken place. Towers had just come down. So people said, what is it? What is this thing? How are these people, engineers, etc., from Germany, doctors, some of them, learning how to fly planes and taking them and ending their lives in this ball of fury, rage? What is it? So fundamentally, this clash of civilizations thesis was again dusted up, Huntington's, and brought to the fore. And there were a large number of people like Martin Indyk and so on and so forth who talked about this thing called political Islam. Now, you see, it is fueled by this hardline fundamentalism that doesn't sit well with the concept of the modern nation state. It doesn't sit well with nationhood. It sees the world in a binary. Darul Harb and Darul Islam. And these people get co-opted by this hardline element. Now, what are they seeking? I can't say. But certainly, they are responding to a particular evangelical strain. Right? Where it comes from, don't ask me. I'm not a cleric. I don't know the books, holy books. But I'm told that this is an interpretation. And what do they seek to do? The idea is to create a contiguous nation of Islam. It's a very revanchist view. So it doesn't recognize borders. So this is, some people use the word pan-nationalism. This is that. And the Islamic State was a leading flag bearer. Let me tell you, and you will all remember this. About 10 years back in Jammu and Kashmir, after every Friday prayer, specifically in the Jamia Masjid there, young students would come out waving the ISIS flag. You must remember that. And we had, at that time, the senior most politician in the valley, Mr. Farooq Abdullah Singh, नहीं, बच्चे हैं, उनको अपनी अंदर की भड़ास निकालने दो. We normalized this strain. Now you tell me, the Indian version of Islam is supposed to be very syncretic, suffused in Sufism. Where are all these Wahhabis and Salafis coming out of? Why are they even allowed to set up shop in this country? In the Gulf, Wahhabi and Salafi schools are monitored by the state. I did a show in which I listed all the restrictions that have been put, not only on preachers, but on institutions. Yahan, bhai sahab, free pass. Why? Because we cite our constitution. And our constitution says everyone has the right to do whatever they please and how they must profess. So we have Salafi schools, Deobandi schools, we have all these hardline versions of Islam that are actually not pluralistic. So a pluralistic faith is being eaten up by a non-pluralistic
version. I want to take exception to this hypothesis and the way Rahul has framed it. I don't think political Islam is an anathema to the modern day state, and I noticed that you didn't use the word democracy. To say that countries like UAE, Saudi Arabia, etc. are not modern day states, I think would be incorrect. Indonesia, which is the country which is the largest number of Muslims, is, for whatever it's worth, a functioning democracy. My point is this idea that somehow political Islam is anti the modern day state, which means why are we not having the Ummah instead of
why did Osama bin Laden have to leave? Why did Osama bin Laden? So I'm telling you, you're contradicting yourself, because that is the greatest fear they have. That's why some of these kingdoms, right, are kicking out these people.
So that is
because
they're
a threat to the nation state.
That is a different issue from saying that.
But why was Osama bin Laden asked to leave?
Is not compatible with a modern day state.
It is
it's
not
the same.
They want to set up their own state which is compatible with the idea of a puritanical Islam. Fundamentally, that is what it is.
The issue here was there is a certain school which people like Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi and the Islamic State.
One second.
Why? Because they were
militating against the state.
Because modern day states like Saudi Arabia and UAE and Qatar and others decided that this is not
making a mistake. First of all, Zach, you're not understanding the question.
This is not the ideology that represents us.
So that's right. I'm not saying that everybody is linked to this ideology. I'm talking about Indian Muslims.
State, right? What are modern day states?
So allow me. Just give me 30 seconds since you brought this up. Let me just put a caveat here. The fact of the matter is that these people do not recognize the boundaries of states as we see them. These individuals who are committed political Islamists, they want to create a larger ummah, a pan-national identity. Please understand, they are a threat to the states in which they are born. And these states that you're talking about, the leadership of these states, whether they are kings, sultans, or elected leaders, or an oligarchy, what have you, they don't want them there because they are militating against the idea of the modern nation state, which recognizes boundaries, a sense of nationhood, a common culture, maybe even a coming together of a large number of people, which is inclusivism. These people don't see it that
there is
way.
Also another...
So they want to create an Islamic crescent, which goes from here, from the Gulf, all the way to Southeast Asia.
Now, if I can have my say. These are nations which we are saying, then the Muslims across the world should look at this very, very carefully.
They do.
One minute. Where are, especially in Jammu and Kashmir, and these doctors and their ilk should also look, that wherever there is a proper Islamic state, the maximum amount of strife and war and fights are in the conflicts are in that area. Now, these are people, these are entities who are getting fed ideology, vitriol, whatever it is, from Pakistan, Pak-based jihadi tanzeems, Jaish-e-Mohammed literature, etc. Are they not seeing what's happening in Pakistan? What is the Murid Ke massacre? The people who were massacred there weren't their own Muslims. They were Muslims gunned down by the Muslim cops and Muslim state.
But why?
No, one minute. Are the Baloch not Muslims? Are those in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the Pashtuns not Muslim? Look at the state of a nation that was created on the name of Kalma, and they equate themselves to Makkah. Look at the state of affairs of the Muslims in that country. I'm just saying.
No one is arguing against that.
Just allow me this. So where this whole ideology comes from is, there is a Ghazwa-e-Hind which they believe is mandated in the scriptures. What is Ghazwa-e-Hind? Ghazwa-e-Hind is that this land which is Hind, Al-Hind, irrespective of what geographical boundaries we know it of it today or states and all of that, this Al-Hind needs to be conquered for Islam to rule the world. No, that's the mandate.
Once again,
this whole thought process is Ghazwa-e-Hind.
This same country that you refer to, Pakistan, is having 100 times more problem today with the Taliban, who, history knows the creation of the ISI. One second. So where is the Ummah then? Where is this global pan-Islamic nation state that they want?
What I am trying to say is, where is the shock for me? The shock is not that there are intelligent minds or educated minds or radicalized. The educated minds cannot be robbed of common sense. They are not seeing, why are they not seeing the fact that more Muslims are being killed in Pakistan and Muslims are in trouble in Pakistan rather than Muslims being a minority and being challenged in India?
My point being that when you say that there is this global, they want to make this global Islamic Ummah, a country without borders, a nation state where only the religion matters. Why can't the Pakistanis and the Afghans see eye to eye?
They don't see that.
What are they defending? They're defending the Durand line, right? What is the Durand line? It's the creation of a modern day state.
There are progressive Muslims and there are revanchist Muslims. That's the whole problem.
No, and not just
in this case, one second, between Pakistan and the Taliban, which is the progressive Muslim and which is the revanchist
Muslim?
Muslim?
One second, I'll just come out to that. Listen, there are people who recognize, for whatever reasons, that there is an interest in maintaining what is known as a state which is defined by the constitution and so on and so forth. Okay, even the Sharia law, which doesn't advocate for this kind of stuff. Okay, then there are others who say, no, we have to go back to the original. Okay, and what we have to do is to recognize only the primacy of the caliph, the representative of the God on earth, and that has to be a caliphate. And whichever lands come under this caliphate, whether they are today Syria or Jordan, or whether they are Iraq, or they are Afghanistan or Pakistan, they should all be taken over, unified. Correct. And made into this one land,
but that is a larger
which
thing.
is the Darul Islam.
Correct. Now, Darul Islam has
and there are people in the Islamic world who have a problem with this.
No, not just that. They also see. There are two
credit.
There is a fight.
If this is the case, why isn't the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia advocating this? Why isn't the
President of
the UAE?
Because he doesn't believe in it.
If your logic is that there is this political Islam where people want to take the Islamic countries back to the 6th and 7th centuries, the ISIS should have been ruling all of these countries by now.
But they don't have so much popular support.
The point being exactly that political Islam does not thrive because it does not have popular support.
I'm not saying that it has
even in the Islamic countries, even in Saudi Arabia,
nobody's saying that it has popular support.
You missed the point.
No, there are two things. We are not talking about
there are hardline ideologies that people are subscribing to.
Biggest fight in the Muslim world today is between Yemen, the Houthis,
you have not understood this at all.
And the Gulf countries.
What we are trying to say is... let me just refine, because I think he's under a misconception. See, if everyone was signing up to this ideology, we would have had the kind of unified push. But not everyone does. Because thank God there are still some sensible people...
The reason...
let me finish.
The reason why that doesn't happen... Just 10 seconds. The reason why that doesn't happen is because we have this popular idea... wrongly, that all the Muslims are the same, all the Muslim countries are the same.
But who's saying
that? The divisions within
You're
the Muslim communities are also huge.
You are saying nobody said
the biggest conflict in the Muslim world right now is between the Houthis and the Gulf countries.
One minute. We are at no point
and thinking that
at no point.
I'm talking about a strain of Islam.
1 minute. At no point is anybody or either of us trying to say or broad brush all Muslims and all nations as the same. That's not the case.
I am saying
what
that
I'm trying to tell you is
syncretic Islam in this country. country. Don't allow it to be rolled over by these crazies.
Not just the crazies. He said, no, why are you two so bemused and why is it that you're shocked? I'm just shocked because if you are educated, if you have seen if in Jammu and Kashmir, you have seen the time after 2019, in the last 5-6 years, what's happened in Jammu and Kashmir and what is happening over in Pakistan, you would have dumped this whole ideology altogether and you would have not subscribed to it.
Anand, it's like saying that there are many people.
So look how they are being radicalized. They are being radicalized.
No, there are intelligent people. No, one second. There are just one second. There are intelligent people in the Christian world, right?
Yeah.
Yet they don't believe that there should be abortion because they believe that, life.
They're God's blessing. Yeah.
God's blessing and so on and so forth. Now, anyone who is given to science would say, well, there is a certain problem here.
Yeah.
Okay. Others will say, no, you see, some of us, believe in X or Y practice, which is not reconcilable today either through silence or, in fact, even through modern education.
Right.
But there are those people.
Correct.
And it is a duty of the majority who are sensible to reject this. My biggest fear today in India is that this is being glamorized. And there are people who are falling for this. Now, why? I don't know.
Who is glamorizing this? I reject this. I mean, this is...
Okay, tell me something.
This is a notion that has been put in...
There are people like Burhan Wani who were posing with Kalashnikovs. And there were a whole bunch of youth who were promoting this Facebook nonsense of theirs. Have we forgotten this?
My point is...
He is the new Che Guevara. He is the new Che Guevara.
My point is, Rahul...
What was Osama bin Laden?
No, one second, Rahul,
even today he's called the poster boy. He's there. No, one second. There are many people who regard Osama bin... Am I wrong? There were many people who regard Osama bin Laden as a freedom fighter. The world sees him as a terrorist. Who are these people?
So why isn't Saudi Arabia then a caliphate? Why hasn't... Osama bin Laden came from there only, right?
Because they kicked him out.
Let's come back to Kashmir. Let's come back to Kashmir. One second. Let me make a limited point. Burhan Wani, right? You made this whole thing. Okay, here was this fellow. He's been idolized. Some people look up to him. Young people want to pose like him, so on and so forth. But to say that their entire state has been taken up by this fellow and this ideology
did I say it?
Is complete.
Did I say it?
The implication of what you're saying is exactly that.
Listen, if you want to make a debate out of nothing, then you can make a debate and I'm just going to keep quiet.
Okay. Democratically came and chose...
Wait, please. No. Okay, now can I speak, please?
And I'm even saying, one second, please. Listen, hang on. I don't want to be here tarnished with some brush.
Nobody is tarnishing anybody.
No, I am being told that I'm suggesting that the whole Muslim world is enlisting for political Islam. I'm not saying that. At least I'm saying there are few people. Please understand nuance here.
Last I heard and last I thought, gents, this is take 3. Can I have my say, please? Okay, thank you very much. Now, what we are trying to say, or what I am trying to say, Rahul is also.
He's he's just working.
No, Rahul is trying to say.
He's winding me.
And no need to push buttons. Anybody's buttons also here. The idea is that. Yes, there is a huge majority which does not endorse this point of view, nor does it sign up to it. The ballots, the people, I'm talking about India, Jammu Kashmir specifically, that I'm saying. But the people who have endorsed this, the 9, 10, 12, 15 people who will come, and if this module is 15, 20 people, 15, 20 out of a population of say 60 lakh is not a big deal, it's not a big number, but that 20 can cause the damage that can set the country and color a perception, right? Do you want to look at every Muslim doctor with a doubt now today? You don't want to. You and me will not do it. Why? We are sensible people, intelligent. We are not going to broad brush. But not every other person is going to do that. Imagine what that person is going to feel, a Muslim doctor is going to feel. Why am I being tarnished for the action of somebody who I don't identify with? It's not my fault. So, you see what's happening. The fissures will widen because this is a scenario, classic scenario for those people who want this to happen, a heads I win, tails you lose kind of a situation. What I'm worried about is these are intelligent people who have fallen for a radical vitriol and a propaganda which they're not supposed to. They're supposed to be intelligent enough to discern and understand that, boss, this is bollocks. This is not happening.
I'll ask a very controversial question of you.
And then they have also, one second, then they have done this over a period of time. See, the Turkey visit happens in 2022. Maulvi Irfan first meets these students in 2018, 2019, before abrogation of 370. He then becomes a Maulvi in Nogam and he's still radicalizing people on behalf of Jaish.
Can I ask you a question?
What's the motivation here?
So I'll ask you a question.
Are you using a dangerous concoction of 3-4 different strains and
one question. Do you believe in the Taliban's ideology?
No, I don't.
No. Why?
I don't believe in the Taliban's ideology. I don't subscribe to it.
Because it is regressive, it is exclusivist, there are many, many horrible things about
yes.
it. Where are its founding ideological roots?
The founding ideological roots are from the Deobandi sect.
Where is Deoband?
Deoband is in Uttar Pradesh.
That's my case.
But
why is Deoband here?
But here is the thing.
That's like saying
here is the thing. But
why is a hard line
saying,
in a Sufi culture?
That's like saying
that exalts the great Sufi saints in this country, Hazrat Balji and many others. One second. Why should we have a hard line? Ideology.
But here is the thing.
What is it doing in this country?
Here is the thing. For a long time,
all the folks. No, 1 second. That's like saying all the folks in Israel who believe in Zionism, or in the US, since you brought this up, who believe that abortion cannot be done, should be thrown out of the country. It's the exact same thing that you're saying.
Isn't there a lot of people who say that?
No. Why should they be thrown out of the country?
No, I'm not saying thrown out of the country. I'm saying regulate these sermons, find out what is going on. Listen, we have an article in our constitution that allows us to profess things. No, hang on. I'm very for that. But there should be some regulation.
Right. Now, since you asked me the question and since you brought up the
Gulf countries, there can be regulation. Why can't they be here?
Since you asked me the question and since you raised this question, let me tell you that these are all people who follow the Deobandi sect, but they had broken away the Taliban current leadership. It's only now with Amir Khan Muttaqi that after 40 years, they have actually come back to Darul Uloom Deoband rather than Darul Uloom Haqqaniya that was set up in Peshawar. They had moved. The Deobandi sect itself had moved its loyalties and its roots away to the University of Jihad in Peshawar, and that is Darul Haqqaniya there. They now rejected that and they have come back here. Now in Deoband, are you saying girls are not allowed to go to school in Deoband? They are. Deobandi families, Deobandi sects, they are allowed to study. The Taliban saying that there doesn't endorse that the Deoband here does not do it. And if you were to see Deoband, they may have an Ahle Sunnat and they may have their roots here, but in India they are not as orthodox as that. They have also evolved, they have also embraced customs. Yes, they may be a little closed in terms of the sect. And in this case, there are all multiple firqas. What I am trying to say is there is a political ideology, there is political Islam, there is this whole radical bent which believes that we need to get, convert these Hindus, teach these Hindus a lesson. Hindus need to be subjected to tyranny because they deserve to be ruled over, they don't deserve to rule.
And if it's not Hindus today, it will be
whoever
Jewish,
it is.
Tomorrow, and third will be Christian.
See, there is a parallel also in the Abrahamic faith where the crusades have been going on since centuries. That's also been there. Christianity and Islam have been at loggerheads because it's all about who dominates. But this is already written that unless geographically this portion of Hind does not get fully converted, Darul Islam will not happen. Now, there are people who believe this by rote, others who use it strategically as a political tool to brainwash people. My concern is educated individuals who are living in a syncretic society who have been given so much of opportunity, nobody is questioned them, everybody is working with them, and you are an inclusive society, yet you believe this.
Why?
That's the question.
What is the answer to that question? Why?
I'm telling you, because there is a strain of people, and you see, there is so much obfuscation in this country. We only talk about Hindu terror, Hindutva terror. We only talk about that. When you start scratching the surface on the other side, people have a problem. They'll shout you down. They'll say you're an Islamophobe. You think all Muslims are like this.
You think all Muslims are like this.
Have you seen the backlash?
No, I haven't seen the backlash.
You see the backlash.
I know that
when you speak the truth in this country. No, I'm not talking about censorship and all that. I'm just saying you must look at the reaction. We have demonized one bunch of people because they happen to be in the majority in this country to the point where they become apologists for their own faith.
Are you saying that people in the minority community have not been demonized in this country?
There are others who are out there subscribing and enlisting because they have a revanche. This is my view. We don't have to reconcile.
That's fine.
Let me finish.
Are you actually saying that there are people who are not demonized in the minority community?
Let me tell you. There are people in the minority faith who have swallowed hook, line and sinker a view of Islam which is incompatible with the modern world. There is that fact.
Correct. But I'll tell you.
have to call them out.
But I'll tell
you. I am tired of people putting this on the Indian state that you must intercede, you must act, you must do this. You want to do madrasa reform, you are labelled. Okay. You want to call for the modernization of syllabus in madrasas, you are labelled. The state can't do this. Moderate Muslims, and there are majority of them are moderates. They need to step up.
I agree.
And this is the mirror, guys. This is where you're going to go.
Moderate Muslims have to do this. Moderate Muslims have to do that. What the state does, nobody's worried about. Come on, I mean,
the state also, the state has a role to play. The community has a role to play. But more importantly, I think collectively we
Today, Omar Abdullah ji has said something very important. He says the time has also come. And J&K governor has also said the time has also come that the society and the community must reflect.
Yeah, the community rejects it.
We reject it.
The community has to
openly come out. Yeah. Where are the people not in my name brigade? Where are all these people?
I think somewhere
4 people have written a letter and it has become like the cause.
Amazing. Somewhere this whole term for minorities for the Muslim community in India is a misnomer. They are the second largest majority and they should start thinking in that manner. That's my point, because otherwise this whole thing about minority bashing, Muslims being targeted. I'm just saying, look around in Bangladesh, look around in this one in Pakistan and in Afghanistan. Where are Muslims being tortured? Where are Muslims dying by the numbers far more than a nation which is supposed to be tormenting, ostracizing Muslims? I'm just saying this whole narrative is wrong of victimhood of this one is something which has to be stopped. It has to come from within the community, it has to come from within the state, but also it has to come collective as a country. But more importantly, if educated, intelligent minds allow themselves to be radicalized, then we have a problem and we need to figure out how to solve this. And they're radicalized for many, many years. See, somebody from economic background, poor background, does it for money or he's been fed some vitriol, he can be de-radicalized faster or he can be educated faster. They can be educated faster, but people like this... No, people like this.
Well, I mean, he was a headmaster's son, very educated, I've been told.
No, Wani means, you know what Wani is? I know. The word Wani is people who have the Vedas on their tongue. That's where it is. So they have Hindu roots. 3 generations back, his great-grandfather was a Hindu. Now, so there is a different direction and a different discussion. So we'll speak about all that too. But thank you very much, gents. Thank you. Thank you. We've run out of time.
We just got started.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
बिहार का ऐतिहासिक विजय हुआ हो और अगर हम सूरत से आगे जा रहे हो और बिहार के लोगों को मिले भी ना जाए तो लगता है यात्रा अधूरी रह गई। और इसलिए गुजरात में रहने वाले और खास करके सूरत में रहने वाले मेरे बिहारी भाइयों का हक बनता है और इसलिए मेरी स्वाभाविक जिम्मेवारी भी बनती है कि आप लोगों के बीच आकर के इस विजयोत्सव की कुछ पल का मैं भी हिस्सा बनूं। अचानक कार्यक्रम बन गया। मैं सुबह जा रहा था डेडियापाड़ा तो यहाँ के हमारे साथियों ने मुझे कहा कि बिहार के लोगों की इच्छा है अगर आप 5-10 मिनट बाहर आ जाए तो लोग आ जाएंगे। और मैं देख रहा हूं दूर दूर तक काफी मात्रा में लोग बाहर भी दिखते हैं। साथियों, आप भी जानते हैं, बिहार के लोग भी जानते हैं,
बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा के संग त्योहार की उमंग।
Good afternoon, I'm Pallavi Ghosh. A quick check of all the top stories on this Sunday afternoon. As a probe into a Delhi 10-11 blast widens, CNN News 18 accesses clinching CCTV footage which shows that the I-20 car which was used in the Red Fort attack case was actually parked inside the Al-Falah University till the 30th of October. In a big breakthrough in Delhi, suicide bomber Umar Nabi's radicalization nexus comes across. A girl from Imphal, Manipur confirms that she was in touch with him. A pan-India outreach has now been uncovered. The RSS leader's son Naveen Arora has been shot dead by bike-borne assailants in Firozpur of Punjab. BJP hits out at the Aam Aadmi Party over failing law and order in the state. Congress MP P. Chidambaram blames the Bihar voters for election outcome. He says that the state did not vote for a strong opposition and that the responsibility lies with the people. An election loss triggers a huge rift in Lalu Prasad Yadav's family. Rohini Acharya disowns her party and her family, blames the wrong advisors of her brother Tejaswi Yadav for the rout. Indian captain Shubman Gill has been admitted to hospital after a serious neck injury in the test against South Africa. He won't even bat in the second innings. But first, our top story. A defeat has brought out into open the dissent within what was considered to be once the first family of Bihar, the Lalu Prasad Yadav family. Now, after his daughter, Lalu Prasad Yadav's daughter, Rohini Acharya, had gone public and severed her ties with the families and the party, she has now alleged that she was subjected to humiliation, including abusive language and an attempt to assault her with a chappal. Acharya has said that she was forced to leave her maternal home, leaving behind her crying parents and sisters. She said that she was torn away from her family and described herself as being left orphaned by this entire incident. We have two of my colleagues, Brij Mohan as well as Aman Sharma, now joining us. Brij Mohan, you know, it was blow hot, blow cold. कभी-कभी हमें लगता था कि रोहिणी आचार्य का मतभेद है तेजस्वी, but during the elections, it didn't come out so much in the open. Is this the defeat or is this something which was waiting to happen? यानी कि ये होना ही था क्या?
It was bound to happen, Pallavi, because Sanjay Yadav had taken the role, larger role than he was expected to be. First time it happened when he rode the Rath that was going on in Bihar, and Rohini Acharya had objected that this was the place meant to be for Tejaswi Yadav. That was the triggering point, in fact, when Sanjay Yadav wrote for the place meant for Tejaswi Yadav. And then onwards, nothing stopped. And rift came out in open, wide open, after the result came out when RJD scored only 25 seats. And yesterday night, we saw Rohini Acharya walking to the airport, and she went to Delhi. And after that, she may depart to Singapore, where her family and husband, they live right now.
Okay, Aman, the problem is with everyone seems to be talking about is Sanjay Yadav. Is this a typical case where an advisor has managed to alienate the entire family? And in this case, you know, what was behind closed doors, or there was occasional public murmurs coming out that Sanjay Yadav factor as far as the RJD or more specifically Tejaswi Yadav's politics, is that something which is now going to be the centerpiece as far as the RJD post-defeat is concerned?
See, Pallavi, there is no doubt that Sanjay Yadav happens to be the closest aide of Tejaswi Yadav. You know, he rose to limelight in 2015 in the Bihar elections. He's said to have pointed out to Lalu Prasad that, you know, this reservation comment made by Mohan Bhagwat at that stage, and Lalu picked it up. And since then, he's been a big favorite of the Lalu family, and especially Tejaswi Yadav. The RJD even made him a Rajya Sabha MP. He's a Rajya Sabha MP presently. He comes from Haryana. He's close to both Akhilesh as well as Tejaswi Yadav. But that, I think, has triggered a lot of resentment inside the family, especially by the sister Rohini Acharya. Even a couple of months back, as Brij Mohan was just telling us, she had objected to Sanjay Yadav sitting on the same spot as Tejaswi Yadav in the front of the bus when that whole RJD Yatra was on. At that time also, there was some simmers that, you know, nothing is going right in the family. But right now, after the election defeat has happened, these particular comments by Rohini Acharya, especially the ones, Pallavi, which have come today, she is saying that she has alleged she was humiliated, she has faced abuse, and she has been slipper was raised at her. You know, these kind of things happening inside Mr. Lalu Prasad's home in Patna. She's also says that she had to leave her maternal home, leaving her parents and sisters in tears. So is she saying that Lalu Prasad and Rabdi Devi were crying when she was told to get out of her maternal house last evening? When she raised questions, he said she has refused to compromise with the self-respect, and is now saying that, you know, this huge defeat has happened. RJD reduced to 25 seats. So the people who are leading this campaign, who are strategizing this campaign, she's naming now Sanjay Yadav, should also take the blame for the same, because Rohini Acharya, I think, very clearly believes that Sanjay Yadav is responsible for all what has gone wrong in this particular election campaign. So I think the infighting inside the Lalu family is now out in the open. We saw earlier Tej Pratap being thrown out of the family, and he had called Sanjay Yadav as the Jai Chand. And now you see Rohini Acharya. So now both the elder brother of Tejaswi as well as his sister Rohini Acharya are making very, very strong remarks against Sanjay Yadav. And Sanjay Yadav is not alone, Pallavi. There's another person called Ramiz Nimat, whose name has also been taken by Rohini Acharya. Both these people are very, very close aides of Tejaswi, the strategists, many would say, of the RJD. And now they're under fire because of this big loss which has happened in Bihar.
And Ramiz also happens to be one of the advisors. He was the go-to person, and he was the one who carried on all the campaign strategy as well as fixing of appointments. Brijmohan, the fact is that Misa Bharti, she is silent till now. She's not saying out much. And Tej Pratap, of course, is the son who also broke away. You think this is now going to be target on not just Sanjay Yadav, but is there possibility of a demand that the RJD's command shifts away from Tejaswi Yadav at some point of time because he's not been able to deliver?
One thing we must remember, Pallavi, that Sanjay Yadav was a key person who decided ticket distribution. And there was quarrel among all the stakeholders, including Misa Yadav, Rohini Acharya. And when Tej Pratap used to be part of the family, they used to decide ticket distribution. But after Tej Pratap's eviction from the family, it all came out to be Sanjay Yadav, who was the key aide of Tejaswi Yadav. He decided everything in the family. He decided who will meet Tejaswi Yadav. He decided what to do in the family. So Sanjay Yadav took over the family. He took over the party. That was the kind of resentment within the party and within the family also. If we talk about the party, RJD, all the senior leaders, all the MLAs, they are against someone who is not from Bihar. He's from Haryana. Yeah. So there is kind of resentment within the party, but they are not coming out open as of now. But on 17th, there is meeting at One Polo Road at Tejaswi's house. All the MLAs will meet and they will decide the next course of action. But what kind of action will be taken against Sanjay Yadav, that is yet to be seen.
And you know, Aman, it is strange that in a family-held kind of a party like the RJD, it is expected that the family calls the shots. But here is an outsider from Haryana, a strategist, who actually called the shots. And is that the real reason behind it? I mean, you know, if Tejaswi had balanced it out, and then the diminishing role of Lalu Prasad Yadav and the emergence of Tejaswi Yadav, but Tejaswi plus Sanjay Yadav.
Pallavi, certainly, you know, Rohini Acharya, if you look at it, you know, a couple of years back, she donated her kidney to Lalu Prasad. That is how close she has been to her father, you know, going under this risky medical procedure and donating her kidney, giving virtually a new life to Lalu Prasad. But you see in this election campaign, there have been a lot of murmurs, and when I was in Patna, I was hearing this. That is, maybe it is Sanjay Yadav who decided that, you know, Lalu Prasad should not be on the posters of RJD. So you go to Patna, you go to the RJD office, you don't find Lalu Prasad on any poster. It's only Tejaswi Yadav's face, and this was the strategy, it is said, of Sanjay Yadav. And this is something to which also Rohini Acharya or be it Tej Pratap were not very comfortable with earlier, because they saw that the father's, you know, legacy was being pushed in the background in the name of, you know, that people should not be remembered of the Jungle Raj under the Lalu Prasad regime. But Pallavi, you also traveled to the ground, and when I also went, amongst the core RJD workers, still Lalu Prasad is extremely popular. You know, people were asking, where is Lalu Prasad? Why is he not campaigning? Why is he not on the posters? So this, I think, will be the next flashpoint now in the RJD, that who took the decision to only project Tejasvi Yadav on the poster and push Lalu Prasad out, who perhaps, I would say, is the biggest vote catcher still for the RJD. Yes, he may not be very well, but why did you omit him from all the posters? Who decided this entire strategy? So this is why I think when you see Tejasvi Yadav's any press conference, Pallavi, Sanjay Yadav is always sitting right next to him or right behind him. He's in every frame. Yeah, this T-shirt, this RJD logo T-shirt, I remember, was also something that Sanjay Yadav brought about, that whole idea. So who takes the blame now for this huge debacle for the RJD? I think that is what is splitting the family right down the middle.
And unfortunately, the strategists never face that blame. I mean, it's always passed on to whoever is the leader of the party. But before I come back to you and to Brij Mohan, there's a reaction coming in from the RJD. Let's listen in.
देखिए, ये परिवार का मामला है, परिवार के लोग जवाब देंगे और ये पार्टी का शीर्ष नेतृत्व इसको देखेगा पूरे मामले। इस तरह के परिणाम क्यों आए, क्या कारण रहे, इसकी समीक्षा होगी, किन कारणों से ये हुआ, इसके बाद ही इस पर कोई प्रतिक्रिया होगी। इस तरह से रोहिणी जी ने एक आदर्श प्रस्तुत किया। हर माँ, पिता, कोई भाई चाहेगा कि रोहिणी जैसी बेटी, रोहिणी जैसी बहन सबको मिले।
Okay, Brij Mohan, I just want to come back to ask you this whole question. See, it's a defeat and it's a very poor performance. And therefore, this kind of dissent, I think, is expected, and I'm not too surprised. I'm sure you, since you understand Bihar the most, you are also not too surprised. But will you suspect that there is now going to be a fight for who's really the legitimate inheritor of Lalu Prasad Yadav? Because Tej Pratap is quiet, mind you. I mean, who knows? Maybe he says the same thing as what Rohini is saying.
If we talk about 2020 elections, it all seemed that Tejasvi Yadav had inherited the kind of legacy Lalu Yadav had acquired over the years. RJD managed to win 75 seats in 2020. But if you talk about 2025, Tejasvi was made the sole leader of the pack. If you talk about Mahagathbandhan, if you talk about first press conference that happened in Maurya Hotel in Patna, we were all surprised to see the only face of Tejasvi Yadav on the backdrop. So all the parties, even the Congress party, they talked about how Tejasvi Yadav was made the sole face. Why not Rahul Gandhi in the picture? So that was the kind of thing that was talked about in Patna, but not openly. Yesterday I talked to several leaders of Congress party and other leaders. So they told me that if other leaders were also in the picture, things would have been different. The baggage of Jungle Raj that RJD used to carry weighed heavily on the party, and the result is poor 25 seats in this election.
Well, I guess Sanjay Yadav, as a strategist, Brij Mohan, was pushing for his client, if one can use that word, Tejasvi Yadav. But you're right, I guess others were also very upset about the predominant face of Tejasvi Yadav. We're going to go into some other more responses, and then I'm going to go across to Aman, and then of course to Brij Mohan.
देखिए, मैं इसके ऊपर मैं कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करूंगा, क्योंकि जब एक परिवार ऐसी कठिन परिस्थितियों से गुजरता है तो वो किस मानसिक दबाव में रहता है, इसका अंदाज़ा मुझे है, क्योंकि मैं भी इस दौर से गुजरा हूं। हम लोगों के राजनीतिक मतभेद ज़रूर रहे हैं, पर मैंने हमेशा आदरणीय लालू जी के परिवार को अपना परिवार माना है। मैंने हमेशा तेजस्वी हों, तेज हों, मीसा दी हों, रोहिणी जी हों, सबको मैंने अपने भाई बहन ही माना है। ऐसे में बस मैं सिर्फ इतनी प्रार्थना करता हूं कि जल्द से जल्द ये पारिवारिक विवाद सुलझे। घर में एकता बनी रहती है तो इंसान बाहर कठिन परिस्थितियों से लड़ लेता है।
देखिए, ये तो किसी के परिवार और पार्टी का अंदरूनी मामला है, परंतु अगर कोई बेटी अपने घर में सम्मानित और सुरक्षित और संरक्षित महसूस ना करे, मतलब कि कोई भारी के दबाव से, संजय यादव, रमीश के दबाव से अपने परिवार को, अपनी पार्टी को छोड़ने पर मजबूर हो, उनका सम्मान ना हो, उनका संरक्षण ना हो अपने ही घर में, तो सोचिए क्या बिहार की बेटी सुरक्षित, सम्मानित और संरक्षित इस परिवार के या इस पार्टी के संचालन में महसूस कर सकती है?
Okay, Aman, Sanjay Yadav, could he emerge as a fall guy? I remember many in the Congress party would also object to the fact that why is he sitting on meetings with Rahul Gandhi and Mr. Kharge and Tejaswi Yadav? Would he emerge as a fall guy? And does Tejaswi Yadav also need to do certain amount of introspection if he wants to rebuild the party?
Oh, well, Pallavi, see, Sanjay Yadav has been part of every meeting. If you see the initial meeting, you remember, which happened in Delhi when they first talked about how the alliance will work. In that particular meeting with Rahul Gandhi, even Sanjay Yadav was present along with Tejaswi Yadav. He's been there like a shadow of Tejaswi Yadav in every meeting, every campaign. He's been accompanying Tejaswi Yadav in many of his election rallies as well. And, there was a lot of heartburn inside the RJD when he was also made a Rajya Sabha MP, a year back, because many leaders in the RJD also aspired for that post, but an outsider in a sense was made the Rajya Sabha MP. That said, Pallavi, I think this particular comment of Rohini Acharya is going to create a lot of commotion now, because she's also saying there was an attempt to assault me with a slipper. Who threw this slipper at Rohini Acharya inside the house of Lalu Prasad? Is it Tejaswi Yadav? Is it somebody else? Who is she hinting at? I think there has been, what I'm being told by my sources, there was a complete blame game inside the Lalu Prasad family on who is responsible for this huge loss which has happened. Some also blamed Rohini Acharya's 2-month-old statement, and when she had questioned why Sanjay Yadav was sitting on the seat of Tejaswi Yadav in that bus which was going around, then she was told to pipe down. She had even left for Singapore, and now she came back just before the voting was to happen. So I think there is a lot of blame game inside the family. This particular comment, I think, where she's saying she's been abused, she's been humiliated, there was an attempt to throw a slipper at her. These things will only reinforce the BJP's entire campaign that, Jungle Raj, respect of women, is not there in the RJD. And even inside the Lalu Prasad's house, if his own daughter who's donated a kidney to him is not safe, and she's alleging humiliation and abuse, then who will be safe under such a probable RJD government if it had come in Bihar? So I think this only strengthens the BJP and the JDU's cause.
Do hold on, because we've got some more news coming in from Bihar, but this has of course also been a top story. Okay, this is ahead of the swearing in, which the dates we are going to come to know only a little later. But CNN News 18 is getting a big scoop on the cabinet formula. The cabinet formula could be that BJP gets 15 ministers, JDU gets 16 and 14 along with the CM post. That is for the JDU. The LJP, Chirag Paswan's party, gets 3, RLM gets 1, HAM gets 1, and this is a 6-to-1 formula which could likely to take place, which means that 6 seats would translate to 1 post. The swearing is expected to take place sometime next week. Remember, on 22nd is when the term of the previous assembly takes place. So, Aman, very clear-cut attempt that you balance it out on the basis of your performance.
Yes, Pallavi, and Brij Mohan is bringing this information for us that, what could be the likely distribution of the ministries inside the NDA camp. This is early discussions yet. I think the more round of discussions will happen. But what the rough formula with Brij Mohan brought to us, about 6-to-1. If you want 6 seats, you get 1 ministerial post. So the LGP could get about 3. The HAM, Mr. Upendra Kushwaha's party, could get about 1 each, while the BJP could get the lion's share of almost 16 seats, and 14 plus 1 or 15 plus 1 will be for the JDU, because of course Nitish Kumar is going to be the chief minister. What I'm interested in a lot, Pallavi, and Brij Mohan can maybe weigh in on that will BJP retain their same 2 deputy chief ministers, Samrat Chaudhary and Vijay Verma? That remains to be seen, because they have been the deputy chief minister, but will they be retained going ahead? Will the LJP want a deputy CM post as well, because it has performed very well with 19 seats? It also has a case to get a deputy CM maybe. I think Chirag Paswan, who's been a very hard negotiator while the distribution of seats were happening and managed to corner 29 seats, would also maybe making a case for his party to also get a deputy CM, because they'll be part of the Nitish Kumar government for the first time, the LJP under Chirag Paswan. So I think all these developments could be interesting. The BJP will send its observers to Bihar maybe on Monday, and then the NDA parliamentary meeting will choose Nitish Kumar as their leader, and I think Mr. Modi and other NDA CMs, BJP CMs, will definitely be going to Bihar for the swearing, which is expected sometimes later part of the next week.
And the Prime Minister, of course, as he always goes. Aman, do hold on. We've got a reaction coming in from Chirag Paswan. Let's listen in to him.
बहुत जल्द हो जाएगा, मुझे लगता है आज से कल तक बातें चल रही हैं, एंड आई थिंक सरकार की रूपरेखा कैसी होगी उसके ऊपर सेंस ऑफ क्लैरिटी आ जाएगा. आज देर रात तक संभवतः मेरी भी कुछ केंद्रीय वरिष्ठ नेताओं से मुलाकात बातचीत होगी और मुझे लगता है कि आज कल तक रूपरेखा तैयार हो जाएगी। 22 से पहले तो सरकार बनानी है तो हो जाएगा।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा ओथ ग्रहण कब तक हो जाएगा?
Okay, so that was Chirag Paswan saying that there's going to take some time and then we're going to sort out. We are going to, Aman, again, just coming back to you. I think one thing is very clear and is certain that Nitish Kumar is going to be the Chief Minister.
Oh, absolutely, Pallavi. I think there's no doubt about that, especially after during the campaign, the Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, other senior BJP leaders, Mr. JP Nadda, among others, have very clearly said that Nitish Kumar will return as the Chief Minister. This will, Pallavi, be his 10th term. So since 2005, Mr. Nitish Kumar has been the Chief Minister, besides that short interim period when Jitin Ram Manjhi was made the Chief Minister by the JDU. So Nitish Kumar very well set to complete almost 20 years now, another 5 years as the Chief Minister. He will be the next Chief Minister, but as I said, the interesting bit could be who would be the Deputy Chief Minister. Is the same formula of 2 BJP Deputy Chief Ministers will be kept. Will the LJP want one? Will the BJP want to maybe have a new face as a Deputy CM? Remains to be seen. I think those talks are going to happen sometime early next week before we see the swearing in happening around the end of the next week. Because 22nd, as you said, is the last day, Saturday. So maybe on the weekend or on Friday, maybe the swearing in could happen. That's what I'm hearing. But the BJP will take its time, Pallavi. Even in Maharashtra, and we have seen BJP at least takes a week. And this is like the celebration mode right now. So I think we'll have to wait and see how exactly. But this is the rough what Brij Mohan has brought us. That is roughly the shape of the cabinet. About 15-16 ministers of BJP, 14 plus 1 chief minister for the JDU, 3 for the LJP, 1 each for the 2 other alliance partners.
Okay, and Brij Mohan is also back with us. Brij Mohan, one thing interesting about the results also that we all have been analyzing is the youth have voted, women have voted. So when you're talking about the face of the Nitish Kumar cabinet, you think there's going to be adequate representation to them, especially Mahila?
There is talk about women leader becoming deputy CM, but that is yet to be confirmed.
Yeah,
but there is talk in the political corridors in Patna. Second chief minister face which is being talked about is Samrat Chaudhary. He has been close yet of Chief Minister Nitish Kumar in last 1.5 years. So things are clear. Formula is very much clear. If you have 6 MLAs, you get 1 minister. And in all likelihood, BJP is likely to have 16 ministers. And JDU is likely to have 14 ministers. And LJP is likely to have 3 ministers. And RLM and Hum party, they are going to have 1 each minister in Nitish Kumar cabinet, which is likely to be formed next week, any time before 22nd of this month.
That's right. 22nd is the benchmark, and that is why when the new cabinet has to be sworn in. Thank you very much, Aman. Thank you very much, Brij Mohan, for getting us that inside scoop of what the new government of Bihar may look like. We are going to shift our focus, but go into a break. But news continues over here on CNN News 18. Our top story is on Bihar. We've been speaking about the big points which have been raised by the Prime Minister, from attacking the Congress party to also celebrating the massive mandate for the NDA in the counting yesterday. But now he made also another attack, and this time round all eyes as far as Bengal is going. In fact, he went on to say that the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal, making it very clear that the next big challenge for the BJP is going to be on Bengal. The focus is going to be on defeating the Bengal Chief Minister and the Trinamool Congress. He spoke about the fact that Bihar's mandate has now set the tone for a BJP victory in West Bengal. Prime Minister said that the BJP is going to end the Jungle Raj in Bengal, claimed that the path of victory has opened just as the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal. Trinamool Congress hit back sharply, insisting that Bengal and Bihar are 2 completely different situations and equations. They also predicted that Mamata Banerjee is going to return as the Chief Minister for the 4th time with maximum number of votes. TMC accused the Prime Minister of belittling Bengal's women and stopping funds meant for the state, saying Bengal's women will reply at the bank.
RBI कहता है जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए.
Okay, now shifting focus, an NSG commando and NIA team have been deployed at the Naugam police station following the blast which claimed 9 lives. Remember that blast had taken place in which many explosives had gone away, and now Ishan is giving us these details. Yes, Ishan.
Yes, the team of NIA and NSG have arrived at the Nowgam police station to examine the site of the blast. It was an accidental blast because it's connected also to Delhi probe that's going on, where all these teams are already probing the case. So that's why NSG has come to collect the samples from the spot and also try to see if there is anything more to the incident. That's why both the investigating agencies, including the NIA, NSG, are both involved in this particular case. The high amount of explosives that was brought in from New Delhi to Kashmir is something where all the questions are on, that whether it was a need to bring all of the explosive to Kashmir and then store it at Nowgam police station, because now possibly most of it has been, it has exploded. And this remaining packets or remaining explosive amount will now be taken into custody by the NSG and other investigating teams who are already investigating the case. And they also want to question and further try to dig deep, because there's a probe that has already been ordered at a lower level, that is a ministerial level, by the Lieutenant Governor. But others are also probing from the all angles to ensure that there's a free probe and to check that how did the blast really happen.
Thank you very much, Ishan, for getting us those updates. So, blow by blow, all investigations are going on. That's all we have time for now. But news continues over here on CNN News 18.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
बिहार का ऐतिहासिक विजय हुआ हो, और अगर हम सूरत से आगे जा रहे हो और बिहार के लोगों को मिले भी ना जाए तो लगता है यात्रा अधूरी रह गई। और इसलिए गुजरात में रहने वाले और खास करके सूरत में रहने वाले मेरे बिहारी भाइयों का हक बनता है, और इसलिए मेरी स्वाभाविक जिम्मेवारी भी बनती है कि आप लोगों के बीच आकर के इस विजयोत्सव की कुछ पल का मैं भी हिस्सा बनूं। अचानक कार्यक्रम बन गया। मैं सुबह जा रहा था डेडियापाड़ा, तो यहाँ के हमारे साथियों ने मुझे कहा कि बिहार के लोगों की इच्छा है, अगर आप 5-10 मिनट बाहर आ जाए तो लोग आ जाएंगे। और मैं देख रहा हूं दूर दूर तक काफी मात्रा में लोग बाहर भी दिखते हैं। साथियों, आप भी जानते हैं, बिहार के लोग भी जानते हैं, हम वो पार्टी हैं, जब हम गुजरात में मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में आपने मुझे काम दिया था, तब भी हमारा एक मंत्र था कि भारत के विकास के लिए गुजरात का विकास। हमारी मूलभूत सोच रही है, ये हमारा देश नेशन फर्स्ट, और इसलिए
Records were broken, says Prime Minister Modi. Bihar is of course not a one-off. Look at the sequence. The BJP crossed its own best in Haryana, scoring a historic hat-trick in October 2025. In Maharashtra, it notched its highest ever vote share, 26.7% in November 2024. And earlier this year in February, the party returned to power in Delhi, the thumping majority after 27 long years. What ties all these victories together is the same thing the BJP is leaning on in Bihar. Narendra Modi's persona. These campaigns were built around leadership, credibility and governance guarantees, and this is where the larger story emerges. Now viewers, around the world, incumbents are being thrown out with remarkable force. So why does brand Modi buck the trend? Because the data shows Modi has been able to transcend traditional identity fault lines in Bihar. The NDA is close to 50% vote share threshold, a clear sign of non-traditional voters coming together. In Simanchal, the heart of RJD's Muslim Yadav bastion, the RJD's leads are down to just 3 seats, while the BJP at 7 has punched far above its weight. In Maharashtra, Haryana, the BJP ate into Maratha and Jat votes, and in 2024 Lok Sabha election, brand Modi attracted 58% of OBCs, 35% of Dalits and 45% of Adivasis, even though the BJP didn't do as well as it was expecting to. This broadening coalition is pushing the opposition, especially the Congress under Rahul Gandhi, into an increasingly sectarian corner. And the Prime Minister referred to it as such. He says that the Congress has become a Maoist Muslim party, a Maoist Muslim League, CMML as he said. Which means, viewers, its footprint, its social footprint is shrinking, and this is triggering an existential crisis. We're going to discuss all of these issues that have arisen today out of this election result. The trust that Modi evokes today, many are saying, is the latest proof of his credibility quotient in action. And let's open this up. And I want to first begin with you, Mr. Das Gupta. What makes brand Modi resist anti-incumbency when many world leaders seem a lot more susceptible? We're seeing this across the world.
Well, part of it is a very targeted form of governance, which has been in evidence in all these places. But I think we shouldn't underestimate the importance of election management. And I think what has been there, one of the hallmarks of the BJP, particularly ever since Amit Shah took over, and I've seen him in action very closely, is that his point is that you must always aspire at a constituency level or at a national level, or at a state level, to get 50%. Not that it's always achieved, but that's always been the target. And whatever has to be done to get that is getting chota castes together, forming social alliances, etc. That's the thing. That you don't necessarily win only because you've given a good record of governance. You win because because you can have your arithmetic and your strategy right, and secondly, you can motivate your karyakartas. If you notice one thing about Modi's speech, and this is not only for this speech, but it's been there, that it's always the deification of the karyakartas, making the karyakartas feel good, telling them, look, you're a small guy today, but you can be a completely unknown guy, but you can be chief minister tomorrow. And that's what's happened. Which has happened, not with mixed results, I would say. Yeah. It's not always been a happy outcome. And the geographical expansion of the BJP which has taken place, I would actually point out 2 places. Assam, where they've consolidated themselves now, and secondly, Orissa, which was a remarkable, I would say it was a fluke victory. I think they themselves were surprised that it happened. But in any case, it was the point is that you've got a presence. You've got a presence, you've got an approach.
People can get the social engineering right. You can argue, and I want to bring in Shahzad Poonawala, the Bharatiya Janata Party national spokesperson on this. You could argue that, look, the RJD did a fantastic job of sort of pulling in the right castes and so on and so forth and fitting people here and there.
They didn't.
I'm just saying, anecdotally speaking.
Look at it. Yeah. RJD, at one time, Lalu built a coalition of the underdogs, as it were. Now, increasingly, many of those elements of the underdogs have moved away, and they've become a part of the BJP
So election
coalition.
management is important. The credibility factor, however, is perhaps the icing on the cake. Mr. Poonawala, would you agree? And that's where the other side lacks, because yes, you might do the arithmetic, you might even get your caste combinations right. Look in Maharashtra or Haryana, perhaps you did. Now, there are obviously debates about how effective that was on the opposition side of the fence. but fundamentally the voter doesn't seem to accept what you have to offer. Why, in your view, is this the case? And then I'll bring the reaction in from the Congress side of the fence. Yes, Mr. Punal.
First of all, Rahul, let me use your platform to thank the people of Bihar for the historic mandate that they have given the NDA in the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. And if you break down this election very objectively, this election represented two sides which were at a contest. One side represented what I call as SIM, and the other side represented DIM. Now you'll say, what is SIM and DIM? SIM represents this brand of Sushasan of Modi, integrity of Modi coupled with the integrity of Nitish Kumar ji, and M stands for machinery, manpower and Mahila Sashактикаран template. If you see the manpower and machinery management of the BJP, the way Amit Shah ji was on the ground, taking so many rallies, organizing and ensuring the rebels don't affect us, and the Mahila Sashактикаран template, and I don't want to go into detail because it is well known across the country. On the other hand, there was DIM. DIM represents D for Dynast. The other side was filled with these namdars whose only claim to fame is their inherited legacies. I for infighting, no mission, no vision for Bihar, it was only about their ambition. And M for Mafia Katta Raj, what they represented. And therefore the people of Bihar made a conscious choice, and this is not a fluke by the way, Rahul. Just look at this 2014 phenomenon which I call Modi means pro-incumbency. Modi has now come to become equated with this term called pro-incumbency, which we never used before 2014 because every 5 years governments were changing. Whether it's the central government, whether it's Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Tripura, Assam or now Bihar, governments are repeated because of PDA. PDA meaning performance, delivery and aspirational quotient. And these are the factors that make the Modi magic click, and it has clicked once again in Bihar. Obviously, when you have a Nitish Kumar, a person of high integrity, high delivery, high efficiency, then it goes to this level of victory, and that is what you are seeing happen in Bihar. On the other hand, the options on the other hand was this stale old rhetoric, which was basically argument made by losers that look, we are not responsible, election commission has not done us right, they are wrong, those people are wrong, and this very cynical brand of politics के एक जाति को तोड़ो हिंदू में से, एक मजहब को ले लो, दोनों को combine करो and beat this idea of this सबका साथ सबका विकास. Okay, but so that has obviously not run its course in Bihar.
Nikhil Jain, the Congress hasn't, now he's talking about pro-incumbency, which has got associated very strongly with the BJP. The Congress hasn't retained power in any state whenever it's been elected since 2014. So it's never had a real second term, second shot, unless, of course, they've had some ally to fall back on.
Rahul,
which just tells you everything, doesn't it?
Rahul, we can either discuss the state of Bihar and the state of democracy in this country, or we can discuss about a political party. I'm more concerned about the state of Bihar. I'm more concerned about the state of democracy. My good friend Shehzad points about, how this was an election between dynasty versus Kamdars. Who is Samrat Chaudhary? Is he not a dynast? Who is Ashok Chaudhary's daughter? Is she not part of NDA? Who is Chirag Paswan? Are they not dynasts? So first of all, half the arguments that are made by my friend from the BJP are hypocritical arguments. They apply to everybody. Hamam mein sabne utne hi kapde pehne hain, whether it was the Mahagathbandhan or whether it was the NDA. He talks about Mafia and Katta Raja. We forgetting what the candidate in Mokama, Anand Singh did. Shot a man, ran a vehicle over him, killed him. He talks about an age-old rhetoric. He talks about a positive campaign. Was the campaign positive? What was Prime Minister Modi going to Bihar and doing? Was he giving a report card of the 20 years of development, good governance, social welfare and all of that? Or was he talking about Katta, Kanpatti, this and that? It was entirely a negative campaign, trying to, inflame passions and trying to show the sword of fear in the name of Jungle Raj, something that supposedly happened 20 to 35 years ago.
Are the voters foolish in Bihar? Are you suggesting that they are foolish, or they're naive, or they are simple-minded?
Absolutely not, Rahul. For that, I will draw back to what the comments made by Mr. Das Gupta. He says that never underestimate the importance of election management. Absolutely, sir. You never underestimate.
But you're using the term in a cynical sense. Management, you're trying to suggest is muscle and something else.
No. I'm trying to suggest that you don't need muscle.
Let me bring in, hang on, let me
just
bring
give me 10
back
seconds
the
to complete. 10 seconds to complete, please. I'm not talking about bringing in muscles. I'm not talking about bringing in some, goons to capture booths. Why, when you can get the election commission on your side, when they are going to
the RJD
rig the polls,
is a cadre-based
according
party.
to you.
It has a strong cadre. Are you telling me that they can't mount an effective election machine? They can't get the mechanics right? I mean, what are you trying to say here? Hang
When
on,
the
let me-
entire
let me
garage is
bring
rigged, the
other
machine
side
we can't
on.
do anything. And
Okay.
one stat can I give? 10 seconds? One stat. The RJD contested on the same number of seats in 2020 as it did in 2025, 143, 144. They've gotten the same vote share, 23%, 23%.
Okay.
However, previous time they got 75 seats, this time they've gotten 25 seats. How does that happen?
But that's because there might be polarization across a few seats, which is sort of giving you this big bounce. We'll come to Rahul Verma on that point. But just very quickly, one second,
let me talk about election management. Let's be specific as to what you mean.
Yeah.
Do you know that in BJP, I mean, Gujarat being an extreme example of perfection in terms of that, they have something called Panna Pramukh.
Yes.
Now, what does that mean?
That's true.
It means that every page of an electoral list, someone is put in charge of that.
So that they
now
can
it's
go
going
out
into
and-
that
Okay,
micro
one second.
detail.
Let me just get Shadad
that's
Punawala
what I mean
from
by
the
electoral.
BJP to no, just one second, sir. One second.
Yeah.
Let's just get Shadad Punawala, since his name was invoked and he has been essentially called a liar or a hypocrite. Respond, Mr. Shadad Punawala, to Nikhil Jain. You're holding up something.
Rahul, you know, the entire election can be defined in these two pictures. One is a picture of a devotee of Ma Sita and Prabhu Ram, Maithili Thakur, whose family left Bihar, who we gave the ticket to come and contest. She represents the real Gen Z of India. And then this is the man called Osama, who's been named after Osama bin Laden, and his father is Shahabuddin. So the choice was very clear that do you want khate mein paisa and sashактикаран for the Mahila of Bihar, or do you want to put the goli in the katta of Shahabuddin? And people of Bihar have taken this call. But see, the arrogance of Congress party, that after they have taken a call of their lived experience of Jungle Raj, they are being told down
No, but
by this
Shadad
Nikhil
Punawala,
Jain
one
that
statistic
you have
let
only
me
won
point out
because
to
of
you.
election management.
Okay, you need to explain this a little with greater nuance, because look, it's not as if the BJP did not feel people with a criminal history. So I think it's about a 2% difference between the RJD criminals, alleged criminals who were given tickets, and the BJP. So, I mean, you're even Stevens on that count, some people would say, and that's exactly what the Congress is saying. And how do you explain the RJD getting fewer seats when the vote shares remains the same?
First, I'll answer the second question, because their votes are in fewer pockets of communities. They are getting majority of the votes, as opposed to a BJP which has a wider social base. And today it has been established that the BJP social base extends from EBC, OBC, SC, ST, Muslim women, Yadav, everybody. So we are getting a much wider social base, and we are getting the votes from a wider social base across the plain, and they are getting in a very limited seats, they are getting most of the votes from one or two segments of society. So they may get a lot of votes, but it doesn't translate to seats, point one. Point two, now it's coming to the question of that we fielded some. देखिए Rahul ji, in the terms of Hindi, मैं शेर के सामने बकरी को नहीं लड़ा सकता. हमने भी शेर को लड़ाया, उन्होंने भी शेर को लड़ाया, but everyone in Bihar knows there is no institutional jungle raj by the BJP or the NDA. There is no Firoti being decided in the Chief Minister's house. There is no institutionalization of protection of the criminals and goons like it was done in Champa Vishwas case or in Shilpi Jain case. And Lalu Prasad Yadav is himself a convicted criminal. We give so much reverence to Lalu Prasad, we must stop this. He is a 5-time convicted criminal. But unfortunately, the Lutyens cabal does not want to call this out. Mr. Lalu Prasad has been convicted first time in 2013. Their president is a convict. And they are telling us.
Well, that's a fair point, isn't it? Sir, it's a fair point. I mean, you have a person under whose, as they say, AGs, you're fighting an election, who's actually been convicted and been to jail.
Well, that you were saying, the track record
and
of
you're promising progress.
No, but that contradiction is there in many political parties, and
no, but at that level, look, I mean, you're comparing Nitish Kumar, who has a spotless reputation. Let's not try to now smear him with the same brush. I mean, Lalu stands at a very different place in that sort of hierarchy of where people are who've committed misdemeanors. Surely you'll agree, sir.
No, I'm in total agreement. I'm against, inclusion of, criminals and or convicted people in politics. All these things are there, but I don't think that the election was fought on that. I think what, Mr. Swapan Das Gupta was making some of the point there, I think they're very important and that needs to be debated and discussed how the two
but
sides
then there are also
fought elections.
reversals. Look, the BJP doesn't always get it right. And sometimes when their math is wrong, the chemistry
works.
works.
Allow me to complete. Allow me to see, there is one side, NDA, the way it fought, not to talk of, the trust quotient and that kind of stature of Prime Minister, credibility, cash and delivery method, all these things. You look at the glaring, omissions on the other side. You look at Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. She is AICC General Secretary. For past 10 months, she does not have a, work allocation. Can you believe it? No work has been assigned to her. Now, if
maybe
that
she
can
is
happen
not cut out to work.
What?
Maybe
that
she's
is,
so privileged
if
that she
is
doesn't
so,
want to work. I mean, maybe she just said, no files, please, thank you. I'm just here for the decoration. Which is what it appeared to me when she stepped in after 55 years of being sitting on the sidelines, suddenly gets a ticket and becomes...
Politician.
I mean, on what basis is she a serious politician? What legacy does she bring to the table, apart from her surname?
She has won Lok Sabha elections.
Which elections has she won? She's won one.
So,
and that too,
one election,
as a seat that was, and that too at a seat that was a safe seat. No, Rahul Verma, come on. There is a certain
I was responding to what Swapanta was saying, and I was saying that, look, there are a lot of things, the way election was fought, there is no election management mechanism in the Congress party. And there has been a lot of, since 2014, they outsource it. They are spending crores of rupees in outsourcing and getting one Sunil Kanugolu or one other person.
In Telangana, they win. They win in Himachal. So clearly there's certain, so there's something more here, isn't there? I mean, there is a leader and there is a trust and there is a certain guarantee that people...
they won a by-election today. Yeah.
I know, that's right. So, I mean, obviously there is something odd here. And there are many states in which the Congress hasn't been in power for 30, 40 years.
So what is the question?
The question is very simple. Can we divorce Modi, the brand, from electoral mechanics as we see it, which is machinery and manpower? Can we say, no, somehow those subsume him?
Let me answer the first math question because that's my area. MGB's vote percentage in this election is 37.
Yeah.
It was same in 2020, right?
Yeah.
NDA's vote percentage in 2020 was 37 again.
Yeah.
In this election, their vote share is 46.
Yeah.
So NDA's vote share has risen. Because of that, the seat conversion in favor of NDA is going to be multiple folds.
Very high, yes.
Right? And their vote share is largely rising because from 37, if you add Chirag Paswan of 5%, it goes to 42, 43, and they brought some additional vote, right? So seat conversion story is there. It's not in constituencies and communities and management in the other way of thinking about.
But isn't it also true, Rahul Verma, one quick point, that in some of the Yadav bastions, I mean, look at the struggle that our man Tejaswi had trying to win his own seat. I mean, I think it was 9 rounds, the man was trailing.
Sure, see,
in a Yadav bastion.
Given the kind of, this is...
And the Yadavs don't trust him.
RJD's
with their future.
RJD's second worst performance since its formation, right? So
and they start with an advantage of 26%, if I'm not mistaken, and they've actually polled fewer votes than even the...
but that could be sort of like math of 143 seats. But what I'm trying to say simply is that MGB has collapsed in this election. Given that collapse,
who's to blame?
See.
What's led to the collapse?
There are many factors, but one by one. It has collapsed. That means across every segment, across every region, whatever we thought was a factor to analyze Bihar election, today has been flattened.
Absolutely.
Right? And so not just among Yadav, look at what is happening among Muslims as well, right? They got those 4 MLAs from AIMM and MIM has again won there. So I think even within their core constituency, there has been a breach today that has happened.
Yes.
Even among the poor and Dalits, which CPI-ML had got last time, they have also lost. So I think that divide has been flattened. Now the question is what basically created this sort of collapse of MGB. I think first, MGB needs to realize, both RJD and Congress, that what has happened to them, they are mostly responsible for it, right? They misread right from 2024. Congress has been misreading the 99 seats that they got there. And that's why they got the drubbing in Haryana, in Maharashtra, even like they were not able to perform any better in Delhi. Jammu and Kashmir and Jharkhand, where their allies won, Congress had no role to play in that victory, right? And so Congress must understand that what happened in 2024 may be partly of its hard work, like some work that Rahul Gandhi and the party might have put, but they shouldn't overread that mandate in that sense. They should have worked more on this. Second, I think, like they did SIR, Vote Chori Yatra, fine, but after that, in next 3 months, they thought they have won the election. Right? They behaved as if they had won the election. A party that is trying to come back to power should have not been spending 20 days after announcement of election. Who's going to get which seat? And they are basically flying
because
between Patna
one of
and
the
Delhi.
leaders who takes decisions was traveling. He took a time off.
So
for 60 days, he was missing from a campaign that he launched. So, I mean, come on. What are we talking about here? We're talking about all sorts of things, viewers, but we're not addressing, I don't know why we are being so politically correct, the elephant in the room. And that elephant in the room are the Gandhis. Because we're also joined by Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, needs no introduction, a person who has been singularly associated with Bihar politics for decades now, a person who is extremely influential across castes and is known to have great associations across party lines also. It's a very senior leader of the BJP here with us, of course, a minister at the center. Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, congratulations. It's 2 o'clock. The number of seats that the NDA has been able to sort of win is 201. This is unprecedented. It's 2010 once again. Under Mr. Modi, the 5th election that the NDA is winning by thumping margins in Bihar. What do you put this down to, sir?
Well, Rahul Shiv Shankar, you have followed the polity of India. Thank you for the kind words. It is a victory of hope. It is a victory of trust. And it is a victory of confidence कि अब बिहार को इसी रास्ते पर चलना है आगे के लिए. And this trust is also in the leadership of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. He has taken a personal guarantee for development of Bihar, the way he visited, the way he launched projects, the way he connected with the people of Bihar. You know, today in Chhath festival, Rahul Shiv Shankar, thousands of Biharis from all over the country drove to their respective villages by car.
Yes.
Unthinkable to celebrate Chhath. This is a change. There is electricity in all the villages, good connectivity. You may have, if you want to see Patna, go and see the new airport of Patna. I'm the chairman of that committee, and see what a great facility it has come about, the Vande Bharat. Plus for poor people, feeding them, the way Nitish Kumar government did for the women, from Cycle Yojana to many of the mothers who were given cycled in 2005 and the school dress today have become mother themselves. And plus the Ajivika Didis. All these has worked together to see the development of Bihar, the way ethanol industry, the way the garment industry is coming to Patna. So many biscuit factories have come to Bihar. All this changing narrative of Bihar. Even Coca-Cola is setting up 2 facilities in Bihar. The people are seeing all that happen. And they also recall the dangerous days of the Jungle Raj, what used to happen in Lalu Prasad regime. And Mr. Tejasvi Yadav is a version of that. And if the son of Shahabuddin, Osama, can be projected as a savior of Muslims and given tickets in a flamboyant manner, this sends a message that there is no change at all. That's how it sees the result.
So within even the NDA, the BJP has outperformed all other parties. In fact, it's the single largest party. What do you put this down to?
Well, the reply is very straight. Both were contesting the same number of seats. They are close to each other. So therefore, don't segregate it in a very, very big way. Our understanding is very good. We are in coalition for the last more than 30-40 years now, from 1996, except 2 hiccups when he went to RJD and got disenchanted very soon and came back. This is how it has worked out. And I would assume that this kind of stable coalition polity is also an important lesson which the BJP and JDU and the NDA has established over the years. We don't contest only for the sake of election, but we work with a proper strategy, proper background, proper commitment. Then people come with you. You don't join for the sake of it, for the heck of it. And you don't contest against each other, the way Amit Shah ji settled all the dissidents in the whole system. These all are indications of that.
So that bonhomie continues. Nitish Kumar ji is going to be the CM for the next 5 years, one presumes.
Is there any vacancy, Rahul?
No, I don't see it.
Is there any vacancy?
No, I don't see it. Number of people, however, have been saying that, oh, you know, the BJP, when it takes a lead over alliance partners, you know what they're saying. And then, of course, there are others who are saying that this is a 10 Hazari election. How would you respond to these people? And you know who I'm talking about.
ऐसे लोगों को छोड़ दीजिए ना. आज के दिन मैं इस पर नहीं जाऊंगा. Rahul Shishankar, today is a great day for us. Let the signs of desperation remain desperate. Today is the great result of hope, of confidence, of trust. Let us celebrate that.
That's a very nice iteration.
Thank you.
Well, last question, sir. Last question. What does this mean for the BJP in the next round of elections, Bihar and Assam? Will there be now a knock-on effect? Do you see this continuing, this arc?
सबसे पहले बंगाल को हैंडल करेंगे हमारे पड़ोस में.
Wonderful.
वहाँ बदलाव बहुत जरूरी है.
Wonderful.
Our top story is on Bihar. We've been speaking about the big points which have been raised by the Prime Minister, from attacking the Congress party to also celebrating the massive mandate for the NDA in the counting yesterday. But now he made also another attack, and this time round all eyes as far as Bengal is going. In fact, he went on to say that the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal, making it very clear that the next big challenge for the BJP is going to be on Bengal. The focus is going to be on defeating the Bengal Chief Minister and the Trinamool Congress. He spoke about the fact that Bihar's mandate has now set the tone for a BJP victory in West Bengal. Prime Minister said that the BJP is going to end the Jungle Raj in Bengal, claimed that the path of victory has opened just as the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal. Trinamool Congress hit back sharply, insisting that Bengal and Bihar are two completely different situations and equations. They also predicted that Mamata Banerjee is going to return as the Chief Minister for the 4th time with maximum number of votes. TMC accused the Prime Minister of belittling Bengal's women and stopping funds meant for the state, saying Bengal's women will reply at the ballot. Let's listen in to all the reactions.
गंगा जी यहाँ बिहार से बहते हुए ही बंगाल तक पहुंचती है. बिहार ने बंगाल में भाजपा की विजय का रास्ता भी बना दिया है. मैं बंगाल के भाइयों बहनों को भी आश्वस्त करता हूं, अब भाजपा आपके साथ मिलकर
बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा के संग त्योहार की उमंग.
Good afternoon, I'm Pallavi Ghosh. A quick check of all the big stories of the day. A day after cutting ties with her family, RJD's Rohini Acharya alleges fresh allegations. She says that abuses were hurled at her, a slipper was raised to hit her. Mrityunjay Tiwari, a spokesperson of the party, downplays Rohini Acharya's allegations, says that this is an internal matter of the family. And ahead of the Bihar swearing in, CNN News 18 accesses exclusive snoop into the formation of the NDA cabinet. BJP is expected to get 15 to 16 seats, JDU 14 with the CM post. Swearing in is expected to take place next week before the 22nd. CNN News 18 accesses clinching CCTV footage showing the I-20 car which was used in the Red Fort blast case. It was parked inside the Al-Falah University until 30th of October. And in a big breakthrough in Delhi, suicide bomber Umar Nabi's radicalization nexus. A girl from Imphal, Manipur confirms that she was in touch with him. An attempt for a pan-India outreach has now been uncovered. RSS leader's son Naveen Arora has been shot dead by two bike-borne assailants in Firozpur in Punjab. BJP hits out at the Punjab government for breakdown of law and order. Congress Member of Parliament P. Chidambaram blames the Bihar voters for election outcome, says that the state did not vote for a strong opposition and that now the responsibility lies with the people. Indian captain Shubman Gill ruled out of the ongoing first test against South Africa in Kolkata after a neck injury on day 2. Okay, the big story. After the defeat, the descent. It's all out in the open, dirty linen being washed in public. RJD's humiliating defeat in Bihar politics is not enough. But what is worse is now that the Lalu Prasad family seems all divided. And this is after daughter Rohini Acharya quit the party yesterday. She said that she was leaving her family as well as their party. But now she's come out with some very, very damaging allegations against her own family members, directly not taking the name of Tejaswi Yadav, but certainly attacking him. Now, in a series of allegations on the social media platform X, Rohini Acharya alleges that she was humiliated, abused and even assaulted with a slipper. But now there's a massive escalation. Bit by bit, Rohini Acharya is making it worse for the Parivar and the RJD. She has heaped further allegations against the Yadav family, mentions her father's kidney transplant. Rohini Acharya said that she was humiliated over the kidney donation to her father, Lalu Prasad Yadav, in Singapore. She has been mentioned that she was insulted for saving her father's life. She goes on to ask her brother Tejaswi Yadav that why didn't you donate your kidney? What she's also said on a social media platform is that they called the kidney dirty, they called her also dirty and accused her of giving a dirty kidney to her father, Lalu Prasad Yadav. My colleagues Brij Mohan Singh as well as Aman Sharma are now joining us. Brij Mohan, was this something which was waiting to happen? Rohini Acharya was certainly not very comfortable with her sidelining within the party. Was this supposed to happen and expected that once the results come out, it's going to be all guns blazing and the drift becomes very clear?
I remember 2024 Lok Sabha elections in Saran Lok Sabha seat. She fought well with Rajiv Pratap Rudy. She lost only by 16,000 votes. And recently, when the campaign was going on for assembly elections, she wanted to go to assembly segments. And I must tell you, she was stopped by the family members, especially the close to Sanjay Yadav and Tejaswi Yadav. They said there is no need for you to go and campaign there in the Saran area, which used to be her go-to area. She wanted to contest 29 elections, Lok Sabha elections in that area. So the kind of influence Sanjay Yadav and Tejaswi used to have. So she reacted. She wanted to go during the election campaign when the weather was not good. She wanted to campaign in that area and she was stopped by the powers to be in the party.
That's very intriguing there, Brij Mohan, because that is where, why didn't Lalu Prasad Yadav step in? Why didn't Tejaswi Yadav say, no, my sister should go?
That is the kind of talk is going on in Patna. Why Lalu Yadav is silent? We all know that he is not keeping up good health. But why Rabdi Devi is silent on this entire issue? Why nobody is talking about the crushing defeat RJD has suffered during these elections? So nobody within the family is talking about, and in the party nobody is talking about only because terming this as a family matter. So everybody is silent on this issue, on the crushing defeat RJD has suffered. On 17th, there is supposed to be a meeting on at 1 Polo Road, which is official residence of Tejaswi Yadav, where all the MLAs will meet. But will they talk about the crushing defeat, the kind of defeat party suffered? Will they talk about Sanjay Yadav's role in the candidate selection and overall responsibility of the defeat of the party, that is yet to be seen. But Sanjay Yadav has acquired a humongous role within the party. He decides whom Tejaswi meets. He decides what kind of policies party will adopt. He decides the strategies of the party. So there is kind of enchantment. There is kind of resentment within the party against Sanjay Yadav. But as of now, nobody is talking about the role of Sanjay Gandhi, Sanjay Yadav, he has acquired in last couple of years within the party.
So, Aman, 17th is going to be that introspection meeting, but we know what happens in these kind of introspection meetings. The truth is very seldom told. But do you think that there is a section of the RJD who are certainly going to be very uncomfortable with the situation? After all, they have to look after their political future as well. Is that what should also be discussed, the Sanjay Yadav factor, and then what Rohini Acharya has been alleging?
Well, Pallavi, Rohini Acharya's allegations and her claims are only becoming stronger by the hour. Last bulletin, we were discussing how she said that a slipper was thrown at her and, you know, she was abused in the most vile language. She was humiliated. And now see what she is saying. In her latest tweet, which has just come a few minutes back, she is saying, yesterday, along with abuses, I was told that I am dirty and that I have given my dirty kidney to my father, Lalu Prasad, that I took crores of rupees. I got a ticket from Saran and then I donated the so-called dirty kidney. So Rohini Acharya is saying that she is being accused by her own family that she only gave the kidney to Lalu Prasad after she was given a ticket from Saran and that she took money for the same. This is a very, very serious allegation being put by Rohini Acharya on her own family. Then she is saying that to every daughter, every mother, every sister, if there is a son or brother in a paternal home, let them donate a kidney. Don't let the daughter donate the kidney. She's saying, tell your brother, the son of the house, to donate his kidney, or ask one of his friends from Haryana to do it. So this is an attack now on Sanjay Yadav. Let Sanjay Yadav donate the kidney to Lalu Prasad. Let Tejaswi Yadav do it. Why should I have donated this kidney when I am being told now that I am a dirty person? I've given a dirty kidney to my father. Look what she goes ahead and says that I committed a great sin, that I did not think of my family or my 3 children. When I donated my kidney, I did not seek permission from my husband or my in-laws. I did it for the love of my father, but now I'm being called dirty, and she said, I will never, nobody should ever make this mistake again. So these are very, very strong words coming from the daughter of Lalu Prasad, who gave her kidney to Lalu Prasad, saved his life, gave him a fresh lease of life. And this woman is now saying that she has been thrown a slipper at inside Lalu Prasad's house, that she's been termed dirty, that she gave a dirty kidney to Lalu Prasad. I think, Pallavi, the fight is all out in the open now. Tomorrow they may do a meeting and they may introspect. We all know how these introspections happen. But I don't think Tejaswi Yadav is in any mood to give up Sanjay Yadav. And it's very clear now that either it is Sanjay Yadav or his own family, be it Rohini Acharya, be it Tej Pratap, the family is completely split down the middle after this election result. Interestingly, Pallavi, I was just discovering Rohini Acharya's feed and I discovered a beautiful picture she put up on the 9th of November where her brother Tejaswi Yadav is kissing her on the forehead on Tejaswi Yadav's birthday. And she said, she then tweeted about that, young in age but with a true heart, a firm Karamveer, that is my brother Tejaswi Yadav. Within a week, you see how the story has completely changed from praising her brother, this happy family picture, to just after the result has come. There's a complete parivar on between the Lalu family. And
also the fact that there was a press conference which took place a day before the voting of the second phase of Bihar. Rohini Acharya was very much there by her brother's side. But you know, Brijmohan, the defeat brings out the truth and the reality very often. And I guess that is what explains the 1 week that Aman is talking about. But maybe Rohini was waiting for this results to happen. But how many supporters would she have within the party? After all, at the end of the day, the parents have made it very clear that the inheritor is Tejaswi Yadav.
It was long been decided that Tejaswi would inherit party's legacy from Lalu Prasad Yadav, and Lalu supported all the way in last couple of years. And Tejaswi proved himself. If you talk about 2020 elections, RJD got 75 seats. But apart from the political legacy, we have to analyze Rohini's persona also. She has been an intelligent woman. She writes well. Look at her tweets. Look at her Facebook post. She has been attacking Nitish Kumar and all the opposition leaders in couple of years. I've seen her post. She has been writing well, and she has got political persona also, political mind. So, apart from Misa Yadav, Rohini Acharya has been a great leader within the party, and lot of women voters, lot of women in Bihar, they supported Rohini when she donated kidney to her father, and even opposition leaders, they lauded her humanitarian donation to her father, and it was said that she has sacrificed her life, and as she has written in the post that she did not consult her father-in-law, she did not consult her husband and the family, entire family, and that's the kind of pain we should understand, we should realize she is going through right now.
Absolutely. And you know, when she had donated that kidney, the RJD certainly and many had flaunted this as yet another story of women empowerment even within the RJD. We're just going to come back to the two of you. There are several other reactions which have come in. Let's go through each one of them.
देखिए, ये परिवार का मामला है, परिवार के लोग जवाब देंगे और ये पार्टी का शीर्ष नेतृत्व इसको देखेगा पूरे मामले। इस तरह के परिणाम क्यों आए, क्या कारण रहे, इसकी समीक्षा होगी, किन कारणों से ये हुआ, इसके बाद ही इस पर कोई प्रतिक्रिया होगी। इस तरह से रोहिणी जी ने एक आदर्श प्रस्तुत किया, हर माँ, पिता, कोई भाई चाहेगा कि रोहिणी जैसी बेटी, रोहिणी जैसी बहन सबको मिले।
देखिए, मैं इसके ऊपर मैं कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करूंगा, क्योंकि जब एक परिवार ऐसी कठिन परिस्थितियों से गुजरता है तो वो किस मानसिक दबाव में रहता है, इसका अंदाज़ा मुझे है, क्योंकि मैं भी इस दौर से गुजरा हूं। हम लोगों के राजनीतिक मतभेद ज़रूर रहे हैं, पर मैंने हमेशा आदरणीय लालू जी के परिवार को अपना परिवार माना है। मैंने हमेशा तेजस्वी हों, तेज हों, मीसा दी हों, रोहिणी जी हों, सबको मैंने अपने भाई बहन ही माना है। ऐसे में बस मैं सिर्फ इतनी प्रार्थना करता हूं कि जल्द से जल्द ये पारिवारिक विवाद सुलझे। घर में एकता बनी रहती है तो इंसान बाहर कठिन परिस्थितियों से लड़ लेता है।
Okay, we also had an exclusive conversation with the BJP MP Sanjay Jaiswal. Aman Sharma spoke to him. Let's listen in.
तक संभवतः मेरी
the allegations जो रोहिणी आचार्य कर रही हैं, कई तरह की उन्होंने चीजें ट्विटर पे बोली हैं, स्लीपर फेंका गया उन पे, उनको कहा गया कि उन्होंने गंदी किडनी लालू प्रसाद जी को दे दी। इस पे क्या प्रतिक्रिया करोगे आपकी, क्या हो रहा है लालू परिवार में?
आज से कल तक बातें चल रही हैं, सरकार की
फाइनेंशियल डीलिंग होगी करने वाले कोई और उसके कारण ही ये सब हो रहा है। संजय
Okay, we're going to try and reconnect with that, but this is now a full-blown war which has taken place within the RJD. I mean, who would have thought that just within less than 24 hours, this kind of results, which are certainly humiliating as far as RJD is concerned, you will be finding sibling rivalry, bitterness against each other. In all of this, everyone is silent. No word from Lalu and Rabri Devi, of course. Neither from Tej Pratap, the other estranged son and a member of the Lalu Prasad Yadav family. Will he speak out in defense of Rohini Acharya once again? Okay, let us go back to the Sanjay Jaiswal conversation.
मैं ये आपका रिकॉर्ड कर रहा हूँ। एक द एलिगेशंस जो रोहिणी आचार्य कर रही हैं, कई तरह की उन्होंने चीजें ट्विटर पे बोली हैं, स्लीपर फेंका गया उन पे, उनको कहा गया कि उन्होंने गंदी किडनी लालू प्रसाद जी को दे दी। इस पे क्या प्रतिक्रिया करोगे आपकी, क्या हो रहा है लालू परिवार में?
देखिए, फैमिली में फाइनेंशियल डीलिंग करने वाले कोई और हो गए और उसके कारण ही ये सब हो रहा है। संजय इनडायरेक्टली वहां के हो गए, पर ये उनका अपना फैमिली का प्रॉब्लम है। उससे भी बड़ी बात है कि किस तरह से आप एक फैमिली जो कि बिहार के प्रमुख परिवार में है, उसमें इस तरह की घटिया बेटियों के साथ करना बहुत ही दुखद भी है और बताता है कि पर बातें पहुंच चुकी हैं और ये बहुत शर्मनाक भी है। और जिस तरह से कार्यकर्ताओं को ट्रीट करते थे, अब अपने परिवार को उसी ट्रेनिंग रखते हैं।
और जायसवाल जी पूरा
कभी अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को नौकर से ऊपर नहीं होता। आज के समय में देख रहा हूँ कि परिवार को भी तरह का कर रहा है।
और जायसवाल जी, पूरा बीजेपी का तो कैंपेन ही जंगल राज के इशू पे था कि महिलाएं सेफ नहीं हैं बिहार में, अगर आरजेडी वापस आती है तो ये तो घर की ही महिला अब ऐसे जब इल्जाम लगाती हैं तो ये दिख रहा है क्या कि फैमिली में कुछ ठीक नहीं चल रहा है? पहले तेज प्रताप, अब रोहिणी आचार्य।
पहली घटना तो है नहीं, पहले भी लोगों ने ऐश्वर्या के साथ जिस तरह से बिहेव किया, बिहार यादव वो सदस्य थे, राज्य पूर्व ग्रैंड डॉटर थी, और बेइज्जत इस तरह से आ गया। तो इस घर में बहुओं का पहले किया गया, बेटी किया जा रहा है, परंतु यह
Okay, so this was Sanjay Jaiswal. You know, Aman, the BJP, of course, is going to flaunt this as a big issue. Of course, they're going to draw comfort in the discomfort of the RJD. But when that stock-taking meeting takes place on 17th, how difficult will it be for Tejaswi Yadav to remain silent on all these allegations which have made against him?
Pallavi, it's going to be a tough task. Number one, that you have been completely decimated in this election. The RJD may still be the single largest party by terms of votes or vote share, but it's reduced to just 25 seats. That speaks of how bad maybe their candidate selection also was, in which it is said a key role was played by Sanjay Yadav. So that is also exposing a lot, that a lot of introspection is required by the RJD. You know, they may come up with certain excuses, but it is very, very clear that their seat distribution was wrong, their candidate selection was wrong, and that has resulted in this big, big defeat. You know, Asaduddin Owaisi winning 5 seats in Simhanchal, hurting the RJD. So even amongst your core Yadav and Muslim voters, there seems to be a big time desertion this time. Either the Yadav voter has gone to the NDA, the Muslim voter may have opted for Mr. Owaisi in certain seats. This is very, very damaging for the RJD's future. And you know, look at what Sanjay Jaiswal is telling us from the BJP. He's saying what Rohini Acharya is exposing is extremely shameful and sad. He said the RJD has made tall claims that they will improve the safety and security of women if they want, but look what they have done to their own daughter inside their own home. And Sanjay Jaiswal, they are telling us that this is not the first time. Earlier, the ex-wife of Lalu Prasad's elder son, Tej Pratap, Aishwarya, he says, look at how she was treated. She was thrown out of the house. Aishwarya had gone to court to seek a divorce from Tej Pratap and launched all sorts of allegations, not just against Tej Pratap, but against the entire Lalu family. So the BJP is now saying that the rot inside the Lalu family is deep. Sanjay Jaiswal, they're telling us, first it was Aishwarya, now it is Rohini. Both have come out and spoken against the family. It is high time that the Lalu family comes out clean on how they are treating the woman inside their house. Are they giving the respect to the daughter? Are they giving the respect to the former daughter-in-law? That is what the BJP's charge is, and BJP fought this entire election on the issue of safety of women, to not bring back Jungle Raj. And Sanjay Jaiswal, they're telling us that the real Jungle Raj is actually happening inside Lalu Prasad's home.
Okay. And Brijmohan, how long will it be possible? I mean, now all eyes are going to be on Lalu Prasad Yadav, because there's a real factor. Is there a possibility of a split within the RJD? I don't know. I mean, you would know this better. But do you think this will force Lalu or Rabri Devi to step in to keep the party together?
When Lalu Yadav and Rabri Devi are with Tejaswi Yadav, party is one. There is no doubt about it. Party is one, RJD is one, because Tejaswi Yadav, he inherited political legacy of Lalu Yadav. But there is a virtual rift within the party. Tej Pratap Yadav has already spoken against. He has formed his party. And after that, Rohini has walked out of Lalu house. So there is clear rift within the party. But if you talk about political division of the party, that seems to be impossible as of now, because Tejaswi Yadav has support of all the MLAs of the party and all the big leaders of the party. But there are veterans within the party. They have been talking about the role Sanjay Yadav played in the distribution of the seats and the kind of dealing he gave to the party members, to the senior leaders. That is yet to be considered. That is yet to be seen, because most of the senior leaders, they opposed Sanjay Yadav, but not so openly, Pallavi, as of now.
Absolutely. So we'll have to wait to see who blinks first, who rebuts first. Sanjay Yadav, Tejaswi Yadav, will it be Rabri? Thank you so much to both Aman as well as Brijmohan for getting us all these details. But there's Manoj Tiwari also, who has reacted. Let's listen in to him.
अब देखिए, वैसे इसमें बड़ा बहुत बोलना बनता नहीं है, मगर ये जरूर दिख रहा है कि जिन लोगों ने पूरे बिहार को चलाने के सपने देख रहे थे, वो परिवार भी नहीं चला पा रहे। रोहिणी आचार्य ने बहुत सारी बात कल मैं सुन रहा था, बहुत ही आपत्तिजनक। सवाल पूछने पे चप्पल से पिटाई हो सकती है, सवाल पूछने पे आपको घर से बाहर निकाला जा सकता है। ये कहीं न कहीं उस मानसिकता का परिचायक है जिस जंगल राज के लिए पूरा शासन जाना जाता था। मैं ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं इन लोगों की अंदरूनी समस्याएं ठीक।
Okay, so it's getting messier, dirtier, the war within the parivar. We're going to keep updated. This is going to be a top focus through the day. Thank you so much for watching. News continues over here on CNN News 18.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
बिहार का ऐतिहासिक विजय हुआ हो और अगर हम सूरत से आगे जा रहे हो और बिहार के लोगों को मिले भी ना जाए तो लगता है यात्रा अधूरी रह गई। और इसलिए गुजरात में रहने वाले और खास करके सूरत में रहने वाले मेरे बिहारी भाइयों का हक बनता है और इसलिए मेरी स्वाभाविक जिम्मेवारी भी बनती है कि आप लोगों के बीच आकर के इस विजयोत्सव की कुछ पल का मैं भी हिस्सा बनूं। अचानक कार्यक्रम बन गया। मैं सुबह जा रहा था डेडियापाड़ा, तो यहाँ के हमारे साथियों ने मुझे कहा कि बिहार के लोगों की इच्छा है अगर आप 5-10 मिनट बाहर आ जाए तो लोग आ जाएंगे। और मैं देख रहा हूं दूर दूर तक काफी मात्रा में लोग बाहर भी दिखते हैं। साथियों, आप भी जानते हैं, बिहार के लोग भी जानते हैं।
Counting begins on result day live.
2 leads to the NDA so far, 1 to the JDU and 1 to the BJP. 83,000 people are watching CNN News 18 right now. So thank you very much, viewers.
पास आओ, जरा दिखाओ हमारे viewers who are watching us on YouTube. We got the early trend showing that the NDA is walking away, marching comfortably.
Big leads as far as the JDU is concerned. The BJP, JDU neck and neck.
Already the majority mark for the NDA.
The top story is on Bihar. We've been speaking about the big points which have been raised by the Prime Minister, from attacking the Congress party to also celebrating the massive mandate for the NDA in the counting yesterday. But now he made also another attack, and this time round all eyes as far as Bengal is going. In fact, he went on to say that the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal, making it very clear that the next big challenge for the BJP is going to be on Bengal. The focus is going to be on defeating the Bengal Chief Minister and the Trinamool Congress. He spoke about the fact that Bihar's mandate has now set the tone for a BJP victory in West Bengal. Prime Minister said that the BJP is going to end the Jungle Raj in Bengal, claimed that the path of victory has opened just as the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal. Trinamool Congress hit back sharply, insisting that Bengal and Bihar are two completely different situations and equations. They also predicted that Mamata Banerjee is going to return as the Chief Minister for the 4th time with maximum number of votes. TMC accused the Prime Minister of belittling Bengal's women and stopping funds meant for the state, saying Bengal's women will reply at the ballot. Let's listen in to all the reactions.
गंगा जी यहाँ बिहार से बहते हुए ही बंगाल तक पहुंचती है। बिहार ने बंगाल में भाजपा की विजय का रास्ता भी बना दिया है। मैं बंगाल के भाइयों बहनों को भी आश्वस्त करता हूं, अब भाजपा आपके साथ मिलकर पश्चिम बंगाल से भी जंगल राज को उखाड़ फेंकेगी।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो बोल रहे हैं, ये बिहार रिजल्ट लेकर बंगाल के बारे में, वो पूरा उनका एक पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड स्टेटमेंट, वो भी जानता है। ऐसा है, बिहार का जो रिजल्ट है उसके साथ बंगाल का ऊपर उसका कोई इम्पैक्ट ही नहीं होगा, क्योंकि बिहार में जो फैक्टर्स वोट में है और बंगाल का जो फैक्टर्स है कॉम्प्लीटली डिफरेंट। इसीलिए आप पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड ऐसा स्पीच देना बंद कीजिए। आने वाला चुनाव में ममता बनर्जी फिर चीफ मिनिस्टर, 4th टाइम के लिए चीफ मिनिस्टर, और 250+ MLA लोग लेकर चीफ मिनिस्टर बनने वाली है।
Okay, and my colleague Komalika is joining me live from Kolkata. Komalika, the big election which you and me from the state are looking forward to, of course, is Bengal 2026. But Komalika, this is also one election which the BJP is very confident of winning. The SIR issue, the vote chori issue has also been raised by Mamata Banerjee. How challenging it is likely to be for her, but equally for the BJP, because at the end of the day, do they have a tall leader who can take on someone like a Mamata Banerjee?
You know, that's a very big question. No doubt that SIR is definitely a challenge for Trinamool Congress, and that is the reason that's what the BJP's claim is also. And if we speak to the party insiders, definitely they are of the opinion that this is targeting a particular community, and that community obviously is vote bank of Trinamool Congress. But at the same time, they are clearly saying that this is something which is the Election Commission is working the behest of BJP. That's what Trinamool Congress standpoint is, and that's how we know that when the day the SIR was implemented, that day we saw that Mamata Banerjee, Abhishek Banerjee, both of them were on roads. So definitely it is a challenge for Trinamool Congress. There is no doubt on it. And with the growing with the Bihar results, the BJP is in a upbeat mood, and the BJP with full force will be now jumping into Bengal. There is no doubt on it. On the other hand, definitely the question which is always there as far as India and as far as Bengal is concerned, that in India there is no opposition leader who can actually face Narendra Modi, who can actually stand in front of Narendra Modi. That in entire India, that is the big problem for the opposition. The same problem somehow there is in Bengal, that who is actually the face against Mamata Banerjee, because she is herself a face that is which is a challenge of BJP, no doubt. And obviously the fact that Trinamool Congress is here with so much of their organization, we know that with each BLO, Abhishek Banerjee is totally monitoring himself the entire SIR process. So definitely a challenge for both the sides.
And Polycab, India's safe, happy connection.
This November, CNN News 18's Indian of the Year enters a new milestone of its 15th edition, celebrating India's invincible icons. A very warm welcome. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Since 2006, CNN News 18's Indian of the Year continues to honor individuals whose determination, vision and achievements have shaped the nation's journey, with recipients including Virat Kohli, the Indian women's cricket team, ISRO, NGOs Stop Acid Attacks, Vishwanathan Anand, Deepika Padukone and A.R. Rahman, among others.
मैं आपका बहुत मशकूर हूँ और
मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि आपने मुझको यहाँ पर मदऊ किया और ऐसी खूबसूरत अच्छी एक महफिल आपने यहाँ पर मुनज़्ज़म की है। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
जब हमारा नेशनल एंथम चला तो सर ये अभी भी रोंगटे खड़े हो रहे थे वहाँ पे। तो मतलब वो उससे बड़ी फीलिंग कुछ नहीं थी। मतलब ऐसा लगता है कि जितनी भी आज तक मेहनत करी है, इंजरीज हुई हैं, जो भी हुआ है वो उस टाइम भूल गए थे हम।
I don't believe in tags. I don't believe in comparisons. For me, the joy of life is just watching that ball and hitting it in the middle of the ball.
इंडिया कभी झुकेगा नहीं।
Please do keep watching CNN News 18, but beyond that, do watch films in the theatre.
Thank you for that. We're on cable as well as on social.
You don't get CNN News 18 in theatres yet. So.
To be holding the award for being the youth icon Indian of the year just is truly a very, very special feeling. Thank you, CNN News 18 again.
And this year, under the theme India's Invincible Icons, the spotlight is on change makers who embody courage, perseverance and an unshakable spirit, standing tall as symbols of strength and progress in a transforming India. And when you have to pick one among many stars, you need an equally brilliant panel to make that choice. The country's most distinguished minds have come together to decide on who will be crowned the Indian of the Year 2025. Presenting before you this year's elite jury, bringing depth, diversity and insight to the selection process. Let me take you through the Indian of the Year 2025 jury. To begin with, we have Sanjeev Goenka, who's the founder and chairperson of the RPSG group. We also have Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud, who needs no introduction, the former CGI. Prasoon Joshi, who's a poet and songwriter. Sanjeev Bikhchandani, co-founder Info Edge. We also have Professor Santishri D. Pandit, who's a vice chancellor at JNU. We also have Amitabh Kant, former CEO at Niti Aayog. At the same time, we have Shefali Shah, renowned actor. Also, Lara Datta, former Miss Universe and actor. And Gagan Narang, who's an Olympic medalist. At the same time, Mahesh Jethmalani, lawyer and former Rajya Sabha MP. Indu Malhotra, the former Supreme Court judge as well. So let's talk about our category today, be it science or social work, civil services or sports. It's time to give center stage to India's Nari Shakti, with Indian of the Year 2025 honouring India's self-made women. Let's have a look. Dr. Sangamitra Pati, Additional Director General of the Indian Council of Medical Research, has been recognised among the top 2% scientists worldwide. Her work on the One Health initiative aims to eliminate human anthrax in Odisha. Known as Mumbai's Metro Woman, Ashwini Bhide has been instrumental in shaping the city's metro rail infrastructure, which has seen significant expansion during her tenure. She has been recognized as one of the Construction World Person of the Year for her contributions to India's urban transportation. Chonzin Angmo has made history as the first blind woman from India to scale Mount Everest. She has promoted accessibility in adventure sports and continues to inspire disabled communities worldwide. Radha Bahin Bhatt has dedicated 7 decades of her life to women's empowerment and environmental protection. Driven by a passion to serve and empower women, she opened a vocational training school for women, spearheading initiatives like the 1-hour school for girls. K. Kamini Maheshwari has made significant contributions to India's defence technology for over 30 years. As a proud part of DRDO, Maheshwari has been instrumental in the design and development of command control systems for anti-ship missiles, as well as weapon control systems for surface-to-air missiles. These 5 incredible women have set new benchmarks with their exceptional leadership and dedication to work. Stay tuned to find out who will be crowned the winner of the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year Iconic Woman 2025 award. All right, so who will be the Indian of the Year Iconic Woman 2025? Let's find out. And for that, let me introduce my guests today. I'm joined in by Mr. Dilip Cherian, who's an image guru, Sadhvi Bhagwati Saraswati, who's a spiritual leader, also joined in by Sonal Mansingh, Padma Vibhushan awardee and former Rajya Sabha MP. Many thanks to you all for joining in. Sadhvi, thank you so much for joining in on this special edition. If I could have your thoughts on who do you tout as the Iconic Woman of 2025?
Honestly, listening to all of the details of all of these women, at this moment, I'll have to think for another few minutes, because what we are seeing is a true embodiment of science, of spirituality, of the highest level of education, that shiksha, but also of sanskaras, of people using the power of their bodies, the power of their minds, the power of their resources to bring about changes in the world. We're seeing people in every walk of life really embody dharma and sanskriti and sanskaras, whether they are climbing, whether they're running, whether they're leading, whether they're inventing. And this is the power of our Bharatiya Sanskriti, it's the power of our dharma, and it's especially the power of that Nadi Shakti. Yes. So I will come back with one of them in a moment, but I'm so impressed by all of them at the moment.
I'm glad you appreciated our selection of nominees, and that's why I quickly want to bring in Sonal Mansingh ji. Sonal ji, you've been a trailblazer yourself as a former Rajya Sabha MP and a Padma Vibhushan awardee. Who do you think represents the Iconic Woman 2025 as far as Indian of the Year is concerned?
I find this kind of a question always very difficult to answer, because each one of them are so highly talented, efficient, and role models. But as you have asked me, my first name that comes up to me is of Dr. Sanghamitra Pati. She is one of the two women scientists of the world, and has done fantastic work. She has been consecutively nominated for the past 2 years, as I read her the note about her. And I think we need more and more scientists, women scientists, as we had already for Mangalyaan, Dr. Tessie Thomas, the scientist. Of course, Sanghamitra Pati's subject is different. But I really think that she's something that is unusual and very, very, what shall I say, she's an example, she's a template, if you ask me.
Okay.
But the rest of the ladies are also fantastic.
I want to quickly bring in Mr. Cherian on that note. Mr. Cherian, your thoughts on the selection of the nominees. Do you think that these names embody Nari Shakti before you name the person you deem fit?
You know, it's a toss-up for me between Radha Bhatt and Dr. Sanghamitra. The reason I have in both cases is that they're building outwards. They're building into a positive society, one where the elimination of disease is the objective, and the other where enhancement by education. The others are all exceptional, and they bring their skills and will be inspirational. But I think between these two, I would choose one. And knowing how sensitively Sonal has outlined the possibility of Dr. Pati, I too would, if it were to be a choice, I would opt for her. As I said, the enhancement of women's education, something that we tend to overlook, is what makes my candidature for Radha Bahin Bhatt up there. But in the race to make more and more of our girls look towards STEM education, I would say that the doctor is a good choice. But between these two, I would think are the more positive and useful role models for girls, for young ladies to follow, because inspiration is actually what makes for the next generation of leaders, which is what we are looking for.
All right, I want to quickly bring in Sadhvi. Sadhvi ji, what's your thought? Because we clearly see that Dr. Sanghmitra Pati seems to be a common choice for both Mr. Cherian and Sonal Mansingh as well. But Sadhvi, your thoughts, what do you think? Radha Bahin Bhatt is another name that's been suggested by Mr. Cherian.
So, as someone who actually comes from a background of science, I was actually doing my PhD in pediatric neuropsychology when I first came to India almost 30 years ago. I know the critical importance of women in science. I also know the critical importance of our Sanskriti and Dharma in the world of science, especially as we're seeing STEM, especially as we're seeing AI, and the importance of that. So she's an amazing icon. I know Radha Ben Bhatt actually personally and well, and she's an amazing being as well.
That's very interesting. Do share with us, why do you say she's so amazing, Sadhvi?
So, using your personal vision and seeing the divine in not only the creator, but also in the creation, in the land, in the environment, in the children, whether it's education, whether it's Mother Nature, and her inspiration, that which has kept her going her entire life, being just that mission of serving and serving and serving, is truly an embodiment of that Nari Shakti and an embodiment of what our world needs to see. However, I also wanted to really mention there was a third woman, you're going to have to help me pronounce her name, who the blind woman
Chonsin Angmo. I knew that you'll mention her.
And the reason that she pulls at my heart is one of the deepest teachings that those of us who come from abroad to India learn is the ability to see not just with these two eyes. We learn to see with our third eye. We learn to see with the power of intuition.
Wow.
We learn the power of that self-awareness, self-love, self-confidence that pushes and inspires so many people.
Hold on to that thought. That's such a beautiful thought. I want to quickly bring in Sonal ji on that note. Sonal Mansingh, your thoughts on Chonsin Angmo. I think Sadhvi has highlighted a very, very beautiful point, how Chonsin Angmo is now the embodiment of that sixth sense, of the third eye, of that intuitive power.
Yes, of course that's so, and there have been women who have climbed Mount Everest without oxygen. There has been lame, physically
and also reignited hope for the physically disabled, you know. She's also
Mount. So what I'm saying is the sixth, hello?
Yes, I'm saying that she's also reignited hope for the physically disabled community.
Yes, that's of course there. But yes, of course, I mean, all kudos, all appreciation. But as you asked me, I think all these ladies have a very powerful sense of being, a sense of sharing, and a sense of inspiring. I would again go to Sanghmitra Pati in the sense that she empowers women. She is a Srimati, she is a married woman, she has a family. And yet they have dedicated, women like her have dedicated their lives to uplifting not only women, but the entire mankind. And for me, that is very important. Although you have said women, But women are the pillars of society, of family, of a nation.
I'm running short of
And this is
time.
what
So,
attracts
Mr.
me
Cherian,
so
I'm
much.
so sorry to interrupt you. 30 seconds, Mr. Cherian, if you could also weigh in on K. Kamini Maheshwari, given her contribution to the defense sector and seeing the changing landscape of security in India. How do you weigh in on this lady's contribution to the defense sector?
There's no doubt that she's worth looking at from a model of, again, STEM, where we have too few women at this point of time. But because whenever a jury has to choose, they have to choose one. It doesn't mean that you're ignoring anybody else. But I think that medicine and the positivity of being able to eliminate disease is at a higher level of science. And the stuff that, Kamini will be doing is probably more complex and far more, shall we say, elevated in terms of the...
Absolutely. In a post-COVID era, I'm sure we all agree the role that science is playing. Thank you for highlighting the role of STEM as well.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
बिहार का ऐतिहासिक विजय हुआ हो और अगर हम सूरत से आगे जा रहे हो और बिहार के लोगों को मिले भी ना जाए तो लगता है यात्रा अधूरी रह गई। और इसलिए गुजरात में रहने वाले और खास करके सूरत में रहने वाले मेरे बिहारी भाइयों का हक बनता है और इसलिए मेरी स्वाभाविक जिम्मेवारी भी बनती है कि आप लोगों के बीच आकर के इस विजयोत्सव की कुछ पल का मैं भी हिस्सा बनूं। अचानक कार्यक्रम बन गया। मैं सुबह जा रहा था डेडियापाड़ा तो यहाँ के हमारे साथियों ने मुझे कहा कि बिहार के लोगों की इच्छा है अगर आप 5-10 मिनट बाहर आ जाए तो लोग आ जाएंगे। और मैं देख रहा हूं दूर दूर तक काफी मात्रा में लोग बाहर भी दिखते हैं। साथियों, आप भी जानते हैं, बिहार के लोग भी जानते हैं, हम वो पार्टी हैं जब हम गुजरात में
growing legacies over 200 years.
It's time to honour the remarkable achievements of 5 extraordinary Indians who've left a significant impact on the global stage. Presenting before you the trailblazing nominees in the category Global Indian of the Year 2025. From fashion to films, from cuisine to melody, the taste of India has reached new global frontiers. Thank you. Taking Indian filmmaking to international shores is Payal Kapadia. The filmmaker extraordinaire has created history with All We Imagine Is Light. With 2 nominations at the Golden Globes, she is the first Indian director to be recognized in the Golden Globes Best Director category. Leena Nair is breaking barriers as the first woman of color to lead Chanel, one of the world's most iconic luxury brands. Her exceptional leadership and vision have earned her numerous accolades. Manish Malhotra has revolutionized Indian fashion with his exquisite designs, showcasing the country's craftsmanship on the global stage and timeless collaborations with top brands. Taking the global hip-hop scene by storm with his powerful lyrics and unique sound, Hanuman Kind has been lauded by Prime Minister Modi for promoting Indian culture. His music is now universal language. Honored with the Best Chef New York State Award by the James Beard Foundation, Chef Vijay Kumar has brought India's culinary tradition to the forefront with his innovative gastronomy. 5 pioneering individuals, all demonstrating exceptional talent and extraordinary dedication to their craft. All right, Sonal Man Singh, Sadhvi Bhagwati Saraswati and Mr. Dilip Cherian continue to stay with us. Mr. Cherian, this is not just going to be about only Nari Shakti, so I'm going to let you have the first say this time around. Who, according to you, is going to make it to the crown of the iconic Indian?
You know, for me, the no-brainer is Leena Nair, because it's a very tough world that she has triumphed at, and making it as a brown skin to the top of this fashion pillar is a really tough call, because it's highly male-dominated, it's very European, and therefore the success of being able to be a representative of brand India, in a sense, for a brand which is a global iconic brand, is, to my mind, what makes her stand apart.
All right, I want to quickly bring in Sonal Man Singh. Sonal Man Singh, your thoughts? Do you believe that this should be Leena Nair's crown as far as the global Indian of the year 2025 is concerned?
In my mind, there is a tussle between Leena Nair and Hanuman Kind. Hanuman, this young man who's been lauded by Prime Minister Modi, has sort of presented Indian culture in a global way. And this is what counts, the soft power of culture. It speaks a lot. It's a very, actually I call it the strong power, not soft power. And it stays with people in memories. Another one, of course, Leena Nair. I agree with Dilip, because being a colored person, although everyone professes that, there is no color bar, there is no glass ceiling, but there is. And the fashion world of the West is so powerful and so peopled with these strong-willed men. And also, like Chanel herself was, Coco Chanel was an icon, but then she was a Parisian. And for an Indian colored woman to make it to the highest post,
how do you weigh in on that controversy that took place around Hanuman Kind when he said that I'm not an Indian rapper, I am from India, and that sort of stirred the hornet's nest? How do you assess that comment?
He's a young man. I don't know which generation he belongs to, Gen Z, Alpha, Beta, I don't know. But surely he is a very promising young man, and if he said that, he must have meant that he's from India, and in his rapping, there must be a lot of Indian culture for the Prime Minister to compliment him.
True.
And I give a lot of weighing in for Modi ji, because he has seen it all. He knows so much about all this.
Okay.
And I think young people also should be given their due. Yes.
Sadhvi, I want to quickly bring you in. Leena Nair's story has inspired many, especially as a girl from a small town like Kolhapur, then going on to head one of the biggest luxury brands of the world. How do you assess all these nominations, in fact? Why should I just be recommending one?
Beautiful. So I actually agree with Sonalji on the two that she chose. Leena Nair feels like a very powerfully obvious choice for all of the reasons that everyone has said. I have an additional reason for her as well, though, which is as a woman from the West, so as a fair-skinned woman in India for the last 30 years, one of the things that has distressed me to no end is the way that Indian girls feel like they need to be fair in order to be beautiful. And it has broken my heart, and I cannot tell you the number of events and programs I've done with girls in schools and colleges and universities to get them to literally raise their hands and promise that they're going to go home and throw out fairness creams, and that they're going to embrace the beauty, what in the West we call the exotic beauty of being dark, and how I grew up in a world where we literally would go lie in the sun with oil all over us and skin reflectors to become dark. So having her as this leader, I feel, is so powerful, not just for the world, not just for women, but specifically for Indian women to learn to love how they look. But very quickly, I also really feel that Hanuman kind, because rap music is typically filled with lyrics around violence and sex and drugs and anger and aggression, and being able to take teachings of culture into a beat that youngsters love and to make culture cool is also a very, very unique and very special contribution.
All right. I want to quickly bring in Mr. Cherian on the nomination of Chef Vijay Kumar. Mr. Cherian, we all will agree that Indian cuisine has really made the world a smaller place for India. Cuisine has become a universal language of sorts, where food is also, the Indian food is of course the new flavor across the globe. Never ever have we seen this kind of popularity of Indian food, and thanks to Vijay Kumar, he's bringing Indian food to the global stage now. So your thoughts on Chef Vijay Kumar's nomination?
As an inveterate foodie and a complete chef watcher, I would have backed him, and I think he's a great nominee. But the reason I didn't put him on top is because I think other chefs have been there before, and therefore I feel that he's treading a very important path, because in the future, food is going to be one of the strongest elements of soft power for India. But if one has to make a choice, as I said in the earlier episode section, I think one has to choose. And I think Chef Vijay Kumar is operating on a very tough turf, but the Leena Nair's trajectory, as well as her influence on India and her representation, is a better choice if one has to choose one.
Okay, Sonalji, quick thoughts on Chef Vijay Kumar, given that taking Indian gastronomy to global frontiers has its own challenge. But considering Vijay Kumar has already been awarded, he's clearly crossed that hurdle.
Yes, he's crossed that hurdle, and as Dilip said, that there have been his predecessors who have prepared the ground. As he said, I too am a foodie. I love food, good food, and Chef Vijay Kumar must have worked wonders to be nominated on this panel. But, and of course, stomach is the way to the heart is via stomach. Yes. We know that.
Yes. I want to quickly bring
he's made his way to many.
Sadhvi, I want to quickly bring you in on the role that chefs are playing for India on the global stage, and what do you think about Indian cuisine?
Well, I will tell you that on a personal level, 29 years ago, when I was 25 and came to India in the middle of my PhD program with a backpack on what I thought was going to be just a very short adventure trip, I came because I loved the food. And because I had seen all over the world, regardless of where I traveled, that if I wanted pure, no second questions asked, super yummy vegetarian food, because I was a pakka vegetarian, that the only place I could get it was Indian restaurants.
How lovely,
So
how lovely.
Indian
In
cuisine
a world
is
which is prioritizing vegan food, I'm sure Indian chefs have a very significant and special role to play. But many thanks to you, Sadhvi, Sonalji, and of course Mr. Sherian for joining in on this special edition of Indian of the Year. And that's all I have for you. The nominees have told their stories. Who's going to be the winner? They will write the next chapter. Stay tuned as the curtain is all set to rise. Goodbye and thank you so much for watching.
Our top story is on Bihar. We've been speaking about the big points which have been raised by the Prime Minister, from attacking the Congress party to also celebrating the massive mandate for the NDA in the counting yesterday. But now he made also another attack, and this time round all eyes as far as Bengal is going. In fact, he went on to say that the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal, making it very clear that the next big challenge for the BJP is going to be on Bengal, in West Bengal. Prime Minister said that the BJP is going to end the Jungle Raj in Bengal, claimed that the path of victory has opened just as the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal. Trinamool Congress hit back sharply, insisting that Bengal and Bihar are two completely different situations and equations. They also predicted that Mamata Banerjee is going to return as the Chief Minister for the fourth time with maximum number of votes. TMC accused the Prime Minister of belittling Bengal's women and stopping funds meant for the state, saying Bengal's women will reply at the ballot. Let's listen in to all the reactions.
गंगा जी यहाँ बिहार से बहते हुए ही बंगाल तक पहुंचती है। बिहार ने बंगाल में भाजपा की विजय का रास्ता भी बना दिया है।
बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा के संग त्योहार की उमंग।
Good afternoon and a warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Griha Atul. Let's begin with the headlines. A day after cutting ties with her family, RJD's Rohini Acharya levels fresh allegations, saying she was humiliated over her kidney donation and even a slipper was raised to hit her. RJD spokesperson Mrityunjay Tiwari downplays Rohini Acharya's allegations, says this is an internal family matter. BJP calls it an insult to daughters of Bihar. Ahead of Bihar swearing in, CNN News 18 accesses exclusive NDA cabinet formula. BJP likely to get 15 to 16 seats, JDU 14 seats, with the chief ministerial post to Nitish Kumar swearing in expected next week. CNN News 18 accesses clinching CCTV footage showing the I-20 car that was used in the Delhi blast that was parked inside the Al-Falah University until the 30th of October. Big breakthrough in Delhi suicide bomber Umar Nabi's radicalization nexus. Girl from Imphal confirms contact with Umar. Pan-India outreach uncovered. RSS leader's son Naveen Arora shot dead by bike-borne assailants in Punjab's Firozpur. BJP slams Aam Aadmi Party government over law and order in the state. Congress MP P. Chidambaram blames Bihar voters for election outcome, says the state did not vote for a strong opposition and that the responsibility now lies with the people. India captain Shubman Gill ruled out of the ongoing first test against South Africa in Kolkata after neck spasm on day 2. Let's begin with our top focus story. After RJD's humiliating defeat in the Bihar elections, the Lalu Prasad family now faces internal rifts. This after his daughter, Rohini Acharya quit the party yesterday and then has come out with damning allegations against her own family members. In a dramatic series of allegations on social media posts, Rohini has alleged that she was humiliated, abused and even assaulted with a slipper. In a massive escalation, Rohini heaped further allegations against the Yadav family. Mentioning her father's kidney transplant, Rohini said that she was humiliated over her kidney donation to Lalu Prasad Yadav. She was she's gone on to mention that she was insulted for saving her father's life. She even goes on to ask her brother, Tejasvi Yadav, that why didn't he donate his kidney to his father? While the RJD hasn't really commented on all of these allegations that have come in from Rohini, the BJP has latched on to the opportunity. They are now slamming the Lalu Prasad Yadav family for disrespecting women in their own family.
देखिए, ये परिवार का मामला है, परिवार के लोग जवाब देंगे और ये पार्टी का शीर्ष नेतृत्व इसको देखेगा पूरे मामले। इस तरह के परिणाम क्यों आए, क्या कारण रहे, इसकी समीक्षा होगी। किन कारणों से ये हुआ, इसके बाद ही इस पर कोई प्रतिक्रिया होगी। इस तरह से रोहिणी जी ने एक आदर्श प्रस्तुत किया। हर माँ, पिता, कोई भाई चाहेगा कि रोहिणी जैसी बेटी, रोहिणी जैसी बहन सबको मिले।
The allegations जो रोहिणी आचार्य कर रही हैं, कई तरह की उन्होंने चीजें ट्विटर पे बोली हैं। स्लिपर फेंका गया उन पे, उनको कहा गया कि उन्होंने गंदी किडनी लालू प्रसाद जी को दे दी। इस पे क्या प्रतिक्रिया करोगे आपकी? क्या हो रहा है लालू परिवार में?
देखिए, फैमिली में फाइनेंशियल डीलिंग करने वाले कोई और हो गए और उसके कारण ही ये सब हो रहा है। संजय इनडायरेक्टली वहाँ के हो गए, पर ये उनका अपना फैमिली का प्रॉब्लम है। उससे भी बड़ी बात है कि किस तरह से आप एक फैमिली जो कि बिहार के प्रमुख परिवार में है, उसमें इस तरह की घटिया बेटियों के साथ करना बहुत ही दुखद भी है और बताता है कि पर बातें पहुंच चुकी हैं और ये बहुत शर्मनाक भी है। और जिस तरह से कार्यकर्ताओं को ट्रीट करते थे, अब अपने परिवार को उसी श्रेणी में रखते हैं।
और जायसवाल जी पूरा
कभी अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को अपने नौकर से ऊपर नहीं रखता। आज के समय में देख रहा हूँ कि परिवार को भी तरह का कर रहा है।
और जायसवाल जी पूरा बीजेपी का तो कैंपेन ही जंगल राज के इशू पे था कि महिलाएं सेफ नहीं हैं बिहार में। अगर आरजेडी वापस आती है तो ये तो घर की ही महिला अब ऐसे जब इल्जाम लगाती हैं तो ये दिख रहा है क्या कि फैमिली में कुछ ठीक नहीं चल रहा है? पहले तेज प्रताप, अब रोहिणी आचार्य।
पहली घटना तो है नहीं, पहले भी लोगों ने ऐश्वर्या के साथ जिस तरह से बिहेव किया, वह सदस्य थी रायपुर ग्रैंड डॉटर थी। तो इस घर में बहुओं का पहले किया गया, बेटी किया जा रहा है, परंतु में कोई अगर उससे कोई प्रश्न पूछ लेता है, चाहे वह करता हो, चाहे नेता हो, चाहे परिवार के सदस्य हो, उसका जो हर्ष होना चाहिए उन्होंने अपनी बहन का भी वही हर्ष किया। दुख।
Let me take this across to my colleague Aman Sharma and Pallavi Ghosh, who are now with us on the broadcast. Aman, coming to you first, this is a very, very damning allegation that has come in from the own daughter of Lalu Prasad Yadav. After Tej Pratap, now this. How do you think the RJD is really dealing with this situation, and how in turn is the Lalu family dealing with the situation?
Well, Griha, I would say this is a full implosion inside the Lalu Prasad family after this disastrous loss which has come, which the RJD has been reduced to its second worst performance, in fact, since 2010. It's down to just 25 seats. It's barely qualified to get the LOP position by just 1 seat. If it was 24, it was not qualified to get the LOP position. And now there is a blame game which is on. The most damning, I think, Rohini Acharya's statements yesterday and her fresh statements today, that she has been humiliated, she has been abused with the most vile language. A slipper was thrown at her, and that she was told that the kidney she donated to Lalu Prasad, her father, was a dirty kidney. She did it for money. She did it to get the parliamentary ticket from Saran which she eventually lost. So these kind of allegations, which now Rohini Acharya is launching against her own family, this seems to be very, very damning, and the rift, I think, is running very deep inside the family. First, it was Tej Pratap, who was, thrown out of the house. He, in a way, gave up his family, and now this Rohini Acharya, Tej Pratap, the elder son, Rohini Acharya, the sister of Tejaswi Yadav. It seems that they are not agreeing on anything, and the big villain of this piece seems to be Mr. Sanjay Yadav, this politician from Haryana who first came associated with Tejaswi Yadav in 2015, has been his right-hand man, and now he's being seen as the big villain of this whole family drama which is playing out in the public eye. And you heard Sanjay Jaiswal there say that this is shameful, this is sad, and this is not the first time that this is happening in Lalu family. Earlier they did it with their daughter-in-law Aishwarya, who was the former wife of Tej Pratap. She was also thrown out of the house, and she had made a lot of allegations against the family in court, and now it is their own daughter Rohini Acharya. So a family which cannot respect its own daughter-in-law, its own daughter, how will women of the state be safe under a RJD rule? That is what the entire BJP campaign was about in these elections.
Right, absolutely. And Pallavi, needless to say, the Bharatiya Janata Party has taken on this entire issue, and they are going on to further accuse the Lalu Prasad Yadav family and in turn the party altogether for this kind of a fiasco, and talking about how the women, not just in the family but also in the entire state of Bihar, have not been safe under the Lalu rule, the Jungle Raj as they claim. Has the Congress so far weighed in?
Well, no, Congress hasn't made any comment because they feel that this is something which is within the family. So we'll have to wait to see whether they are going to be making a comment. But, just to talk about in the context of the RJD vis-a-vis the political situation in Bihar, it certainly weakens Tejaswi Yadav's, position, I would say. I mean, at the end of the day, he's the one who's going to be there inside the assembly. He's going to be the main face of the RJD. And if the RJD wants to project him and continue to project him as the person who's in charge of the RJD, then Tejaswi Yadav certainly is coming across as someone who is weak, who could not even rein in, say, a Sanjay Yadav, who's an advisor. Second, he could not even keep the family together. And it's not just one, it's a question of a woman also within the family who was not protected. And I'm sure this is going to come back to haunt him, because this is the question which is opponents will raise, that when you cannot respect and protect the women of your family, how can you expect to do that as far as the entire state is concerned? That's one. And the second important thing is that you are not able to keep your family together. Are you going to be capable of keeping your party together? Rohini Acharya has not been that active a member. She certainly have been seen in campaigns. She contested and lost to that sense. But how many of the party leaders will ride on Rohini Acharya and start attacking Sanjay Yadav? That I think is going to be very critical in that meeting, which is going to take place in Patna, which has been called by Tejaswi Yadav on the 17th.
Right, thank you so much for that, Pallavi and Aman. We'll keep an eye on this big development that's coming in from Bihar. Interesting details that are so far trickling in. But right now, let's take a look at some more reactions coming in.
अब देखिए, वैसे इसमें बड़ा बहुत बोलना बनता नहीं है, मगर ये जरूर दिख रहा है कि जिन लोगों ने पूरे बिहार को चलाने के सपने देख रहे थे, वो परिवार भी नहीं चला पा रहे। रोहिणी आचार्य ने बहुत सारी बात कल मैं सुन रहा था, बहुत ही आपत्तिजनक। सवाल पूछने पे चप्पल से पिटाई हो सकती है, सवाल पूछने पे आपको घर से बाहर निकाला जा सकता है। ये कहीं न कहीं उस मानसिकता का परिचायक है जिस जंगल राज के लिए पूरा शासन जाना जाता था। मैं ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं इन लोगों की अंदरूनी समस्याएं ठीक।
देखिए, मैं इसके ऊपर मैं कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करूंगा, क्योंकि जब एक परिवार ऐसी कठिन परिस्थितियों से गुजरता है तो वो किस मानसिक दबाव में रहता है, इसका अंदाजा मुझे है, क्योंकि मैं भी इस दौर से गुजरा हूं। हम लोगों के राजनीतिक मतभेद जरूर रहे हैं, पर मैंने हमेशा आदरणीय लालू जी के परिवार को अपना परिवार माना है। मैंने हमेशा तेजस्वी हूँ, तेज हूँ, मीसा दी हूँ, रोहिणी जी हूँ, सबको मैंने अपने भाई बहन ही माना है। ऐसे में बस मैं सिर्फ इतनी प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि जल्द से जल्द ये पारिवारिक विवाद सुलझे। घर में एकता बनी रहती है तो इंसान बाहर कठिन परिस्थितियों से लड़ लेता है।
रोहिणी आचार्य बेटी है, और बेटी जिसने अपने पिता की प्राण रक्षा की, अपने भाई के कलाई में राखी बांधी। उस बेटी के मन में अगर मनः पीड़ा है, राजनीतिक पीड़ा होना एक अलग विषय है, लेकिन उसके साथ व्यवहार की पीड़ा अगर है तो यह तो गृह की जो लक्ष्मी होती है, बेटी लक्ष्मी होती है, सरस्वती होती है, उसका अपमान करना यह हमारी परंपरा का हिस्सा नहीं रहा है। और लालू जी, राबड़ी जी इस पर खामोश क्यों हैं?
देखिए, ये तो किसी के परिवार और पार्टी का अंदरूनी मामला है, परंतु अगर कोई बेटी अपने घर में सम्मानित और सुरक्षित और संरक्षित महसूस ना करे, मतलब कि कोई भारी के दबाव से, संजय यादव, रमीश के दबाव से अपने परिवार को, अपनी पार्टी को छोड़ने पर मजबूर हो, उनका सम्मान ना हो, उनका संरक्षण ना हो अपने ही घर में, तो सोचिए क्या बिहार की बेटी सुरक्षित, सम्मानित और संरक्षित इस परिवार के या इस पार्टी के संचालन में महसूस कर सकती है?
In fact, Bihar's verdict gave a clear sweep to the NDA. The Modi-Nitish wave, combined with the MY factor, resulted in a historic win for the alliance. But now, all eyes are on the cabinet split and the oath-taking ceremony. CNN News 18's top sources have indicated that the Bharatiya Janata Party may get 15 to 16 cabinet positions, while the JDU is going to get 14 berths along with the chief ministerial post. The LJP has agreed to a final figure of 3, while 1 each for HAM and RLM. The swearing in, as per sources, is likely to take place on or before the 22nd of November.
मुझे लगता है आज से कल तक बातें चल रही हैं एंड आई थिंक सरकार की रूपरेखा कैसी होगी उसके ऊपर सेंस ऑफ क्लैरिटी आ जाएगा। आज देर रात तक संभवतः मेरी भी कुछ केंद्रीय वरिष्ठ नेताओं से मुलाकात, बातचीत होगी और मुझे लगता है कि आज कल तक रूपरेखा तैयार हो जाएगी। 22 से पहले तो सरकार बनानी है, तो हो जाएगा उसमें।
And NDA sources have revealed to CNN News 18 that NDA talks at the central level are now over and that BJP is likely to announce its central observers within a day, and these observers will preside over the state legislative party meeting. My colleague Payal Mehta with all those details. Payal?
Briya, very important to understand that a series of meetings took place in the national capital yesterday, led by Home Minister Amit Shah and, of course, BJP National President JP Nadda. And all the conversation that needed to happen around the seat sharing in terms of the cabinet berths has already been done at that level as well. And having said that, now it's the battle is going to move on to Bihar, to the capital of Bihar, Patna, where the further arrangements will be discussed. Primarily, what we're given to understand, what has been discussed, is that these are the berths that he or she, whichever party will get. It is up to them, because the BJP says that they cannot really decide who Chirag Paswan wants to make a minister. So the onus will now be on the state parties to decide how they want to go around with. It's a very positive and a very constructive meeting that took place yesterday, is what we're given to understand. And various leaders who had come in for this meeting are now going back or are probably already back in Bihar, because they will be having the conversation with the individual parties. As far as the BJP is concerned, they will be in fact sending in central observers in a day or something to in fact hold a meeting of the legislative party. Various political parties in the NDA will also be having their legislative party meeting, and then a decision will be taken, and all of them will come together and elect Nitish Kumar as the leader of the legislative party of the NDA, much like how they did for Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the national capital when the NDA meetings took place after the Lok Sabha elections as well. That procedure having completed, everything is expected to be clarified in the next 3 to 4 days. That's at least what our sources are saying in the NDA. There's no fight, there's no argument. It's all been very amicably settled, and it's been a very amicably run campaign. They were seen as a cohesive unit, much unlike what we saw in the opposition.
Right. Thank you so much for that, Payal. We're now getting some more breaking news on the broadcast. We're learning that South Africa has beaten India by 30 runs, unfortunately. It is the first time at home in 15 years that India has suffered such a loss, as India lose that test match to the Proteas, and they have been bundled out for 93. This is the 4th straight loss at home. So that is big worry for the country as South Africa has beaten India by 30 runs. My colleague Vineet with all of those details. Vineet, tough luck for Team India. Gotten beaten by Proteas, and this is the first time we are told at home that such a thing has happened. India losing that test match in 15 years.
Well, yeah, it's a big loss for Team India. Remember from what happened in the last series against New Zealand, the home series as well. So coming to the series, you expected that India to run through South Africa, but the manner in which South Africa fought back, and a lot of question marks on the pitch as well, how the pitch behaved. A match ending in less than 3 days is not ideal, and especially when on home conditions, to lose a match in under 3 days is not ideal. And from a home series perspective, also it's not really ideal for Team India to be losing in this manner. Remember, Shubman Gill was not able to play in this game after a neck injury, but even then, how the Protea spinners got the better of Indian batters is something which is to be taken into consideration. And again, big question mark on the way the pitch behaved as well. We are hearing that the Indian team wanted rank turners, but it is very much clear that Indian team itself is not competent enough to play turning tracks as well. And this result pretty much shows that. So going into Guwahati, Indian team will have to rethink their strategy on what kind of pitches that you are going to prepare to get the wins under your belt. But again, this is a big loss, big shock in a way. Nobody expected India to lose in the manner in which they did. As you mentioned, India have been beating South Africa left, right and center at home. But yeah, big boost for South Africa, but a big loss for Team India.
All right, thank you so much for that, Vineet. Loss for Team India, first time in 15 years at home when India has lost such a test match. We will keep an eye on this story. Of course, cricket fans right now are dejected with the performance of the men in blue. We go into a very short break with that.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
बिहार का ऐतिहासिक विजय हुआ हो और अगर हम सूरत से आगे जा रहे हो और बिहार के लोगों को मिले भी ना जाए तो लगता है यात्रा अधूरी रह गई। और इसलिए गुजरात में रहने वाले और खास करके सूरत में रहने वाले मेरे बिहारी भाइयों का हक बनता है और इसलिए मेरी स्वाभाविक जिम्मेवारी भी बनती है कि आप लोगों के बीच आकर के इस विजयोत्सव की कुछ पल का मैं भी हिस्सा बनूं। अचानक कार्यक्रम बन गया। मैं सुबह जा रहा था डेडियापाड़ा तो यहाँ के हमारे साथियों ने मुझे कहा कि बिहार के लोगों की इच्छा है अगर आप 5-10 मिनट बाहर आ जाए तो लोग आ जाएंगे और मैं देख रहा हूं दूर दूर तक।
Regulated and backed by Real Gold. All you need is a Demat account.
Welcome back. Amid the ongoing probe into the Delhi blast case, CNN News 18 has accessed CCTV footages that will come across as a big clincher when it is about the investigation into this entire episode. This is the CCTV image of the killer I-20 car. On your screens are the images of the I-20 that was driven by the bomber Omar Nabi at various locations in the national capital. And all of this starting from the 29th of October. When it entered the Al-Falah University, it was in fact parked in the common parking area. The car then was seen exiting the university on the 30th of October. In fact, CNN News 18 has also learned from its top intel sources that during the interrogation on the Al-Falah University, a girl from Imphal revealed that Umar tried to radicalize her and even offered her a new Muslim identity. Lens is now on the terror radicalization module, and Umar, who was allegedly on a pan-India outreach program targeting vulnerable youth. My colleague Anand Tiwari is joining us on the broadcast. Anand, आप इस स्टोरी को बहुत पहले से फॉलो कर रहे हैं. अब ये जानकारी में हमारे आ गया है, ये सीसीटीवी इमेज से हमें ये बात साबित होती है कि अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी में आना जाना था इनका, इनकी गाड़ी वहाँ पे पार्क थी. 30 अक्टूबर को उस पार्किंग लॉट से ये गाड़ी निकली है. और ये जो लड़की का अकाउंट हम बता रहे हैं, इन लेडी का जो इम्फाल की हैं, वो भी ये बयान में कह रही है कि एक रेडिकलाइजेशन मॉड्यूल के अंडर भी ये टेरर बिट था. तो उमर नबी की जो केस है उसको हम इस डायरेक्शन में अगर देखें तो किस तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेटिव एजेंसीज अब आगे प्रोसीड करेंगी इसके लिए?
देखिए, अगर आप ये पूरा मॉड्यूल देखेंगी तो इससे आपको साफ तौर पे अंदाजा लगेगा कि ये पूरी प्री प्लानिंग थी. ये कोई एक दो दिन में किया गया ये ब्लास्ट नहीं है. कैसे एक फर्जी नंबर की गाड़ी जो है वो अरेंज की जाती है, एक गाड़ी उमर खुद जो है वो कैरी करता है जो उसका आखिरी ऑनर होता है. इसके अलावा ये जो 43 सीसीटीवी फुटेज जो दिल्ली पुलिस ने एक्सेस किए हैं, ये इस बात की गवाही देते हैं कि कैसे 29 तारीख को जो उमर की I-20 गाड़ी है वो यूनिवर्सिटी में दाखिल हो रही है और 29 तारीख को 6:36 पर उमर ने जो उमर है उसने पार्किंग एरिया में इस गाड़ी को पार्क किया. 29 तारीख को 8:18 पर भी ये जो गाड़ी है हॉस्टल एरिया में देखी जा रही है और 30 तारीख को सुबह 7:31 पर फिर से गाड़ी जो है वो उस कॉमन एरिया में देखी जा रही है. यानी कि जिस गाड़ी से इस ब्लास्ट को अंजाम दिया गया वो इसी यूनिवर्सिटी कैंपस में लगातार खड़ी रही 30 तारीख तक. और कल जो CNN न्यूज 18 ने एक सीसीटीवी फुटेज दिखाया था फरीदाबाद की एक शॉप का, उसमें 30 तारीख को ही करीबन 4 बजे के आसपास जो उमर है वो आके 2 फोन लेके अपने फोन को चार्ज करवाता है. एक आईफोन से वो किसी शख्स से बात करता है और उसके बाद करीबन 20-25 मिनट बाद वो वहां से आगे मूव हो जाता है. उसके बाद 10 तारीख को वो बदरपुर बॉर्डर पे नजर आता है और उसके बाद पूरे दिल्ली में जो गाड़ी है वो उमर की जो है वो घूमती रहती है और उसके बाद ठीक 6:50 पे ब्लास्ट होता है. तो जैश का ट्रेंड आतंकी था जो मुजम्मिल है, उससे सेंट्रल एजेंसी जम्मू कश्मीर में पूछताछ करी है और उसने अपने इंट्रोगेशन में इस बात को कबूल किया है कि टर्की में जब ये दोनों लोग गए थे तो वहाँ पे ये जैश के हैंडलर से मिले थे और उसके बाद ये बम बनाने की इसको पूरी ट्रेनिंग आती थी. एक हार्डकोर टेररिस्ट था जिसने कि ये ब्लास्ट को जो है अंजाम दिया है.
जी आनंद, बहुत शुक्रिया इन सारी बातों की जानकारी के लिए. वी आर गेटिंग सम मोर एक्सक्लूसिव न्यूज ब्रेक. दिस इज CNN News 18 exclusive as families and rights groups are alleging that Pakistan's disappear and dump policy is continuing in Balochistan as well, with 7 more Baloch individuals missing from Kesh, Mastang and also Panjkur areas. Human rights bodies are claiming that over 320 enforced disappearances and 145 alleged fake encounter killings have happened since the month of July in 2025 alone, and more than 2,600 disappearances have been reported since 2011. Intel sources are also telling CNN News 18 that the Pakistan military has blocked access for international watchdogs, the press and also NGOs in Balochistan to hide the real facts and figures. My colleague Akanksha Swaroop is now joining us on the broadcast. Akanksha, more and more reportage when it is about the Baloch activists, Baloch lashers who are probably missing from Pakistani soil, even though they are trying to cloak all of those figures.
Right, and there have been enforced disappearances on Saturday evening from Buleda and Kech areas. Pakistan security forces are conducting intelligence-based operations against Baloch freedom fighters who are raising their voice against Pakistan military's atrocities in Balochistan. These are inputs that have been shared by Securities Editor Manoj Gupta. So since July 2025 alone, around 320 cases of enforced disappearances have been registered. According to the Human Rights Council of Balochistan, 145 killings have happened in fake encounters, and IBO operations in Balochistan have been happening regularly since July this year. Around 2,600 cases of enforced disappearance were reported just between 2011 and 2024 as per Amnesty International. After the attack on Jafar Express in March this year and Khuzdar Army Public School in May, Pakistan security forces are conducting major operations, and this continues to be a major cause of worry as far as Baloch freedom fighters and the human rights violations against the Baloch is concerned.
Right, Akanksha, thank you so much for all of those details. With that, it's a wrap from my side. News and updates continue on the broadcast.
Our top story is on Bihar. We've been speaking about the big points which have been raised by the Prime Minister, from attacking the Congress party to also celebrating the massive mandate for the NDA in the counting yesterday. But now he made also another attack, and this time round all eyes as far as Bengal is going. In fact, he went on to say that the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal, making it very clear that the next big challenge for the BJP is going to be on Bengal. The focus is going to be on defeating the Bengal Chief Minister and the Trinamool Congress. He spoke about the fact that Bihar's mandate has now set the tone for a BJP victory in West Bengal. Prime Minister said that the BJP is going to end the Jungle Raj in Bengal, claimed that the path of victory has opened just as the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal. Trinamool Congress hit back sharply, insisting that Bengal and Bihar are two completely different situations and equations. They also predicted that Mamata Banerjee is going to return as the Chief Minister for the fourth time with maximum number of votes. TMC accused the Prime Minister of belittling Bengal's women and stopping funds meant for the state, saying Bengal's women will reply at the ballot. Let's listen in to all the reactions.
On the show today, Manav Kaul and Bhasha Sungli along with director Aditya Suhas Zambale talk about their new film Baramulla, the Kashmiri Pandits and a haunting dream that stays with them. Shalini Pandey talks about making idli kadai with Dhanush, reuniting with her Arjun Reddy co-star Vijay Deverakonda and season 2 of Dabba Cartoon. Jitendra Kumar gives an update on Kota Factory Season 4, talks about replacing Vikrant Massey in Mirzapur the film and working with Arshad Warsi on Bhagwat Chapter 1. And Nehal Chudasma and Basir Ali talks about their Bigg Boss 19 journey, Amal Malik's aggressive behavior and Basir alleges being ignored by Salman Khan during Weekend ka Waad.
लेकिन सर अभी तक रैंसम का कॉल क्यों नहीं आया?
हर किडनैपिंग रैंसम के लिए नहीं होती है.
There has been a lot of hush around the whole film. Months before you shot for it or even the release. Why so?
I think it's good. Every hush thing is good for a film which is based on whispers in a valley. Basically, we have done this film called Baramulla, which is a genre-bending kind of a film where we have explored Kashmir through a very different lens. And the whole point was not to make a horror film, but yet make a film which has horror, which has supernatural, which has a lot of action in it, and along with it a suspense kind of a thriller which is throughout the film. So the whole idea was to kind of include the audience into this amazing experience where they can have this guess game where you start the film where it starts as a investigative thriller through DSP Ridwan's character, and as the progression starts it starts shifting the gears where the genre starts almost crisscrossing each other, where the supernatural, the myth around it, and what is it about, how the stakes are going to go high, and how it's about the entire valley, it's about Baramulla, it's about Kashmir in totality. I think that is very exciting that Baramulla brings on the table.
Yeah. Manav, your character, he has a lot of emotional pain, a lot of guilt. What were challenges you faced while shooting for it?
I think the way Aditya has weaved the story and weaved all the characters, they are not like जैसा होता ना कि one dimension नहीं थे, सबकी layers थी, and as an actor to get to perform a role which has so many layers, and also हम लोग जब shooting भी कर रहे थे तो ऐसा लगता था कि ये scene थोड़ा सा सरल है, ऐसा जब घुसते थे तो वो सरल होता नहीं था. तो every other scene you feel that how much, like every scene we are going through so much. So that was also challenge and an amazing part of the script, that not a single scene you see is इसकी हमने ये मतलब ये थोड़ा इजी डे था, ऐसा इजी डे थे नहीं। इनफैक्ट मैं गुलनार के सीन भी आते थे तो मुझे बड़ा मजा आता देखने में कि हाउ लेयर्ड हर कैरेक्टर इज।
बट कोई इमोशनल गिल्ट इतना है तो डिड इट अफेक्ट यू साइकोलॉजिकली इन एनी वे as a person?
I don't think so because I find acting therapeutic. It's magical, and I think everyone should act.
Yeah.
Because you get the I cry and people will clap. Yeah. And it's something that you feel that no, but I was crying real. But it's therapeutic. It's so beautiful.
Bhasha, your character, she is the calm in all of this chaos. How, as a person, as an actor, how did you connect with her silence?
Okay.
And her strength as well.
Okay, but chaos hai, but she has a lot of turmoil going on inside.
Yeah.
Emotionally, it was very challenging. और गुलनार का कैरेक्टर मैं सच बताऊं तो मुझे ऐसा लगा कि इतना तो टफ नहीं होगा, और जब अंदर जाते गए तो वो जटिल और बनता गया, कॉम्प्लेक्स, मतलब उसकी रेवलेशंस होते गए कि ओके बिकॉज शी सफरिंग फ्रॉम अ लॉट ऑफ, एक तो एरिया आप समझिए पूरा जो जियो पॉलिटिक्स है पूरे एरिया का, फिर जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स की हिस्ट्रीज हैं, द हैवीनेस इन द एयर, यू जस्ट सी, एक बार आप देखिए इस पूरे एटमॉस्फेयर को जी लीजिए, आपको समझ आएगा वो जो हैवीनेस है ना वो आपके ऊपर बहुत असर छोड़ती है। सो गुलनार इज समथिंग आई थिंक दिखने में लग रहा था कि मैं देख पा रही हूँ, पर वो उसके इक्वेशंस फैमिली में हर एक के साथ, हस्बैंड के साथ, बच्चों के साथ, एंड एंटायरली व्हाट इज हैपनिंग द केस, जैसा कि इन्वेस्टिगेटिव स्टोरी है, इट वाज वेरी कॉम्प्लेक्स।
We just said heaviness in the air. So Baramulla is about, it shows an inner kind of darkness. My question is to the three of you is, what does the word haunted mean to you? It could be a ghost or probably something that's bothering you in life, career-wise. What does haunted mean to you?
I think ghost is a very limited term for haunting. Even in the film, for example, forget about the supernatural element. Every character in the family, they have their own fears and vulnerabilities. In a way, if you talk about it metaphorically, they are as haunting as any ghost would be. Sometimes so I would feel it they're more haunting because of what is your history, what has happened in your backstory. I think Gulnar has a separate track. DSP Ridwan has a separate track. I've not seen films which have explored JK police characters. We have seen in Kashmir CRPF and army getting explored, these characters, but JK police is a completely different universe to it because these are local Kashmiris fighting for the land and fighting for the country, and going through the entire conflict pretty much. So I think everybody has their own vulnerabilities, and I think that itself is something which I think I can associate with a haunting. It's a feeling.
Yeah.
Then the entity, you call it a ghost, you call it a spirit. Those are very superficial level interpretation of it.
Yeah. Mana, what about you? Something from a personal life, maybe not to the film, but something that really haunts you, or probably you deem haunting.
I had this recurring dream that in my youth, in my college days, something happened and I killed someone by mistake, and nobody knew about this. And now suddenly people are saying, and you were there, no? At that time, and I know that I'm about to get caught, and it is so real that when I wake up, I said, "Am I?" No, nothing like this happened. But that's my kind of recurring thing. I think it comes from I think Crime and Punishment. After I finished Crime and Punishment, it's like the idea of Raskolnikov. Yeah.
I think what haunts me is Baramulla itself, my birthplace, Kashmir itself.
Yeah.
This film gave me an opportunity to go back to my roots. I'm very grateful to that. But at the same time, it's beautiful and it's yet very haunting because I am away from my roots.
You're the best. So, you recently had a release with Idli Kadai.
Right.
And, Dhanush, of course, was your co-star as well as the director.
Yeah.
Can you tell us something about him? Any myths about him that got bust while working with him?
Any myths about him? No, I mean, see, also for me it was very interesting to see a director, because this is also first time I'm working with someone who's also my co-actor. It's not just my director. To see that whole relationship how to navigate from being your co-actor also to director was a very interesting thing for me also to see. I don't know if any myth or anything, because I was doing my job observing him as my director and co-actor, and that was interesting in itself.
You know why I asked Myth is because he comes across as somebody who is soft spoken. I mean, he's a man of few words actually. So then how do you
talks? He talks when
okay.
when he gets along, when he opens up, he talks. He talks a lot, in fact. So I don't think, of course, he takes time to open up. But when he's on a roll, when he's your co-actor and your director, we end up like meeting and talking and discussing. And he really talks.
Right.
So it's not that he's a man of few words. He does talk a lot.
Maybe that's only for the media.
That's only for the media, yeah.
All right, okay. I remember speaking to you, a while back, and it was during Dabba Cartel, I think.
Yeah.
By the way, when is the second season coming? That was such a fantastic show.
Yeah, hopefully soon. I think they're in the writing process, so it will take some time. But I think hopefully next year we'll be starting it or something like that, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
So what was the reception, Shalini, post Dabba Cartel? What was the feedback like?
It was very positive, actually. I had spent so many days on set working on that by the time it got released, we were like, finally it's coming out. And when your project comes out, you're automatically happy and you're a little nervous because you want people to like it. So thankfully, people did like it. People ended up really enjoying the show, and I was very glad. And I, in fact, got a lot of love. Even when I was traveling, I met so many people who spoke to me about Dabba Cartel and how they enjoyed the show and watching so many women on screen.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that was pretty much a very, very positive feedback.
So much has been spoken about Arjun Reddy. Of course, it was your first film. Very interestingly, I see your on-screen pairing with Vijay Deverakonda was much loved. That's a given. How come you guys have never done another film together?
I don't know.
No offers have come?
Not really.
Okay.
I don't know. It depends on the filmmakers. It depends on... It has nothing to do with the actors at this point anyway, right? Especially at that point. No, not really. Nothing.
Very strange, actually.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay. I mean, I feel it depends, right? I mean, that's also like, you can't be like, why are we not being paired together again? It must have not been the right project or whatever. So I do think, I've never in fact thought of that. This is the first time I'm also like...
No, so yesterday when, I came to know that I'm going to be meeting you, it suddenly, clicked in my mind that, we've actually never seen the two of them together.
Yeah.
It was such a hit jodi, like they said. Like they say.
I don't know. It was... I don't have any say on that.
Yeah, you don't.
It is about the filmmakers and the projects. And maybe something would have not clicked, so I don't know.
Are you in touch with him?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really.
All right.
Yeah.
But tell me, what's like a Sandeep Vanga, Reddy Vanga set like? I want to know. Any different? I mean, see, of course, it was your first film. You didn't have anything to compare it with.
It was everyone's first film, to be honest. It was my first film. It was Sandeep's first film. It was Vijay's second or third.
Yeah,
so
one of his earlier
relatively
films. Yeah.
new. So that energy is anyways different because everyone's coming to prove something. So it has nothing to do with his film set or my film set. Everyone was trying to, give their best and trying to understand. I'm sure like Sandeep was also trying to navigate because it was his first film to even see if this is what is for him or not. Same with me. Same with so many other people. So the energy when everyone's new and trying to prove something is a very different set.
Very different one.
Yeah. It's a very different set. It's also like, everyone's like, hustling and is like, let's try this, let's try that. So it's a different set anyway. Yeah.
Right. So, off late, like your social media account is very interesting. You took a holiday recently.
Yeah.
The pictures are fab, by the way. But again, a certain section of people, how trolls are basically. The kind of clothes you're wearing, the kind of pictures that you're putting out. Is that also something that you don't really bother about? You do you.
I do me. I really don't get bothered about anything. I think I'm from Jabalpur. When you're from a small town and you're a girl with a little bit of personality, that's the normal thing that you hear every day. So I am so used to trolls from my own city, my own people, my own
the small
everyone.
town thing,
So
yeah.
nothing affects me. I think I was trained for this.
Yeah.
I was genuinely trained for this in my small town, because genuinely in small towns, everyone knows everything about everyone. So even if you're
That's
like
true.
somewhere, some person is going to go and tell my dad that, hey, I saw your daughter there with so and so.
Yeah.
I have navigated that there. So
Yeah.
this does not affect me at all.
डॉक्टर साहब, आपको लगता है कि लड़की के साथ किसी तरह की जबरदस्ती की गई थी?
नहीं।
इन्हें उतना ही पता है जितना इन्हें सिखाया गया है। कोई गलत काम नहीं किया।
So I mean, your character in the movie, he's not just a serial killer, but he's also a manipulator, a chameleon, who adapts his identity to lure his victim. So how did you mentally prepare to inhabit, such a layered, disturbing persona?
It's mostly of the briefs of writer and director कि कैसे perform करना है और क्या emotions और क्या layers लेके आने हैं.
हाँ जी.
And of course I asked them कि मतलब मुझे research करना है because it's based on real incident.
Yeah.
And तो उस मतलब जिन्होंने एक जो serial killer रहे हैं उनके बारे में पढ़ना है या देखना है या articles पढ़ना, तो उन्होंने सब मना किया कि वो मत करो. Everything we have put in a different way in the script. मतलब
in a very organic way.
हाँ तो they're like कि हाँ we don't want you to go too much into research, just follow like what we want from you. So उस तरह से चीजें start हुई and so yeah, the layer is he's more of manipulator. He's not going to go and murder people with knife or something. हाँ, so it's not like that. So it is most of his mind games that he plays. हाँ, so उनका brief यही था कि हाँ जितना common man दिखे, वो जितना regular दिखे और हाँ जितना वो mysterious रहे कि वो कैसे कर रहा है, क्या कर रहा है, वो पता ना चले on the face. तो वो सारे
एक बहुत अच्छी बात है कैरेक्टर के आपके बारे में कि मतलब he is also very human. जो human fragility होती है वो आपके मतलब एक यूजुअली हम लोग सीरियल किलर्स के अंदर नहीं देखते हैं वो चीज इस तरीके की मतलब ह्यूमन फ्रेजिलिटी. तो वो चीज को बैलेंस करना वो भी वो उस तरीके की डार्कनेस के साथ मतलब वो कैसे किया आपने?
नहीं, आई थिंक मतलब वो मेन एग्जीक्यूशन का पॉइंट वही था कि हाँ इसको बहुत मतलब ऑन द फेस तो दिखाना ही नहीं है कि ये हाँ ये कुछ ऐसा कर सकता है, क्योंकि ब्रीफ होता है साइको किलर का, उनको देख के पता चलता नहीं है ये इस तरह से मैनिपुलेट करेंगे. दैट्स हाउ दे मैनिपुलेट. अदरवाइज वो पता चल जाएगा तो नोबडी विल गेट मैनिपुलेटेड इन रियल लाइफ सिनेरियो आल्सो.
करेक्ट.
तो वो सारी चीजें हाइड कर, बहुत ज्यादा एक्सप्रेसिव होने को हाइड करना था.
राइट.
तो वो सारी चीजों का ध्यान रखा गया जब भी मतलब ऐसा ओवर एक्सप्रेसिव हो जा रही थी चीजें इन फ्रंट ऑफ कैमरा. तो उस चीज को हमने हटाने की कोशिश करी या रिड्यूस करने की कोशिश करी कि ये थोड़ा सा ज्यादा ऑन द फेस हो गया, मतलब ये लुक बहुत ऑलरेडी विलेनियस हो गया तो इसको थोड़ा कम करते हैं. तो वो सारी चीजें से हम लोगों ने शुरू के कुछ दिन स्ट्रगल रहा कि किस तरीके से पोर्ट्रे करना है. बट हाँ, once things came in the flow after 7-8 days of shoot, तो फिर चीजें बेटर होगी. पर अंदाजा लग गया कि हाँ कितना एक्सप्रेस करना है इस कैरेक्टर को और कितना नहीं. So that's how it worked for us.
But I mean, most of your roles in the past have carried, shades of empathy or humor. तो यहाँ पे एकदम आपको absolute moral darkness को मतलब embody करना था. तो सबसे difficult part क्या था मतलब to get into the head space and then stepping out of it?
नहीं मतलब honestly जितने भी मेरे कैरेक्टर हैं उनमें जो भी वो करते हैं उनमें कन्विक्शन रहता है, ठीक है. So I think वही कन्विक्शन यहाँ पे needed था कि इस बंदे को नहीं लगता कि कुछ गलत कर रहा है. तो वो कन्विक्शन जब भी वो कोई भी सीन परफॉर्म कर रहा है तो ये लाइक उसके लिए वैसा है कि हाँ मतलब उसको कहीं ना कहीं विद अपीयरेंसेस विद हिज आर्गुमेंट्स ये प्रूव करना है कि ये कुछ गलत नहीं कर रहा है. मतलब ही इज डूइंग इट फॉर जैसे सब लोग किसी ना किसी वजह से कोई ना कोई काम करते हैं, ये भी वैसे ही काम कर रहा है. सो ही हैज टू प्ले दैट वे. मतलब हाँ वो सारी चीजें हमने डिस्कस करी थी ऐसे एग्जीक्यूट करनी.
तो हमने अर्शद सर के बारे में बात की और जो आप लोग का जो डायनेमिक था, साइकोलॉजिकल डायनेमिक जो स्क्रीन पे काफी अच्छे से उभर के आया, तो आपका कैसा था वो एक्सपीरियंस उस चीज को डेवलप करने में, उनके साथ वो जो ऑन स्क्रीन रैपो है?
बहुत एक्चुअली बहुत इजी था. मतलब उनके साथ काम करना, ऐसा कुछ पहले से डेवलप करने की जरूरत नहीं थी. हम लोग पहले दिन ही मतलब हम लोग ऐसा नहीं कि प्री रीडिंग भी हमने नहीं की मतलब हाँ सर आई थिंक वो कुछ और शूट कर रहे थे और हम लोग यहाँ पे रिहर्सल्स कर रहे थे, रीडिंग कर रहे थे, तो हम पहले दिन ही सेट पे मिले और द मोमेंट वी मेट वी गॉट कनेक्टेड रियली वेल एंड मतलब वो बहुत ही कमाल के एक्टर है, तो मतलब वो केमिस्ट्री डेवलप करने के लिए ऐसा पहले बैठ के हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं स्क्रिप्ट या सीन डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, उसकी जरूरत पड़ी नहीं जेन्युइनली। तो द मोमेंट ही केम ऑन स्क्रीन वो केमिस्ट्री अपने आप इजियर और बहुत फ्लो में डेवलप हुई, तो काफी मजेदार एक्सपीरियंस रहा अर्शद सर के साथ।
बिहाइंड द सीन्स क्लिप फीचरिंग यू एंड अली फजल हैज सेंड द इंटरनेट इनटू ओवरड्राइव। और कई तरह के स्पेकुलेशंस हो रहे हैं कि यू आर पार्ट ऑफ मिर्जापुर, यू आर रिप्लेसिंग विक्रांत मैसी। आई मीन 100 तरह के स्पेकुलेशन है, तो उस पे आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? मतलब क्या है उसके पीछे की सच्चाई?
I'm totally loving this speculation. लोगों को guess करने दो. That creates excitement between both of the audience and me. कि हाँ लोगों में भी excitement है कि क्या चल रहा है and that excitement gives us excitement कि हाँ जो भी हम काम कर रहे हैं that has to be मतलब nicely done. तो वो excitement create करता है जो भी ये speculations हैं. So I'm also excited.
So I mean fans are also excited to know whether you are part of Kota Factory season 4 and whether there will be a season 4. तो अगर है तो मतलब क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं?
कोटा फैक्ट्री?
हाँ सीजन 4
मतलब हाँ अभी ऐसा कोई डिस्कशन स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ है रिगार्डिंग कोटा फैक्ट्री, बट आई थिंक आई थिंक मतलब माय कैरेक्टर गोज टू समवेयर एल्स, ही लेफ्ट कोटा इन द लास्ट इन द प्रीवियस सीजन एज वी सॉ। तो आगे किस तरीके से होना है उस तरह से मुझे वो बातें अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुई मेकर्स के साथ, वो इस कैरेक्टर को कैसे लेके जाना चाहते हैं या आगे के एपिसोड्स कैसे प्लान होंगे, तो अभी वो कॉन्वर्सेशन स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ। आई एम होपिंग कि कैसे करना अभी कोई क्लैरिटी नहीं।
मैं नहीं वो नैरेटिव बाहर भेजना चाहती थी, स्पेशली फॉर वुमेन हु वॉच, एंड आई डोंट वांट द कंट्री टू सी दैट दिस नैरेटिव,
बट यू वांट द कंट्री टू सी कि अमल ने ये किया।
आप जब फर्स्ट एविक्शन जब आपका हुआ था उसके बाद देयर वाज अ सेकंड चांस, सीक्रेट रूम में भेजा था आपको, एंड देन अगेन डज इट फील डिसअपॉइंटिंग?
नो, it's not disappointing, it's devastating, it's bad. No one should go through this. Yeah.
What is the biggest regret, Nehal?
The biggest regret of Nehal's part in Big Boss 19 is कि मैंने अमाल मलिक को कॉल आउट नहीं किया। मेरे पास बहुत ही enough proofs थे, enough instances थे, enough opportunities थी, but एक कहीं ना कहीं मेरा वो सॉफ्ट स्पॉट ओवरशैडो कर लेता था मेरी ये को, उस ट्रेड को, उस ज्वालामुखी को। बट मुझे पता है कि सिर्फ मुझ में वो स्ट्रेंथ और पावर थी कि मैं उस इंसान को कॉल आउट कर पाऊँ, क्योंकि वो बहुत ही दोगला इंसान है और बहुत ही अग्रेसिव है। तो मैंने उसका ये दोगला नेचर रखना चाहिए था लोगों के सामने और उसे कॉल आउट करना चाहिए था। तो दिस इज़ द ओनली रिग्रेट आई हैव।
आपने बोला कि वो बहुत ज़्यादा दोगला इंसान है, एंड वी ऑल्सो थिंक कि उनकी जो लैंग्वेज है दैट इज़ ऑल्सो काइंड ऑफ डेरोगेटरी। Do you think the makers or Salman sir are trying to defend him or trying to whitewash his image?
I'll be very honest, सबको ये लगता था कि कहीं ना कहीं उसको थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट मिल रहा है। एक वीकेंड के बारे में सलमान सर ने आके भी कहा था कि इस घर में सबसे ज़्यादा डांट किसको पड़ी, तो सब ले रहे थे, कह रहे थे नेहल ने, 2-3 लोगों ने कहा, बट देन सर ने कहा अमाल पड़ी है ना, तो फिर सबसे ज़्यादा डांट पड़ी है ना। सो समवेयर ऐसा लग रहा था और हम थोड़े डिमोरलाइज भी होते थे, बट मैं हर सिचुएशन को एक डिफरेंट नज़रिए से देखती हूँ, मल्टीपल नज़रियों से देखने की कोशिश करती हूँ, क्योंकि मैं नहीं चाहती मैं मिसअंडरस्टैंड करूँ लोगों को या सिचुएशन को। तो कहीं ना कहीं फिर आई वुड नॉट थिंक अबाउट इट।
जब आप सीक्रेट रूम से वापस आए, इट वॉज वेरी क्लियर कि नेहल अब तानिया को बताएगी व्हाट शी इज डूइंग रॉन्ग, बट उतना कुछ नहीं हुआ, उतना ज़्यादा। वाई, और डू यू थिंक तानिया इज प्लेइंग अ पर्टिकुलर game?
Oh, Tanya is definitely playing a झूठ game, a manipulative, calculative game. Whatever she's doing, maybe it's working for her because people are enjoying her delusional side. मुझे तो कॉल आउट करना था और मैंने जितना करना था उतना मैंने वीकेंड के बारे में भी किया था, और सलमान सर ने कहा भी था हमें पता है आपके अंदर बहुत भड़ास भरी है, बट धीरे आप इसके बाद निकालो। अब मैं जैसे ही थोड़ा वो करते गई, पहले मैंने जिस ग्रुप में थी गौरव इन लोगों के साथ सब सच्चाई बताई, फिर धीरे धीरे यहाँ पे भी लोगों को सच्चाई बताने लगे। फिर एक पॉइंट ऐसा आ गया जब सलमान सर ने किसी और वीकेंड के बारे में बोल दिया कि नेहल तुम उसको ज्यादा फुटेज दे रही हो। तो कहीं ना कहीं मैंने सेल्फ रिफ्लेक्ट वापस किया कि जो वीकेंड के बारे में होता है हम एज अ कंटेस्टेंट उसको एज अ गाइडेंस लेते हैं। तो मैंने उसको एज अ गाइडेंस लिया कि हाँ राइट है, क्यों उसको फुटेज देने, ठीक है मैंने करना था जितना मैंने किया, अब और नहीं करना। सो कहीं ना कहीं शायद मिसगाइड भी हो रही थी मैं, आई डोंट नो मे बी। सो या जस्ट टू आंसर योर क्वेश्चन,
मुझे लगा कि उसने दोस्ती में डिसरिस्पेक्ट क्रिएट की है।
जिस चीज की ये बात कर रही हैं वो चीज इन्होंने खुद इसी घर में कुछ लोगों को बिठा के ऑलरेडी बोल दी है।
Are you disappointed?
I am still dealing to accept the fact that I'm out. And it was a very interesting journey and a short one, I must say. Didn't expect myself to be out before the finale. Because मैंने जब भी कोई जर्नी तय की थी मैंने हमेशा जर्नी कंप्लीट की है. I've managed to put myself in the finale every time I've walked into a reality show. But a show like Big Boss was something I was always ready for. And I don't think I've done anything wrong. I don't think I've done anything less. Especially I feel like I did a lot more than a lot of people who are still inside the house. It's very nice to see how the audience is reacting to it. But there is only little we can do. Just mourn for me being out, but learning to accept that as well.
हम आपकी जर्नी देखें तो now after the eviction a lot of people are saying that you are out because you build a connection with Nehal.
जी.
How do you want to react to that?
ये देखिए लोगों को ऐसा लगता है because वो episodes देखे हैं, right? और episodes में जो दिखाया जाएगा वैसे ही audience को feel होगा. तो उस बेसिस पे अगर लोगों को ये लगता है कि मैं एक लव एंगल में था नेहल के साथ, दैट्स ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ व्हाट दे आर शोइंग. और जो ग्राउंड रियलिटी थी वाज मी बीइंग अ गुड फ्रेंड टू नेहल. यस, ये बात सच है कि उसने वो बात कन्फेस की थी कि शी हैज इमोशंस फॉर मी, शी इज फीलिंग अ फ्यू थिंग्स फॉर मी एंड ऑल. ऑब्वियसली व्हेन अ गर्ल कम्स टू अ मैन ऑन नेशनल टेलीविजन एंड सेज आई हैव फीलिंग्स फॉर यू, व्हाट डू यू एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम द मैन? ओह जाओ, नहीं चाहिए, मैं कभी शाहरुख खान तो हूँ नहीं. वो भी नहीं करते वैसे. बट I was being generous and I was being nice because we were friends in the first place. I said, हमारी दोस्ती ही इतनी डगमगाती रही है इस शो पे. तो I said, let's work on the friendship first and then see whatever can happen. क्योंकि friendship तो पहले strong हो. और उस बीच में सारे घर वालों ने मस्ती करनी शुरू कर दी कि ओ अब तुम लोग वापस से साथ हो गए, चिल कर रहे हो, ये कर रहे हो, वो कर रहे हो. शहबाज used to make a lot of fun jokes. And दोस्तों में कोई गोद में सर नहीं रखता क्या? दोस्तों में हेड मसाजेस नहीं देते क्या? बट जिस तरीके से उस चीज़ को दिखाया गया, ऑब्वियसली ऑडियंस को लगता है कि हमारे बीच में कुछ ज़्यादा ही था. एंड उस वजह से मैं बाहर आया हूँ. आई फील लाइक यस, लोग मुझे उसके साथ देखना नहीं चाहते थे, तो वो निराशाजनक बात है. बट आई वॉज जस्ट बीइंग माई सेल्फ. मैं दोस्तों का दोस्त हूँ और मैं हमेशा वैसा ही रहूँगा.
डिड यू फील आपका स्क्रीन टाइम कम किया गया, वीकेंड के बारे पे आपको इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं मिली?
देखिए, शो के एपिसोड्स और शो का 24/7 लाइव और उसके जो भी छोटे छोटे क्लिप्स ऑनलाइन आते हैं ऑन शोज प्लेटफॉर्म, इसका कंट्रोल सिर्फ और सिर्फ चैनल के हाथ में है. किसको कितना दिखाना है उनका डिसीजन है. एपिसोड में किसको कितना स्क्रीन स्पेस देना है उनके हाथ में है. पूरे घर में ऐसा एक भी कोना नहीं है जहाँ पे कोई कंटेस्टेंट बैठा है तो वहाँ पे कैमरा नहीं जाता. पूरे घर में ऐसा कोई हिस्सा नहीं है जहाँ पे कंटेस्टेंट बोल रहा है तो उसकी आवाज़ नहीं पहुँचती. मैंने पूरे 63 दिन में एक दिन भी कुकड़ुकू नहीं बजाया, विच मीन्स मैं सोता हुआ नहीं पाया गया. दैट मीन्स आई वॉज ऑलवेज एक्टिव, आई वॉज ऑलवेज अप एंड अबाउट. अकेले तो मैं ज़्यादा बैठता भी नहीं था, कभी कभी सैड होकर अकेले भी बैठ जाता था. तो मैं हर बार किसी ना किसी के साथ कॉन्वर्जेशन में हूँ. वो अगर शो को रेलिवेंट नहीं दिख रहा तो उन्होंने मुझे दिखाना बंद कर दिया. 4 हफ्ते मैंने चॉपिंग की है किचन में. मैं हर 4 हफ्ते में से एवरीडे 3 बार दिखाऊँ, उसमें भी मुझे कम दिखाया गया है. अब लास्ट मेरा क्या ड्यूटी था? डिनर ड्यूटी. हर बार मैं कुछ ना कुछ करता पाया गया हूं. और मैं आपको दावे के साथ कह सकता हूं, इतनी इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्वर्सेशंस हुई है मेरी फरहाना की वीकेंड के वार के बीच में जो टीवी पे नहीं आई. इट्स देयर शो, इट्स द वे दे वांट टू शो देयर शो एंड दे आर डूइंग व्हाटएवर इज फेयर फॉर देम. सो
बट डू यू
विश देम ऑल द लक.
वीकेंड के बारे में आपको एडवाइसेस नहीं मिली कहीं?
एब्सोल्युटली नहीं मिली. मुझे कहीं भी गाइडेंस नहीं मिली. उल्टा मुझ पे उंगलियां उठाई गई, मेरे फैशन पे उंगलियां उठाई गई, मुझ पे मस्तियां की गई हैं, जोक्स उठाए गए हैं, मेरे लव एंगल्स बनाए गए हैं, सिचुएशनशिप्स बोले गए हैं, अनशन बातें की गई हैं जो जिसका कोई मतलब ही नहीं है. मतलब आप वो नहीं करते तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं बदल जाता शो में, बस वैसी बातें की गई हैं. और बड़ा ऐसा लगता था बड़ा एहसान के लिए किया जा रहा है कि हाँ भाई मेक हिम फील सीन और हर्ड टाइप्स. तो वहीं पे मुझे पता चल गया था कि ये तो शो तो मुझे जीतने देंगे नहीं, सिंपल सी बात. और दूसरा ये मुझे रियलाइज़ हो चुका था कि डिफिकल्ट होने वाला है मेरे लिए टू सर्वाइव इन द फॉर द फ्यू डेज.
Okay. Thank you. That's it from our side. Keep watching News 18.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
बिहार का ऐतिहासिक विजय हुआ हो और अगर हम सूरत से आगे जा रहे हो और बिहार के लोगों को मिले भी ना जाए तो लगता है यात्रा अधूरी रह गई. और इसलिए गुजरात में रहने वाले और खास करके सूरत में रहने वाले मेरे बिहारी भाइयों का हक बनता है और इसलिए मेरी स्वाभाविक जिम्मेवारी भी बनती है कि आप लोगों के बीच आकर के इस विजयोत्सव की कुछ पल का मैं भी हिस्सा बनूं. अचानक कार्यक्रम बन गया. मैं सुबह जा रहा था डेडियापाड़ा तो यहाँ के हमारे साथियों ने मुझे कहा कि बिहार के लोगों की इच्छा है अगर आप 5-10 मिनट बाहर आ जाए तो लोग आ जाएंगे. और मैं देख रहा हूं दूर दूर तक काफी मात्रा में लोग बाहर भी दिखते हैं. साथियों, आप भी जानते हैं, बिहार के लोग भी जानते हैं,
बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा के संग त्योहार की उमंग.
Hello and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. Let's begin with the headlines first. A day after cutting ties with her family, RJD's Rohini Acharya levels fresh allegations, says she was humiliated over her kidney donation to Lalu and even a slipper was hurled at her. RJD spokesperson Mrityunjay Tiwari downplays Rohini Acharya's allegations, says this is an internal family matter. BJP calls it an insult to the daughters of Bihar. Ahead of Bihar swearing in, CNN News 18 accesses exclusive NDA cabinet formula. BJP likely to get 15 to 16 seats, JDU 14 seats, with the chief ministerial post swearing in expected next week. CNN News 18 accesses clinching CCTV footage showing the I-20 car used in the Delhi blast, parked outside the Al-Falah University until the 30th of October. Big breakthrough in Delhi suicide bomber Umar Nabi's radicalization nexus. Girl from Imphal confirms contact with Umar. Pan-India outreach uncovered. RSS leader's son Naveen Arora shot dead by bike-borne assailants in Punjab's Firozpur. BJP slams Aam Aadmi Party government over law and order in the state. Congress MP P. Chidambaram blames Bihar voters for election outcomes, says the state did not vote for a strong opposition and that the responsibility now lies with the people. South Africa beat India by 30 runs, first time at home in 15 years, fourth straight loss at home for India. Let's begin with our top focus story. After RJD's humiliating defeat in the Bihar elections, the Lalu Prasad Yadav family now faces internal rifts within the family. This is after his daughter Rohini Acharya has quit the party and also come out with damaging allegations against Lalu Prasad Yadav and the rest of the family members. In a dramatic series of tweets, Rohini has alleged that she was humiliated, even abused and assaulted with a slipper. In a massive escalation now, Rohini has heaped further allegations against the Yadav family, mentioning her father's kidney transplant. Rohini has also said that she was humiliated over her kidney donation to Lalu Prasad Yadav. She even went on to mention that she was insulted for saving her father's life, and then goes on to ask her brother Tejasvi, who by the way she was campaigning for these elections, as to why he did not go about donating that kidney of his to his father. While RJD hasn't commented, the BJP has slammed the Lalu Prasad Yadav family for disrespecting women.
नहीं, देखिए ये परिवार का मामला है, परिवार के लोग जवाब देंगे और ये पार्टी का शीर्ष नेतृत्व इसको देखेगा पूरे मामले। इस तरह के परिणाम क्यों आए, क्या कारण रहे, इसकी समीक्षा होगी, किन कारणों से ये हुआ, इसके बाद ही इस पर कोई प्रतिक्रिया होगी। इस तरह से रोहिणी जी ने एक आदर्श प्रस्तुत किया। हर माँ, पिता, कोई भाई चाहेगा कि रोहिणी जैसी बेटी, रोहिणी जैसी बहन सबको मिले।
The allegations जो रोहिणी आचार्य कर रही हैं, कई तरह की उन्होंने चीज़ें ट्विटर पे बोली हैं, स्लिपर फेंका गया उन पे, उनको कहा गया कि उन्होंने एक गंदी किडनी लालू प्रसाद जी को दे दी। इस पे क्या प्रतिक्रिया करोगे आपकी, क्या हो रहा है लालू परिवार में?
देखिए, फैमिली में फाइनेंशियल डीलिंग करने वाले कोई और हो गए और उसके कारण ही ये सब हो रहा है। संजय इनडायरेक्टली वहाँ के हो गए, पर ये उनका अपना फैमिली का प्रॉब्लम है। उससे भी बड़ी बात है कि किस तरह से आप एक फैमिली जो कि बिहार के प्रमुख परिवार में है, उसमें इस तरह की घटिया बेटियों के साथ करना बहुत ही दुखद भी है और बताता है कि पर बातें पहुंच चुकी हैं और ये बहुत शर्मनाक भी है। और जिस तरह से कार्यकर्ताओं को ट्रीट करते थे, अब अपने परिवार को उसी ट्रेनिंग करते हैं।
और जायसवाल जी पूरा
कभी अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को अपने नौकर से ऊपर नहीं होता। आज के समय में मैं देख रहा हूँ कि परिवार को भी तरह का कर रहा है।
और जायसवाल जी पूरा बीजेपी का तो कैंपेन ही जंगल राज के इशू पे था कि महिलाएं सेफ नहीं हैं बिहार में। अगर आरजेडी वापस आती है तो ये तो घर की ही महिला अब ऐसे जब इल्जाम लगाती हैं तो ये दिख रहा है क्या कि फैमिली में कुछ ठीक नहीं चल रहा है। पहले तेज प्रताप, अब रोहिणी आचार्य।
पहली घटना तो है नहीं, पहले भी लोगों ने ऐश्वर्या के साथ जिस तरह से बिहेव किया, वह सदस्य थे राज्य पूर्व ग्रैंड डॉटर थी। इस घर में बहुओं का पहले किया गया, बेटी किया जा रहा है, परंतु में कोई अगर उससे कोई प्रश्न पूछ लेता है, चाहे वह करता हो, चाहे नेता हो, चाहे परिवार के सदस्य हो, उसका जो हर्ष होना चाहिए उन्होंने अपनी बहन का भी वही हर्ष किया। दुख।
And more details emerging after Rohini Acharya. Now Rabri Devi's brother Sadhu Yadav has slammed Tejasvi and the RJD. Rohini is my niece, he says. She is the daughter of Bihar. What happened with her is not right. If someone has misbehaved with Rohini, this is very wrong. Someone proclaimed themselves as the chief minister, as the deputy chief minister. The public never said so. The public saw what was happening. These are the comments that have been made by Sadhu Yadav, Rabri Devi's brother. He also goes on to say that the ticket distribution was rather bad, management was not good, and the mistakes that have been committed by the RJD are way too many. Listen in.
नहीं, देखिए वो भगनी है, हमारी भी बहन राबड़ी देवी रही हैं। बहुत सारा हम भी पकड़ना झेले हैं, लेकिन हम अपने बहन के खिलाफ कभी आज तक एक शब्द भी नहीं बोला है। लेकिन जो सुनने में आया है, जो लोग बोल रहे हैं, ये गलत है, ठीक नहीं है। वो हमारी भांजी भी है और घर की बेटी भी है, बिहार का भी बेटी है। उसके साथ जो है व्यवहार, अगर कोई भी अगर इस तरह का व्यवहार किया है तो गलत है, तरीका ठीक नहीं है।
This across to my colleague Aman Sharma, who is with us on the broadcast. Aman, first of all, explain to us the equation that Sadhu Yadav shares with the rest of the Yadav family.
Well, Griha, it's not the best. They are practically estranged. In fact, Sadhu Yadav had contested against his own sister, Rabri Devi, in the 2014 Lok Sabha elections. But that said, you heard him there and he's saying that even though I have not had best relations with my sister in the last few years, but I have never spoken against her like this in public. And he's saying what Rohini Acharya is now saying, she's my niece, she's the daughter of Bihar. If this has happened with her, it is not right. And this has not gone to, this is not the behavior that the Lalu family should do with their own daughter. And I think that is what is being reflected in statements after statements. Now we just heard BJP's Sanjay Jaiswal also tell us the same thing, that this is not the first time that the Lalu family is misbehaving with a woman family member. Earlier it was Aishwarya, Tej Pratap Yadav's former wife, who was practically thrown out of the Lalu residence, and she had made all sorts of allegations against the Lalu family in court. So first it was the daughter-in-law, now it's the daughter herself, Rohini Acharya, who's saying that, she was humiliated, she was hurled abuses at, a slipper was thrown at her. She's also saying she was told that, you had given a dirty kidney to Lalu Prasad, and that is why you're a dirty person. And she is going on to say that it was my mistake to give a kidney to my father. It was rather Tejashwi Yadav or Sanjay Yadav, the person who she's accusing of to be the villain of this entire piece, this close aide of Tejashwi Yadav, that they should have rather given the kidney to Lalu Prasad. She's saying, I saved my father's life, I did it for my love for him, but now I'm being told these things, and in hindsight, I believe no daughter should give her kidney to her father. A very, very strong statements coming from Rohini Acharya. And I think, Griha, after this election loss in which RJD has been reduced to just 25 seats, a massive, massive, defeat, the worst since 2010, the knives are now out inside the RJD on who is responsible for this. Rohini Acharya clearly is holding Tejashwi Yadav's close aide, Sanjay Yadav, responsible for it, while there is radio silence from the Lalu family. Neither Tejashwi has spoken on this, nor Lalu Prasad or Rabri Devi have spoken on this so far. So we are still waiting for an RJD reaction, but the BJP going all out after the RJD, after these close family members of Lalu have spoken out.
Right. Do stay on with us, Aman. More and more people are coming out and speaking about this latest controversy that has, in fact, plagued the entire Yadav family, the Lalu Prasad Yadav family. This time, it is the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Vijay Sinha, who's also speaking about it. And this is what he says, and I'm quoting, "This is the real face of RJD. Now, this can be seen in the family who can't keep united their family. Imagine how they would unite the entire Bihar." Listen in.
राजद की अराजकता बाहर जो झलकता था अब घर के अंदर भी झलक रहा है, और इस मानसिकता के लोग जो अपने परिवार को समेट के नहीं रख सकते, वो बिहार को कैसे चला सकते। पहले भाई को अब बहन को, ये मानसिकता कहीं उनका पारिवारिक मामला है, इस पर हम बहुत कुछ नहीं कहेंगे, लेकिन ये मानसिकता उनके भविष्य को तय करेगा।
Aman, enough ammunition that the Bharatiya Janata Party has in its hand. They have already started to talk. Now the Bihar Deputy Chief Minister is also speaking in unison against the RJD. Clearly, a lot of answering that the RJD needs to do. You mentioned about Sanjay Yadav. There is this person, Ramiz, who's also been mentioned by the daughter in this particular case. All of this put together is really pulling the RJD down. Which way is the party headed?
Well, Griha, see, during the entire election, Sanjay Yadav and Ramiz were like the right hand and the left man of Tejashwi Yadav, the left hand of Tejashwi Yadav. While Sanjay Yadav had a very, very close role in even the ticket distribution, who gets the tickets. He was a very, very key man. Mr. Ramiz was somebody who controlled the access to Tejashwi Yadav, his appointments, who he met. So basically, Rohini Acharya is saying that these are the two close aides of Tejashwi who had virtually, taken over the party in the elections. And now the ticket distribution, as Sadhu Yadav is also saying right now, that it is the ticket distribution which has gone horribly wrong inside the RJD. The party has retained its vote share, but it has dropped to just 25 seats from 75 seats the last time, a loss of 50 seats. And this shows that something was seriously wrong in the management of the election, the ticket distribution, the candidate selection, and all this blame now has to be taken, Rohini Acharya is saying, by those who planned the election, who claimed themselves to be the strategists. And these strategists are Sanjay Yadav and Ramiz, the two people she is targeting earlier also 2 months ago during the election campaign, Rohini Acharya had objected to Sanjay Yadav sitting in the front seat of Tejaswi's bus, where only Tejaswi Yadav should have sat, she had said. That time, I think the family made her pipe down and, she returned to Singapore where she lives. But then she was back just before the election. She was campaigning for the family. On the 9th of November, there was a happy picture posted by Rohini along with Tejaswi Yadav on Tejaswi Yadav's birthday, calling him a Karamveer. But within a week, now we see the knives are out in the RJD family. Something horribly has happened last evening, I think in the house of Lalu Prasad, which made Rohini Acharya immediately leave that house and board the flight for Delhi and then Singapore. What is that happened last night? She's already revealing a bit of it. A slipper was thrown at her and she was hurled at these abuses. Very, very unfortunate what the BJP is saying. And I think the RJD statement now on this whole matter, especially Lalu's family statement, is now awaited.
Absolutely. And one key figure who's yet to speak about this entire fiasco is probably Tej Pratap Yadav, another brother who's been ousted from the family. And the relationship between Tejaswi and his brother has been rather troubled one. You mentioned about how everything was hunky-dory just a few days back, and only in that one night everything seems to have changed. Rohini in this particular case has mentioned these two individuals, Sanjay and also Ramiz, and she has clearly and explicitly said in that note of hers that she was made to do this by these two. What exactly is she hinting at here?
Well, I think, Greha, what she's hinting at that maybe her brother, Tejaswi Yadav, her statement show has been virtually hijacked by these two people, that the party has become totally concentrated between Tejaswi Yadav, Sanjay Yadav and Ramiz. I think has been a bit of controversy also because Lalu Prasad Yadav's picture was missing in the entire election campaign from the posters. It was just the Tejaswi Yadav's picture. Even at the RJD office, you could not spot Mr. Lalu Prasad on any picture, and maybe the core Yadav Muslim voter of the RJD still considers Lalu Prasad as the prime leader of the party. And there is a talk inside the RJD now that removing Lalu Prasad from the posters from the entire election campaign may also have boomerang for the RJD ultimately, because their seats have fallen in such a big manner. So I think Rohini Acharya is also hinting at the fact that maybe her father was not given adequate space. Sanjay Yadav and Ramiz only wanted Tejaswi to be projected. This was a wrong strategy, and she's now saying that those who came up with this strategy should also own up responsibility for this disastrous loss.
Right, absolutely. Aman, thank you so much for that perspective. More reactions coming in.
अब देखिए, वैसे इसमें बड़ा बहुत बोलना बनता नहीं है, मगर ये जरूर दिख रहा है कि जिन लोगों ने पूरे बिहार को चलाने के सपने देख रहे थे, वो परिवार भी नहीं चला पा रहे। रोहिणी आचार्य ने बहुत सारी बात कल मैं सुन रहा था, बहुत ही आपत्तिजनक। सवाल पूछने पे चप्पल से पिटाई हो सकती है, सवाल पूछने पे आपको घर से बाहर निकाला जा सकता है। ये कहीं न कहीं उस मानसिकता का परिचायक है जिस जंगल राज के लिए पूरा शासन जाना जाता था। मैं ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं इन लोगों की अंदरूनी समस्याएं ठीक।
देखिए, मैं इसके ऊपर मैं कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करूंगा, क्योंकि जब एक परिवार ऐसी कठिन परिस्थितियों से गुजरता है तो वो किस मानसिक दबाव में रहता है, इसका अंदाजा मुझे है, क्योंकि मैं भी इस दौर से गुजरा हूं। हम लोगों के राजनीतिक मतभेद जरूर रहे हैं, पर मैंने हमेशा आदरणीय लालू जी के परिवार को अपना परिवार माना है। मैंने हमेशा तेजस्वी हूं, तेज हूं, मीसा दी हूं, रोहिणी जी हूं, सबको मैंने अपने भाई बहन ही माना है। ऐसे में बस मैं सिर्फ इतनी प्रार्थना करता हूं कि जल्द से जल्द ये पारिवारिक विवाद सुलझे। घर में एकता बनी रहती है तो इंसान बाहर कठिन परिस्थितियों से लड़ लेता है।
रोहिणी आचार्य बेटी है, और बेटी जिसने अपने पिता की प्राण रक्षा की, अपने भाई के कलाई में राखी बांधी, उस बेटी के मन में अगर मनः पीड़ा है, राजनैतिक पीड़ा होना एक अलग विषय है, लेकिन उसके साथ व्यवहार की पीड़ा अगर है तो यह तो गृह की जो लक्ष्मी होती है, बेटी लक्ष्मी होती है, सरस्वती होती है, उसका अपमान करना यह हमारी परंपरा का हिस्सा नहीं रहा है। और लालू जी, राबड़ी जी इस पर खामोश क्यों हैं?
Now, after that historic win in Bihar and that verdict has given a clear sweep to the NDA, the Modi-Nitish formula and that wave combined with that entire MY factor, the Muslim Yadav factor, has resulted in this historic victory for the alliance. But now all eyes are on the cabinet split and also the oath-taking ceremony that in all probability is going to take place next week. CNN News 18's top sources have indicated that the Bharatiya Janata Party may get 15 to 16 cabinet positions. JDU will be given 14 of those, including the chief ministerial post. LJP, we are told, has agreed for a final figure of 3, while 1 each will be given to HAM and RLM. The swearing in, as per sources, is likely to take place on or before 22nd of November. NDA sources have also revealed to CNN News 18 that the NDA talks at the central level are now over. BJP is now likely to announce its central observers within a day, and these observers will then preside over the state legislative party meeting.
मुझे लगता है आज से कल तक बातें चल रही हैं एंड आई थिंक सरकार की रूपरेखा कैसी होगी उसके ऊपर सेंस ऑफ क्लैरिटी आ जाएगा. आज देर रात तक संभवतः मेरी भी कुछ केंद्रीय वरिष्ठ नेताओं से मुलाकात बातचीत होगी और मुझे लगता है कि आज कल तक रूपरेखा तैयार हो जाएगी. 22 से पहले तो सरकार बनानी है तो हो जाएगा उसमें.
More details emerging. We are learning that NDA is likely to form Bihar government on the basis of the same formula as per the ticket distribution. The same formula that was in fact undertaken for ticket distribution is now going to be applied to the government formation as well. During the ticket distribution, per MP, 5 or 6 assembly seats were given. Similarly, it's likely that for every 5 to 6 MLAs, 1 cabinet berth will be up for grabs. JDU will be getting the chief ministerial post. LJP may get the deputy CM position. My colleague Payal Mehta is now with us on the broadcast. Payal, this was the major conjecture that Chirag Paswan might just be given the deputy chief ministerial post after we have seen what the history has been as far as Paswan and Nitish Kumar is concerned. Now the tide is completely turned because of this historic mandate that the NDA has got in Bihar, and now this.
Well, of course, Chirag Paswan certainly has been on the board because given the fact that Nitish Kumar himself went to Chirag Paswan's place during Chhat. Yesterday, we saw the pictures of Chirag Paswan hugging Nitish Kumar and, taking his Ashirwad as well. In the past, also after 2024, you've seen Nitish Kumar's feet being touched by Chirag Paswan. So all the gestures that have required to be there have been in place. Chirag Paswan also understands that it is important for his party to be in power for him to, be able to survive that. In fact, that is something which he's understood very, very well as well. And therefore, the formula has been worked in that manner. If you remember, Chirag Paswan has 5 MPs in the Lok Sabha. On the basis of that, he's got about 29 seats in the assembly, which clearly meant that the formula of 5 to 6, assembly seats per Lok Sabha was applied. And similarly, 5 to 6 assembly seats now, which have been won, may result in giving you a cabinet berth. It's going to be amicably sorted out is what we are given to understand. Everybody will be accommodated because every vote and every seat has really mattered as far as this huge win of the NDA is really concerned. So there's no bickering, there's no internal rumblings within the NDA. Throughout the entire campaign, you saw them come up as a united force. Not one word was spoken against each other as well. Chirag Paswan's equation with JDU is a thing of the past that has been settled even before the election dates were announced, and even before the seats were announced. So that's a thing of the past. It's now looking forward to, and each one wants to work for the welfare of Bihar. So whatever will be given will be sorted amicably, and the one overarching figure who's going to be handling all of these issues in terms of what to be given to him. Everybody's placed their trust in Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah.
Right, Payal, thank you so much for all of that information. We'll keep an eye on this big story that emerges out of Bihar. Remember, the swearing in is only going to happen next week, possibly on or before the 22nd of November. We go into a very short break with that.
Our top story is on Bihar. We've been speaking about the big points which have been raised by the Prime Minister from attacking the Congress party to also celebrating the massive mandate for the NDA in the counting yesterday. But now he made also another attack, and this time round all eyes as far as Bengal is going. In fact, he went on to say that the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal, making it very clear that the next big challenge for the BJP is going to be on Bengal. The focus is going to be on defeating the Bengal Chief Minister and the Trinamool Congress. He spoke about the fact that Bihar's mandate has now set the tone for a BJP victory in West Bengal. Prime Minister said that the BJP is going to end the Jungle Raj in Bengal, claimed that the path of victory has opened just as the Ganga flows from Bihar to Bengal. Trinamool Congress hit back sharply, insisting that Bengal and Bihar are two completely different situations and equations. They also predicted that Mamata Banerjee is going to return as the Chief Minister for the fourth time with maximum number of votes. TMC accused the Prime Minister of belittling Bengal's women and stopping funds meant for the state, saying Bengal's women will reply at the ballot. Let's listen in to all the reactions.
गंगा जी यहाँ बिहार से बहते हुए ही बंगाल तक पहुंचती है। बिहार ने बंगाल में भाजपा की विजय का रास्ता भी बना दिया है। मैं बंगाल के भाइयों बहनों को भी आश्वस्त करता हूं, अब भाजपा आपके साथ मिलकर पश्चिम बंगाल से भी जंगल।
Hello, Moto.
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Griha. Now, we're learning of a centenary foot march of the RSS that will be held in the state of Karnataka, where more than 300 participants will be marching. And this will be a 1.5 kilometer long march that is organized by the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh. The Karnataka government on Thursday had granted permission for the centenary procession of the RSS in Chittapur town of Kalaburgi district. Remember, there was so much of back and forth that has already happened regarding this march. But now, after the court pulled up the Karnataka government over not giving clearance for this march, now finally the Siddaramaiah administration has relented and that march will be allowed in Chittapur.
आरएसएस के शताब्दी दिवस के दौरान कलबुर्गी चितापुर तालुका में आरएसएस पथ संचलन बहुत ही विवादित हो गया था। अभी आरएसएस पथ संचलन को जिला प्रशासन ने परमिशन दिया है। अभी हम लोग चितापुर तालुका में हैं, ये हमारा पीछे देख रहे हैं, यहाँ से ही अब आरएसएस का पथ संचलन स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। यहाँ ये मतलब 3:30 को ये आरएसएस पथ संचलन स्टार्ट होगा। इसके लिए सभी जो भी तैयारी है आरएसएस ने सब कुछ तैयारी कर लिया गया है। यहाँ पे प्रशासन को ये लास्ट महीने 19 को परमिशन के लिए पूछा गया था, तो प्रशासन ने लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा बोल के इनको परमिशन नहीं दिया था। तो इसलिए आरएसएस ने प्रमुख ने हाईकोर्ट के दौरान इनको दावा डाला था कि हम के शांति के दौरान हम पथ संचलन करते हैं, तो यहाँ के सभी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर प्रॉब्लम नहीं होना बोल के पुलिस डिप्लॉय किया है। 1000 अबव पुलिस ने यहाँ पे डिप्लॉय किया है। तो 3:30 को ये पथ संचलन आरंभ होगा, तो 5:45 को पथ संचलन कंप्लीट हो जाएगा। तो यहाँ पे एक जिला प्रशासन ने इनको जो कंडीशन डाला हुआ है कि जो भी पथ संचलन में जो आते आरएसएस पथ संचलन में वो लोगों चितापुर लोकल वालों की ही यहाँ पे परमिशन दिया हुआ है। यहाँ की अदर डिस्ट्रिक्ट वालों को यहाँ पे अलाउ नहीं किया गया है कि चारों तरफ का जो भी व्हीकल्स आते हैं ना, व्हीकल को अब सब कुछ तलाश करके उनको जांच करके ही वो बाइक होने दो या कार होने दो, सबको आईडी कार्ड चेक करके उनको परमिशन देके अंदर छोड़ रहे हैं। यहाँ की अभी कुछ ही देर में ये पथ संचलन आरंभ होगा। सभी पथ संचलन करने के लिए सिक्योरिटी वाइज 50 के अबव सीसीटीवी कैमरास और 1000 अबव पुलिस यहाँ पे डिप्लॉय किया हुआ है। तो यहाँ पे पीसफुली आरएसएस पथ संचलन करने के लिए प्रशासन ने संपूर्ण कंप्लीटली यहाँ पे तैयार करा हुआ है।
And with that, we go into a very short break. News and updates continue on the broadcast.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
बिहार का ऐतिहासिक विजय हुआ हो और अगर हम सूरत से आगे जा रहे हो और बिहार के लोगों को मिले भी ना जाए तो लगता है यात्रा अधूरी रह गई। और इसलिए गुजरात में रहने वाले और खास करके सूरत में रहने वाले मेरे बिहारी भाइयों का हक बनता है और इसलिए मेरी स्वाभाविक जिम्मेवारी भी बनती है कि आप लोगों के बीच आकर के इस विजयोत्सव की कुछ पल का मैं भी हिस्सा बनूं। अचानक कार्यक्रम बन गया। मैं सुबह जा रहा था डेडियापाड़ा तो यहाँ के हमारे साथियों ने मुझे कहा कि बिहार के लोगों की इच्छा है अगर आप 5-10 मिनट बाहर आ जाए तो लोग आ जाएंगे। और मैं देख रहा हूं दूर दूर तक काफी मात्रा में लोग बाहर भी दिखते हैं। साथियों, आप भी जानते हैं, बिहार के लोग भी जानते हैं
A warm welcome. You're watching World 360. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. This week, Pakistan pulled off a coup most unlike the others in the country. No tanks, no guns, no military might or midnight takeovers needed. This was Pakistan's quietest coup. Why? Because it's constitutional in nature, attributed to Islamabad's puppet regime under Shahbaz Sharif. Not surprising why Pakistan's President Zardari quickly passed the 27th Constitutional Amendment Bill. So what does that mean? To put it simply, it makes Field Marshal Asim Munir more powerful, even superior to Pakistan's top court. In fact, it's the boldest military consolidation of power by any military leader in Pakistan, something which neither Zia-ul Haq or even Pervez Musharraf could pull off. So what does this power shift mean for Asim Munir, Pakistan and most importantly India? For starters, Field Marshal Asim Munir now becomes Chief of Defence Forces. That means the Navy and the Air Force are now under him. Also, the country's nuclear and other strategic assets. But most importantly, Munir will now enjoy lifelong immunity from any legal action, meaning he can never be prosecuted for any of his acts, effectively putting Field Marshal Asim Munir above any law in Pakistan. In a post-Pahalgam India, that too when the Delhi blast accused have alleged links to Pakistan's Jaish-e-Mohammed, what will Munir's unbridled power mean for India's security landscape? Remember, Munir borrows from the theocratic military doctrine of Zia-ul Haq. He has weaponized draconian laws to silence dissent, reducing opposition and journalists to mute spectators. So given the lack of public support and economic success, how will Munir justify his iron grip over Pakistan? Does that mean new conflicts with India to rally nationalist sentiment? I bring you the headlines. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio condemns the Delhi 10/11 blast, labeling it a terrorist attack and expresses full solidarity with India. US President Donald Trump has signed a government funding bill ending the record 43-day-long shutdown, leading to financial stress for federal workers who went without pay and stranded scores of travelers at airports. Peace talks between Afghanistan and Pakistan breaks down as Islamabad insists that Kabul assume responsibility for Pakistan's internal security. Pakistan's parliament votes to give Army Chief Field Marshal Asim Munir new powers and lifetime immunity from arrest and prosecution, a move that critics say paves the way towards autocracy. And Trump administration officials have held meetings at the White House to discuss options for military operations in Venezuela. India's External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar met with Canadian Foreign Minister Anita Anand for the G7 Foreign Ministers meet, where they met for their third time this year, a reflection of momentum in the bilateral relationship between India and Canada. Pakistan's National Assembly has passed the 27th Constitutional Amendment Bill. The 27th Amendment grants sweeping authority to Munir as Chief of Defence Forces. This gives him command over all military branches. He becomes the Supreme Commander and is now in charge of Pakistan's nuclear arsenal. The amendment also grants him lifelong legal immunity, placing the Army Chief on a level equal to the President and above the Prime Minister. The amendment eliminates the position of Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Committee. Both the Air Force and Navy are now subordinate to the Army, further consolidating the Army Chief's superiority over other services. Honorary military titles have also been converted into lifetime designations. A new federal court for constitutional cases has been established. This reduces the role of the Supreme Court. Judges will now be appointed directly by the government. However, the new court cannot ratify acts of high treason, effectively shielding state institutions and the military. The vote, held amid a ruckus in the lower house, saw 234 lawmakers in favour and only 4 against, Speaker Ayaz Sadiq announced. The session was attended by top political leaders that included Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, PMLN President Nawaz Sharif and PPP Chairperson Bilawal Bhutto Zardari. Let's try and get in a perspective in terms of what will be the ramifications of such a power consolidation in the entire region. And for that, let me bring in my guest today. I'm joined in by Kabir Taneja of ORF. Thank you, Kabir, for joining me on the broadcast. Let's begin with what will Munir's power consolidation mean for the overall polity of Pakistan, given its own fragile internal security, whether at the hands of BLA or even a failed ceasefire with the Afghan Taliban.
Right. So look, this is Asim Munir basically going down the Ziaul Haq route in Pakistan, right? The opportunity for the army chief right now to solidify power based around an argument that there is a dire security threat to Pakistan is something that happens in Pakistan, commonly. So now, if you see the Pakistani press, they've been saying that they are ready for a two-front war with the Taliban on this side, with the Indians on the other side. The fallout of the talks between Afghanistan and the Taliban, that is, and Pakistan and Turkey was also, there were some reports, basically the Pakistani sites leaking information saying that the Taliban did not sign any kind of understanding or agreement with Pakistan because of Indian pressure and so on and so forth, which is all obviously rubbish. But this is basically Pakistan and Asim Munir solidifying power inside Pakistan for the long term. We saw the constitutional amendment to that effect. And we also sort of saw in the recent past, whenever Shehbaz Sharif, the Prime Minister, whatever he is now, in his foreign tours, whether it was to Saudi Arabia, whether it was to the US and so on, Asim Munir was always there as a shadow behind him. So this was coming. I think this was being built up by Asim Munir, specifically after Operation Sindoor and what happened with India. And he may not be the very overt Pakistani leader and may not be sort of the face of things for the time to come. But they definitely will be pulling all the strings behind the civilian administration.
Kabir, in a post-Pahalgam and the recent 10/11 blast in New Delhi, India is being confronted by a resurgent wave of terrorism, particularly the white terror module. What will Munir's power shift now mean for India's own security landscape?
From an Indian point of view, I think they should have expected something like this to happen, specifically in Kashmir. Maybe they did not expect Delhi to be targeted again, but Pakistan has very few cards in its deck. It cannot go for a conventional war. It doesn't have the economy for it. It may have military sort of strength to do a short-term exchange like it did around Sindoor, but for a long-term exchange with a country like India, it doesn't have the economics for it. So the only thing that it can go back to is lighting up Kashmir once again, as it has done repeatedly over the decades, and target Indian cities once again. whether it's, similar to what happened in Mumbai in 26/11. The fact that Delhi was hit this time is a big thing. It's not a small thing. The initial reports were, of course, saying that, it was being planned for 2 years and so on and so forth. So I think if there is a direct Pakistan connect, then India will have to weigh its options on what is the best foot forward for this. But I think a lot has to be looked upon inside as well, because most of the police raids done in association with this terror attack, even if it has a Jaish angle to it, as it seems so, a lot of it was festered inside India and in Kashmir. So I think is a certain change of strategy will also be required, along with putting more and more pressure on Pakistan.
All right, Kabir, we'll have to leave it at that. Many thanks to you for joining in on World 360. Now, speaking of the Delhi car blast that rocked the entire nation, investigations into the deadly blast have intensified as agencies are working round the clock to piece together the chain of events. Intelligence and law enforcement officials are examining every lead, from the explosives used to the movements of suspects prior to the attack. Meanwhile, messages of condemnation have poured in from across the globe after deadly Delhi blast. From US to Afghanistan, leaders of several countries have condemned the blast. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also condemned, calling it clearly a terrorist attack, and has also expressed solidarity with India. Listen in to the reactions.
Yesterday, we saw your post on X condemning the terror incident in the national capital. Talk to us a little bit about your country's position on this terror attack, and have you been able to speak to any of the senior person in the Indian government?
Well, the first thing you have to know is that once the Indian government confirmed that the blast was a consequence of a terrorist attack on Monday evening, we expressed our solidarity to the Indian people and the Indian government, because we stand with the Indian government and with the Indian people on condemning all forms of terror. The second thing is that it has to be mentioned is that Argentina, the government of Argentina, the people of Argentina are very conscious about the threat and the menace of terror, of terrorism. We also suffered terrorist attacks some years ago. You remember that we had a blast against the Israeli embassy in 1992.
Yes.
We had another attack, a bomb attack against the Jewish community center in Buenos Aires in 1994. The two acts combined provoked the loss of 100 people combined. And we know perfectly well what terror is. We know that there are countries that support terrorism, that promote terrorism, some of which had attacked us through Hezbollah, for example, but there are states behind them. And that's why we are so conscious about that. Regarding you asked me if I talked with some people from the government in the last days. No, I did not.
Okay.
We are in contact always with the foreign ministry and those things.
Israel sends its deepest condolences to the people of India, and especially to the families of the innocent victims killed in the terror attack in Red Fort. We wish speedy recovery to the wounded. Prime Minister Netanyahu and Foreign Minister Saar have published strong statements in that regard. Israel and India stand united against terrorism. Israel and India cooperate to acquire the capabilities required in the fight against terror. Only a few days ago, we upgraded the cooperation through the signing of a new agreement during the visit of the Defense Secretary to Israel. Our countries trust each other and will continue to work together to face this challenge.
on the aspect of how Global South needs to unite to fight the threat of terrorism. We speak at a time when Delhi has been confronted with a blast on 10th of November, which has finally been ascertained as an act of terror. First Pahalgam in April, and now the Delhi car blast. What are your thoughts on the threat of terrorism that India is currently confronted by?
Well, first and foremost, as South Africa, we'd want to express our deepest condolences to the loss of lives and also a speedy recovery for those that have been injured. And South Africa stands firmly with India during this difficult period. Now, we have firmly maintained in various statements that there is no place for terrorism in a civilized world. There's no place for terrorism at all. And wherever terrorism occurs, it must be firmly rooted out and taken out of human society. There's no place for terrorism. And countries have to work as a collective, and that is why, for example, you will see in the various BRICS declarations that has been issued every year, there is a dedicated paragraph where all of us agree that terrorism must be rooted out of society and that we must work as a collective to address this threat, not just to one country, but when you have a terror attack in one country, it impacts on the security of all of us. No one is safe, irrespective of where the terrorists may act. So we must work as a collective to get rid of this human scourge.
Over to the United States. After 43 days, the US government shutdown is finally over. President Trump has signed a funding bill to reopen federal services and pay employees, calling it a victory. But the bill brings few political wins, no major cuts, no reforms, and no guarantees this will not happen again. The government is back, but the showdown in Washington is not over. We tell you more.
On this vote, the yeas are 222, the nays are 209. The bill is passed. The motion is adopted.
After 43 long days, America's most expensive political staring contest is finally over. On Wednesday, Donald Trump signed a funding bill to reopen the US government, ending the longest shutdown in US history. Cue the victory lap. Trump, ever the showman, framed it as a win for making America affordable again. The reality, the federal government is limping back to life. Over $38 trillion in debt and counting, and nothing truly won except the chance to do it all over again in January. Now, what really happened? For 6 weeks, millions of federal employees went unpaid. Public services were frozen and air traffic nearly ground to a halt. The shutdown began when Senate Democrats refused to sign off on a spending bill that excluded health insurance subsidies under Obamacare tax credits that helped nearly 20 million Americans afford coverage. After 14 rounds of failed votes and a series of bitter exchanges between Republicans and Democrats, a temporary truce was reached. Reopen the government now, fight about healthcare later. So yes, the lights are back on in Washington, but the fire is still smoldering. In his signature flourish, Trump announced the reopening as proof of his leadership, calling Democrats cruel for attempting to extort American taxpayers. He says with this bill, he's sending them a clear message. But the fine print tells a different story. The bill essentially does very little to nothing of what he wanted politically. No new spending cuts, no structural reforms, and no guarantee that the next shutdown won't happen again by the 30th of January. What it does do is force the government to reopen, pay back federal workers, and restart crucial programs like food assistance and air traffic control. The bare minimum a functioning state should provide. Democrats say this fight is not over, vowing to push for healthcare subsidies in December. Translation: the standoff is paused, not resolved. While Washington bickered, the country bled. Thousands of federal workers were forced to dip into their savings or take side gigs just to stay afloat. Air travel became a nightmare with flight delays, sick call-ins and near misses mounting. Experts say it could take weeks to stabilize flight schedules. Food assistance programs for over 42 million low-income Americans were disrupted. Economic data releases crucial for markets and policy making were delayed or cancelled. Even now, restarting a government this size isn't as simple as flipping a switch. Some agencies say it could take days or weeks to resume normal operations. The new funding bill extends government spending through January 30th. So yes, the government is back, but it's running on borrowed time and borrowed money. If you're wondering who actually benefited from this chaos, look to gold traders. Each time Washington shuts down, gold prices climb, and this round was no exception. Political gridlock in world's largest economy continues to prove that uncertainty is the only truly reliable asset. Trump's team is spinning this as a moment. The strong leader ending the crisis he insists Democrats caused. But a closer look will reveal this wasn't a win. It was an expensive pause, a band-aid on a bullet wound, with another shutdown already on the calendar. The government may be open again, but the question still hangs heavy. How long until Washington shuts it down again?
Now, in a dramatic turn of events, Russia, which had recently expressed a willingness to engage in peace talks with Ukraine, has now announced that it has successfully thwarted an alleged assassination plot. While the Kremlin has not released its full details, the claim underscores the tense and volatile situation on the ground. The announcement has raised fresh questions about internal threats and the broader implications for the ongoing negotiations. CNN News 18's Sanjay Suri gets us a report.
This would appear on the face of it, Akanksha, yet more of those cross-purpose signs that we've been seeing over Ukraine for some time now. So that on the one hand, yet more diplomatic signals of a readiness to talk, and together with that on the other, a stronger military push by Russia on the ground. So Russia now says that it remains open to the idea of a Trump-Putin summit in Budapest. That, of course, had been called last month and then was cancelled. And the reason it was cancelled was because Secretary of State Rubio and Foreign Minister Lavrov spoke ahead of that planned meeting, and they agreed that summit at that stage would yield no results at all. The US had proposed freezing the conflict where it stands, or where it stood then rather, and now we perhaps see why. There's been a very strong Russian push into Pokrovsk, and a number of troops are there already taking advantage of the heavy fog cover at the moment. But heavy fighting is underway. The Ukrainians are resisting, and the Russians have had a little less luck with their push into Kupiansk in Kharkiv province, a little to the north. But the Russians are facing resistance there too. It may well be the Russian strategy to try to take these two cities and only then to try to negotiate over proposals to freeze the conflict where it may then stand. So to delay talks while speeding up a push on the ground. The difficult question, of course, is how far the Russian forces will want to push or will be allowed to push before they think they've gone far enough. Freezing the push where it currently stands still would not give Russia full control of the Donbas region, all of which it has claimed, and the Russians without doubt will have to consider how far they can go. They have to stop somewhere. They can't push all the way to Kiev, and Russia may now possibly be signaling a willingness to end the fighting on an optimistic reading. But then we've been through a few optimistic readings before, and we've seen where they went or did not.
Jeffrey Epstein's scandal continues to haunt US President Donald Trump. A tranche of newly released documents reveal that Epstein kept a close watch on his former friend years after their relationship soured. This disclosure of about 20,000 pages from Republican members of the committee related to Epstein comes as Trump continues to battle with the political fallout related to their past friendship and his Justice Department's failure to release documents as he had long promised on the campaign trail. Will Donald Trump be able to shake off the Epstein stain? Zaka Jacob explains.
very much.
What a great day.
It's a great day. Well done, Mr. President.
House Democrats on Wednesday released several emails that were obtained from the estate of sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. They claim that these emails showed that President Trump may have been much more aware of Epstein's conduct than he has previously acknowledged. Soon after, House Republicans released more than 20,000 pages of Epstein's documents, including a vast trove of emails and other messages covering a large period of many years. In a post on social media reacting to this, Trump responded by saying that the Democrats were bringing up the Epstein hoax to deflect from the government shutdown. In the emails that were released, here's what all Jeffrey Epstein reportedly said about Trump. Epstein described Trump as a dirty businessman who was borderline insane, untrustworthy, and worse in real life and up close than the image that he wanted to convey in public. Jeffrey Epstein also wrote that President Trump had spent many hours at his house with one of Epstein's victims. In one of those messages, Epstein flatly asserts that Trump knew about the girls, many of whom were later found to have been underage. On Wednesday, Republicans in the House Oversight Committee said that the victim that this email referred to was Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who was 16 at the time that she was recruited by Epstein's longtime associate Ghislaine Maxwell, while Giuffre was working as a spa attendant in Mar-a-Lago in the year 2000. When Epstein sent this email, it was in April of 2011, Giuffre had recently gone public for the very first time about her experiences with Epstein. At that time, she had told a British tabloid that Epstein had abused her and trafficked her to other men. Giuffre, though, later denied that Trump had ever sexually abused her. Giuffre died by suicide earlier this year. The Epstein files were the latest act in the rapidly unfolding political drama between House Speaker Mike Johnson and the Republican majority. They shuttered the House for the last 2 months, in part to try and stall a bipartisan effort to force the floor to vote on releasing the Epstein files. That effort ended this week with 218 signatures have been procured, with some Republicans crossing over. That bid has now gathered enough supporters to force a vote. Johnson, who had opposed considering the vote, said that he would relent and bring it to vote next week. House Republicans are seeking to protect Trump while at the same time trying to assuage their supporters who see the Epstein case as an issue that goes beyond loyalty to President Donald Trump. One recurring presence in the messages and the emails from Epstein happens to be author Michael Wolff, who has acted as an advisor to Epstein. In one of the emails around 2016, when Trump was already running for president, Wolff wrote to Epstein saying that he believed Trump offers an ideal opportunity, suggesting that becoming an anti-Trump voice would give Epstein some amount of political cover. The Epstein files have split the MAGA base and made a section of Trump's faithful to turn on him. The idea that their political lodestar could also be a pedophile is something that a lot of folks in MAGA are uncomfortable with. Back in February, about a month or so after Trump was sworn in, Attorney General Pam Bondi had put out about 200 pages of Epstein material, much of which was already publicly available. But that list also included some evidence and a flight log from Epstein's private jet. Now, there was speculation at that time that some of those flight logs showed Trump having taken the Epstein private jet multiple times, a claim which Trump has flat out denied. But that hardly quelled demands from Trump's MAGA base to release the entire Epstein files. The calls grew more persistent after reports surfaced that Trump had sent Epstein a 50th birthday greeting when Epstein turned 50 in 2003. That included a sexually suggestive drawing. Trump again has denied writing that letter or making that drawing. But now, once again, after the release of the latest tranche of the Epstein emails, it is clear that Jeffrey Epstein has become the albatross around Donald Trump's neck, one that he can't seem to shake off.
Not only has it divided Donald Trump's MAGA base, it has also impacted Donald Trump's popularity ratings. I'll have to leave it at that. That's all I have for you in this edition of World 360. Thank you so much for watching. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
after the defeat, the dissent. It's all out in the open, dirty linen being washed in public. RJD's humiliating defeat in Bihar politics is not enough. But what is worse is now that the Lalu Prasad family seems all divided. And this is after daughter Rohini Acharya quit the party yesterday. She said that she was leaving her family as well as their party. But now she's come out with some very, very damaging allegations against her own family members, directly not taking the name of Tejaswi Yadav, but certainly attacking him. Now, in a series of allegations on the social media platform X, Rohini Acharya alleges that she was humiliated, abused and even assaulted with a slipper. But now there's a massive escalation. Bit by bit, Rohini Acharya is making it worse for the Parivar and the RJD. She has heaped further allegations against the Yadav family, mentions her father's kidney transplant. Rohini Acharya said that she was humiliated over the kidney donation to her father, Lalu Prasad Yadav, in Singapore. She has been mentioned that she was insulted for saving her father's life. She goes on to ask her brother Tejaswi Yadav that why didn't you donate your kidney? What she's also said on a social media platform is that they called the kidney dirty, they called her also dirty and accused her of giving a dirty kidney to her father Lalu Prasad Yadav. My colleagues Brij Mohan Singh as well as Aman Sharma are now joining us. Brij Mohan, was this something which was waiting to happen? Rohini Acharya was certainly not very comfortable with her sidelining within the party. Was this supposed to happen and expected that once the results come out, it's going to be all guns blazing and the drift becomes very clear?
I remember 2024 Lok Sabha elections in Saran Lok Sabha seat. She fought well with Rajiv Pratap Rudy. She lost only by 16,000 votes. And recently, when the campaign was going on for assembly elections, she wanted to go to assembly segments. And I must tell you, she was stopped by the family members, especially.
बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा के संग त्योहार की उमंग.
Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. Let's begin with the headlines. A day after cutting ties with her family, RJD's Rohini Acharya levels fresh allegations, saying she was humiliated over her kidney donation and even a slipper was hurled at her. Even Rabri Devi's brother, Sadhu Yadav, has said that she was treated wrongly. RJD spokesperson Mrityunjay Tiwari downplays Rohini Acharya's allegations, says this is an internal family matter. BJP calls it an insult to daughters of Bihar. Ahead of Bihar swearing in, CNN News 18 accesses exclusive NDA cabinet formula. BJP likely to get 15 to 16 seats, JDU 14 seats with chief ministerial post. Swearing in expected next week. CNN News 18 accesses clinching CCTV footage showing the I-20 car used in the Delhi blast parked inside the Al-Falah University until the 30th of October. Big breakthrough in Delhi suicide bomber Umar Nabi's radicalization nexus. Girl from Imphal confirms contact with Umar. Pan-India outreach uncovered. RSS leader's son Naveen Arora shot dead by bike-borne assailants in Punjab's Firozpur. BJP slams Aam Aadmi Party government over law and order in the state. More than 300 participants take part in the centenary foot march of RSS in Karnataka. Congress MP P. Chidambaram blames Bihar votes and the voters there for election outcomes, as the state did not vote for a strong opposition and the responsibility now lies with the people. South Africa beat India by 30 runs, first time at home in 15 years, fourth straight loss at home for India. Let's begin with our top focus story. Amid the ongoing probe into the Delhi blast case, CNN News 18 has now accessed a clincher, which is a CCTV footage of the killer I-20 car. On your screens are the images of the I-20 that was driven by bomber Umar Nabi at various locations in the national capital, starting from the 29th of October. When this car entered the Al-Falah University, it was parked in the common parking area at the university. The car was then seen exiting the university on the 30th of October. In fact, CNN News 18 has also learned that during the interrogation at the Al-Falah University, a girl who is a resident of Imphal and was studying at the Al-Falah University, has revealed that Umar Nabi tried to radicalize her and even offered her a new Muslim identity. Lens is now on the terror radicalization module and also the fact that Umar was allegedly on a pan-India outreach program targeting vulnerable youth. Now, more details emerging. CNN News 18 has exclusively learnt from counter-intel Kashmiri officials as they are raiding the doctors' homes in Anantnag. The counter-intelligence Kashmir conducted a large-scale raid, which was what happened at late night at a doctor's residence in Malaknag in Anantnag. The raids are part of the ongoing investigation into the white-collar terror module that was busted very close to Delhi in Faridabad. A mobile phone, we are told, has been seized for forensic analysis. During the search, officials discovered a female doctor from Haryana living at the accused doctor's house as a tenant. Her verification process is on to in fact map the module, the linkages. This is Bilal Ahmed Wani, a dry fruit seller who has also been picked up for questioning along with his son. He attempted self-immolation in Kazigund, we are told, and he was rushed to the GMC Anantnag with burn injuries. And according to the police, his son continues to remain in custody. The police also are maintaining that Dr. Muzaffar Rater is a central figure in the white-collar module and he is currently in Afghanistan. His brother, Dr. Adil Rater, was arrested earlier from Saharanpur. The seized mobile phone and the details of the tenant are now part of a wider forensic crackdown. Right now, the focus of agencies is to find out the financial, the communication and travel patterns of the Rater-linked network. This is a big development that's coming in. My colleague Ishan Vani is joining us to break it all down before our viewers. Ishan?
Yes, exactly. This lady doctor by the name Priyanka was picked at the CIK men, and then she was questioned. Her phone, which is of a Vivo company, has been sent for forensic analysis. She was living at a residence of a doctor. She's studying, at the Anantnag Medical College, is where from all the case started. And she's being questioned, investigated as if there is any linkages. So far, the investigation process is on. There were raids that were conducted during the night time, and she was picked up. She's from Haryana, and she was studying at this government medical college in Anantnag. And at the doctor's residence, she was living as a tenant from some time. She's a married woman, and now the police is investigating if there is any leads and clues that can get from her, and the investigation process is underway. But this Bilal that we have been talking about, the dry fruit seller, he tried to self-immolate himself. He was detained along with his son. He was released, and his son is possibly still under detention, post which there's a lot of political battle that has also unfolded on Twitter, that the person tried to self-immolate himself. He was shifted to Srinagar's SMHS hospital. He's being treated by a team of doctors, because the reason we don't know yet, but yes, there are investigation is currently going on. Our editor Manoj Gupta has reported that the self-immolation attempt by Danish's father has been one of those incidents, which is unfortunate. And police sources say that these people maybe have unknowingly or deliberately supported the module. This is a signal that the crackdown is set to go beyond medical professionals to the entire neighborhood, possibly be linked as positive. And the neighborhood, even in those areas which we have reported from, their neighbors have been picked up for questioning just in case they know about the entire module or anything like that. But yes, there is political twist also to the story, where PDP has come in and tweeted that the government of India should be careful about all these decisions that they are making in Jammu and Kashmir, and not to quote-unquote harass any individual. But the police is going on for the investigation because it's a big case, and they'll have to crack it down as soon as possible.
Ishan, Bilal Ahmed Wani, the dry fruit seller who was picked up along with his son, the details that have emerged so far from the son who is in custody, what are you learning about that?
Well, this is part of the investigation. There are detentions that have been made. People have been called to the police station just to ensure that if they have any tip-off, if they have anything to offer, the details, if they have met. Like in the case of Dr. Umar, you have seen that wherever he stopped, be the mobile shop, be the any person, dhaba, everyone was questioning to people. I think locations are being sanitized. So there are certain detentions that have been made to sanitize, those people, and also to ensure that if there is any information that is available to them, that pass on to the right people, and it will be part of the investigation. But what led to him to take this drastic step post he was released is something that we have still yet to learn. But he is critical. He has been shifted to SLS hospital, and the investigation is underway to under what circumstances did he take this drastic step after being released from the police custody.
Right, Ishan. Anything else that you are picking up? In fact, do stay on with us, Ishan. We have SP Vaid who's joining us on the broadcast now. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. The investigation is only deepening. We are learning of more and more details that are now emerging. There is an Afghanistan link as well. There is this particular person who tried to self-immolate after the police tried to nab him. All of these details emerging, sir. What is your analysis of the investigation as far as the Delhi blast is concerned?
See, it is a very deep-rooted conspiracy with so much of involvement, not only of the interstate, but international ramification. You have angle of Pakistan, ISI, you have angle of Turkey, you now have angle of Afghanistan. So I think it's a very, very important case, and we need to go to the depth of all aspects of this case. Absolutely, that is how it should be pursued. Let's go till the last straw it reaches to the last end of this whole web of white collar terror doctors, terror module. I think that's what is needed. We must go to the depth of it. That is what is required, because it is a challenge to the India's national security, national integrity. I think India has to bust all these terror modules, not only this particular, wherever it has ramifications in other states also. So I think we must pursue it, and Jammu Kashmir continues to be the fountainhead of all this terror module.
Okay, Mr. Vaid, I'd like to understand from you, particularly about Dr. Muzaffar Rathir. His linkages are right now being investigated upon, his phone records, his travel data, all of that is right now under investigation because his brother was nabbed from Saharanpur. He, we are told, is sitting in Afghanistan, somewhere there in Afghanistan, and so far he has not come under the radar of the investigative agencies. But when you look at this entire ploy and how this one person possibly could be another mastermind, because earlier we were also looking at Maulvi Ansari. Now there is a second name, Dr. Rathir's name, that has come in the picture. It is a large-scale operation, and as far as the terrorists were concerned, they were heavily invested in this entire this operation. It was not just about attacking various cities of the national capital and also the entire country. It was also a radicalization network, because there are very many voices who are speaking about that as well.
Absolutely. In fact, it is both radicalization of the elite of the society and also terror module. So it has both the aspects of terrorism emanating from Pakistan and connections go up to Pakistan, Afghanistan, Turkey, and this particular doctor you are talking of from South Kashmir and Anantnag he appears to be a key figure in playing a key role at the hands of the ISI handler, arranging meetings in Turkey, arranging the contacts of different doctors, their placements across the country in different cities. I think his role, once it completely comes out, you will find that he is the key figure in this.
Right, Mr. Vaid, thank you so much for joining us. SP Vaid, there, former Jammu and Kashmir DGP, with us on the broadcast. We're also now getting some more breaking news. We're learning that Jammu and Kashmir police has handed over Faridabad terror module case to the State Investigation Agency, or the SIA. This case has been handed over to probe the larger doctor terror nexus. The custody of all the doctors who have been arrested so far will also be handed over to the State Intelligence Agency, Investigation Agency. Let me take this across to my colleague Tejinder, who's now with us on the broadcast. Tejinder, more on this. SIA now takes over.
Yes, you see, SIA was created on the patterns of NIA. The SIA has the jurisdiction in the entire Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Now that we saw this doctor terror nexus taking a pan-UT shape, wherein we saw doctors being detained from various districts of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and also from various other states. So for better coordination, for better investigation and coordination between the national and UT-based investigation agencies, the case was which was earlier with the Nogam police station. If you remember, the first instance when Dr. Adil was arrested, this case was registered at the Nogam police station when the Jaish-e-Mohammed poster surfaced across Jammu and Kashmir, and once the CCTV footage was looked into, the connection led to Dr. Adil. He was arrested from Saharanpur, wherein on his disclosure we saw in Faridabad around 2,900 kilograms of ammonium nitrate and other explosives were recovered. Now the Jammu and Kashmir police has formally handed over this case to the SIA, and the SIA would look into the larger doctor terror nexus in Jammu and Kashmir, wherein right now what we believe that more than 40 doctors are either questioned or some of them have been detained in this nexus when there was an explosion in outside the Lal Killa in which 13 people lost their lives. So now this case has been handed over to the SIA by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and all the doctors who have been formally arrested in this case, their custody would also be transferred to the SIA for better coordination and for better investigation.
Okay, yes. Tejinder, how soon is that going to happen?
The case has already been handed over to the SIA. We saw just 48 hours ago there was a blast which took place in the Nogam police station, which was where all the explosive materials which were recovered were kept, and the sampling of the material was going on, in which unfortunately 9 people lost their lives, more than 29 were injured. Immediately after that, the case has now been shifted to the SIA, and it is just a matter of a day or two that all the doctors who have been detained or arrested across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, they would also be handed over to the SIA for further investigation. When I spoke to some of the senior officials of the SIA, they told that this decision has been taken so as to ensure a better coordination between NIA and the SIA. Earlier, the cases were registered at different police stations, starting from Nogam, where the initial case was registered, and then polices from other districts too roped in. They also started investigation. Now that formally this case has been handed over to the SIA, SIA has jurisdiction across the entire 20 districts of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. So for better coordination, better investigation, this case was handed over to the SIA. Yes.
Right, Tejinder, thank you so much for all of those details there. With that, we go into a very short break here on the broadcast. News and updates continue.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
After the defeat, the dissent. It's all out in the open, dirty linen being washed in public. RJD's humiliating defeat in Bihar politics is not enough. But what is worse is now that the Lalu Prasad family seems all divided. And this is after daughter Rohini Acharya quit the party yesterday. She said that she was leaving her family as well as their party. But now she's come out with some very, very damaging allegations against her own family members, directly not taking the name of Tejasvi Yadav, but certainly attacking him. Now, in a series of allegations on the social media platform X, Rohini Acharya alleges that she was humiliated, abused and even assaulted with a slipper. But now there's a massive escalation. Bit by bit, Rohini Acharya is making it worse for the Parivar and the RJD. She has heaped further allegations against the Yadav family, mentions her father's kidney transplant. Rohini Acharya said that she was humiliated over the kidney donation to her father, Lalu Prasad Yadav, in Singapore. She has been mentioned that she was insulted for saving her father's life. She goes on to ask her brother Tejaswi Yadav that why didn't you donate your kidney? What she's also said on a social media platform is that they called the kidney dirty, they called her also dirty and accused her of giving a dirty kidney to her father Lalu Prasad Yadav. My colleagues Brij Mohan Singh as well as Aman Sharma are now joining us. Brij Mohan, was this something which was waiting to happen? Rohini Acharya was certainly not very comfortable with her sidelining within the party. Was this supposed to happen and expected that once the results come out, it's going to be all guns blazing and the drift becomes very clear?
I remember 2024 Lok Sabha elections in Saran Lok Sabha seat. She fought.
Hello, Moto.
Welcome back. The Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh is currently holding its centenary foot march in Karnataka's Chittapur. Over 300 participants are marching along a 1.5-kilometer route in Chittapur town in Kalaburgi district. The Karnataka government has granted this permission for the procession to happen after much back and forth. RSS remembers marking this historic milestone with a grand display of participation and unity. So a permission has been given for a route march to be conducted with 300 participants, although what was sought was for 600 participants to be allowed, but so far the permission is for 300 participants and this is being granted by the Kalaburgi district administration, and this has also been acknowledged by the court. A senior advocate in the Karnataka High Court has said that all of this grant of the participation of only 300 personnel, while the request was that this may be increased to 600, has been appreciated. And this is, remember, the centenary celebrations of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. They are in fact doing this march currently in the Kalaburgi district in Chittapur. My colleague Arun Kumar is now joining us on the broadcast. Arun, the march is underway as far as the centenary celebrations are concerned. The permission, although was sought for 600 RSS pracharaks, we are told it has only been given for 300 of them. More details on this.
कलबुर्गी तालुका चितापुर में आरएसएस पथ संचलन के लिए सही तरीके से कंप्लीट हो चुका है। अभी कुछ ही वक्त में जो स्टार्ट हुआ तो वहाँ पे आरएसएस पथ संचलन एंड हो गया। ये आरएसएस ने चितापुर में 600 लोगों को हमारे को पथ संचलन के लिए हमारे परमिशन देने के लिए पूछा था कि वो प्रशासन ने बोला कि प्रशासन ने लैंड ऑर्डर का प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा, इसलिए हम लोगों ने 300 लोगों को ही परमिशन दे देंगे। उसी हिसाब से अब आज 3:45 को जो ये प्रोसेशन स्टार्ट हो गया। अभी कुछ घंटे में अभी 5 मिनट में प्रशासन खत्म हो जाएगा। सभी तरीके से लोगों ने, छोटे छोटे बच्चों ने ये पथ संचलन में भाग लेके पुरुष जो गणवेशधारी थे उनको सब लोगों को पुष्पार्चन करके उनको भव्य तरीके से स्वागत किया है।
अरुण, क्या क्या हुआ इस पथ संचालन में? 100 साल पूरे हुए हैं राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के। आपने बताया कि 600 लोगों के पार्टिसिपेशन की मांग की गई थी, लेकिन परमिशन ग्रांट हुआ था सिर्फ 300 लोगों के लिए। अभी आज क्या देखने को मिला 3:30 बजे से, जब से ये रूट मार्च शुरू हुआ था?
आरएसएस से प्रमुखों ने पूछा था कि हम लोगों को 600 मेंबर्स को अपने आरएसएस पथ संचलन में भाग लेने के लिए परमिशन पूछा था कि प्रशासन ने बोला कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा, इसलिए 300 मेंबर्स को प्रशासन ने परमिशन दिया था। यह परमिशन चितापुर में आरएसएस पथ संचलन के लिए मना किया था प्रशासन ने, तो आरएसएस प्रमुखों ने हाईकोर्ट में रिट पिटीशन डाला था। तो हाईकोर्ट हाई कोर्ट में इसका सुलझाव होकर उसके बाद में उनको 350 लोगों को अभी परमिशन दिया है। और जो 350 लोगों को जो नाम का लिस्ट था, वो लिस्ट के हिसाब से सब लोगों को ये RSS पथ संचलन में भाग लेने के लिए भाग लिए थे। अभी सब लोगों ने, छोटे छोटे बच्चे लोग भी ये RSS पथ संचलन में भाग लेके भव्य तरीके से RSS का पथ संचलन अभी खत्म होने के अभी थोड़ी देर में ये मुक्ताय हो जाएगा। अभी RSS के जो लोग थे, अभी बजाज कल्याण मंडल से 1.2 किलोमीटर जो ये प्रशासन ने इनको परमिशन दिया था, वो हिसाब से अभी 1.2 किलोमीटर पर ये प्रोसेस स्टार्ट होकर अभी वापस एंड होने आ रहा है। अभी ये लोगों को, सभी लोगों को RSS जो गणवेशधारी थे, सब लोगों का ये जो पब्लिक थे, पब्लिक लोगों ने फूलों से बरसात करके उनको भव्य स्वागत किया है। अभी कुछ ही देर में अभी ये जो बजाज कल्याण मंडप की तरफ फिर रिटर्न वो RSS पथ संचलन आ रहा है। अभी यहाँ से इधर आके वो RSS पथ संचलन का मुक्ताय हो जाएगा।
जी, अभी कितना और वक्त है इस सारे रूट मार्च को कंप्लीट होने में अरुण?
अभी रूट मार्च का अभी एक 1 और 2 मिनट में ये रूट मार्च का कंप्लीट हो जाएगा। अभी इनको जो 3:30 to 5:45 तक इनको परमिशन प्रशासन ने दिया था। ये जो कंडीशंस दे के इनको दिया था कि चितापुर जो लोकलाइट्स है, वो लोकलाइट्स को ही इधर RSS पथ संचलन में भाग लेने के लिए उनको परमिशन दिया गया था। और 3:30 से 5:45 तक इनको जो प्रशासन जो परमिशन दिया था कि पथ संचलन करने के लिए, अभी वो पथ संचलन 3:45 को स्टार्ट होकर अभी एंड होने आ रहा है।
अरुण, कोई लेटेस्ट बयान आया है क्या प्रियांक खड़गे की तरफ से, जो लोकल MLA हैं चितपुर के? उन्होंने काफ़ी ज़्यादा इसको अपोज किया था कि इस तरह का रूट मार्च नहीं होने देंगे। अब जबकि ये अलाउ किया गया है, उनकी तरफ से कोई बयान आया है?
ये RSS रूट मार्च सीतापुर में करने के लिए बड़ी कसरत चली है कि 1 महीने से इनको लास्ट अक्टूबर 19 को RSS ने यहाँ 100 ईयर सेलिब्रेशन के लिए परमिशन पूछा था। वो हिसाब से जो प्रशासन को इन्होंने एप्लीकेशन दिए थे कि हम लोगों को 19 को अपने प्रशासन को पथ संचलन के लिए परमिशन पूछा था कि उस टाइम में अभी 10 संगठन ने उनको परमिशन मांगा था एक ही दिन, तो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा, उसलिए हम लोगों को परमिशन देने नहीं आता बोलने के बाद उसको हाई कोर्ट के वजह से हाई कोर्ट को रिट पिटीशन डालने के बाद अभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रशासन को हाई कोर्ट ने डायरेक्शन दिया था कि इन लोगों को कन्वीनियंट डेट देख के इनको RSS पथ संचलन करने के लिए परमिशन देने के लिए बोला था। तो आज अब RSS ने पथ संचलन के लिए अभी परमिशन मिला हुआ है।
जी, बहुत शुक्रिया अरुण हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। With that, we are shifting our focus. Let's talk about the showdown over pan-India SIR. That continues as the TVK now is holding statewide protests in the state of Tamil Nadu against the exercise. This after TVK chief Vijay, in a video message, has said that the SIR exercise will impact working class voters, first-time voters and minorities. He's even gone on to urge the youth to remain vigilant and ensure their names are correctly entered in the voters list. He said that the people are confused about the purpose of SIR, whether it is verification, re-registration in disguise or a new registration altogether. Vijay has also gone on to question as to why citizens with valid voter eligibility must register again. TVK has also written to the Election Commission requesting participation in consultative meetings related to SIR. Meanwhile, AIADMK has filed a complaint against the DMK with the State Election Commission alleging misuse of SIR for political advantage.
முக்கியமாக நம்மளுடைய டிவிகே தோழர்களுக்கு அந்த ஃபார்ம் கிடைக்க மாட்டேங்குது, கொடுக்க மாட்டேன்றாங்க அப்படின்ற சில கம்ப்ளைண்ட்ஸ். இது யார் பண்ணுறாங்க அப்படின்றது நான் தான் சொல்லி தெரிய வேணும்னு ஒன்றும் அவசியம் இல்லை உங்களுக்கு. இப்போ இருக்கிற ஆட்சியாளர்கள், அவங்களுக்கு கைப்பாவையாக இருக்கக்கூடிய சில பேர் வந்து இதை செய்ய ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க. அதனால் மைடியர் வர்ச்சுவல் வாரியர்ஸ், இதை வந்து சாதாரணமாக எடுத்துக்காதீங்க. இது எல்லாருக்குமே அந்த ஃபார்ம் போய் ரீச் ஆகணும். நம்ம ஜென்சி கிட்ஸ், நம்ம ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் ஓட்டர்ஸ், நம்ம புது வாக்காளர்கள், நம்ம நண்பா நண்பிகள், அவங்க ரொம்ப கேர்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கணும். நான் ஆல்ரெடி சொன்ன மாதிரி உங்களுக்கான ஃபார்ம், அந்த ஃபார்ம் நம்பர் 6. இப்போ நான் சில மீட்டிங்ஸ்லலாம் ரிப்பீட்டடாக ஒரு விஷயம் நான் சொல்கிறேன்ல, 2 பேருக்கு நடுவில் தான் போட்டி அப்படின்ட்டு. அது மேடைக்கு மேடை அவங்க அதை ப்ரூவ் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்குறாங்க. தமிழ்நாடே அந்த வாக்குச்சாவடி முன்னாடி திரண்டு நிற்கணும். அதை பார்த்துட்டு தமிழ்நாடே தமிழக வெற்றி கழகமா இல்லை தமிழக வெற்றி கழகம் தான் தமிழ்நாடா அப்படின்ற மாதிரி இருக்கணும்.
It has been done, meticulously. They have planned. There is no problem at all. And any politician, experienced politician, will understand this. So I think Mr. Vijay should have taken knowledge from, some experienced politicians. But I don't think, see, he has doubts. Let him get clarified. But he has charged allegations against DMK. That they may manipulate this SIR. One way, I think Mr. Vijay has appealed to his party men that they should be vigilant in registering their voters.
We have sought the advice of all political parties whether they are in our camp or not. Many parties had attended, even though they are not part of our alliance. Because it was in the interest of the voters that we had done that. But Vijay did not attend that meeting. If he had come there, he would also, if his representatives have come there, they would have also given some suggestions which we would have accepted. Now tomorrow he is going on an agitation against SIR. I don't know what he means. He wants to show him separately that as if the whole people of Tamil Nadu are with him and all other parties have no role in the future politics of Tamil Nadu. Let him imagine anything.
Shifting our focus now, Rajkumar Rao and Patralekha have welcomed a baby girl, and the moment couldn't have been more special as it arrived on their 4th wedding anniversary. The couple shared that that they are over the moon and even called their daughter the greatest blessing of their lives. Earlier this year, they had confirmed the pregnancy through a heartfelt post that made many hearts melt. Let's take a look at this report.
Bollywood woke up to a heartwarming news on Saturday as Rajkumar Rao and Patralekha welcomed a baby girl, marking a truly unforgettable milestone in their lives. The couple announced the news via their Instagram accounts, and what made it even more special is the fact that their daughter arrived on their 4th wedding anniversary. In their joint statement, they said they are over the moon and described their little girl as the greatest blessing God had given them on their 4th wedding anniversary, expressing gratitude and overwhelming joy. As soon as the news broke, several Bollywood celebs rushed to shower their love and blessings upon the couple. While Sunil Grover wrote, "Badhai ho, Rajkumari aayi hai," Kriti Sanon, Vani Kapoor and Sonam Kapoor sent their love to the new parents. Varun Dhawan wrote, "Welcome to the club, guys," while Rajkumar's Fanne Khan co-star Anil Kapoor also congratulated them. The journey to this moment has been an emotional and meaningful one for both Rajkumar and Patralekha. Earlier this year, the couple had confirmed Patralekha's pregnancy through a soft pastel-themed announcement that read "Baby on the way." The couple had then embarked upon a peaceful baby moon to New Zealand.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
After the defeat, the dissent. It's all out in the open, dirty linen being washed in public. RJD's humiliating defeat in Bihar politics is not enough. But what is worse is now the Lalu Prasad family seems all divided. And this is after daughter Rohini Acharya quit the party yesterday. She said that she was leaving her family as well as their party. But now she's come out with some very, very damaging allegations against her own family members, directly not taking the name of Tejasvi Yadav, but certainly attacking him. Now, in a series of allegations on the social media platform X, Rohini Acharya alleges that she was humiliated, abused and even assaulted with a slipper. But now there's a massive escalation. Bit by bit, Rohini Acharya is making it worse for the Parivar and the RJD. She has heaped further allegations against the Yadav family, mentions her father's kidney transplant. Rohini Acharya said that she was humiliated over the kidney donation to her father, Lalu Prasad Yadav, in Singapore. She has been mentioned that she was insulted for saving her father's life. She goes on to ask her brother Tejaswi Yadav that why didn't you donate your kidney? What she's also said on a social media platform is that they called the kidney dirty, they called her also dirty and accused her of giving a dirty kidney to her father Lalu Prasad Yadav.
Hello everyone and welcome to another episode of Now Showing. I'm your host Abhijit Bhatt. November is like the Friday of months. Everything is laid back. Winter starts to seep in. You know the year is about to end and all you want to do is get cozy in your home and catch up on some amazing movies and TV shows. Harry Potter में था Dobby और अगर movies देखना है आपकी hobby, then you are at the perfectly right place. So, without further delay, let's take a look at what's brewing on this week's edition of Now Showing. 6 years later, Ajay Devgan and Rakul Preet return with De De Pyar De 2 and this time, convincing her parents is easier than convincing the audience. Shefali Shah's Madam Sir and her team face off against Huma Qureshi's terrifying Badi Didi in Delhi Crime 3, making it a truly gripping investigative thriller. Rajiv Rai talks about his conversation with SRK about Aryan Khan's The Bads of Bollywood, reveals why actors prefer working with big producers and asserts that the 80s wasn't the weakest phase of Hindi cinema. A freewheeling chat with Sonakshi Sinha and Shilpa Shirodkar about making Jatadhara, Mahesh Babu's unmatched popularity, and Sonakshi also addresses the pregnancy rumors. Alright, let's start the show with this week's hottest releases and recommendations. You know, it's really unfair that there are 4 days between Monday and Saturday, but only 2 days between Friday and Monday. We know this pain of yours, which is why in order to help you make the most of your already short weekend, our entertainment and lifestyle editor Tavishi Paitandi is here to guide you to some dhamakedar entertainment. Over to you, Tavishi.
Thanks, Abhijit. Hey everyone, this week seems to be a week of sequels, be it at the cinemas or the gritty world of crime investigation on OTT. Let's start with the part 2 of Ajay Devgan, Rakul Preet Singh rom-com De De Pyar De. 6 years after Ajay Devgan and Rakul Preet Singh tried convincing us that love across generations can be cute, they are back.
थोड़ा बड़ा है मुझसे.
And this time they are trying to convince someone tougher, her parents. Yes, De De Pyar De 2 hits the screens with a brand new challenge. But the only thing I'm convinced of, the sequel just doesn't match up to the original. The film opens with a flashback narrated by Javed Jafri, who, let me say it straight, steals every scene he's in.
मेरी गर्लफ्रेंड थोड़ी ना पटा रहा है. भाभी है तेरी. लग नहीं रहा बनेगी.
Comedy timing, expressions, he's sharper than anyone else in the room.
तुझे क्या जिल्लत हो रही? जिल्लत by association.
From London to Chandigarh, the story follows Aisha returning home from her sister-in-law's delivery. The perfect occasion to drop the bomb that her boyfriend is, well, 51. And no, her parents have no idea.
भाभी जी लीजिए ना.
भाभी जी?
मम्मी जी.
मम्मी जी?
Enter R. Madhavan and Gautami Kapoor as Aisha's educated, progressive parents. But honestly, they are the surprise gift-wrapped highlight of the film. Madhavan plays the super cool dad who wants to be his kid's friend. Loving husband, doting father, and frankly, a far better performer than the actual leading man. Yes, I said it. From full throttle comedy to emotional breakdowns, Madhavan delivers like only he can. Gautami Kapoor compliments him beautifully. Their chemistry is warm, believable, and honestly more engaging than Ajay and Rakul's. But modernity crashes the moment they learn Aisha wants to marry someone just 2 years younger than them. And suddenly, these liberal parents are asking the oldest Indian question, Log kya kahenge?
मुझसे 1.5 साल छोटा ही आदमी.
What follows is a father-daughter comedy war. He manipulates, she counters, and we watch them play tug-of-war over Mizan Jafri, who's supposed to be the age-appropriate groom.
चांदी क्या जल रही होगी ना? मेरी चांदनी उसी चांदनी से ज़्यादा प्यारी.
Mizan doesn't get much to do apart from being the punchline to Javed Jafri's meta jokes about his own son. But yes, he shows potential in a better film. Rakul Preet Singh sparkles in the lighter scenes, but those heavy emotional breakdowns, especially the dance floor meltdown, let's just say unintentionally funny. As for Ajay Devgan, he's Ajay Devgan. Reliable, steady, occasionally fun, but rarely surprising. His comedy bits with Javed Jafri work, but otherwise, he skates safely through the film. And sure, I'm all for watching easy entertainers without looking for logic. But if I'm frowning through most of the scenes, the film is doing something wrong. Back in 2019, De De Pyar De was a pleasant surprise. Refreshing, relatable, and genuinely fun despite its flaws. De De Pyar De 2 tries to capture that charm. There are moments where you think, okay, maybe they have cracked it again. But then the writing falters, the story thins out, the humor becomes the only real survivor. Some jokes land, some moments shine, but the film never creates the magic or the recall value of the original. Watch it once if you must, for the laughs, for Madhavan's sincerity, for Javed Jafri's fabulous timing. But beyond that, there isn't much pyar left in De De Pyar De 2.
I will shoot this rascal. I will kill him, Raji. I'm telling you, I will kill him.
If Delhi Crime's earlier seasons made you uneasy, Season 3 will leave you gutted. Because this time, it isn't just about crime. It's about how invisible some lives truly are.
हथियारों के ट्रैकिंग के दौरान हमें एक शिपमेंट मिला है 30 लड़कियां थी उसमें दिल्ली ले जा रहे थे उन्हें We must pursue an investigation.
The season begins with a frantic search, a mother missing her baby critically injured. What looks like a simple missing person case quickly spirals into something far darker. It turns into a web of human trafficking. Women and children being sold, traded, handed over, sometimes by their own families. The trail stretches across states, across borders, and it's horrifyingly real.
सारी लड़कियों की प्रोफाइल्स बिल्कुल अलग-अलग इन्हें जॉब्स ऑफर किए गए.
At one point, ACP Vartika Chaturvedi, played by the incomparable Shefali Shah, says, "No one misses missing girls." And that's the line that defines this season. Delhi Crime 3 isn't here just to show us the investigation. It's holding up a mirror to society, to us, asking why the most vulnerable always slip through the cracks. The writing doesn't flinch. The storytelling doesn't soften. It's uncomfortable, but maybe it should be. Visually, the series continues its signature realism.
उसकी माँ कौन है?
मैं हूँ ना उसकी माँ.
क्या ये दोनों केसेस कनेक्टेड हैं?
The close-ups are tight, almost suffocating. The camera traps you inside the horror. You cannot look away even when you want to. Every frame feels raw, lived in, disturbingly authentic. Let's talk performances.
Task force is official. हम सब साथ में मिलके इन दोनों केसेस को क्रैक करेंगे.
Shefali Shah once again delivers a powerhouse act. She's Vartika Chaturvedi, not just the cop, but the conscience of the story. Every flicker of exhaustion, empathy, and anger shows in her eyes. Then comes Huma Qureshi, a surprise addition as Badi Didi. The calm, chilling face of evil. Her maternal warmth masks a terrifying ruthlessness. It's one of her most nuanced roles yet. Meeta Vashisht is outstanding as a middlewoman in the trafficking chain. So believable, you forget she's performing. Sayami Gupta as Kusum delivers quite heartbreak. A woman betrayed by the system she once served. And the supporting cast?
बड़ी दीदी कहाँ है?
Rasika Duggal, Rajesh Talang, Gopal Dutt, Jaya Bhattacharya all bring depth and dignity. Rasika especially shines as an officer holding her life and her duty together by sheer will. What truly works here is the sensitivity. Despite the disturbing theme, the show never feels exploitative. The writing is sharp, the direction precise, and the performances, every single one, elevate the material. You feel the emotional weight constantly on the cops, on the victims, and yes, on yourself. Every episode leaves you slightly hollow, and that's exactly the intent. If there's one weak spot, it's the climax. You see it coming. The final act feels a bit too neat, too expected for a show that thrives on unpredictability. It doesn't quite land the knockout punch you hope for. But make no mistake, Delhi Crime Season 3 is still dark, powerful and deeply human. It doesn't ask for your attention, it demands your empathy. Because in Vartika Chaturvedi's world and ours, no one misses missing girls. And maybe that's exactly why we should be watching this. Streaming now on Netflix, brace yourself. Delhi Crime Season 3 doesn't just tell you a story, it makes you feel its weight.
तो इनको ढूंढना और भी मुश्किल हो जाएगा.
Thank you so much, Tavishi, for those recommendations. And moving on, the song Duniya Hasino Ka Mela was the big twist in Aryan Khan's directorial debut, The Bads of Bollywood. It not only gave new life to the film Gupt, but also made Shah Rukh Khan a little nervous about using the track. Up next, we have Gupt director Rajiv Rai sharing his conversation with King Khan in this interview with my colleague Vishal Chatkara. The director of blockbusters like Tridev, Vishwatma and Mohra also asserts that the 1980s were not the weakest era of Hindi cinema. He also explains why some actresses from the 80s were unable to make successful comebacks and shares why he doesn't support the idea of lead actors being in a relationship off screen and much more.
Your film Gupt and the song Duniya Hasino Ka Mela have found a surprising new life in Aryan Khan's directorial debut, The Bads of Bollywood.
Yeah. Yes.
How did that collaboration happen? And were you involved early on, or did Shah Rukh Khan personally get in touch with you about using the song?
See, at some point he phoned me personally. He was very respectful and I immediately said yes to him. It was many months back. I could see the worry that the song is very important. That I could guess. That this song is integrated within the storyline and they need it badly. So I did not take any advantage, emotional blackmail. I realized that 3 or 4 times I must have spoken to him. I could see he was a bit worried because I'm a difficult guy. Okay. I don't give things that easy. And I'm very possessive about my work. And I should be. And so, but I was very happy with my dealing with Shah Rukh. I give all the credit to his son for having made a very interesting web series. And the credit to the song having run obviously goes to Shah Rukh Khan or Aryan Khan and then to Viju Shah, perhaps. I'm third in the line.
I always wanted to ask you this. You made some of the most successful and defining films during the 80s and early 90s. Yudh, Tridev, Vishwatma. Yet many critics describe the 1980s as the weakest period of Hindi cinema. Do you agree with that perception? Or do you think that era is often misunderstood?
Oh, that era is misunderstood in the way that during that period, critics looked down upon the films. Generally. Commercial masala, Bollywood stuff with songs, and they used to say singing around trees, and they used to have all kinds of things. internationally, the world, when they viewed Bollywood films on television or whatever, in cinema, loved the color and the glamour of Bollywood.
Of the 80s.
Because it was very different to their films. That's the time when cinema was at its peak, according to me, where we had a story, we had song, we had everything integrated into the film. And star cast, you could have a multi-starrer, you could have so much going on, and it was entertaining, and the ticket prices were very, very, very cheap, very affordable. That was the golden era of Bollywood and will remain so. And I will probably be 1% fraction of that era somewhere. That I was lucky to have made films in that era.
But sir, then do you wonder why most of the actresses who were mostly who define 80s like Farah Naz, Kimmy Katikar, Mandakini, Sonam, Mamta Kulkarni, they sort of disappeared from the film scene.
It's an age factor, I guess, because they all
Oh,
grown up.
even by the late 90s, I mean, I don't think the today's generation know much about Farah.
So
Farah was a big star.
People want, a younger generation wants to see their generation, no? So, I mean, if I'm making a film today, I'm going to make a girl who's 18, 19 or 20 or 21 or whatever. And so I'm not going to take a past heroine unless I need a mother role. So a lot of them disappeared because I think a lot of them got married. And when they go away from the cinema and the lights and the camera, and one day they want to come back. But if they continue and they don't leave the cinema, they'll continue getting. I mean, you look at Tabu. She continued. She never left her work. And I believe she never married. So she never had like that family and husband life to concentrate there. But most girls who tend to marry, then they have children, you have to give it a pause. You have to give it a halt. So when you pause your career, it's very difficult to get it back on track. Very difficult. Pausing your career is harmful for a girl. Men generally don't pause their career. So they continue. I mean, I remember Vinod Khanna paused his career at one time. But he came back. But, you know, that kind of a comeback is very rare.
Coming to your films, and especially about Mohra, how healthy it is for a film when its lead cast members are in a relationship? And do they end up spending more time
Personally, if you ask me, at my personal individual opinion, it's not healthy.
So then how worrying it is for a director when the lead pay break up mid-shoot?
You see, if they break up, you're in trouble. That is another area of worry. And one area is when you're too involved and enjoying the company of each other and there's a shooting going on, you're distracted from the actual focus of the work. And then if there is some kind of a fight or a breakup or a sort of a disparity going on or an argument, obviously it's going to affect the work of those actors. I don't think this is not a very common, people talk about this. Well, there are many instances where this has happened. I know of film where people are bust up during the film. And it's not a happy situation for the producer. The unit will also be whispering something or the other. It's not you're not very happy about it.
So then do you think producers had more power over actors than compared to today, back in the day?
Producers, I think that big producers always have power, big. And the small producers are struggling. The big producers had power then. I think the big producers today are corporate houses or big production companies. You know them, 8, 10 of them. So they have the same power, if not more. They have big power over the actor. So if you go to the actor, the first question he'll put to you, who's the producer? They won't even ask you who's the director or who's the writer. The first question on an actor's mind today, and back then too, more now, is who's the producer, who's the corporate. The thing is, big directors are respected, big producers are very respected because actors know the film will be mounted, made well, and distributed well. So the confidence of the actor is more on the producer, and I hate to say this, than the script.
Well, with that, I just want to say thank you for taking time out.
Yeah, thank you.
Looking forward to part 2 of Zora.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll do next. Thank you so much, sir, and all the best.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Sonakshi Sinha made her Telugu debut last week with Jatadhara, which also stars Shilpa Shirodkar. My colleague Titash Chaudhary recently caught up with the two actresses and got them talking about making the film, Mahesh Babu's unmatched popularity and the changing dynamics for married actresses in Bollywood. In the conversation, Sonakshi also addresses the pregnancy rumors. Check it out.
You did one Telugu film earlier called Brahma.
Yes, in the
Correct?
90s.
In the 90s. Yeah. And this is your second Telugu film technically.
Yes.
Is Sonakshi for you, I mean, did really no Telugu offers come before this? Hard to believe.
There have been a few, but I've always been actually busy with my projects that I'm doing over here, so I wasn't able to do them. But I was never like averse to doing them. I've always been open to doing it. I've done one Tamil film before. This is the first Telugu film that I'm doing. But, and I want to do more work, down south as well. So this came at a time where I was looking to play a very different role. And when I heard the film, I was like, I have to do this.
Absolutely. Very, very different. That's for sure.
Yeah.
We've never seen you in an avatar like that.
Yeah.
Very...
कभी सोचा था तुमने मैं पिशाचिनी बनूंगी.
Pichachini, exactly. Mahesh Babu and Namrata Shirodkar, they have, launched the trailer of this. I mean, of course, you have a familial connection there. What is it like, to have the support of, such a big superstar, coming forward and extending support to your film?
It's fantastic. I mean, to have it just gives you a whole start with a bang, right? And he's someone who's so loved and so respected, and he's been a part of such amazing films. For him to have launched a trailer was like, it was just amazing. I mean, we got so many more eyeballs, so many more people stood up and took notice of the film, and the scale of which the film is made, and we needed someone with that kind of, reach to even
to come and acknowledge the film and welcome us.
Yeah.
Very true. Did you have a chat with him? Has he watched the film yet?
Yeah, he's very happy. He's very happy because Sudhir is his brother-in-law and I'm his sister-in-law. So he's very happy for both of us, and he's very happy for the film. And he's very happy that, we were just talking about Jatadhara like the beginning of the year, and it's up for release. So he's like really, really excited. He's a man of few words. He doesn't express so easily.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a very silent person. He's a very quiet person. So he's not someone who's very vocal about it. But we know as family, he's always wishing us well. And he's always got our backs. So I think that's what we want.
Yeah. So this is your comeback, technically, after a long time.
Yeah.
I had heard when you got married, you sort of wanted to, place your focus on, raising a family.
Yeah, absolutely. My husband was not going to be in the country. And at that time, it all changed. I got married in 2000, and the 2000 was the kicking point where things started changing.
Yeah, like a transition period.
क्योंकि हमारे time पे क्या था कि you get married and you leave the industry. Whether you're in the country or you're not in the country.
Because you don't get work.
Yeah, you don't get work, but there was less work written for married women at that time. The whole change happened, and thanks to Kajol, I think she was the one who made the difference. MD got back. I think Devdas was soon after her marriage as well. So all those things started happening. People started accepting. And today there's a whole new world for us.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter whether you're married or you're not even in the country. Even if you're not in the country, you can still come, do your work, and you can go back. So I think welcome change, and I think I'm here at the right time.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So
Sonakshi, what do you make of it? Of course, like she said, the scenario has changed by leaps and bounds today.
No, I mean, I'm just listening to it and I'm thinking like they walked so we could run.
Yeah.
Today, I don't even think about the fact that, I got married and I'm not like being able to do any work or this and that. That thought has also not come to me. Like, you don't think in that direction at all. It's literally like, there was
It's a part of life.
Yeah, it's a part of life.
Yeah, it's a part of growing up.
As
like,
it should be, as it happens in every other profession.
Absolutely.
Today, if a journalist gets married, they're not going to stop working, or there's not going to be a pause in their work
their
at
career.
all. Yeah, in their career at all as a woman. So I think it's great, and hats off to women like them who have kind of, paved that path for us.
We speak so much about the fact, like, forget the sexism that exists, it exists everywhere. But since you're in a visual medium, people often talk about how ageist, this industry is. Do you also see that changing? Do you
I don't think anymore.
This obsession with looking youthful or fresh.
No, I don't think anymore. In fact, I've made it very clear to my team when I didn't know that there was something like a digital team and there's a PR team and there's a stylist. And I still don't have a stylist, by the way. I have my own friends who give me clothes and stuff like that. So I don't know that these things are there. Okay, now of course I have a digital team and PR thanks to Big Boss and whatever, and I've told them very clearly that I do not want to look 20 years old. I want to look 51, and I'm extremely proud of the fact that I am 51 years old. I have a 21-year-old daughter and I'm here. I'm working, and these realizations actually happened thanks to Big Boss, because I had my dear Chum and Karan who kept telling me that, you know what, ma'am, set an example for women your age. Don't quit, don't want to go, you don't want to go home. You want to set an example for women your age to tell them that age is just a damn number. It's got nothing to do with anything. So I don't think that it's even right for anyone to play the age card, because I don't think the industry believes in it either. Because I think all our actors today who are working so much, be it Raveena, be it Kajol, be it Karishma, be it me, we are all doing our part. I mean, and we are busy doing everything so right.
Absolutely.
So I don't think that's true.
Yeah?
Yeah, I completely agree
This obsession with youth, you think it's not there anymore?
I mean, it's there to some extent, but a lot of people have moved beyond it. They're willing to look past it, and I think today there's roles being written for women of all ages and beautiful roles. Today we live in an age where there's rank newcomers, 17, 18-year-olds making their debuts, and we have Jaya ji working as well.
Absolutely. Shabana ji.
Yeah, Shabana ji, and I think it's beautiful to see women of every age range come into their own, find their own niche and space, and kind of be killing it where they are.
Absolutely. Great. On that note, thank you so much to the two of you. It's a pleasure speaking to the two of you, especially women who aren't afraid to speak their minds. And kudos to you for taking a jab on yourself recently.
I didn't take any jab. You all only keep taking jabs at me.
What? Tell me.
You keep thinking I'm pregnant, yeah?
Hey, you are pointing fingers at me.
I meant media in general. Sorry, I was.
No, but that was a very, very funny video.
But I think when it happens, she'll be the first one to tell the world.
Guys, finally.
I know, guys, finally.
But thank you. All the very best for Jatadhara.
Thank you so much.
And with that, we have come to the end of yet another episode of Now Showing. जिस तरह पान अधूरा है बिना कथा और चूना, ठीक उसी तरह movies के बिना है सब कुछ सूना. Which is why we'll be back next week with some more amazing reviews, recommendations and interviews. Till then, this is me, Abhijit Bhatt, signing off. Stay filmy, stay fabulous.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
After the defeat, the dissent. It's all out in the open, dirty linen being washed in public. RJD's humiliating defeat in Bihar politics is not enough. But what is worse is now the Lalu Prasad family seems all divided. And this is after daughter Rohini Acharya quit the party yesterday. She said that she was leaving her family as well as their party. But now she's come out with some very, very damaging allegations against her own family members, directly not taking the name of Tejasvi Yadav, but certainly attacking him. Now, in a series of allegations on the social media platform X, Rohini Acharya alleges that she was humiliated, abused and even assaulted with a slipper. But now there's a massive escalation. Bit by bit, Rohini Acharya is making it worse for the Parivar and the RJD. She has heaped further allegations against the Yadav family, mentions her father's kidney transplant. Rohini Acharya said that she was humiliated over the kidney donation to her father, Lalu Prasad Yadav, in Singapore. She has been mentioned that she was insulted for saving her father's life. She goes on to ask her brother Tejasvi Yadav that why didn't you donate your kidney? What she's also said on a social media platform is that they called the kidney dirty, they called her also dirty and accused her of giving a dirty kidney to her father Lalu Prasad Yadav. My colleagues Brij Mohan Singh as well as Aman Sharma are now joining us. Brij Mohan, was this something which was waiting to happen? Rohini Acharya was certainly not very comfortable with her sidelining within the party. Was this supposed to happen and expected that once the results come out, it's going to be all guns blazing and the drift becomes very clear?
Good evening and a warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Griha Athul. Let's begin with the headlines. A day after cutting ties with her family, RJD's Rohini Acharya levels fresh allegations saying she was humiliated over her kidney donation and even a slipper was hurled at her. Rabri Devi's brother Sadhu Yadav has also gone on to defend Rohini, saying that she was treated wrongly. RJD spokesperson Mrityunjay Tiwari downplays Rohini Acharya's allegations, says this is an internal family matter. BJP calls it an insult to daughters of Bihar. Ahead of Bihar's swearing-in ceremony, CNN News 18 accesses exclusive NDA cabinet formula. BJP likely to get 15 to 16 seats, JDU 14 with the chief ministerial post and swearing-in expected next week. CNN News 18 accesses clinching CCTV footage showing the I-20 car used in the Delhi blast parked inside the Al-Falah University until 30th of October. Breakthrough in the Delhi suicide bomber Umar Nabi's radicalization nexus. Girl from Imphal confirms contact with Umar. Pan-India outreach uncovered. RSS leader's son Naveen Arora shot dead by bike-borne assailants in Punjab's Firozpur. BJP slams Aam Aadmi Party government in the state over law and order crisis. More than 300 participants are taking part in centenary foot march of RSS in Karnataka today. Congress MP P. Chidambaram blames Bihar voters for election outcomes, says the state did not vote for a strong opposition and that is the responsibility that now lies with the people. Let's begin with our top focus story. After RJD's humiliating defeat in the Bihar elections, Lalu Prasad Yadav's family now faces internal troubles. This has happened after the daughter, Rohini Acharya, quit the party yesterday and now has come out with damning allegations against her own family members. In a dramatic series of posts that she put out on social media account X, Rohini has alleged that she was humiliated, abused and even assaulted with a slipper. In a massive escalation, Rohini heaped further allegations against the Yadav family, mentioning her father's kidney transplant. Rohini said that she was humiliated over her kidney donation to Lalu Prasad Yadav. And she's also gone on to mention that she was insulted for saving her father's life. Former Chief Minister Rabri Devi's brother, Sadhu Yadav, has now weighed in with a series of sharp remarks, calling for introspection within the RJD ranks. He's also slammed Tejasvi Yadav and the RJD, saying that what had happened with Rohini was absolutely wrong. Meanwhile, Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Vijay Sinha has stated, and I'm quoting, "This is the real face of the RJD." Now, this can be seen within their own family, and those who can't keep their family united, how would they unite Bihar? So, the Mahagathbandhan is facing a fresh round of trouble after that humiliating defeat in Bihar. Now, these allegations coming in from within the family. This is from Rohini Acharya.
नहीं, देखिए वो भगनी है, हमारी भी बहन राबड़ी देवी रही हैं। बहुत सारा हम भी प्रताड़ना झेले हैं, लेकिन हम अपने बहन के खिलाफ कभी आज तक एक शब्द भी नहीं बोला है। लेकिन जो सुनने में आया है, जो लोग बोल रहे हैं, ये गलत है, ठीक नहीं है। वो हमारी भांजी भी है और घर की बेटी भी है, बिहार का भी बेटी है। उसके साथ जो है व्यवहार, अगर कोई भी अगर इस तरह का व्यवहार किया है तो गलत है, तरीका ठीक नहीं है।
राजद की अराजकता बाहर जो झलकता था, अब घर के अंदर भी झलक रहा है।
और इस मानसिकता के लोग जो अपने परिवार को समेट के नहीं रख सकते, वो बिहार को कैसे चला सकते? पहले भाई को अब बहन को, ये मानसिकता कहीं उनका पारिवारिक मामला है, इस पर हम बहुत कुछ नहीं कहेंगे, लेकिन ये मानसिकता उनके भविष्य को तय करेगा।
नहीं, देखिए, ये परिवार का मामला है, परिवार के लोग जवाब देंगे और ये पार्टी का शीर्ष नेतृत्व इसको देखेगा पूरे मामले। इस तरह के परिणाम क्यों आए, क्या कारण रहे, इसकी समीक्षा होगी, किन कारणों से ये हुआ, इसके बाद ही इस पर कोई प्रतिक्रिया होगी। इस तरह से रोहिणी जी ने एक आदर्श प्रस्तुत किया। हर माँ, पिता, कोई भाई चाहेगा कि रोहिणी जैसी बेटी, रोहिणी जैसी बहन सबको मिले।
The allegations जो रोहिणी आचार्य कर रही हैं, कई तरह की उन्होंने चीज़ें ट्विटर पे बोली हैं, स्लिपर फेंका गया उन पे, उनको कहा गया कि उन्होंने गंदी किडनी लालू प्रसाद जी को दे दी। इस पे क्या प्रतिक्रिया करोगे आपकी? क्या हो रहा है लालू परिवार में?
देखिए, फैमिली में फाइनेंशियल डीलिंग करने वाले कोई और हो गए और उसके कारण ही ये सब हो रहा है। संजय इनडायरेक्टली वहाँ के हो गए, पर ये उनका अपना फैमिली का प्रॉब्लम है। उससे भी बड़ी बात है कि किस तरह से आप एक फैमिली जो कि बिहार के प्रमुख परिवार में है, उसमें इस तरह की घटिया बेटियों के साथ करना बहुत ही दुखद भी है और बताता है कि पर बातें पहुंच चुकी हैं और ये बहुत शर्मनाक भी है। और जिस तरह से कार्यकर्ताओं को ट्रीट करते थे, अब अपने परिवार को उसी ट्रेनिंग करते हैं।
और जायसवाल जी पूरा
कभी अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को अपने नौकर से ऊपर नहीं होता। आज के समय में मैं देख रहा हूँ कि परिवार को भी तरह का कर रहा है।
और जायसवाल जी पूरा बीजेपी का तो कैंपेन ही जंगल राज के इशू पे था कि महिलाएं सेफ नहीं हैं बिहार में। अगर आरजेडी वापस आती है तो ये तो घर की ही महिला अब ऐसे जब इल्जाम लगाती हैं, तो ये दिख रहा है क्या कि फैमिली में कुछ ठीक नहीं चल रहा है? पहले तेज प्रताप, अब रोहिणी आचार्य।
पहली घटना तो है नहीं, पहले भी लोगों ने ऐश्वर्या के साथ जिस तरह से बिहेव किया, वह सदस्य थे राज्य पूर्व ग्रैंड डॉटर थी। इस घर में बहुओं का पहले किया गया, बेटी किया जा रहा है, परंतु में कोई अगर उससे कोई प्रश्न पूछ लेता है, चाहे वह करता हो, नेता हो, चाहे परिवार के सदस्य हो, उसका जो हर्ष होना चाहिए, उन्होंने अपनी बहन का भी वही हर्ष किया। दुख।
And Aman Sharma now joins us on the broadcast. Aman, so far what we are witnessing is the RJD staying away from commenting officially on this entire fiasco that the Lalu Prasad Yadav family is now subject to. There is a version that's coming in from Rohini Acharya, but so far none from Tejasvi or Lalu Prasad Yadav himself. How do we weigh in on the circumstances?
Well, see, Griha, I think this was something which was waiting to happen. You know, even a couple of months back, Rohini Acharya had put out a statement saying, why is Sanjay Yadav, a very close aide of Tejasvi Yadav, sitting in the front seat of the bus which Tejasvi Yadav was using for a yatra? She had raised question marks over the same. She had said that Sanjay Yadav is controlling Tejasvi Yadav now. And at the end of the day, even during this whole election campaign, Sanjay Yadav, a person from Haryana who's now a Rajya Sabha MP from the RJD as well, has been the right-hand man of Tejasvi Yadav. He had a big role in candidate selection, seat distribution, the entire strategy, that only Tejasvi Yadav should be the face on the poster, no Lalu Prasad posters even at the RJD office. It will all be about Tejasvi Yadav. So when the whole strategy was his, Sanjay Yadav, now Rohini Acharya is saying that after this disastrous result has come, who takes the responsibility now? Who is responsible for this disastrous strategy which has brought down the RJD just to 25 seats? Apart from that, Griya, something really unfortunate and something really ugly has happened at the Lalu Prasad residence in Patna last evening, and Rohini Acharya has now put out these statements saying she was humiliated, she was abused, and a slipper was thrown at her. She was told that she was a dirty person and she had given a dirty kidney to Lalu Prasad Yadav, her own father. You know, this kidney which she transplanted, which happened a couple of years back. She was also told, Rohini, as per Rohini Acharya, that she did all this to get the parliamentary ticket from Saran in 2024 and that she had taken crores of money for the same. Now, this is something that Rohini Acharya is saying is completely false. It's very humiliating for her, and that is why she has said, I'm disowning my family, I'm returning to Singapore. And all these allegations are not getting any, reply so far from the RJD top brass. Yes, tomorrow is a meeting in Patna where the Tejasvi Yadav has called all his party workers and to take stock of the results. But so far from the Yadav family, there is no reaction. In fact, Sadhu Yadav, Rabdi Devi's brother, has come out and said that, this is unfortunate.
Right, absolutely, Aman. Thank you so much for that. In fact, our colleague Pallavi Ghosh has, done this interview with Rajiv Prasad Rudy. She is, in fact, with us on the broadcast and she is standing by with Mr. Rudy. Pallavi, over to you.
Thank you so much. Joining me now is Mr. Rajiv Pratap Rudy, and you're famous, apart from other factors, the one who actually took on Rohini Acharya and defeated her. Mr. Rudy, thank you very much for speaking to CNN News 18. But I'm sure you're seeing the kind of dirty linen being washed in public. She's speaking out very strongly against Sanjay Yadav, against the family. As someone who contested opposite her and also defeated her, but someone who's from Bihar, how do you feel about the fact that a woman in the Lalu Prasad family is now being attacked?
Well, it's a very sad story which you have picked up after the beautiful elections which is over, where India has formed a government. I think it's a strategy on the part of the media to divert attention on the big victory which has come to the NDA. Pardon me for putting it that way. You said, I took on Rohini Yadav, please, for God's sake. You all must in Bihar politics say that no one takes on an individual like Rohini Yadav. It is Lalu Prasad Yadav per se. She's a cute little daughter of Lalu Prasad Yadav, if I was supposed to say that. And he brought her to Chapra. Of course, he must have promised. And it's every father would like his daughter to get elected. That is there and we cannot deny that. Possibly, Laluji failed in that. Now, of course, in that political party, there are people who came to the Rajya Sabha. A girl possibly who gave her kidney to the father would have preferred a Rajya Sabha route. Maybe, I do not know, within the family, she may have asked that also give me a Rajya Sabha because her elder sister was also in the Rajya Sabha earlier. Now she's elected to the Lok Sabha. So possibly this seat went to someone who was close to Mr. Tejasvi Yadav. I believe he runs the shots there. He's important. Now, in that situation, you see the entire family, when we talk about Tejasvi, we talk about Tej Pratap, no one has an identity except Lalu Prasad Yadav. Lalu Prasad Yadav is definitely unwell. Now he cannot hold the show at all. Tejasvi has lost possibly he's been defeated. For him to get revived in another decade or so would be very difficult. It would be a perishing time for Lalu family. Now, in this situation, the girl is upset, Rohini is upset. See, what has happened within, we do not know. And she has decided to go back to Singapore. Very, very angry. I was watching her interview. But there are 2 points to it. A daughter has every right to get angry with the family. You as a daughter would get angry with everyone will forgive you. But she's not angry with the family. She's angry with individuals who are associated with the family. And possibly that is something which she can best explain why she is so upset. She had come from Singapore. She's gone back. She'll be getting involved in her own work and things like that. Now, calling people like us to explain and making news is something very sad because the game of RJD is over. And I can only advise Rohini, as she had always been calling me an uncle during the election, have your patience, forget this, elections are over, wait for your time, let time pass. We are no sympathizers of RJD, we fight against you and the party, but we are no sympathizers. But as a young girl, I would say, keep patience. Now, there are things which are being mentioned, chappal se mara, ye kiya, wo kiya. I can't vouch for these things, and she must not bring this in public platform. And for us to make a public debate or a public comment, it is for the family to see whether something has gone wrong. But that party is disintegrating, that family is disintegrating. Lalu Prasad ji is unwell. Tej Pratap Yadav is another mimic. He does a lot of mimicry and shows. He does things which possibly I can't even connect to. Then we have the only sane person where I see who's been very quiet and doing politics there is Bisa Bharti. For some reason, I have to admit that. Now there's no vote coming in for me from praising some people, or there's no, all votes have come. We have said whatever we wanted, and we never said personal things. Now, the gentleman has lost. Tejasvi has lost very badly. I think this is a time for the sister to take care of the brother. This is usually what should happen. And time to introspect and come back. These angers would definitely spoil her political future. And no one would take her seriously in future. So my only advice as an elder is, a cute daughter, anyone's daughter is always cute. She has failed. She possibly may have wanted a Rajya Sabha ticket or a rehabilitation, or she may have wanted to contest. It is for the party to see whether. But I would only advise that A, media should just keep these things off. This is not hardcore politics. There's no big gains out of it. B, we are all very senior to make personal comments. And C, I would ask all my political colleagues in my political party to refrain from using this as a platform, because we should talk of the larger victory which has come to Bihar. Very large victory, unthinkable. And your great friend, Mr. Prashant Kishore, should be discussed. Politics should be discussed and analyzed through, because you are still very sympathetic to him. And so let's look at things.
So we're not talking about Prashant Kishore over here. But Mr. Udi, I'm just going to go back to Rohini Acharya for two simple reasons. And the point is that she's made some very startling allegations against her own brother. Do you see that a split happening in the RJD at some point of time? And do you think Tejasvi Yadav needs to address and keep this family together? Or will Lalu Prasad Yadav now be expected to make the big step forward to once again try and bring his parivar together, if at least not the party? Do you see a split happening within the RJD?
You see, Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav ji has already offered the seat or his chair or his throne to Tejasvi Yadav, which possibly in his understanding it was the best decision. He may not have succeeded, which he would not have succeeded anyway. And so I think Laluji is possibly very unwell. We did not see him in the elections much, and we did not hear about him. It's an end of an era of RJD. And this election would mark an era of the RJD, because it was never a political party with ideology. It was a family which initially showed that 12% vote, combined it with Muslims, and initially also brought in, when he came to power in 1990, he said that he was the messiah of Dalits and the backwards. And so people gave him that opportunity in Bihar when he used to bathe the Dalits on the roads of Patna and Bailey Road. That was the time he was a hero of the Dalits and the backwards and the OBCs and the EBC. Then came Nitish Kumar, he took away the Dalits and the OBCs and Ati Pichla and Mahapichla. Now that image which was there, that Lalu Yadav is a protector, is not there. They don't believe him. And when they were in government, they did what no political party can do. They were the first victim of their regime was not the forwards. Forwards, of course, were the victims. But it was the Dalits and the OBCs who took Lalu Prasad Yadav as granted. And this is what gave the space to Nitish Kumar to come into the politics of Bihar. And he had no family to himself. He gave a perception, he gave a leadership. And once that come, now this is the biggest point which I would like to tell you on the floor today. For the first time after 30 years, the forwards in Bihar, which comprises about 13 to 14%, became friends, were seen as friends to the Dalits and the Pichla and the Ati Pichla and the Mahadalits. First time. Now, this is what was the biggest achievement of this election. And if you see in the community which I come is about, they gave about 37 tickets to the Sangha Samaj or the Rajputs in Bihar. We won about 34. Give us 50, we would have won that. It's a big, beautiful combination through Nitish Kumar, which has emerged in Bihar, which is a combination of the forwards, slight Hindutva there, along with the Dalits and the Mahadalits, so they have trust in her. In Chapra, if I win, it's impossible to win Lalu Prasad Yadav. I win because for last 25 years, people in the Dalits, the Mahadalits, the backwards and others, except Yadavs and Muslims, perceive Rajiv Pratap Rudy as a good man, as a helpful man, as a man who believes in justice. This is what has prevailed in Bihar today. And that faith in the forward community is phenomenal. And I think in times to come, this analysis which I am giving to you will be a very powerful instrument of Bihar.
Last question before I let you go, because 70% of voters were women over there. Obviously, women have voted en masse for the NDA almost. But how does it do well for the RJD if he's talking about women empowerment if one of their own women in the family is now complaining of being abused? Your last quick words on this, please, Mr. Ribal.
The women who voted for the NDA have no reference to Rohini or no reference. They don't even look up to him, and they don't even consider him as any political leader. Politics is all about perception and faith. The perception towards the national government as far as women in Bihar are concerned, even Yadavs for that matter, they believe Narendra Modi gave them free ration, gave them respect, gave them Ayushman cards, so forth, and free gas. When it comes to Bihar, they had a great faith. They are great faith in Nitish Kumar. A combination women voters went out of the way to support them.
But if a Rohini Acharya is being attacked in the family, surely the RJD can never ever claim the woman voters.
No one would remember all this when it comes to the next election. So let's forget it. The elections are far off, 4 years down the line. So no one will remember this thing. None of you remember. Even editors told me, and always they would say that, look, he is the game changer. And some person, they said the game changer of Bihar, he doesn't exist. We always kept quiet and said that you are wrong, but everyone laughed at us. So everyone will forget. What will be remembered is this great majority leadership of Nitish Kumar. Okay. And next 5 years, which is a big challenge for Bihar, for the issues, even if it was raised by the opposition, they will be addressed, whether it is employment, industrialization, urbanization. Bihar is at the verge of takeoff. It has taken off. And it's going to prove itself. We have a set of beautiful bureaucracy in Bihar, beautiful politicians in Bihar, and beautiful mandate in Bihar. Bihar is going to be at the top of list of India. That is my show.
And you clearly don't think that Rohini Acharya is one of them. But thank you very much, Mr. Rudy, for speaking to us on CNN.
Had it not been for you, I would not have spoken on a small girl like that. But I wanted to analyze it and had not been.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rudy, for speaking to CNN News 18.
Bye-bye. Take
so
care.
That was Mr. Raj. The reason why we spoke to him is also because he defeated Rohini Acharya. With this, we go into a break, but news continues over here on CNN News 18.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
After the defeat, the dissent. It's all out in the open, dirty linen being washed in public. RJD's humiliating defeat in Bihar politics is not enough. But what is worse is now that the Lalu Prasad family seems all divided. And this is after daughter Rohini Acharya quit the party yesterday. She said that she was leaving her family as well as their party. But now she's come out with some very, very damaging allegations against her own family members, directly not taking the name of Tejasvi Yadav, but certainly attacking him. Now, in a series of allegations on the social media platform X, Rohini Acharya alleges that she was humiliated, abused and even assaulted with a slipper. But now there's a massive escalation. Bit by bit, Rohini Acharya is making it worse for the Parivar and the RJD. She has heaped further allegations against the Yadav family, mentions her father's kidney transplant. Rohini Acharya said that she was humiliated.
Hello, Moto.
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Griha. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has visited the under-construction bullet train station at Surat in Gujarat this Saturday and reviewed the progress of the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail corridor. He's also interacted with the team of India's first bullet train project and inquired about the progress of the project, including adherence to speed and timetable targets. Workers have assured him that the project was advancing smoothly without any difficulties. Reflecting on the spirit of national service, the Prime Minister also emphasized that when the feeling arises of working for the nation and contributing something new, it becomes a source of immense motivation. Take a look.
ये जो आपके अनुभव है, अगर वो रिकॉर्डेड होंगे, एक ब्लू बुक की तरह तैयार होते हैं, तो देश में हम बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में बुलेट ट्रेन की दिशा में जाने वाले हैं। अब हम नहीं चाहेंगे हर लोग नया प्रयोग करें। यहां से जो सीखा हुआ है वो वहां रिप्लिका होना चाहिए, लेकिन वो रिप्लिका तब होगा कि क्यों ऐसा करना पड़े, इसका ज्ञान होगा तो होगा। वरना क्या होगा कि वो ऐसे ही कर देंगे। अगर इस प्रकार का कोई रिकॉर्ड आप मेंटेन करते हैं, भविष्य में स्टूडेंट्स के लिए भी काम आ सकता है।
Shifting our focus now, senior RSS leader Baldev Raj Arora's son Naveen Arora was shot dead by two bike-borne assailants in Punjab's Firozpur. The incident took place last evening when Arora was returning home on foot from his shop. A probe has been launched into this killing, which is believed to be a targeted attack. Firozpur SSP Bhupender Singh has said that the police are investigating the matter and the CCTV images are in the area also being scanned. The police teams have also been deployed as efforts are currently underway to identify and nab the assailants.
ਉੱਤੇ ਕੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਕਰਨੀ ਸੰਘ ਦੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਪੂਰਾ ਜੀਵਨ ਸੰਘ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਪਦੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਪੂਰੀ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀ ਸੰਘ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਅਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਦੀ ਗੁੰਜਾਇਸ਼ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਖੜੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਪੁਲਿਸ
Tamil Vetrikagism held a statewide protest today against the special intensive revision in Chennai. Earlier, TVK chief Vijay had released a video about the problems and the irregularities in the SIR. In his speech, Vijay had also urged his party members to be united against SIR. Vijay also, in fact, went on to implore upon the Election Commission to include his party in all the consultations and discussions related to the upcoming elections in Tamil Nadu, saying that it would strengthen the democratic process. Give Life Foundation, a US-based section non-profit organization dedicated to expanding access to life-saving bone marrow transplants, has entered into a memorandum of understanding with Amrita Hospital in Faridabad. This partnership aims to strengthen India's bone marrow donor registry and also launch a nationwide Swab for Life campaign to encourage voluntary donor registrations. The MOU was signed by the chairman of the Give Life Foundation, Dr. Bart S. Fisher, and medical director at Amrita Hospital, Dr. Sanjeev Singh. For that, we go into a very short break here on the broadcast.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
After the defeat, the dissent. It's all out in the open, dirty linen being washed in public. RJD's humiliating defeat in Bihar politics is not enough. But what is worse is now that the Lalu Prasad family seems all divided. And this is after daughter Rohini Acharya quit the party yesterday. She said that she was leaving her family as well as their party. But now she's come out with some very, very damaging allegations against her own family members, directly not taking the name of Tejaswi Yadav, but certainly attacking him. Now, in a series of allegations on the social media platform X, Rohini Acharya alleges that she was humiliated, abused and even assaulted with a slipper. But now there's a massive escalation. Bit by bit, Rohini Acharya is making it worse for the Parivar and the RJD. She has heaped further allegations against the Yadav family, mentions her father's kidney transplant. Rohini Acharya said that she was humiliated over the kidney donation to her father, Lalu Prasad Yadav, in Singapore. She has been mentioned that she was insulted for saving her father's life. She goes on to ask her brother Tejaswi Yadav that why didn't you donate your kidney? What she's also said on a social media platform is that they called the kidney dirty, they called her also dirty and accused her of giving a dirty kidney to her father, Lalu Prasad Yadav. My colleagues Brij Mohan Singh as well as Aman Sharma are now joining us. Brij Mohan, was this something which was waiting to happen? Rohini Acharya was certainly not very comfortable with her sidelining within the party. Was this supposed to happen and expected that once the results come out, it's going to be all guns blazing and the drift becomes very clear?
Why cervical cancer still kills despite being preventable?
Cervical cancer is very easy to spot. Even if you don't go for screening, it's very easy to catch the symptoms early. Pap smear is just a small cotton swab that gently takes some cells out. We do a DNA testing for HPV once in 5 years just to make sure that there is no HPV infection lurking. 1 in 10 people who are alive today will get cancer in their lifetime.
Welcome to Sanjeevni United Against Cancer, Network 18's groundbreaking campaign in partnership with Federal Bank, Hormuz Memorial Foundation and Tata Trusts. Did you know nearly 70% of cancer cases in India are found too late? We are here to flip the script, turning fear into power through knowledge, screening and myth busting. Today we are zooming in on cervical cancer, one of the deadliest yet most preventable cancers hitting Indian women. The villain? HPV, a super common virus. The heroes? Vaccines and regular screening. If you are a parent, teacher, health pro, young woman, or just someone who cares, now this episode is your must watch. I'm your host, and joining me is Dr. Jay Sharma, a surgical oncologist with more than 25 years of experience in fighting cancer. You've seen his work on social media. He's there to bust many myths. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma, for making time and speaking to us and helping so many women and men out there, share your knowledge and wisdom with us. How are you feeling today?
I'm fine, and thank you so much for inviting me. This is giving me another platform to share all the information that I think everyone should know about cancer.
All right, so let's start with the basics first. Why cervical cancer still kills despite being preventable?
So there's this very old thing that I always say. And do you know which is the biggest cancer in India? No, it's none of the cancers that we know about. The biggest cancer in India is that we fear the treatment more than we fear the disease itself. We never think about the consequences of not getting treatment and always worry about what will happen if we do get treatment. So that delays diagnosis, that delays even going to the doctor, and even after the diagnosis, it delays our getting treated because the fear of treatment stops us. That is the root cause. The second is, this is something that needs a very strong public health will from the government. Without that, cervical cancer cannot be tackled on an individual basis by a doctor or a group of doctors or by the population per se. So that strong will of government needs to be there, and the civil society needs to support that. The way we have defeated polio was so common, and we have defeated that, last more than a decade, there has been 0 cases of polio in India because it needs that strong will. So once these two things are there, we are willing to get treatment and the government is willing to give that to us, we will defeat it.
Right. So what can people do in order to spot the early symptoms?
Cervical cancer is very easy to spot. Even if you don't go for screening, it's very easy to catch the symptoms early. The first symptom is any abnormal bleeding from your vagina. So first symptom that we generally see is post-coital bleeding. So after an intercourse, if there is any bleeding, when there is no other abnormal bleeding, that is generally the first sign. The second sign is postmenopausal bleeding. The third is intermenstrual bleeding between 2 periods if there is any bleeding. Profuse bleeding is generally not a very common sign of cervical cancer, but foul smelling discharge is another sign that there might be something going wrong. If we ignore at all these stages and we allow it to grow, then we end up with pain. So like in most other diseases, most other cancers, pain is generally not an early symptom of cervical cancer. So pain के लिए wait नहीं करना है. Before that, we need to get it treated.
जैसे आपने कहा पेन के लिए वेट नहीं करना है, and you spoke about all these symptoms. What is the first step one should take after spotting these symptoms?
So first step is going to a gynecologist, your friendly neighborhood gynecologist. They will be able to just check you and they can figure out that there is something going wrong. What they do first is take a pap smear. So there is a lot of fear of both biopsy and of vaccines and all those kinds of things. But pap smear is none of that. Pap smear is just a small cotton swab that gently takes some cells out. It's like taking an earbud and swiping your inner cheek with that. It's as simple as that. It's not generally painful, and it's not generally it doesn't generally cause any severe problems. We can find some cells. So one good thing about cervical cancer is the cells are very loose. So if you just swab that area, those cells will come in that cotton. And we can check them and we can see that in a microscope. So that makes it very easy to catch this cancer.
What next? Now the steps that you've laid down, radiation, chemo, and newer super treatments like immunotherapy or targeted drugs. Do you want to talk about these as well?
So first, let's assess the tumor. So generally, we do two types of testing. What is the disease and where is the disease? So what is the disease is the diagnosis. Where is the disease is what we call the staging. So everything else is downstream from there, and everything else follows from that. The disease diagnosis can be done by pap smear. It can be confirmed by a small biopsy. And then we have to do some sort of scans. So I always say that this is like catching a gang of thieves. So what will a police detective do? First, they will catch a few thieves, talk to them, figure out कि वो लोग क्या चाहते हैं और क्या कर रहे हैं, that is biopsy. And then you use your CCTV cameras and all the cameras in the city to assess where has the gang spread. And that is imaging. So CT scans, PET scans, MRIs, ultrasounds, all these things, various combination of these things is used, and that is how we figure out how much the disease has spread. In early stages, in very early disease, we can just do a small surgery, not even remove the entire uterus and get rid of the disease. So that's another good thing about cervical cancer is there is something called a stage 0, which is the cancer cells have formed, they can be seen with the eye, but they have not started spreading inside the body. So you just remove those cells and you're cured of cancer. That is the very, very important thing that everyone needs to understand, that this is a cancer that can be caught at stage 0 and eliminated with a very small surgery. If it grows a little beyond that, in stage 1, generally the treatment is just doing a surgery. Stage 2, 3, then we do surgery with radiation or only radiation or something like that. Radiation has a very good effect on cervical cancer. I'm a surgeon and it's a kind of surgery that I love to do, but we refer most of the patients away to radiation team because they can do a much better job of treating this cancer. What we say is it just melts away the disease from outside. So radiation in conjunction with chemotherapy works really well for cervical cancer.
Right. You have been emphasizing on screening. It's like a secret weapon. Yeah. Now, for the benefit of our viewers, can you break down what a pap smear, you've explained that, difference between HPV DNA test and how often should women get it done?
As you said in the introduction itself, HPV is the biggest villain in this cancer. Yeah. No other cancer is so dependent on something outside as this cancer is on HPV. Almost 100% of all cervical cancers are caused because of human papillomavirus infection. It spreads because of unsafe sexual contact and because of some unhygienic practices. And that is where just prevention of that infection also plays a part. But detection whether the person is exposed also plays a part. So pap smear needs to be done for all women after the age of 30, generally once in 3 years. Generally, the frequency keeps going down, and as the age advances and previous smears are all normal, generally we don't do it for a very long time. HPV needs to be done if the pap smear is suspicious, or in general, we do a DNA testing for HPV once in 5 years, just to make sure that there is no HPV infection lurking, and in which case we need to be even more vigilant about the screening. So HPV optional, but can be done once in 5 years. Pap smear every 3 years. The frequency may go up or down depending on how your gynecologist or your oncologist feels your risk is.
Right. A very important question which a lot of people want to know about. Is cervical cancer a death sentence?
Not at all. Cervical cancers respond very well to treatment. Some of the largest survivals that I have seen after cancer treatment are from cervical cancer. In early stages, in stage 0, the treatment success is almost 100%. In stage 1 and stage 2, it is 80 to 90% success. Even in stage 3, 50% patients recover completely and are cancer free for the rest of their lives. So cervical cancer is one of the furthest things from death sentence that we can have, provided we get treatment at the right time. So बीमारी से डरना है, इलाज से नहीं डरना है. That is the most important thing.
इलाज से नहीं डरना है, लेकिन have you seen in your experience that there is a bit of reluctance because enough women are not getting their screening done?
Yeah, so hardly any women are getting a screening done. and I keep taking lectures for doctors, and I ask them. I will talk about all the good things and how to prevent and what is the. When I'm talking to doctors, we're talking about the recent advances, and at the end of the lecture, I generally ask, how many women have got their mammogram done after 40 and how many have got their pap smear done after 30? Hardly any. And these are doctors who are interested in these things. So we can understand what the rest of the public is.
Yes.
But I always say that we are waiting for that Russian cancer vaccine, like Rakhi was waiting for Karan Arjun aayenge. But this vaccine, which is already there, we are hardly anyone is taking it. Less than 1% of India has taken it. We are very, very reluctant about getting ourselves diagnosed. So we need to change that.
Right. But before we change that, मुझे कुछ नहीं होगा. इसका क्या करें? What do we do about मुझे कुछ नहीं होगा syndrome?
1 in 10 people who are alive today will get cancer in their lifetime. So if you have a family, you have an extended family, you just count the number of people which are there and you figure out how many of them are going to get cancer.
Another question. Let's talk about the HPV vaccine, which has been hailed as a game changer, right? And there are some rumors also, some myths around it also. How does it work and who should get it? Is it only for girls or boys too?
Actually, it is a vaccine which reduces the amount of HPV exposure for that individual. And when it is given in a wide society at a very high level, it reduces the prevalence of that virus in the environment itself. One, the person who's taking that vaccine is protecting themselves. Secondly, if enough number of people take it, then the virus doesn't have enough people to jump from one person to the other and the virus slowly dies out. We have to give it to all girls and all boys. It starts at the age of 9. Best period to give this vaccine is before sexual activity begins, so 9 to 14 or 15. And after that, we need to give one extra dose. If you're taking after 15 to 25, you need to take one extra dose. After 25, 30, generally that vaccine is not that important because it's not a treatment. It is only for prevention of exposure to the virus. So if you've already been exposed to the virus, it doesn't help a lot. Up to the age of 45, it can be taken, but as age goes on and as people are married and they have children and all that, generally its utility becomes very negligible.
Right. Very important point that you spoke about boys and men also. So it's a fact that it's not just a girl's problem?
Not at all. So boys have to take it both. Again, both for themselves and to reduce the amount of virus in the society. Where do girls get the virus from? From boys itself, right? So if all the boys are also vaccinated, then all the girls are also protected. That is number one. Number two, penile cancers also are caused by this. Rectal cancers are also caused by this. Increasingly, oral and throat cancers are being caused by HPV viruses. In Western countries, around 15 to 20% of their oral and throat cancers are being caused by HPV. And in India, that number is slowly increasing. Now we are doing the testing for HPV in our oral cancer patients, and more we are finding that a lot of them are positive for HPV. So it's not just for other people, it's for our own sake that we need to get vaccinated.
Right. Doctor, you spoke about your lectures where you found out that your colleagues were also reluctant and they did not get screenings done. Now, my concern is also about rural areas. We are talking about privileged women who are your colleagues who are not doing it. What about women in rural areas? How bad or how severe is the problem there?
It's a nightmarish situation. These are generally postmenopausal women. In any case, they are neglected. In any case, their health problems take the least amount of priority that is possible in a family. After that, their problems are something that they are not very comfortable discussing, whether it's a foul-smelling discharge, whether it's a bleeding. Whom do they discuss it with? They are very uncomfortable discussing them. And taking them for general screening is to just out of the bounds of possibility for most people. So we need to reach out to them. we have to accept that their family may or may not reach out to them, and they will definitely not reach out to doctors on their own at an early stage. So that is the point of us doing camps. We go out and we do camps. That is also a very half-hearted solution, because they have to then at least come to the camp. Even that is a barrier for them. But that is where we start. We send our medical social workers, like there are ASHA workers, and in Chhattisgarh there is something called Mitanen, which means friend, which means Saheli basically. So Mitanens who go from house to house and they help other women adjust to this. But this is a long drawn struggle. I always say that if HPV caused as many penile cancers as it causes cervical cancers, it would have been finished by now.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
After the defeat, the dissent. It's all out in the open, dirty linen being washed in public. RJD's humiliating defeat in Bihar politics is not enough. But what is worse is now that the Lalu Prasad family seems all divided. And this is after daughter Rohini Acharya quit the party yesterday. She said that she was leaving her family as well as their party. But now she's come out with some very, very damaging allegations against her own family members, directly not taking the name of Tejaswi Yadav, but certainly attacking him. Now, in a series of allegations on the social media platform X, Rohini Acharya alleges that she was humiliated, abused and even assaulted with a slipper. But now there's a massive escalation. Bit by bit, Rohini Acharya is making it worse for the Parivar and the RJD. She has heaped further allegations against the Yadav family, mentions her father's kidney transplant. Rohini Acharya said that she was humiliated over the kidney donation to her father, Lalu Prasad Yadav, in Singapore. She has been mentioned that she was insulted for saving her father's life. She goes on to ask her brother Tejaswi Yadav that why didn't you donate your kidney? What she's also said on a social media platform is that they called the kidney dirty, they called her also dirty and accused her of giving a dirty kidney to her father, Lalu Prasad Yadav. My colleagues Brij Mohan Singh as well as Aman Sharma are now joining us. Brij Mohan, was this something which was waiting to happen? Rohini Acharya was certainly not very comfortable with her sidelining within the party. Was this supposed to happen and expected that once the results come out, it's going to be all guns blazing and the drift becomes very clear?
I remember 2024 Lok Sabha elections in Saran Lok Sabha seat. She fought well with Rajiv Pratap Rudy. She lost only by 16,000 votes. And recently, when the campaign was going on for assembly elections, she wanted to go to assembly segments. And I must tell you, she was stopped by the family members, especially the close to Sanjay Yadav and Tejaswi Yadav. They said there is no need for you to go and campaign there in the Saran area, which used to be her go-to area. She wanted to contest 29 elections, Lok Sabha elections in that area. So the kind of influence Sanjay Yadav and
Total 3 bakwas you need to stop believing, right? And I'm going to need your help on that. Number 1, only women who have multiple sexual partners get cervical cancer.
Not at all true. It is a virus which is very prevalent in the society. So sooner or later, every man and every woman is going to be exposed to it, whether you are in a monogamous relationship or you are in a multi-partner relationship.
Biopsy spreads cancer.
That is the biggest bakwas that is spread by most of the people who either want the cancer to spread and then people to have bad results, or they have never read science. See, biopsy is just like taking a few cells out of the body and asking them. A very minuscule percentage of biopsies, deep-seated biopsies with a needle, have a 1% rate of spreading cancer. And unfortunately, scientists are honest people. They will tell that there is this 1%, and that is exaggerated out of all proportions. And now people are scared of getting all kinds of biopsies.
Okay, now this is something that might be personal to you, and if you would like to share something with us from your experience, is there any story that you want to discuss with us where somebody beat cervical cancer, or a story that changed your life as far as your experience with this disease is concerned?
So this is actually not exactly cervical cancer, but this is a true story of my cousin. I was doing my MS in surgery. I was at Sion Hospital in Mumbai at that time. And my cousin from a small tier 2 town, tier 3 town in Madhya Pradesh, she came here with very advanced ovarian disease, which was missed earlier in that town. And she had to undergo a very huge surgery. Okay. It was an ovarian cancer which had spread almost to the level of the lungs. So you can imagine the entire abdomen was involved, and it was a 7-8 hour surgery. She lost around 7-8 hours. She lost around 7-8 liters of blood during that surgery. That's a human body only has 5.5 liters, na? So all of that blood was replaced at that time. And she kept losing a little bit more blood like next few days, and then she had to undergo several more surgeries after that. Then she had to undergo chemotherapy and even more surgeries. And I was doing my post-graduation, and I was like, why are we doing this to her? We should have just let her go. And this was around the year of 2000. Today she is building smart cities in MP. She is a chartered accountant and building smart cities in MP. Wow. So she was the reason I got into oncology in the first place. She was the inspiration who brought me into this field, and she's keeping me active. So, Behna.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you for doing what you're doing, and thank you for giving us such an inspiring story. And this is a message to your sister. I want to ask you, because you shared a lot of important things with me, including a very personal story. If there's one message, heart to heart, whether it's to a parent, whether it's to men or women, what is the action that everyone needs to take now who's watching you?
So one thing that we need to understand, there is a very peculiar 80-20 rule in oncology. 80% of tumors in stage 1 and 2 are cured, only 20% in stage 3 and 4. And the tragedy there is approximately 80% Indians turn up for surgery when they're, or any treatment when they're a stage 3 and 4. That perpetuates a cycle. I turn up late, there is an 80% chance that I won't have a good outcome. And then someone in my family will see, अरे वो चाचा भी तो लेट गए, वो चाचा ने कैंसर का इलाज कराया था, उनको कोई फायदा नहीं हुआ, तो कैंसर का इलाज करा के किसी को फायदा नहीं होता है. Then he will also go late. Then his bhatija will also suffer. And that is the self-perpetuating cycle that is building up in India. And a lot of unscrupulous people who are taking advantage of this are selling a lot of fake treatments and doing a lot of harm to India. Because every day in our OPD we see around 30% patients who knew they had cancer, but they were swindled by someone, given some sort of an alternative treatment, and their stage 1, stage 2 tumor became stage 3, stage 4 tumor.
So if you're watching this conversation or listening to this conversation, it's very important to go to credible sources and science.
So it's very simple. Alternative medicine is a $25 billion per annum industry in India. So it's not as if they can't spend 10,000 rupees and call up all their patients of last 5 years and ask them कि आप ठीक हो कि नहीं हो. It just takes one phone call. But if they're not doing it, that means either they are not interested or they have done it and they are ashamed to tell us the results.
Doctor, Abek, rapid fire round. And I think a lot of questions will be answered through this, and we'll do this very quickly. And this is our myth busting exercise, because there are a lot of rumors and myths and apprehensions, of course. And in order to fight that, I'm going to need your help again, and we will be very quick, super quick with this rapid fire round around cervical cancer. Question number 1: only women with multiple sexual partners get cervical cancer?
No.
If I feel perfectly fine, I don't need a screening or a test?
That is exactly when you need to get screened.
Having HPV means I will definitely get cancer?
No. Less than 1% of those with HPV get cancers.
Pap smears are painful and can harm you?
Pap smears are just a cotton ball. They don't harm you at all.
Doing a biopsy or surgery can spread cervical cancer?
Not at all.
HPV vaccines are unsafe and can cause infertility?
Not at all.
Men don't need to worry about HPV?
Of course they do.
If you are vaccinated, you don't need to get screened?
No. After vaccination also, everyone needs to get screened, because vaccination is for a limited number of strains of the viruses, and we need to ensure that the other strains don't cause us trouble.
Cervical cancer runs in families, so if my relative never had it, I'm safe?
Not at all. If your relative had it, you may have it, you may be safe from it, and if your relative never had it, you may still get it.
Last one. Cervical cancer means you can't have children?
Not at all. Cervical cancer in very early stage, we can cure it by just removing the part affected, and then you may have children.
All right, so this was the end of our rapid fire round. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma, for being so patient and answering all our questions in a language that I understand, your mother understands, my mother understands, and I'm sure all our viewers understand, because it is very important to fight the myths. And thank you so much for being so cool around this sensitive topic. I would like to give you a high five for this.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
After the defeat, the dissent. It's all out in the open, dirty linen being washed in public. RJD's humiliating defeat in Bihar politics is not enough. But what is worse is now the Lalu Prasad family seems all divided. And this is after daughter Rohini Acharya quit the party yesterday. She said that she was leaving her family as well as their party. But now she's come out with some very, very damaging allegations against her own family members, directly not taking the name of Tejaswi Yadav, but certainly attacking him. Now, in a series of allegations on the social media platform X, Rohini Acharya alleges that she was humiliated, abused and even assaulted with a slipper. But now there's a massive escalation. Bit by bit, Rohini Acharya is making it worse for the Parivar and
Bank of Baroda के संग त्योहार की उमंग.
Good evening and a warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Griha Atul. Let's begin with the headlines. A day after cutting ties with her family, RJD's Rohini Acharya levels fresh allegations saying she was humiliated over her kidney donation and even a slipper was hurled at her. Rabri Devi's brother, Sadhu Yadav, has also gone on to defend Rohini, saying that she was treated wrongly. RJD spokesperson Mrityunjay Tiwari downplays Rohini Acharya's allegation, says this is an internal family matter. BJP calls it an insult to daughters of Bihar. Ahead of Bihar's swearing-in ceremony, CNN News 18 accesses exclusive NDA cabinet formula. BJP likely to get 15 to 16 seats, JDU 14 with the chief ministerial post, and swearing-in expected next week. CNN News 18 accesses clinching CCTV footage showing the I-20 car used in the Delhi blast parked inside the Al-Falah University until 30th of October. Breakthrough in the Delhi suicide bomber Umar Nabi's radicalization nexus. Girl from Imphal confirms contact with Umar. Pan-India outreach uncovered. RSS leader's son Naveen Arora shot dead by bike-borne assailants in Punjab's Firozpur. BJP slams Aam Aadmi Party government in the state over law and order crisis. More than 300 participants are taking part in centenary foot march of RSS in Karnataka today. Congress MP P. Chidambaram blames Bihar voters for election outcomes, says the state did not vote for a strong opposition and that is the responsibility that now lies with the people. Let's begin with our top focus story. After RJD's humiliating defeat in the Bihar elections, Lalu Prasad Yadav's family now faces internal troubles. This has happened after the daughter Rohini Acharya quit the party yesterday and now has come out with damning allegations against her own family members. In a dramatic series of posts that she put out on social media account X, Rohini has alleged that she was humiliated, abused and even assaulted with a slipper. In a massive escalation, Rohini heaped further allegations against the Yadav family, mentioning her father's kidney transplant. Rohini said that she was humiliated over her kidney donation to Lalu Prasad Yadav. And she's also gone on to mention that she was insulted for saving her father's life. Former Chief Minister Rabri Devi's brother, Sadhu Yadav, has now weighed in with a series of sharp remarks, calling for introspection within the RJD ranks. He's also slammed Tejasvi Yadav and the RJD, saying that what had happened with Rohini was absolutely wrong. Meanwhile, Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Vijay Sinha has stated, and I'm quoting, "This is the real face of the RJD." Now, this can be seen within their own family, and those who can't keep their family united, how would they unite Bihar? So, the Mahagathbandhan is facing a fresh round of trouble after that humiliating defeat in Bihar. Now, these allegations coming in from within the family. This is from Rohini Acharya.
नहीं, देखिए वो भगनी है, हमारी भी बहन राबड़ी देवी रही हैं। बहुत सारा हम भी प्रताड़ना झेले हैं, लेकिन हम अपने बहन के खिलाफ कभी आज तक एक शब्द भी नहीं बोला है। लेकिन जो सुनने में आया है, जो लोग बोल रहे हैं, ये गलत है, ठीक नहीं है। वो हमारी भांजी भी है और घर की बेटी भी है, बिहार का भी बेटी है। उसके साथ जो है व्यवहार, अगर कोई भी अगर इस तरह का व्यवहार किया है तो गलत है, तरीका ठीक नहीं है।
राजद की अराजकता बाहर जो झलकता था अब घर के अंदर भी झलक रहा है और इस मानसिकता के लोग जो अपने परिवार को समेट के नहीं रख सकते वो बिहार को कैसे चला सकते। पहले भाई को अब बहन को, ये मानसिकता कहीं उनका पारिवारिक मामला है, इस पर हम बहुत कुछ नहीं कहेंगे, लेकिन ये मानसिकता उनके भविष्य को तय करेगा।
नहीं, देखिए ये परिवार का मामला है, परिवार के लोग जवाब देंगे और ये पार्टी का शीर्ष नेतृत्व इसको देखेगा पूरे मामले। इस तरह के परिणाम क्यों आए, क्या कारण रहे, इसकी समीक्षा होगी, किन कारणों से ये हुआ, इसके बाद ही इस पर कोई प्रतिक्रिया होगी। इस तरह से रोहिणी जी ने एक आदर्श प्रस्तुत किया। हर माँ, पिता, कोई भाई चाहेगा कि रोहिणी जैसी बेटी, रोहिणी जैसी बहन सबको मिले।
The allegations जो रोहिणी आचार्य कर रही हैं, कई तरह की उन्होंने चीजें ट्विटर पे बोली हैं, स्लिपर फेंका गया उन पे, उनको कहा गया कि उन्होंने गंदी किडनी लालू प्रसाद जी को दे दी। इस पे क्या प्रतिक्रिया करोगे आपकी, क्या हो रहा है लालू परिवार में?
देखिए, फैमिली में फाइनेंशियल डीलिंग करने वाले कोई और हो गए और उसके कारण ही ये सब हो रहा है। संजय इनडायरेक्टली वहाँ के हो गए, पर ये उनका अपना फैमिली का प्रॉब्लम है। उससे भी बड़ी बात है कि किस तरह से आप एक फैमिली जो कि बिहार के प्रमुख परिवार में है, उसमें इस तरह की घटिया बेटियों के साथ करना बहुत ही दुखद भी है और बताता है कि पर बातें पहुंच चुकी हैं और ये बहुत शर्मनाक भी है। और जिस तरह से कार्यकर्ताओं को ट्रीट करते थे, अब अपने परिवार को उसी ट्रेनिंग करते हैं।
और जायसवाल जी पूरा
कभी अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को अपने नौकर से ऊपर नहीं होता। आज के समय में मैं देख रहा हूँ कि परिवार को भी तरह का कर रहा है।
और जायसवाल जी, पूरा बीजेपी का तो कैंपेन ही जंगल राज के इशू पे था कि महिलाएं सेफ नहीं हैं बिहार में, अगर आरजेडी वापस आती है तो ये तो घर की ही महिला अब ऐसे जब इल्जाम लगाती हैं तो ये दिख रहा है क्या कि फैमिली में कुछ ठीक नहीं चल रहा है? पहले तेज प्रताप, अब रोहिणी आचार्य।
पहली घटना तो है नहीं, पहले भी लोगों ने ऐश्वर्या के साथ जिस तरह से बिहेव किया, वह सदस्य थे राज्य पूर्व ग्रैंड डॉटर थी, तो इस घर में बहुओं का पहले किया गया, बेटी किया जा रहा है, परंतु में कोई अगर उससे कोई प्रश्न पूछ लेता है, चाहे वह करता है नेता हो चाहे परिवार के सदस्य, उसका जो हर्ष होना चाहिए उन्होंने अपनी बहन का भी वही हर्ष किया, दुख।
And Aman Sharma now joins us on the broadcast. Aman, so far what we are witnessing is the RJD staying away from commenting officially on this entire fiasco that the Lalu Prasad Yadav family is now subject to. There is a version that's coming in from Rohini Acharya, but so far none from Tejasvi or Lalu Prasad Yadav himself. How do we weigh in on the circumstances?
Well, see, Griha, I think this was something which was waiting to happen. You know, even a couple of months back, Rohini Acharya had put out a statement saying, why is Sanjay Yadav, a very close aide of Tejasvi Yadav, sitting in the front seat of the bus which Tejasvi Yadav was using for a yatra? She had raised question marks over the same. She had said that Sanjay Yadav is controlling Tejasvi Yadav now. And at the end of the day, even during this whole election campaign, Sanjay Yadav, a person from Haryana who's now a Rajya Sabha MP from the RJD as well, has been the right-hand man of Tejasvi Yadav. He had a big role in candidate selection, seat distribution, the entire strategy, that only Tejasvi Yadav should be the face on the poster, no Lalu Prasad posters even at the RJD office. It will all be about Tejasvi Yadav. So when the whole strategy was his, Sanjay Yadav, now Rohini Acharya is saying that after this disastrous result has come, who takes the responsibility now? Who is responsible for this disastrous strategy which has brought down the RJD just to 25 seats? Apart from that, Griya, something really unfortunate and something really ugly has happened at the Lalu Prasad residence in Patna last evening, and Rohini Acharya has now put out these statements saying she was humiliated, she was abused, and a slipper was thrown at her. She was told that she was a dirty person and she had given a dirty kidney to Lalu Prasad Yadav, her own father. You know, this kidney transplant which happened a couple of years back. She was also told, as per Rohini Acharya, that she did all this to get the parliamentary ticket from Saran in 2024, and that she had taken crores of money for the same. Now, this is something that Rohini Acharya is saying is completely false. It's very humiliating for her, and that is why she has said, I'm disowning my family, I'm returning to Singapore. And all these allegations are not getting any, reply so far from the RJD top brass. Yes, tomorrow is a meeting in Patna where the Tejasvi Yadav has called all his party workers and to take stock of the results. But so far from the Yadav family, there is no reaction. In fact, Sadhu Yadav, Rabdi Devi's brother, has come out and said that, this is unfortunate.
Right, absolutely, Aman. Thank you so much for that. In fact, our colleague Pallavi Ghosh has, done this interview with Rajiv Prasad Rudy. She is, in fact, with us on the broadcast, and she is standing by with Mr. Rudy. Pallavi, over to you.
Thank you so much. Joining me now is Mr. Rajiv Pratap Rudy, and you're famous, apart from other factors, the one who actually took on Rohini Acharya and defeated her. Mr. Rudy, thank you very much for speaking to CNN News 18. But I'm sure you're seeing the kind of dirty linen being washed in public. She's speaking out very strongly against Sanjay Yadav, against the family. As someone who contested opposite her and also defeated her, but someone who's from Bihar, how do you feel about the fact that a woman in the Lalu Prasad family is now being attacked?
Well, it's a very sad story which you have picked up after the beautiful elections which is over, where India has formed a government. I think it's a strategy on the part of the media to divert attention on the big victory which has come to the NDA. Pardon me for putting it that way. You said, I took on Rohini Yadav, please, for God's sake. You all must in Bihar politics say that no one takes on an individual like Rohini Yadav. It is Lalu Prasad Yadav per se. She's a cute little daughter of Lalu Prasad Yadav, if I was supposed to say that. And he brought her to Chapra. Of course, he must have promised, and it's every father would like his daughter to get elected. That is there, and we cannot deny that. Possibly, Laluji failed in that. Now, of course, in that political party, there are people who came to the Raj Sabha. A girl possibly who gave her kidney to the father would have preferred a Raj Sabha route. Maybe, I do not know, within the family, she may have asked that also give me a Raj Sabha because her elder sister was also in the Raj Sabha earlier. Now she's elected to the Lok Sabha. So possibly this seat went to someone who was close to Mr. Tejasvi Yadav. I believe he runs the shots there. He's important. Now, in that situation, you see the entire family, when we talk about Tejasvi, we talk about Tej Pratap, no one has an identity except Lalu Prasad Yadav. Lalu Prasad Yadav is definitely unwell. Now he cannot hold the show at all. Tejasvi has lost possibly he's been defeated. For him to get revived in another decade or so would be very difficult. It would be a perishing time for Lalu family. Now, in this situation, the girl is upset, Rohini is upset. See, what has happened within, we do not know. And she has decided to go back to Singapore. Very, very angry. I was watching her interview. But there are 2 points to it. A daughter has every right to get angry with the family. You as a daughter would get angry with everyone will forgive you. But she's not angry with the family. She's angry with individuals who are associated with the family. And possibly that is something which she can best explain why she is so upset. She had come from Singapore. She's gone back. She'll be getting involved in her own work and things like that. Now, calling people like us to explain and making news is something very sad because the game of RJD is over. And I can only advise Rohini, as she had always been calling me an uncle during the election, have your patience, forget this, elections are over, wait for your time, let time pass. We are no sympathizers of RJD, we fight against you and the party, but we are no sympathizers. But as a young girl, I would say, keep patience. Now, there are things which are being mentioned, chappal se mara, ye kiya, wo kiya. I can't vouch for these things, and she must not bring this in public platform. And for us to make a public debate or a public comment, it is for the family to see whether something has gone wrong. But that party is disintegrating, that family is disintegrating. Lalu Prasad ji is unwell. Tej Pratap Yadav is another mimic. He does a lot of mimicry and shows. He does things which possibly I can't even connect to. Then we have the only sane person where I see who's been very quiet and doing politics there is Bisa Bharti. For some reason, I have to admit that. Now, there's no vote coming in for me from praising some people or there's no, all votes have come. We have said whatever we wanted and we have never said personal things. Now, the gentleman has lost. Tejasvi has lost very badly. I think this is the time for the sister to take care of the brother. This is usually what should happen. And time to introspect and come back. These angers would definitely spoil her political future. And no one would take her seriously in future. So my only advice as an elder is, a cute daughter, anyone's daughter is always cute. She has failed. She possibly may have wanted a Raj Sabha ticket or a rehabilitation, or she may have wanted to contest. It is for the party to see whether. But I would only advise that A, media should just keep these things off. This is not hardcore politics. There's no big gains out of it. B, we are all very senior to make personal comments. And C, I would ask all my political colleagues in my political party to refrain from using this as a platform, because we should talk of the larger victory which has come to Bihar. Very large victory, unthinkable. And your great friend, Mr. Prashant Kishore, should be discussed. Politics should be discussed and analyzed through, because you are still very sympathetic to him. And so let's look at things.
So we're not talking about Prashant Kishore over here. But Mr. Hoodia, I'm just going to go back to Rohini Acharya for two simple reasons. And the point is that she's made some very startling allegations against her own brother. Do you see that a split happening in the RJD at some point of time? And do you think Tejasvi Yadav needs to address and keep this family together? Or will Lalu Prasad Yadav now be expected to make the big step forward to once again try and bring his parivar together, if at least not the party? Do you see a split happening within the RJD?
You see, Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav ji has already offered the seat or his chair or his throne to Tejasvi Yadav. which possibly in his understanding it was the best decision. He may not have succeeded, which he would not have succeeded anyway. And so I think Laluji is possibly very unwell. We did not see him in the elections much and we did not hear about him. It's an end of an era of RJD. And this election would mark an era of the RJD because it was never a political party with ideology. It was a family which initially showed that 12% vote, combined it with Muslims, and initially also brought in, when he came to power in 1990, he said that he was the messiah of Dalits and the backwards. And so people gave him that opportunity in Bihar when he used to bathe the Dalits on the roads of Patna and Bailey Road. That was the time he was a hero of the Dalits and the backwards and the OBCs and the EBC. Then came Nitish Kumar, he took away the Dalits and the OBCs and Ati Pichhda and Mahapichhda. Now that image which was there, that Lalu Yadav is a protector, is not there. They don't believe him. And when they were in government, they did what no political party can do. They were the first victim of their regime was not the forwards. Forwards, of course, were the victims. But it was the Dalits and the OBCs who took Lalu Prasad Yadav as granted. And this is what gave the space to Nitish Kumar to come into the politics of Bihar. And he had no family to himself. He gave a perception, he gave a leadership. And once that come, now this is the biggest point which I would like to tell you on the floor today. For the first time after 30 years, the forwards in Bihar, which comprises about 13 to 14%, became friends, were seen as friends to Dalits and the Pichhda and the Ati Pichhda and the Mahadalits. First time. Now, this is what was the biggest achievement of this election. And if you see in the community which I come is about, they gave about 37 tickets to the Sangha Samaj or the Rajputs in Bihar. We won about 34. Give us 50, we would have won that. It's a big, beautiful combination through Nitish Kumar, which has emerged in Bihar, which is a combination of the forwards, slight Hindutva there, along with the Dalits and the Mahadalits, so they have trust in him. In Chapla, if I win, it's impossible to win Lalu Prasad Yadav. I win because for last 25 years, people in the Dalits, the Mahadalits, the backwards and others, except Yadavs and Muslims, perceive Rajiv Pratap Rudy as a good man, as a helpful man, as a man who believes in justice. This is what has prevailed in Bihar today. And that faith in the forward community is phenomenal. And I think in times to come, this analysis which I am giving to you will be a very powerful instrument of Bihar.
Last question before I let you go, because 70% of women voters were women over there. Obviously, women have voted en masse for the NDA almost. But how does it do well for the RJD if he's talking about women empowerment, if one of their own women in the family is now complaining of being abused? Your last quick words on this, please, Mr. Ribal.
The women who voted for the NDA have no reference to Rohini or no reference. They don't even look up to him and they don't even consider him as any political leader. Politics is all about perception and faith. The perception towards the national government as far as women in Bihar are concerned, even Yadavs for that matter, they believe Narendra Modi gave them free ration, gave them respect, gave them Ayushman cards, so forth, and free gas. When it comes to Bihar, they had a great faith. They are great faith in Nitish Kumar. A combination of women voters went out of the way to support them.
But if a Rohini Acharya is being attacked in the family, surely the RJD can never ever claim the woman voters?
No one would remember all this when it comes to the next election. So let's forget it. The elections are far off, 4 years down the line. So no one will remember this thing. None of you remember. Even editors told me, and always they would say that, look, he is the game changer. And some person, they said the game changer of Bihar, he doesn't exist. We always kept quiet and said that you are wrong, but everyone laughed at us. So everyone will forget. What would be remembered is this great majority leadership of Nitish Kumar. And next 5 years, which is a big challenge for Bihar, for the issues, even if it was raised by the opposition, they will be addressed, whether it is employment, industrialization, urbanization. Bihar is at the verge of takeoff. It has taken off. And it's going to prove itself. We have a set of beautiful bureaucracy in Bihar, beautiful politicians in Bihar, and beautiful mandate in Bihar. Bihar is going to be at the top of list of India. That is my show.
And you clearly don't think that Rohini Acharya is one of them. But thank you very much, Mr. Rudy, for speaking to us on CNN.
Had it not been for you, I would not have spoken on a small girl like that. But I wanted to analyze it and had
thank
not
you.
been.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rudy, for speaking to CNN.
Bye-bye. Take
so that
care.
was that was Mr. Raj. The reason why we spoke to him is also because he defeated Rohini Acharya. With this, we go into a break. But news continues over here on CNN News 18.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
After the defeat, the dissent. It's all out in the open, dirty linen being washed in public. RJD's humiliating defeat in Bihar politics is not enough. But what is worse is now that the Lalu Prasad family seems all divided. And this is after daughter Rohini Acharya quit the party yesterday. She said that she was leaving her family as well as their party. But now she's come out with some very, very damaging allegations against her own family members, directly not taking the name of Tejaswi Yadav, but certainly attacking him. Now, in a series of allegations on the social media platform X, Rohini Acharya alleges that she was humiliated, abused and even assaulted with a slipper. But now there's a massive escalation. Bit by bit, Rohini Acharya is making it worse for the Parivar and the RJD. She has heaped further allegations against the Yadav family, mentions her father's kidney transplant. Rohini Acharya said that she was humiliated over the kidney donation to her father, Lalu Prasad Yadav, in Singapore. She has been mentioned that she was insulted for saving her father's life. She goes on to ask her brother Tejaswi Yadav that why didn't you donate your kidney? What she's also said on a social media platform is that they called the kidney dirty, they called her also dirty and accused her of giving a dirty kidney to her father, Lalu Prasad Yadav. My colleagues Brij Mohan Singh as well as Aman Sharma are now joining us. Brij Mohan, was this something which was waiting to happen? Rohini Acharya was certainly not very comfortable. Results come out. It's going to be all guns blazing and the drift becomes very clear.
I remember 2024 Lok Sabha elections in Saran Lok Sabha seat. She fought well with Rajiv Pratap Rudy. She lost only by 16,000 votes. And recently, when the campaign was going on for assembly elections, she wanted to go to assembly segments. And I must tell you, she was stopped by the family members, especially the close to Sanjay Yadav and Tejaswi Yadav.
Project and inquired about the progress of the project, including adherence to speed and timetable targets. Workers assured him that the project was advancing smoothly without any difficulties. Reflecting on the spirit of national service, the Prime Minister also emphasized that when the feeling arises of working for the nation and contributing something new, it becomes a source of immense motivation. Listen in.
ये जो आपके अनुभव है अगर वो रिकॉर्डेड होंगे एक ब्लू बुक की तरह तैयार होते हैं तो देश में हम बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में बुलेट ट्रेन की दिशा में जाने वाले हैं। अब हम नहीं चाहेंगे हर लोग नया प्रयोग करें। यहां से जो सीखा हुआ है वो वहां रिप्लिका होना चाहिए, लेकिन वो रिप्लिका तब होगा कि क्यों ऐसा करना पड़े इसका ज्ञान होगा तो होगा, वरना क्या होगा कि वो ऐसे ही कर देंगे। अगर इस प्रकार का कोई रिकॉर्ड आप मेंटेन करते हैं भविष्य में स्टूडेंट्स के लिए भी काम आ सकता है।
Let's now get you a quick roundup of some of the other news stories. Let's begin with how senior RSS leader Baldev Raj Arhora's son, Naveen Arhora, has been shot dead by two bike-borne assailants. This incident is from Punjab's Firozpur. And it took place last evening when Arhora was returning home on foot from his shop. A probe is now underway into this killing, which is believed to be a targeted attack. Firozpur SSP Bhupinder Singh has said that the police are investigating the matter and that the CCTVs in the area are being scanned. Police teams have also been deployed as efforts are underway to identify and nab the assailants.
ਉੱਤੇ ਕੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਕਰਨੀ ਸੰਘ ਦੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਪੂਰਾ ਜੀਵਨ ਸੰਘ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਆਪਦੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਪੂਰੀ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀ ਸੰਘ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਅਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਦੀ ਗੁੰਜਾਇਸ਼ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਖੜੇ
ਇੱਥੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਸਨ ਆ ਕੇ ਖੜਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਡੀਵੀਆਰ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ
ਇੰਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਤੱਕ ਕੈਮਰੇ ਚੈੱਕ ਹੋਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਸੀ
ਡੀਵੀਆਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਿਕਲ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਜੇ ਚੈੱਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਗੇ
Tamil Nadu Electric algorithm held a statewide protest today against the special intensive revision in Chennai. Earlier, the TVK chief Vijay had released a video about the problems and irregularities in the SIR process. In a speech, Vijay had urged his party members to be united against the SIR. which also urged the Election Commission to include his party in all the consultations and discussions related to the upcoming elections in Tamil Nadu, saying that it would strengthen the democratic process. Give Life Foundation, a US-based section non-profit organization dedicated to expanding access to life-saving bone marrow transplants, has entered into a memorandum of understanding with Amrita Hospital in Faridabad. This partnership aims to strengthen India's bone marrow donor registry and launch a nationwide Swab for Life campaign to encourage voluntary donor registrations. The MOU was signed by the chairman of Give Life Foundation, Dr. Bart S. Fisher, and medical director at the Amrita Hospital, Dr. Sanjeev Singh. With that, I go into a very short break. News and updates continue.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
After the defeat, the dissent. It's all out in the open, dirty linen being washed in public. RJD's humiliating defeat in Bihar politics is not enough. But what is worse is now that the Lalu Prasad family seems all divided. And this is after daughter Rohini Acharya quit the party yesterday. She said that she was leaving her family as well as their party. But now she's come out with some very, very damaging allegations against her own family members, directly not taking the name of Tejaswi Yadav, but certainly attacking him. Now, in a series of allegations on the social media platform X, Rohini Acharya alleges that she was humiliated, abused and even assaulted with a slipper. But now there's a massive escalation. Bit by bit, Rohini Acharya is making it worse for the Parivar and the RJD. She has heaped further allegations against the Yadav family, mentions her father's kidney transplant. Rohini Acharya said that she was humiliated over the kidney donation to her father, Lalu Prasad Yadav, in Singapore. She has been mentioned that she was insulted for saving her father's life. She goes on to ask her brother Tejaswi Yadav that why didn't you donate your kidney? What she's also said on a social media platform is that they called the kidney dirty, they called her also dirty and accused her of giving a dirty kidney to her father, Lalu Prasad Yadav. My colleagues Brij Mohan Singh as well as Aman Sharma are now joining us. Brij Mohan, was this something which was waiting to happen? Rohini Acharya was certainly not very comfortable with her sidelining within the party. Was this supposed to happen and expected that once the results come out, it's going to be all guns blazing and the drift becomes very clear?
I remember 2024 Lok Sabha elections in Saran Lok Sabha seat. She fought well with Rajiv Pratap Rudy. She lost only by 16,000 votes. And recently, when the campaign was going on for assembly elections, she wanted to go to assembly segments. And I must tell you, she was stopped by the family members, especially the close to Sanjay Yadav and Tejaswi Yadav. They said there is no need for you to go and campaign there in the Saran area, which used to be her go-to area. She wanted to contest 29 elections, Lok Sabha elections in that area. So the kind of influence Sanjay Yadav and Tejaswi used to have. So she reacted. She wanted to go during the election campaign when the weather was not good. She wanted to campaign in that area and she was stopped by the powers to be in the party.
That's very intriguing there, Brij Mohan, because that is where, why didn't Lalu Prasad Yadav step in? Why didn't Tejaswi Yadav say, no, my sister should go?
That is the kind of talk is going on in Patna. Why Lalu Yadav is silent? We all know that he is not keeping up good health. But why Rabdi Devi is silent on this entire issue? Why nobody is talking about the crushing defeat RJD has suffered during these elections? So nobody within the family is talking about, and in the party nobody is talking about only because
तेज आवाज आई, इतना तेज धमाका हुआ। बहुत जोर आवाज आई, बिल्डिंग खिड़की हिल गई।
हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
Hello and welcome to this special broadcast on CNN News 18. Today we're going to dig deep into this entire plot, how it unfolded and how it was orchestrated, where young minds were radicalized to carry out such kind of action. It all started from Naugam area of Srinagar, where a local imam actually led this entire quote-unquote mission, and he wanted to ensure that young minds are radicalized, and the posters were found in Naugam area, and the beat policing was the first instance when they noticed those threatening posters and investigated the entire matter. We're going to dig deep into this segment with my colleagues and show you what really transpired in the entire investigation and how are the dots connected.
This poster on the outskirts of Srinagar set alarm bells ringing. It was unusual for such a poster to surface after years. At first, intelligence inputs were scattered, but soon CCTV footage, intercepted calls, and digital breadcrumbs began to point to something far more serious. A sleeper cell quietly operating in Kashmir and beyond. For days, investigators tracked movements and intercepted conversations that hinted at a network taking shape across South and Central Kashmir. The arrests that followed in the coming days would ultimately foil a major terror plot in the making. Under the cover of night, a special team of the Jammu and Kashmir police moved swiftly through Srinagar's narrow lanes. Acting on precise intelligence and CCTV evidence, they surrounded a mosque where Maulvi Irfan Ahmed was believed to be quietly operating. A well-oiled machine that radicalized minds and turned educated professionals into white-collar terrorists.
This is where the story began. This is the mosque where he was teaching, and he was one of the first arrests made in this case, and later on police discovered he was radicalizing and also trying to preach here, and this is the neighborhood where posters were also pasted on. And this is that mosque where he was employed as a local imam or a clerk, and locals are telling us that they had no idea about any such activity, but police had later on arrested him for allegedly radicalizing them. And this is the first instance. This is the neighborhood where it all began. You will notice around here on the outskirts, that's where the posters were seen pasted, and police then cracked down and started cracking down on such elements to ensure that this does not repeat. But they did not know, quote unquote, they have hit a gold mine, which led to several arrests in coming days and large investigation which went out of Jammu and Kashmir.
3 overground workers with a history of stone pelting were tasked by Maulvi Irfan to paste the threat posters. CCTV footage led the police to Arif Nisar Dar, Yasir ul Ashraf and Maqsood Ahmed Dar from the Naugam area of Srinagar. Their interrogation eventually traced the trail back to the Maulvi. He was grilled for hours and he sang like a canary. He led the investigators to a larger conspiracy involving doctors and professionals operating from outside Kashmir. This module was in constant touch with Pakistan-based handlers through an encrypted messaging app. The investigation soon exposed a wider nexus aimed at destabilizing the fragile calm of the valley and beyond. Dr. Adil was the first white-collar terrorist from Kashmir to be arrested. His questioning provided leads about other doctors linked to the module. Acting on his disclosure, a police team searched GMC Anantnag, his former workplace, and recovered an AK rifle hidden inside his locker.
Right now I'm inside the house of Dr. Adil, who was the first doctor to be arrested in this entire case, and in whose former locker in Government Medical College Anantnag, an AK style rifle was recovered. This is the house of Dr. Adil, and because there are links closely linked to Adil and Umar, because Adil was working at GMC Anantnag, so was Umar before moving out of Kashmir Valley. So they have possibly all of them have some connections, leads, and that's why we are seeing that a wider investigation is being being done in these places, and this is the house where he lives. But further details are coming in. More doctors have been picked up for questioning. There will be in coming days possibly more number of people who will be picked up for questioning. This is not necessarily that they are linked to the case, but they have been questioned just to check if they have been in touch with them, how were they going about it, if they had any idea about the plan. So that's why a lot of questioning is being done. And the latest, a doctor from Pulwama has also been called in for questioning by the police. Azad, आप डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल के भाई हैं, कहाँ पढ़ाई हुई उनकी पहले, यहाँ पे डॉक्टरी कहाँ से करी उन्होंने?
जी सर, जीएमसी जम्मू से वो MBBS पेमेंट सीट पर आए थे। जी सर, वो उधर जीएमसी बात्रा में।
तो आखिरी बार उनसे कब बात हुई थी आपकी, जो घर वालों की बात कब हुई?
हर दिन हो रही थी, पिछले 13 दिनों से नहीं हो रही हैं।
वजह क्या थी कि 13 दिन से बात नहीं हुई? कुछ
जी सर, पुलिस ने बोला ये उसने हमें गिरफ्तार किया है, उसको गिरफ्तार
13 दिन से उनकी गिरफ्तारी थी, पुलिस की कस्टडी में थे।
वरना हर दिन फ़ोन कॉल हो रहे थे, वीडियो कॉल, सब कुछ हमें मिला। हाँ सर।
तो कभी आपको अंदेशा था कि मतलब ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है कभी ज़िंदगी में आपकी?
सर जी, पहली बार ऐसा एपिसोड देखने को रहा हूँ जब से हमारे पास कोई केसेस नहीं है, कोई केस नहीं है हमारा इससे वाबस्ता।
तो ये बताइए कि मुजम्मिल आने वाले थे, आपने कहा कि कब आने वाले थे?
जी सर, 5 तारीख को आने वाले थे। हमारी बहन की शादी थी 9-10 को। जी सर।
तो वो आते थे यहाँ पे?
साल में 2 बार, मुश्किल से 3 बार। पिछली बार वो आया था, हमारे पापा की छठी सर्जरी थी उसी दिन।
यहीं पे रहते हैं कुछ दूरी पे? डॉक्टर उमर से कोई मुलाकात थी उनकी?
हमारे साथ कोई राबिता नहीं है, ना हम किसी को जानते हैं, ना हम आदिल को जानते हैं, ना हम उमर को जानते हैं।
उमर क्या करते थे? वो डॉक्टर थे बाहर?
हाँ, डॉक्टर थे, वो प्रोफेसर था, वहाँ पढ़ाता था
जी,
बस
तो
पढ़ाता।
जो कुछ आपको पता चला कुछ कभी कुछ
ऐसी कोई बात है ही नहीं। वो इतना अच्छा था, सब उनसे घुल मिलता था, बच्चों के साथ प्यार से, ज्यादा बच्चों के साथ वो अटैच था, बहुत प्यार करता था बच्चों के साथ।
तो कब वो यहाँ से दिल्ली गए काम करने के लिए, यूनिवर्सिटी में जहाँ पढ़ाते थे?
वो पिछले 3 साल, शायद 2 साल हो गए उसे वहाँ, शायद 2 साल, ज्यादा पता नहीं। आज तो पहले ही दिमाग बंद पड़ा है, कुछ समझ में भी नहीं आता है, याद भी नहीं है क्या बोले।
तो फिर कल पुलिस आई क्या शाम?
हाँ, शाम को, रात को 10 बजे आई थी, 10:30
पौने 4 बजे। फिर इनकी माँ और इनके जो 2 भाई हैं,
हाँ, वो पहले ही उनको ले गए थे 10 बजे। माँ को आज सवेरे ले गए वो लोग।
ये सर्च भी हुआ यहाँ पे?
हाँ, हो गई तलाशी, आप देख सकते हो।
आपको कभी आइडिया था? आप कह रहे थे कि पढ़ाई के बारे में हमेशा भाई बात करते?
हाँ, जब भी मेरे साथ बड़ा भाई बात कर रहा था, चाहे मैं बांग्लादेश में होती थी या यहाँ पे होती थी, पहली बात ये नहीं थी कि सेहत ठीक है या कुछ ठीक है। वो बोल रहा था कंप्लीट कितना हुआ है, मतलब कितना कंप्लीट हुआ है, ये करना है, वो करना है, इतने मार्क्स होनी चाहिए, वो करना है, बस इतना मतलब बोल रहे थे वो। बाकी और कोई नहीं था, मतलब जो वो बोल रहा था, मतलब कोई और।
आपको लगता है वो निर्दोष है? उनका इसमें कोई भी?
मुझे लगता है वो निर्दोष है। उसको ये फोर्सफुली कराया गया है या उसको पर ये इल्ज़ाम लगाया गया हो, ये बात मैं बोल सकती हूँ।
तो कानून पे ये भरोसा है कि
हाँ,
उनसे छूटेंगे?
हाँ,
कानून पे आपको पूरा भरोसा है कि वो इससे छूटेंगे?
हाँ, वो छूटेंगे इंशाल्लाह।
तो आपको कभी ऐसा लगा कि कोई आइडियोलॉजी थी या वो ऐसे बारे में बात
अगर ऐसा कोई मतलब होता कोई आइडियोलॉजी उसका, तो हम उसको समझाते कि नहीं ये गलत है। हमें मतलब जब हमें यहाँ पे छापा पड़ा तब भी हमें नहीं पता था कि ये भाई के लिए था यहाँ पे।
Simultaneously, the police detained a man from Ganderbal, Zamir Ahangar, who was closely associated with the cleric in Shopian. During the interrogation, Zamir revealed his links to another doctor, one that was operating from outside Kashmir. Acting on this lead, a police team moved to Faridabad to arrest Dr. Muzammil Ghani. But one name now known across India remained out of reach, Dr. Umar Nabi. He went underground as soon as the search for him began. Despite extensive efforts, the police found no immediate leads. The investigation soon pointed towards Pulwama, to a car purchased by Amir Rashid.
Pulwama, a name synonymous with violence pre-2019, rose to headlines once again. And once it was clear to the investigating agencies that Pulwama had a connection with the story, raids were carried out and doctors from Pulwama were interrogated. Within a radius of 6 kilometers, all of them lived and silently were carrying out a sinister plan. Their associates were also held overnight and questioned about their roles. This led to police joining dots and investigating further deep into the case.
The group, though small, operated with precision. It raised funds through an influential network of professionals, doctors, engineers and academics, convincing them that their contributions were meant for social or charitable causes. Once potential recruits were identified, the group initiated contact, slowly radicalizing them before drawing them into its ranks. They used them to raise funds, arrange logistics and later procure arms, ammunition and material for preparing IEDs. With the Kashmir module now busted, police believe they had struck at the core of a coordinated network backed by foreign handlers. But that was just the beginning. A white-collar terror network had emerged, one with well-educated professionals once employed at respected institutions, now accused of aiding a terror network. Investigators believe they wanted to recruit more educated youth to evolve beyond their traditional boundaries.
Terrorist and separatist networks have succeeded in winning over the well-to-do, educated, professional class people has to be seen in its full and proper context. My personal understanding and interpretation of the situation is this, that this is in so many ways a vindication of the fact that the enemy or the adversary has been better at the game of indoctrination, propaganda, and peddling of false narrative.
The network operated across multiple states, utilizing doctors and teachers for fund collection, logistical planning, recruitment and safe storage of weapons and explosive materials, including nearly 3,000 kilograms of bomb-making material discovered during the raids. Security agencies see the white-collar terrorism as an evolving threat because such individuals have wider access to resources, technical expertise and social influence. That makes terror networks harder to detect and dismantle. Their involvement represents a shift from traditional terrorism profiles to a more sophisticated and covert model, complicating counter-terror efforts. White-collar terrorism and traditional terrorism differ in critical ways. White-collar terrorism typically involves doctors, engineers, academics, and other professionals. These individuals use their credentials and social status to mask their activities, often engaging in fundraising, logistics, and radicalization behind a veneer of legitimacy. Their operations are protected by social cover, encrypted communications, and complex professional networks. The influence of white-collar terrorism spreads through urban, educated circles and can reach across multiple states. In contrast, traditional terrorism is carried out mainly by foot soldiers and armed terrorists. Their modus operandi centers on direct armed attacks and sabotage, making them far more visible and easier to identify. Traditional terror networks tend to be rooted in local, rural and working class environments, with their presence easily detected by conventional security measures.
When common people, ordinary men and women, are afforded the opportunity of going about their business, about earning their livelihood, as I have been saying in different fora, and they would not be willing to become cannon fodder. It is, in that sense, it becomes not exactly an issue of unemployment or deprivation in that sense of the term. It is essentially a question of successful indoctrination by the enemy.
White-collar terrorism in India is now a major evolution in terrorist tactics, which now requires advanced investigative and intelligence methods to counter its influence and ensure stability.
The indoctrination of young minds is a cause of worry for the investigators. The pieces are being clubbed together. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, we have more for you.
From Kashmir, the focus now shifts to Al-Falah University out here in Faridabad. The common link between these white-collar terrorists is this university. Over the next few minutes, we'll try and decode as to what was the exact role of this university, how did this university come to being, and how the command and control center was built inside this university so that these terrorists could attack India and not only kill our citizens, but also hurt India economically.
The roots of the Al-Falah Charitable Trust can be traced back to 1997. However, in 2014, it turned into a full-fledged university, and in 2016, medical courses were started. The university on its website claims to be accredited by the NAAC with an A certification, a claim that the autonomous body has outrightly rejected. In fact, a show cause notice has been issued by the NAAC to the university that has never applied for accreditation.
देखिए, इस पूरी दुर्घटना को हम एक दुर्घटना के रूप में देखते हैं और यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर जो भी यूनिवर्सिटी की छवि धूमिल हुई है उससे हम लोग भी दुखद हैं। जो लोगों ने उन्होंने किया है उससे बहुत दुख है। यूनिवर्सिटी पूरी सदमे में है। हम एजेंसीज को पूर्णतः सहयोग करेंगे और कर रहे हैं।
क्या कहीं ना कहीं एक चूक यूनिवर्सिटी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की तरफ से नहीं हो गई कि इनके जो मंसूबे थे वो जान नहीं पाई
यूनिवर्सिटी की वाइस चांसलर साहिबा इस बारे में विचार कर रही हैं। उन्होंने अपनी अपनी टीमों का गठन कर दिया है। जो मुझे जानकारी मिली है इस बारे में जो भी चीज़ होगी उसमें वो करेंगे और इसके ठीक करने के लिए जो भी स्टेप्स होंगे वो बिल्कुल लिए जाएंगे।
HR 26 CE 7674. The car that was used in that sinister plot. Now we'll be tracking down the route, and the car first was seen here at the Al-Falah University. It was seen near the Al-Falah University campus, which not only was the spot where the car was spotted first, but also remains to be the biggest piece of this whole puzzle. After taking the route from the Al-Falah University, the first thing that we saw almost after a kilometer or two is in fact this police station. In fact, it says that it's the police commissionerate of in fact the Dhauj district of Faridabad, and you can see right behind me are the police trucks, and we just crossed in fact a small barricading as well which was there to actually check these cars out, but whether or not that was there that day when this sinister car had actually crossed and this particular checking was going on is something that could only be cleared after investigations. This is in fact the Asian hospital where the car was actually spotted at 7 a.m. in the morning, and from here in fact it went towards in fact the Badapur border in the national capital, where it finally achieved to enter the national capital territory of Delhi. The very spot, the Badapur Faridabad toll, from where the sinister vehicle, the vehicle HR 26 7674 actually entered in fact the premises of the national capital, and in fact from here on he had his ride started towards the Red Fort. The car actually also in fact was caught in the CCTV footage here, in fact a petrol pump, and that is also one of the key focal points where the car was actually seen. Post that the car continued towards in fact Sarai Kale Khan. The car was spotted next here near the DND flyway which we are on at this particular point of time. The car was spotted here, and then the next stop or the next spotting of the car happened at 2 p.m. on in fact the CP or the Connaught Place, following which it was later spotted the parking around 3 of in fact the Red Fort. The car reached around 3:19 at this parking right here next to the Red Fort. This is in fact the parking where this car was parked for almost 3 hours, and post that at around 3:20 to 22 this car actually left from this particular spot and reach to its final destination, which is near the Digambar temple, the particular red light where that blast actually took place.
Al-Falah has now made headlines where it first cropped up on the morning of the Delhi blast. 350 kilograms of explosive material was seized from a rented accommodation of Dr. Muzammil, a senior resident of the university.
पिछले कुछ दिनों से फरीदाबाद पुलिस, हरियाणा पुलिस और J&K पुलिस का एक जॉइंट ऑपरेशन जारी था और ये अभी भी जारी है। मैं बताना चाहूँगा ऑपरेशन अभी भी जारी है, जिसके अंतर्गत एक एंटी टेरर मॉड्यूल पे काम करते हुए हमारी दोनों की जॉइंट टीम ने यहाँ पे जो है काम किया, जिसके अंदर एक एक्यूज को पहले यहाँ से पकड़ा गया था जिसका नाम है डॉक्टर मुजम्मल, और इस पे आगे कार्रवाई करते हुए जो है कल जो है रेड्स की गई और जिसमें रेड्स के दौरान यहाँ पे लगभग 360 kg के आसपास इन्फ्लेमेबल मटेरियल है जो कि संभावित अमोनियम नाइट्रेट है। इसके अलावा कई और ऐसा सामान जो टेरर एक्टिविटीज़ में जिनका संभावित इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है, जैसे टाइमर्स, लगभग 20 टाइमर्स विद बैटरीज 4, और इसके अलावा कुछ अन्य सामान है जो है यहाँ बरामद किया गया है।
350 kilograms of explosive material is not a small seizure, and yet the Faridabad police had only gnawed at the tip of the iceberg. Hours later, more than 2,500 kilograms of explosive material was recovered from a residence of an imam who was working in a mosque inside the university campus.
2,500 kgs of ammonium nitrate has been recovered, and this is one of the locations where the police has just gone away from. This is the exact house from where the police has gone ahead and recovered more than 2,500 kgs of ammonium nitrate. We are entering inside the house. If I could just show you in the visuals over here inside the residence as well. These are the rooms that have been searched in detail by the police. All these rooms have been searched in detail by the police. If you could look at the Maran University searches have been done. Definitely there is a large nexus that has been unearthed by the police over here. In fact, this entire room has now been vacated as well. Definitely there is the Maran University's recoveries have been made. Definitely raises a lot of questions on the intelligence inputs that could have been given to the Faridabad police, because 2,500 kgs of ammonium nitrate being recovered from a house like this. You can see in these visuals that this is the exact location from where the entire ammonium nitrate has now been recovered. These people were actually trying to carry out several blasts across different parts of the national capital, but before they could do that, due to the good luck of the police, they have been able to go ahead and then seize all the material that had come in over here.
Faridabad police was sitting with a massive seizure. When there was much to celebrate about a tragedy that had been averted, one loose link brought the national capital to a standstill hours later. A doctor of doom, car full of explosives, and panic after his aides were arrested. A powerful blast ripped through the heart of Old Delhi near the iconic Red Fort at 6:52 p.m. It was Delhi's 10:11 moment.
आज करीब 6:52 पे एक यहाँ पे रेड लाइट पे एक स्लो मूविंग व्हीकल जो रेड लाइट की तरफ आके रुका था, उसमें एक ये एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है। उस वक्त गाड़ी के अंदर जो पैसेंजर्स उसके अंदर ही थे, और इस एक्सप्लोजन से जो है आसपास की गाड़ियों में भी क्षति हुई। जैसे ही इसकी खबर मिली, हम सारी एजेंसीज जो है